for future generations. This may indeed be the most splendid of times, as the illustrious Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara share the brilliance of the sun and moon. The stellar duo of Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna illuminates the world. Amidst the civil strife of the Fire Nation's small states, the relentless religious conflicts of the Water Nation, the emperors of the Earth Nation in a revolving carousel, and the native inhabitants of the Wind Nation being sold into slavery. The East Tea Company in the land of tea reaps immense profits, while the discoveries in the land of lightning bestow abundant silver upon the world. Reborn as an Uchiha, I find myself as a sibling to Madara and Izuna. In this era where strength reigns supreme, my dream is to refuse the path of a ninja. As the tide of family and the world engulfs me, my only weapon is the library within my mind, a repository of knowledge from myriad realms. Witness how an Uchiha, reluctant to wield a kunai, carves out a domain of his own through intellect amidst the battlefield. Chapter 1. The Daily Life of a 0-year-old. On the day Uchiha Kyoko discovered her pregnancy, the skies above the Uchiha clan's territory by the southern river of the land of fire were clear and azure. The kapok trees were in full bloom, although the traditional kapok weaving was gradually supplanted by the burgeoning cotton industry. The women of the Uchiha clan still hoped to gather the flowers to supplement their households, blissfully unaware of the monumental changes ahead. The young Uchiha Madara was among these oblivious souls. Just over a year old, he remained a child who would be disheartened by the news of his mother's impending addition to the family. He angrily protested against his mother's womb, incoherently insisting that her embrace was forever his. This only elicited hearty laughter from his two older brothers. The current clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, was drawn by the sounds of mirth from his household. He endeavored to maintain a stern demeanor as he scooped up the troublesome Madara, who responded with furious kicks and punches. Unfazed by the impending arrival of fatherhood, Uchiha Taijima gracefully ascended to the top of a tall kapok tree, placing his cherubic son precariously upon a flower-laden branch, provoking a shriek from the young boy. The commotion caught the attention of the clan's matriarch, who greeted Uchiha Taijima with a warm smile. "Kyoko, I hear you are with child. Congratulations." The soon-to-be father exclaimed with joviality. "I must also extend my early congratulations to you, Lord Taijima, on the forthcoming arrival of your precious child." Uchiha Kyoko replied, her lips curling into a smile, evidently delighted by the news of the impending addition to their family. "Oh, is it already confirmed to be a boy?" Uchiha Taijima inquired, his excitement palpable. Despite already having 3 sons, the ninja clan's environment created an insatiable demand for more male heirs. "Yes, it has been confirmed," Uchiha Kyoko responded. Before the most esteemed physician of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Taijima could not contain his joy, pondering numerous names, feeling that none sufficiently matched the greatness of the child soon to be born. At that moment, young Madara, cradled in his father's arms, interjected with a fervent protest. "I wish to name my brother Izuna." He repeated this insistently. "That is quite a lovely name," Uchiha Kyoko interjected, diffusing the tension that was building in Uchiha Taijima, who could only manage a wry smile in response. "Have you decided on a name for your child?" Uchiha Taijima inquired patiently. Kangsuk had already chosen a name before departing. Uchiha Kyoko gestured towards the blooming kapok outside. "We shall name her Asagao." "Is that a name for a girl?" Uchiha Taijima asked, slightly taken aback. "Indeed, we hope for a daughter," Uchiha Kyoko replied to her elder brother-in-law. At that moment, the unborn child destined to be named Uchiha Asagao began to gain consciousness, curiously manipulating a glowing irregular object before her, which would ultimately become her greatest asset. The multiversal library system has been bound. Our mission is to nurture every child to grow freely. It was then that she recognized this seemingly uneven and irregular remnant resembled a spherical structure. Within it lay countless tomes and resources from various dimensions, as well as space for experimentation, even a means to manipulate time. Were this treasure entrusted to a great scientist, it would indeed be a sword in the hands of a hero. Yet for an ordinary being such as herself, it merely represented an obscure means to comprehend the knowledge of the multiverse without guaranteeing that the rules of this world would mirror those of any specific realm. To her, the vast array of tomes was more likely to serve as a source of distraction. As days passed, her confinement grew increasingly cramped, and at last, She yearned to escape this suffocating space. "How is my wife? Is the child healthy? Is it a boy or a girl?" A man's anxious voice inquired. "Could it be her father? Kyoko is exhausted and has fallen asleep. She must rest for the next 2 months." "The child is healthy, as you wished, beautiful girl." An elderly woman's voice replied in a leisurely manner. She felt herself being cradled in large hands. And as the remnants of blood had not been properly cleansed, an unpleasant odor made her frown in discomfort. "Asagao truly resembles her mother. How wonderful! You will surely grow to see the world." The man, presumably her father, spoke with a voice now thick with emotion. Chapter 2. The Daily Life of a 1-month-old. Life as an infant is far from easy, especially for one who possesses consciousness. Asagao found herself wholly unaccustomed to the immobility that enveloped her. If only she could drift into a deep slumber, she might pass this interminably lengthy period in the library. However, upon awakening, the awareness of being conscious yet unable to move drove her to the brink of madness. Particularly when positioned uncomfortably, she felt an indescribable urgency and discomfort. She attempted to struggle, yet no amount of effort could yield even the slightest movement. Despair and panic filled her heart. She longed to scream and express her dissatisfaction and fear, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. Her vision was also rendered ineffective, unable to discern her surroundings. Only indistinct patterns appeared before her, interweaving to form a vast and terrifying expanse of color. These patches shifted ceaselessly in her sight, accompanied by incomprehensible sounds. What was even more terrifying was the gnawing hunger that clawed at her insides, compelling her to wail incessantly. Yet even as the world dimmed around her, no sustenance arrived. "Will I starve to death?" Asagao thought, fearfully sealing her lips, hoping to survive just a bit longer. Suddenly, she noticed numerous points of light in the air, and under the influence of her hunger, she found these lights tantalizingly delectable, so much so that she couldn't resist salivating at their sight. Thus, she reached out to touch these luminous orbs. In that instant, as her fingers made contact, the lights vanished as if devoured, akin to wilted spider plants rejuvenated with water, leaving her enveloped in an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, every cell vibrating with delight. She continued to reach for the lights until each cell in her body felt fulfilled, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into slumber. In the ensuing days, she repeated the cycle of absorbing light, resting, and visiting the library, until something protruded into her mouth. The notion that newborns should abstain from nourishment for 3 days is utterly absurd. Is there truly a distinction between sustenance? Or, by the indignant Asagao. Although provisions are now available, there remains an inexplicable sensation of hunger, an insatiable feeling that lingers even after one's belly is distended with food. It resembles the experience of indulging in a copious bowl of salad while on a diet, or quenching one's thirst with a generous serving of rice soup during times of famine. This peculiar dichotomy of fullness and hunger compels Chao Yen to incessantly consume the previously seen glimmers of light, and one might even assert that, in contrast to her provisions, these radiant points are her true sustenance. In the days that followed, her adaptation became increasingly challenging. When placed in her small bed, she found solace in the repetitive cycle of consuming provisions, devouring the luminous points, sleeping, and visiting the library. What struck Chao Yen as peculiar were her parents. As her vision sharpened, she was finally able to perceive the nature of her family. Her mother, Uzumaki Anko, was not particularly gentle, yet her eyes possessed a captivating beauty, reminiscent of the exuberant grass flourishing in early spring. Strangely, her mother would frequently embrace her, fervently feeding her provisions as if one less morsel would lead to starvation. Her father, Uchiha Sosuke, was a middle-aged man marked by deep furrows on his brow, likely a testament to the burdens life had imposed upon him. He gazed patiently at Anko and Chao Yen, as if safeguarding a treasure that must not be taken away. When unseen by others, he would gently caress Chao Yan's hands and feet with his calloused palms and would bury his face in her presence during the stillness of night, shedding silent tears. What a curious family! Chao Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain. It was estimated to be around the time of the full moon when Chao Yan was carried to a peculiar shrine. The individuals passing by donned deep blue garments adorned with a spherical emblem akin to a ping-pong ball. This sight felt somewhat familiar to her, yet she relinquished her thoughts and focused on the rare outdoor scenery. The shrine, crafted from wood, emanated an air of antiquity and elegance. Nestled within a serene and tranquil environment, it was surrounded by lush trees and neatly trimmed lawns. The entrance bustled with activity as throngs of people came to pay their respects. Chaoyan observed her parents rinse their mouths, then ring a bell and clap their hands. Subsequently, they bowed reverently in succession, ringing the bell and clapping once more upon completion of their homage. It seems rather dull, Chaoyan mused, preparing to yawn and surrender to sleep once more, only to witness her father Sosuke and mother Anko enthusiastically guide her to the market. Adjacent to the shrine, they pointed out peculiar items to her, including the garish fabrics displayed by vendors, sumo wrestlers, exorcism performances, and dances featuring clowns engaging in humorous antics. As the sun began its descent and it was time to return home, the couple, having reveled in the festivities, walked back with a bucket of goldfish and an assortment of snacks, the evening breeze accompanying their joyful return. How fortunate that Chaoyan's full moon coincides with the festival, they exclaimed. Surely, she will continue to be this lucky. Indeed she shall. Chapter 3. The daily life of Kyoko's mother and Kosuke's father. After the full moon, Kyoko's mother began her work. And it was then that Asagao realized that Kyoko's mother appeared to be a physician. She would process medicinal herbs in a room filled with the scent of medicine, handing them to individuals marked with a fan pattern. Occasionally, a few bloodied patients would arrive, and after Kyoko emitted a green glow from her hands, their wounds would miraculously cease to bleed. Why does Asagao understand Kyoko's mother's profession? Because since the full moon, she has been able to venture outside, always secured on her mother's back with a dual strap. The strap fastened under Asagao's armpits and around her hips, looping over Kyoko's shoulders and tying in front to hold her in place. I must say, this method of binding was quite uncomfortable at first, but our clever Asagao would continuously adjust her position. Even when tightly secured, she could ultimately rest like a kitten on her mother's back. While Kyoko worked, Asagao would be placed in a small bed beside her mother, observing Kyoko's actions while continuously reaching for her sustenance. During her work hours, Kyoko's mother was markedly different. She was more gentle in her everyday demeanor. Every afternoon after bathing the baby in warm water, she would hold Asagao on her lap, calling her big treasure with affection. She adored wearing vibrant clothing, standing out prominently in a sea of dark blue and black. While outdoors, she would converse with Asagao as they walked, often humming a cheerful tune. Even when encountering less courteous individuals, she would politely greet them, waving to them with Asagao's head in hand. However, during work, Kyoko's mother donned a plain, uncolored garment, equally conspicuous in the crowd. Yet her lips were always pressed tightly, her gaze serious, and her tone grew stern. Those bloodied patients would often struggle to meet her eyes. Curious, Asagao developed an interest in medicine, fervently perusing medical texts at the library, ranging from Cthulhu to Druids. Although she was uncertain when she might encounter extraterrestrial beings for cognitive isolation surgery, her newfound curiosity was undeniable. As for Kosuke's father, his profession remained a mystery. After the full moon, he often stayed away for several days, returning with a distinct scent of blood and rushing straight to the bathroom. Kyoko's mother would gaze at Kosuke's injuries with concern, insisting he drink a bitter concoction of medicinal sludge for several days. The invention of pills was remarkable. Encoded tablets were treasures that saved the world. Under the duress of this unpalatable potion, Asagao contemplated studying pharmacology, or perhaps even delving directly into alchemy. Of course, when Kosuke was home, he took over the role of caregiver for Asagao. He would place her on the steps and perform an impressive display of swordsmanship. Though Asagao did not fully comprehend the intricacies of the technique, her eyes would light up with wonder each time. It was truly beautiful. Each movement a blend of reality and illusion, like a white snake flicking its tongue, slicing through the air with grace, as if dancing between the blades. Bathed in a chilling luminescence, would I ever be able to wield such exquisite swordplay? Asagao would often think, eagerly anticipating the day she could outgrow her current caterpillar-like state. Chapter 4. Daily life before the task. For reasons unknown, Asagao, who had always been healthy, suddenly developed a fever. She felt alternately cold and shivering, then hot and sweating. Despite feeling frigid, she desperately wrapped herself around her parents' cool bodies. Ultimately, exhausted by the affliction, Asagao resolved to make the library her home. waking only to eat when hungry and deciding to sleep there as well. To the outside world, Asagao seemed to have suddenly lost her vitality. Observing the usually energetic Asagao wilt like a dehydrated vegetable, even Kyoko, aware that this was a common issue for infants, could not help but worry. Consequently, the parents frequently disrupted Asagao whenever she entered the library, causing her to awaken suddenly from her dreams. Despite her anger, Asagao felt compelled to suppress her frustration in the face of their concerned gazes, which only soured her mood further. This situation shifted when Kosuke spotted a cradle hanging from a beam in someone else's home. With no space for a cradle at home, Kosuke and Kyoko each grasped a corner of a bedsheet, calling out 1, 2 as they swayed it back and forth, ingeniously creating a makeshift cradle. During their playful rocking, Kyoko was reluctant to enter the library. Her laughter filled the air, and with each sway, the cradle rose higher, allowing Asagao to relive the joy of a theme park swing. However, after several attempts, an accident was inevitable. While rocking the cradle, Kosuke noticed someone outside waving, causing him to lose his grip. Asagao flew out in a graceful arc, landing with a thud. Kyoko, not hearing Asagao's cries, rushed over to check on her. And after confirming she was unharmed, she reluctantly handed her back to Kosuke. Once Kosuke held her in his arms, Asagao finally realized what had transpired. Filled with anger, she cried out with all her might, leaving Kosuke stiff as a wooden statue. You made her cry. You comfort her, Kyoko insisted, refusing to take the now tearful Asagao back, instead passing her to the one responsible for her distress. Kosuke, feeling guilty, cradled Asagao, whispering soothingly, There, big treasure. Don't cry, or you want to be pretty. In response, Asagao's cries grew louder. As Kosuke gently rocked her, he cautiously leaned down, only to meet Asagao's furious gaze. Unable to sustain the eye contact, he turned away and resumed the gentle swaying. After a considerable time, when Asagao's small body could no longer endure, she finally succumbed to slumber, just as her father had hoped. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Kosuke cautiously glanced at Asagao, relieved to see her finally asleep. He carefully transferred her to her small bed, wiping her little hands with a towel to prevent her from putting them in her mouth, and gently covered her with a blanket before tiptoeing to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Kyoko was preparing dinner, the setting sun casting a golden glow upon her. Kosuke retrieved a plate, set the utensils on the table, and turned to Kyoko. Kyoko, I may have an important task in the coming days, he murmured. Kyoko replied softly. If, and I stress if, I were to forego the assignment and focus on logistics within the family, the income would decrease. But I would strive harder to care for Asagao, Kosuke stammered. Although expenses had risen since Asagao's birth, their income was still sufficient to raise her. And it seemed Kyoko had pondered this sentiment for quite some time before finally expressing it. Indeed, our lives are improving day by day. I hope Asagao will never need to become a ninja, Kosuke said quietly. Ninjas always fare better than commoners. If I could teach her, it would be wonderful if she could become a medical ninja, Kyoko said, tears brimming in her eyes. Curse this wretched world, Kosuke muttered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Asagao slept soundly. A new day lay ahead, filled with ample time to craft the future she desired. Chapter 5. The daily life of weaning. Kosuke returned home injured, one of his feet rendered lame, with the clan's doctor declaring it irreparable. However, Kyoko seemed unconcerned. She had prepared a lavish meal to celebrate her husband's return, the table laden with an abundance of dishes. The elder entrusted me with the task of reconciling accounts. And fortunately, my academic performance back in the day was commendable. With a gleeful expression, I inquired whether anyone had a book on financial responsibilities, so that we might learn from it. I would undoubtedly learn the fastest. Had it not been for my circumstances, I might have even become a ceiling ninja. Confidence radiated from my face as I spoke. Then you would never have encountered me, teased Akiko. Recalling something, I mentioned, Brother Taijima is set to remarry. I hear he is courting a young lady from the Taketorai clan. So soon? Akiko exclaimed, astonished. Did not Lady Miyoko pass away only recently? With Izuna's newborn needing care and Lord Shin soon to head to the battlefield, while both Lord So and Lord Madara are still quite young, we decided to disregard the gossiping couple. In the days that followed, Akiko's mother continued to work, leaving the task of tending to the crawling infant Asagao to my father. He could only manage to hold the fidgeting Asagao, who was uncomfortable, while simultaneously poring over his books in relentless study. Wah, Asagao wants milk. Asagao cried. Wah wah wah, Asagao is bored. She whimpered. Wah wah wah, Asagao is too tightly held and having nightmares. My father, unable to endure any longer, took a red slip of paper to the street and posted it on the notice board, murmuring to himself as he walked home. Heavenly Emperor, Earthly Emperor, I have a crying child at home. Asagao, having never witnessed such a scene, was startled into silence, no longer fussing. My father's face was etched with confusion. It seemed this method was truly effective. Congratulations to our family for acquiring a new secret remedy. Although it remains uncertain whether it will aid the next child who arrives unexpectedly, given how many jutsu the Uchiha clan has replicated with little fundamental use, we shall let this remedy lie dormant until it is needed once more. Thanks to this desperate measure, my father successfully secured a new job, allowing him to avoid the brutalities of the battlefield. Yet, Asagao's hardships were just beginning. Indeed, she was due to be weaned. Asagao resisted weaning, finding only rice porridge to eat, with no supplementary food, let alone coarse rice. Was this truly suitable for an infant whose teeth had yet to fully emerge, and who was even running a fever due to teething? Asagao felt that consuming such fare was far inferior to nursing. How about trying an egg custard? Her mother offered, presenting a bowl of the dish. Asagao rejected the thick-shelled, hole-riddled concoction and declared a hunger strike if milk was withheld. The couple leaned in to discuss the matter, and shortly thereafter, my father stepped out. While Asagao remained perplexed, Akiko's mother coated the utensils with the color of herbs and then displayed them to Asagao. She deemed them hideous and refused to drink milk. Congratulations to Akiko's mother for successfully weaning Asagao. At that moment, my father returned with 2 apples, slicing one into small pieces to share with Akiko, while she gently mashed the other into a puree with a spoon. Is this more palatable? She consoled tenderly. Well, it will suffice. I can manage with a little less, for I have my staple food, declared the unwillingly weaned Asagao. Chapter 6. The daily life of a 1-year-old Asagao has finally turned 1. How splendid this is. This not only signifies her evolution from a crawling creature to an upright one, but also marks the end of her babbling days. Do you know how suffocating this year has been for me? Asagao lamented. Rarely, Akiko's mother prepared a small bowl of noodles as a reward for Asagao. This morning, when Akiko's mother attempted to teach her to stand, Asagao surprised them by stating she could take a step or 2, which astonished the inexperienced couple greatly. Then why didn't you stand earlier? Akiko's mother queried, perplexed. But getting up is faster and more convenient. Asagao justified her reasoning. It seemed the elder child possessed a robust physique, with prospects of becoming a ninja like her parents. They chuckled. At last, Asagao could curiously inquire about the recurring term she had heard. Ninja? She asked, her speech still unclear. A ninja is one who can harness chakra energy, endowed with formidable strength. Our Uchiha clan thrives due to the abundance of ninjas, allowing us to occupy this land north of the Nagegawa, my father proclaimed with pride. Occupy? Asagao echoed, intrigued by the peculiar term. Indeed, to occupy means to claim, to assert control over. If we did not do so, we likely wouldn't even have the villages to collect taxes from, leaving it all to the barbarians. Jutsu is indeed reliable, with a fire jutsu. Even land not originally ours becomes rightfully that of the Uchiha clan, my father stated, swelling with pride. Claim? Asagao found this even more puzzling. Yes, to claim. The so-called descendants of the gods, those emperors, are utterly unreliable. Following them, our Uchiha clan would surely starve. The barbarians collect taxes from the emperor, who in turn collects from the daimyo, who grants us land. Why must we navigate such a convoluted process? Thus, our previous clan leader directly contacted the barbarians, securing the status of a tax-exempt, in exchange for loyalty. As long as we pay our dues, whatever we can extract from the middle remains ours. My father explained in greater detail. Loyalty? Asagao felt overwhelmed by the density of the discourse, leading her to tentatively raise the most bewildering term. Is not loyalty a matter of risking the lives of the entire clan? It hardly seems worth it. Which ninja clan does not change loyalty multiple times? Speaking of which, it seems the barbarians may be faltering. Who knows whether Lord Taijima will seek refuge with Chahar or Dulbert next? My father mused, a hint of uncertainty creeping in. Asagao had no words, merely expressing her slightly elevated expectations of her clan's integrity. However, notions of integrity seemed rather inconsequential, as Asagao blissfully savored the candy distributed by the clan. In this era, sugar is such a precious commodity that even those esteemed monks rarely indulge. Were it not for the conflict between Chahar and the barbarians, our clan would not have plundered their storerooms. Now, all is well, since raiding the storeroom. Not only do we have provisions for our offerings to Chahar, but every family within the clan received a generous share, ensuring a delightful winter for all. Thanks to the bountiful gifts from the Sage of Six Paths, a chorus of devout worship echoed throughout the Uchiha clan. Chapter 7. The daily life of a medical student. Today's Asagao is the literate Asagao. Having grown a little, she was called over by her mother to learn medical terminology. As it is said that children memorize quickly, and as they grow older, their minds become occupied with other matters. But my mind is already filled with countless books. Asagao lamented. For her, the process of studying medicine felt like the unraveling of her worldview. To be frank, Asagao could understand that medical advancements might be stunted due to resource scarcity. But she could not fathom the practice of grinding mummies from the Red Crown Kingdom into powder to preserve youth. Even the idea of carbonizing human bones to make sugar was comprehensible. But why would anyone genuinely believe that consuming one's own kind would promote health? It was only when her mother unveiled the treasured medical texts that Asagao realized she had previously underestimated the medical knowledge of this world. Fermenting licorice in a bamboo tube amidst excrement for a month. What sort of operation is that? Can this truly be ingested? Furthermore, how did the method of using prose to treat malaria come about? This seems no better than the old remedy of clutching a rooster. Is it derived from the practices of shamans? Or does this world retain methods of divine offerings? No, that cannot be. The essence of this world lies in staple foods and chakra. Even within the Uchiha temple, there is no evidence of divine offerings. Moreover, if there truly were gods, should there not be direct sacrifices instead? What purpose does writing this serve? With a face full of despair, Chao Yin resolutely refused to gaze upon those peculiar objects. She would rather observe her mother's relatively reliable surgical procedures than delve into the obscure knowledge that seemed to have emerged from some hidden nook. At worst, I shall focus on pharmaceuticals and ensure the development of antibiotics. It is utterly reckless to place my life in the hands of such rubbish. Chao Yin thought indignantly. Her mother, Anzi, feeling utterly helpless, knew she couldn't teach the young Chao Yin about chakra. One day, Anzi carried Chao Yin out of their clan's territory, while her father, Kangsuk, clutched a large box. Curiously, Chao Yin noticed her parents, for the first time in a while, were not adorned in their usual garments patterned with fans. She was taken aback as they arrived at a village that reeked of foul odors. Chao Yin utterly refused to enter. Tears welled up in her eyes. After all, she was wearing brand new cloth shoes today. Be good and wait for me, and I'll buy you some dumplings after I finish tonight. Kangsuk coaxed softly as he took Chao Yin in his arms. Anzi paid little heed to her daughter's reluctance. She strode directly into the village, opened the box, arranged it into a makeshift table and chairs, and laid out a fabric emblazoned with free clinic, ringing a set of bells before hanging them on the signboard. The bells chimed melodically, announcing Anzi's arrival. Suddenly, the village erupted into a frenzy, as a throng of people surged forward, causing Chao Yin to lose sight of her mother. Everyone line up. Anzi's furious voice echoed as the crowd gradually formed an orderly queue. Seated at the table, Anzi began attending to the emaciated figures before her. Why are they still moving? Chao Yin whispered to her father, puzzled. They are farmers. Aside from what they carry in their bellies, they possess nothing of their own. Kangsuk replied, refraining from addressing Chao Yin's naive question. If we do not become ninjas, we would be subjected to exorbitant taxes, could be killed at the whim of ninjas, and lose all our possessions and food, including our wives and children. Therefore, even if we were to die tomorrow, we must do so as ninjas. Kangsuk solemnly informed Chao Yin. In the distance, the sound of Anzi diagnosing patients reached them, her voice slightly hoarse from the overwhelming number of people. Mother, why do you treat these people? We're clearly losing money, Chao Yin lamented, leaning against Anzi's back. Because the more cases I encounter, the more illnesses I can cure. Anzi responded. Just as Chao Yin was about to retort, she overheard her mother softly declare, and who in this world is unworthy of a doctor's care? Under the night sky, with a gentle breeze, Chao Yin observed Kangsuk purchasing dumplings, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Chapter 8. The everyday encounter with Ban and Izuna. Thus, the days of studying medicine passed leisurely. Another autumn arrived, and the Uchiha clan was commissioned by the Chingawa family to guard their territory. Following the tradition that one side hires the Uchiha and the other must employ the Senju, it was anticipated that this winter's grain would be sourced from the Chingawa lands. As a medical ninja accompanying the army, Anzi ventured to the Chingawa territory, while Kangsuk, serving as logistical support, ensured that the Chingawa family received adequate supplies and remuneration. Thus, Chaoyan found herself home alone. Once the harvest is complete, your father and I will return, they reassured her before leaving. Left at home, Chaoyan would visit her uncle's house during mealtimes. Although Uncle Ryoji and Aunt Keiko warmly insisted that she could stay with them, Chaoyan preferred the comfort of her own home, observing the chaotic antics of the little ones running about. Among them, the most striking was a young boy cradling a toddler of similar size to Chaoyan. He appeared somewhat irritable, yet it was a universal truth that everyone has an appreciation for beauty. During meals, Chaoyan often found herself fixated on the handsome boy. However, it seemed she had gazed too long. The young boy found it unamusing, and the toddler he held grew displeased. "You mustn't stare at my brother," the little one exclaimed, pouting angrily. "It's quite rude not to greet someone or introduce yourself before speaking." Chaoyan pouted in response. "I'm sorry. I'm Izuna," he instinctively apologized, suddenly realizing, "But you mustn't look at my brother. My name is Chaoyan. Why can't I look at your brother? He is undeniably handsome." Chaoyan protested, unwilling to relent. "Boys shouldn't be called handsome. They should be called strong," Izuna patiently countered. "But your brother seems a bit thin. Perhaps he isn't eating well. By the way, what is your brother's name?" Chaoyan tilted her head inquisitively. "My brother's name is Uchiha-ban. Recently, he hasn't been eating much," Izuna admitted, lowering his gaze. "Is it because your family has gone to the Chingawa territory and your brother is too busy taking care of you to eat?" Chaoyan asked, perplexed. Izuna appeared as though he had been struck, nearly on the verge of tears. All right. I'll accompany you to apologize to Ban. I promise to be good." And then Ban won't be too tired to eat. Chaoyan readily assumed the endearing title for Ban. "Ban, it's my fault for making you take care of me and causing you to lose your appetite." Chaoyan and Izuna joined hands, racing towards Uchiha-ban. A look of confusion crossed Ban's face, yet he responded, "No, taking care of Izuna is not tiring. I am concerned about other matters." "What matters?" Chaoyan boldly asserted her authority. "Lady Aiko is about to give birth, and Shin and Song are somewhat unhappy," Uchiha-ban confessed with a hint of shyness. "This doesn't concern you, does it?" Chaoyan remarked, though she recognized Ban as the third son of the clan leader. "Isn't it a good thing that Lady Aiko is pregnant?" After the defeat of the Takakurai clan in the Wullian War, they allied with the Senju, and the second son of the Takakurai family has become an adopted child of the Senju. Soon, we will inevitably confront the Takakurai family. If Lady Aiko were not pregnant, her position would be rather awkward. Uchiha-ban seemed taken aback, as if he had not considered this perspective before. "Are you going to become a ninja as well?" Ban suddenly snapped back to the present. "Of course. If we do not become ninjas, do we intend to marry off? However, I dislike the scent of blood and am diligently studying medicine, striving to become a medical ninja in the future," Chaoyan candidly replied. It was not unreasonable for Ban and Izuna to consider marrying. As the third and fourth sons of the Uchiha clan leader, they could easily ascend to the status of clan elders or become adopted into other families. Alternatively, they might establish their own branch family to make a living. During this period, it was inevitable that they would have to forge marital ties with other clans. However, this was not a certainty, given the affection Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Song held for their younger siblings. Chaoyan speculated that they were also likely candidates for either becoming elders or forming a branch family. Uchiha-ban appeared profoundly affected, as though he had never contemplated such future uncertainties. "Wherever Ban goes, I shall follow," Izuna declared, embracing his increasingly despondent brother, offering comfort. Uchiha-ban, holding Izuna, seemed to draw warmth from his presence, seeking solace in the uncertainty of the future. Chapter 9. The daily meal. Chaoyan felt compelled to reiterate that the cuisine within the ninja world was hardly fit for human consumption. Generally, as Anzi prepared meals that were far less palatable than the herbal gruel she concocted, Kangsuk adeptly took over the cooking duties. "Anzi's hands are not meant for cooking," Kangsuk often remarked. Nevertheless, Kangsuk's culinary skills were commendable. At the very least, he had mastered the art of cooking rice to perfection, and even brown rice became acceptable under his care. More importantly, Kangsuk could prepare meat. Ever since Kangsuk and Anzi departed, Chaoyan had not tasted meat. "Who gave you meat?" Aunt Keiko exclaimed in astonishment. "You mean fish, right?" Uncle Ryoji tried to clarify. "No, I'm talking about that delicious roasted meat." Chaoyan flailed her arms in excitement. Is meat really that delicious? Ban and Izuna both expressed curiosity. Meat should not be consumed indiscriminately. Once, His Majesty the Emperor issued an edict forbidding the taking of life, and Uncle Ryozai endeavored to elucidate this to a group of uncomprehending young ones. But we are a clan of ninjas. Our parents remain at the Imagawa household. Why can't we eat meat? Quickly retorted Asagao. Uncle Ryozai had to explain that it was precisely because Sosuke and the others were at the Imagawa household that they must wait for their return before practicing martial arts. Moreover, meat is considered a remedy for ailments. However, children consuming it is rather unnecessary, he admitted candidly. Do the Uruhara not consume meat? I have heard they raise countless cattle and sheep, inquired Uchiha Madara, intrigued. Foolish child, who told you that those who raise cattle and sheep consume meat? They subsist on dairy products, Uncle Ryozai replied with a knowing demeanor. Perhaps only the divine could feast upon meat at every meal, he mused. What does the emperor typically eat? Asagao ventured to ask, for in her understanding, the emperor's cuisine must rank among the finest in the realm, if not hosting banquets. A day in the life of a well-off daimyo would typically consist of white rice, a piece of salted dried fish, a dish of pickles, and a bowl of miso soup. The emperor's fare is not even as lavish as that of the daimyo. I have heard it consists merely of fish bones transformed into miso soup, Uncle Ryozai responded earnestly. Do they not consume meat at all? Asagao's features contorted with astonishment. If a daimyo wishes to practice martial arts, they will hunt animals. After the hunt, there is meat to eat, Uncle Ryozai answered patiently. What about other nations? Asagao appeared as if deciphering an ancient script. Fortuitously, Uncle Ryozai had traveled extensively and could recount tales of each land. To the far west lies a vast desert inhabited by the Golden Horde, amidst which lie miraculous oases where people reside. East of the desert, an endless plain stretches forth, home to the Holy King's main forces. To the east are islands, each governed by different daimyo. To the northeast are the foreign tribes, who claim to be the oldest of humanity. Yet, they still practice live sacrifices, which caused Uncle Ryozai to scoff in disdain. As for the northwest, there lies the Ross Kingdom, a frigid land known for miraculous sand and gravel rains, and the most spineless of rulers. They thrive by oppressing their own kin to curry favor with the Holy King, thus transforming from the weakest faction to rulers of that territory. Uncle Ryozai remarked with a mocking laugh. However, their cuisine is rather commendable. They prepare their game with various spices to create smoked meat, which is quite delectable. Then I shall ensure that every member of our clan can feast on meat at every meal, proclaimed Izuna innocently. If that were the case, it would be a divine existence, mused Aunt Keiko, as if lost in a reverie. Chapter 10. Sosuke's first encounter with love during the season of harvest. Tinted with hues of rose, Sosuke's father and mother, Kyoko, finally returned. Awaiting them was a grand embrace from Asagao. It seems Asagao has been quite eager. Sosuke's father chuckled at Kyoko. How has your study of medical texts progressed? Kyoko inquired upon her return. I have read them all. Asagao had anticipated her mother's inquiry and had memorized the material thoroughly. Our dear child is remarkable. Look what I have brought as a reward. Kyoko presented a cadaver. Hey, this cannot be considered a prize. Sosuke's father retorted. Asagao's eyes sparkled. May I dissect it? She asked excitedly. Of course. But do remember to treat the body with respect, Kyoko advised, placing the body in the laboratory. Sosuke's father observed his wife and daughter, feeling a sudden sense of disconnection. Who among us was once a ninja? He pondered, sensing he was becoming the comedic relief. Beyond the study of medicine, Sosuke's father began teaching Asagao the art of chakra refinement. Upon hearing this news, Chief Taijima sent his sons, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, to learn alongside her. Isn't Chief Taijima teaching personally? Even Shinko and Sosuke could impart knowledge, Asagao whispered to Uchiha Shinko, who had brought his younger brothers. Because Uncle Sosuke is the most formidable ninja of our Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinko replied earnestly. Is that true? I thought Chief Taijima was the strongest? Asagao had never heard such a claim. When Uncle Sosuke gained his renown, he fought from the southern river to the capital and all the way to the Golden Horde. Otherwise, how would our Uchiha clan have acquired its territory? Uchiha Shinko recounted a tale that seemed almost fantastical. Asagao was left dumbfounded, deeply questioning whether Uchiha Shinko had been poisoned by mushrooms. At the time, the former clan leader intended to pass the position to Uncle Sosuke, but he declined. Uchiha Shinko revealed another astonishing tidbit. That's impossible. Sosuke's father is a minor clan member. Asagao protested, having some understanding of the inheritance customs among ninjas. What does lineage matter? In the end, a ninja's prowess is paramount. At that time, Uncle Sosuke stained the sands with blood using a single blade. Everyone was left in awe, Uchiha Shinko asserted. Those precedents are irrelevant. Ninjas are ultimately judged by their strength, he added, glancing at the neighboring clans, each having slain their former leaders to ascend to power. Asagao found herself unable to refute this reasoning. Then what reason did Sosuke's father have for declining the position? She inquired. Because of Lady Kyoko, Uncle Sosuke stated he only wished to be with her. Uchiha Shinko offered what seemed an odd explanation. What kind of reason is that? Asagao was on the verge of frustration. The sensation of half-baked gossip was utterly torturous. Yet, it seemed that as the young clan leader, Uchiha Shinko accepted this notion quite readily. In her bewilderment, Asagao chose to consult Aunt Keiko. At that time, the Uchiha clan leader had to maintain the purity of bloodlines. While it was acceptable for ordinary clan members, the leader must choose to marry within the clan, Aunt Keiko elucidated. Uncle Ryozai disagreed, claiming that bloodlines weren't as significant then. What mattered was that Sosuke's Sharingan was awakened for Kyoko's sake. As Asagao listened, her confusion only deepened. Ultimately, she decided to confront the person involved. Why did you refuse to become the clan leader? Sosuke's father fell into reminiscence. Because I had already found my lifelong companion. I could not dedicate myself fully to the clan, he summarized succinctly. At that time, I emerged from the capital gravely wounded, seeking refuge in the Flower District from pursuing enemies. There, I encountered Kyoko, who was providing free medical care. Sosuke's father's expression softened. Kyoko was quite renowned in our area, not just because she was a female physician or her remarkable skills, but primarily because she was the only one willing to treat courtesans and farmers. In this land, the roles of physicians and ninjas differ greatly. A ninja merely needs to master chakra and wield a sword, and even a 6 or 7-year-old may take to the battlefield. Conversely, physicians require years of study. Capable physicians are esteemed guests among the nobility. Thus, even the affluent ninjas often consult those who specialize in treating external injuries. So, can you imagine my astonishment when I saw Kyoko providing medical care in the Flower District? At that moment, she was softly diagnosing a patient, then turned to scold the doctor loudly, while everyone else stood silent, too intimidated to speak. Sosuke's father's eyes brimmed with affection. Do you know what illness Kyoko was treating? Asagao questioned her father, filled with skepticism. Of course, what illness in the Flower District could possibly anger you? Sosuke's father responded nonchalantly. But mother could have been performing an abortion, right? It said that even while being a devout Buddhist, one must secretly consume meat? Asagao felt compelled to unveil the truth, yet her admiration remained distant from comprehension. Sosuke's father burst into laughter. Indeed, Kyoko performed an abortion for that girl right before my eyes. I managed to secure Kyoko's medical services using my fire techniques to sterilize the instruments. As a ninja, what was the act of killing in comparison? I have witnessed the living sacrifices in the northeastern regions, where individuals are placed upon altars and slain for consumption. In the southeast, I have observed barbaric invasions, where a nephew forcefully roasted his uncle to compel him to cede land. In the west, I have seen tribal conquests, where the victors annihilate every child of the vanquished tribe, even those as high as the wheel. In the northwest, I have encountered lords who abandon their subjects to flee into the mountains at the approach of foreign invaders, only to return and summon their people once the threat has passed. Even on this very land, I am aware that some individuals categorize their kin into classes for consumption. As a seasoned ninja well-versed in the customs of various nations, should I desire, I could have long sought a so-called brighter future, or rather, I have always been esteemed across nations. I know where to find warm climates, fertile lands, and feeble lords, and if I so wished, I could have led a life of ease. In this hellish world, I assist tribes in waging war against others, help the Pope combat kings, and support the barbarians in their assault on the Pope. I dance upon the sparks ignited by the collision of stubborn blades and self-interest. I once believed I would indulge in this existence eternally. However, then came Xingzi, who imparted to me the notion that since death is the great equalizer for all, so too should physicians treat everyone equally. There truly exist individuals who, despite recognizing this world as hellish, strive to salvage it. From that moment, I realized there were other paths in life I yearned to pursue. Chapter 11. The daily pursuit of chakra. The process of extracting chakra is not as straightforward as Asagao had envisioned. According to the explanations from Papa Kangsuk, chakra is composed of bodily energy extracted from human cells and spiritual energy cultivated through extensive training and accumulated experience. Thus, by merely blending bodily energy with spiritual energy, one can produce chakra. However, for Asagao, bodily energy resembles a burdensome oil. Simply mixing in spiritual energy is as unnecessary and wasteful as fueling a car with diesel instead of ethanol. More importantly, as bodily cells are fixed, bodily energy remains constant. Meaning chakra represents a transient extraction of energy from the body that cannot be stored under normal circumstances. This raises a dilemma. Extracting chakra damages cells. Yet the human body naturally undergoes cell apoptosis. Is it not more beneficial to extract energy from these otherwise useless cells for storage? Alternatively, if matter inherently belongs to energy, would it not be more advantageous to directly convert already apoptotic cells into chakra for storage? Consequently, Asagao attempted, following the lore of the immortal realm, to channel the energy from some discarded cells through the meridians, ultimately gathering it at the dantian. Gradually, a mist-like energy began to coalesce at the dantian. Little did she expect the library's tomes to be genuinely useful, Asagao mused inwardly. It is no wonder Asagao felt this way, as she matured. The mysteries of her womb gradually faded, akin to the legends, and the memories of her past life slipped irretrievably away. Fortunately, the library remained, and due to the vast knowledge she acquired from it, she retained some impressions from her former existence. However, these impressions ultimately bore little significance. To illustrate, while Asagao knows how to prepare braised pork, the meat cannot be consumed indiscriminately, and sugar, being a precious tonic, cannot be squandered on overcooked dishes. Regarding martial arts manuals, though alchemical practices and dimensional ruptures sound impressive, in a world where spiritual energy is scant, one might perish before achieving any results in cultivation. Not to mention the challenges of alchemy and medicine. The world is not uniform, and neither are medicinal herbs or patience. Mastery of skills relies solely on experience and time. As for the so-called mechanical deification, it is far-fetched. Even if an ancient person possessed blueprints, without suitable materials and sufficiently precise instruments, they would require an entire society to advance madly to create a computer. What of the ideas contained within books? Were their thoughts divorced from material foundations? Circumstances change. In ancient times, people practiced group marriages, yet later, the concept of fidelity, once scorned, was exalted. Thus, Asagao regarded the library as a source of science fiction and fantasy narratives. Setting aside these digressions, what intrigued Asagao most was ninjutsu. When Papa Kangsuk taught Uchiha Madara, he executed a series of hand seals invisible to the untrained eye, and suddenly, flames erupted from his mouth. Asagao was taken aback. She felt no accumulation of fire attribute energy from natural forces. Upon closer inspection, she realized the flames were conjured from Papa Kangsuk's chakra. He simply transformed his internal chakra into fire through a sequence of gestures. But why can ninjas in this world create matter using their own energy? This seems to belong to the realm of the divine. Asagao understood that such abilities were akin to supernatural powers, essentially a form of law where the world grants protection to its guardians. Yet, why do ninjas, seemingly unprotected by rules, possess abilities akin to those of a creator deity? She sensed a profound mystery within this phenomenon. Chapter 12. The daily speculation on chakra. In her quest to uncover the secrets of chakra, Asagao had to feign compliance with her father for several days, ultimately earning Papa Kangsuk's consent to examine the ninjutsu scrolls she had previously gathered from the battlefield. As I am of the lightning fire attribute, I can only comprehend ninjutsu of that nature. Although I have not fully grasped this collection, chakra operates in such a manner, Papa Kangsuk remarked as he observed Asagao's perplexed gaze upon the water attribute scroll. It must be said that Papa Kangsuk's scrolls were creatively composed, with each scroll detailing how chakra circulates within the body, the number of seals required, the resulting effects, and a commentary section. The other parts were relatively acceptable. However, the concluding commentary was quite spirited. For instance, regarding the water-severing wave that Asagao held, Papa Kangsuk commented that it was adequate, capable of delivering a fatal blow with a single stroke, while another scroll on the wind attribute described it as weak, suggesting it was less effective than using a fan. The scrolls even detailed the various deaths that befell the ninjas who performed these techniques. In summary, they were filled with personality, and the mockery within them starkly contrasted with Papa Kangsuk's composed and noble demeanor. One could only imagine how the original owner would react, perhaps to the extent of dying from indignation. Oh no, considering the original owner was likely already deceased. It may be more accurate to say they were angered back to life only to die again from rage. Asagao found herself in fits of laughter, prompting a disapproving glance from Papa Kangsuk, who wished she would behave more like a lady. With a shrug, Asagao mused. Why do parents always expect their children to achieve what they could not? Surely they must have some awareness of their own genetic limitations, she quietly grumbled. As Papa Kangsuk's gaze grew increasingly ominous, Asagao hurriedly lowered her head, feigning seriousness as she studied the scrolls. Upon closer examination, Asagao realized her previous assumptions were indeed correct. Ninjutsu is the ability to manifest the non-existent. For instance, the Senju clan's water-severing wave can generate enough water to form a small lake. It is, in essence, profoundly theological, reminiscent of the divine command of let there be light. Yet, chakra neither summons external energy like magic nor directly manipulates the energies of heaven and earth through will as in cultivation, nor does it store energy as science dictates. How, then, do ninjas extract energy from their limited and finite cells to create water techniques that are many times larger than their bodies? This question remains unanswered for the time being. Due to her young age, Papa Kangsuk only permitted her to examine the scrolls. Practicing ninjutsu was out of the question, as the chakra within a child's body like Asagao's is insufficient for such endeavors. After all, depleting chakra could swiftly culminate in the end of one's life. Jiayan could only speculate that within the cells of the ninja, a certain substance might gradually be produced, which, through some manipulation, transforms into chakra, thereby enabling the creation of objects from nothingness. In order to validate this hypothesis in the future, Jiayan felt compelled to consult Akiko's mother regarding medical matters. After interrupting Akiko's writing several times, Jiayan proactively offered to assist with the preparation of medicinal herbs, hoping that this would ensure Akiko's mother would not be angered and would instead provide her with the dark, murky concoctions. Consequently, Jiayan became increasingly busy. Aside from learning the art of medicine and understanding the properties of herbs, she had to help her mother process the herbal ingredients to gain access to her mother's medicinal reserves. For a time, Jiayan found herself so occupied with accompanying her mother on medical visits that she scarcely had any time for leisure. Chapter 13. Daily life amidst discussions of ninja customs. Given the intensity of Jiayan's studies, comparable to that of a modern high school student, she resolved to seek amusement to rejuvenate her spirit. Seizing the opportunity while Akiko's mother was engrossed in her writing and her father, Kangsuk, was preoccupied with the Uchiha brothers, Jiayan joyfully liberated herself. She excitedly slipped through a wide fence in a clan area she had long admired, a place she had coveted even during her rambunctious escapades a year prior. With the memories of her mother's medical visits guiding her, Jiayan dashed towards the edge of the nearby forest. It was not that she lacked the desire to explore other places, but the city was quite distant from the ninja clan's territory, at least for a young child who had yet to master any ninja techniques. As for the small village, Jiayan could not endure the mingling of humans and livestock, the peculiar odors wafting from afar. Furthermore, adjacent to her lay the Senju clan's territory, which, regardless of their inclination towards young girls or the ramifications of war, would never target a child as diminutive as she. If any Senju had an affinity for young girls, the village would have long been filled with the daughters offered as tribute. Even if there were a preference for young female ninjas, the Senju clan had weaker allies who were watchful of marriage alliances. As for the so-called eradication of enemy combatants, frankly, that notion was even more ludicrous. Setting aside the fact that during peacetime, no one would incite conflict between clans without financial motivation. After all, the previous skirmish between the Yamashiro and Haruno clans over fruit picking escalated into a fierce battle involving multiple ninja clans, necessitating intervention from both the Senju and Uchiha clans. One must consider the reality. If war were to break out, at the very least, the casualties would need to be the clan leaders or significant figures. Even in the name of revenge, one would target those capable of fighting on the battlefield. However, Jiayan, a girl whose height would render her vulnerable even in the Khitan Khanate, and who would be shunned for her gender among those engaged in human sacrifices, was unlikely to be seen as a threat, despite being the daughter of a rival ninja clan. Female ninjas were generally expected to marry and bear children unless they were the sole heir or exceptionally gifted. Indeed, in a world that judges strength by martial prowess, gender inequality presents a curious dilemma. Yet, to ensure the continuation of a family, women must bear children, regardless of the ninja world's wonders. The art of conjuring babies by hand remains a fantasy, given that women cannot wield martial force during pregnancy and childbirth. And considering the high mortality rate associated with childbirth, particularly in the absence of contraceptive awareness and methods, approximately 30% succumb to complications, with a significant number perishing from exhaustion thereafter. The profession of a ninja, which demands substantial resources, as chakra is derived from the body's cells, insufficient nutrition hampers development, requires considerable investment in teaching resources, as instructors are often elite survivors from the battlefield, and logistical support. Novices need extensive weaponry to hone their skills. Renders female ninjas less likely to be reutilized under other circumstances. In essence, this serves to elucidate a fundamental truth of the ninja world. 1. Capability surpasses gender. 2. Although women are constrained by their gender and do not receive extensive training, they are not outrightly targeted. Certainly, the status of women is not entirely diminished. In the ninja world, the mystical existence of bloodline limits necessitates that any potential members who may awaken these limits be integrated into the family hierarchy, while those yet to awaken are often assigned to various branches to be nurtured, with the awakened being absorbed into the main house. While these intricacies are noteworthy, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that although ninja clans prefer to marry within to strengthen bloodlines, they also acknowledge that the offspring of women who bear children independently are still considered family. In other words, unless faced with an overly formidable adversary, ninja clans would be eager to claim all children, whether male or female, as their own, with inheritance of resources flowing through bloodlines. A prime example is Kangsuk, who is actually the child of the previous clan leader's sister. After the untimely demise of Kangsuk's mother, he was raised by the former clan leader, enjoying equal standing among his siblings. Had Kangsuk not declined the position of clan leader, he might very well be the current head of the Uchiha clan. Regarding alliances, many women have been married off due to such arrangements. However, even males, including the sons of clan leaders, are often adopted by allies or become vassals during such unions. The Uchiha clan, due to the Sharingan and bloodline density, has relatively fewer vassals, whereas the Senju clan has a multitude of adopted sons. This results in a striking diversity of appearances among Senju family members, with siblings often exhibiting vastly different hair colors and chakra attributes. As for ordinary clan members who have yet to awaken their bloodline limits, especially those who have intermarried with outside clans for generations without awakening, they typically prefer to change their names and live under the auspices of the main house, enjoying a lifestyle significantly better than that of ordinary folk, unless they aspire to become ninjas or awaken their bloodline limits, at which point they would revert to the surname of the main clan. Chapter 14. The daily routine of herbal processing. Having articulated so much, the essence of the matter is to clarify that, even beyond the clan's territory, the dangers posed to Xiaoyan are not particularly high. In fact, there exists an unspoken understanding among the various ninja clans. For instance, when Akiko's mother conducts free medical consultations, do the neighboring Senju not recognize her as the wife of the illustrious Uchiha Kangsuk? Is it not apparent that the renowned Uchiha Kangsuk is seated nearby? Are they unaware that the little girl assisting her in examining patients is the daughter of Akiko and Kangsuk? Yet, just as Akiko's mother refrains from wearing the Uchiha insignia, others assume her to be the highly skilled and esteemed Lady Akiko. When faced with patients evidently injured by various ninjutsu and weaponry, those women and children who appear out of place due to their ample nutrition and the surrounding farmers, as long as the patients obscure their respective clan insignia, she assesses them without regard for other circumstances, treating them as ordinary individuals. Moreover, those who have been treated often express their gratitude by presenting Akiko's mother with gifts of herbs and other items unattainable by ordinary farmers. And they discreetly offer Xiaoyan 2 pieces of sweets favored by the children of the Uchiha clan. The families of the patients frequently bow in heartfelt thanks to Akiko's mother, as if the mutual slaughter witnessed on the battlefield has been washed away by a pristine brush of white. Certainly, constrained by the necessity of sourcing common herbs from foreign lands, these radiant plants, even at a mere fraction of their value, remain unattainable for the average individual. Mother Xingzi has consistently endeavored to harness local flora to create medicinal materials, enabling the community to avoid financial ruin due to illness. This context elucidates why Chao Yin is well acquainted with the surrounding woods. Under Mother Xingzi's guidance, she has gained considerable knowledge about the various plants and their applications. Chao Yan's objective today is a tall, verdant herb she previously encountered, which is likely one of the most ubiquitous wild grasses across this continent. From the scorching Gobi to the perpetually icy plains, from towering mountains to vast grasslands, its presence is ubiquitous. Typically, it is gathered alongside other wild vegetables to prepare sauces and is classified as a low-grade remedy for mosquito bites and heat stroke in medical texts. However, through a method of discerning medicinal properties learned in the library, Chao Yin suspects this plant possesses more than mere basic benefits. Upon comparison, its healing properties appear to differ from those of other herbs. Chao Yin wonders if this seemingly simple remedy could potentially treat malaria. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, malaria is not regarded as a serious affliction. After all, their environment is pristine, devoid of livestock, and they do not sleep with sheep. Even if someone were to fall ill, Mother Xingzi has medical ninjutsu for swift treatment, and at the very least, the physical prowess of the ninjas would suffice for recovery. However, the common folk of this continent are not so fortunate. This year, an unheard of village has been struck by an outbreak of malaria, prompting Mother Xingzi and Father Sanjie to rush there, and they unusually and firmly denied Chao Yan's wish to accompany them. Chao Yan could only glean information about the village from Uchiha Ban. Disheartening news began to trickle in. It was reported that wealthy families were desperately fleeing, while the impoverished took their meager supplies and attempted to escape, inadvertently spreading the disease further. The deceased lay unburied in their homes, an entire village succumbed, and the feudal lord dispatched ninjas to incinerate the looted village along with the corpses. 2 months later, a gaunt and haggard Mother Xingzi returned. Although she had saved many lives and even received supplies from the feudal lord as a reward, she was not joyful. Instead, she had grown quiet and devoted more time to her herbal studies and writing. This was also why Chao Yan often managed to slip away from the clan. Patiently, Chao Yan awaited the budding of the flowers, eager to finally harvest the long-anticipated herbs. Thus, she energetically worked until nearly noon before making her way back, where a young Uchiha guard, feigning ignorance of her escape, assisted her when her bag began to slip from her shoulder. Embarrassed, Chao Yan stuck out her tongue and hurried to the home of Chief Taijima. "Izuna, can you help me find a place?" she called out before even entering the door. The figure at the entrance was not the expected Izuna. She had gone to Elder Lin to learn about disguises. Uchiha Ban effortlessly lifted the bag filled with herbs and inquired, "Where should I put these?" He frowned at the muddy, disordered plants. "Find a flat area. These herbs can be dried and preserved." Chao Yan promptly answered regarding the herbs, then quickly pursued her most pressing curiosity. "Is Izuna learning to dress as a girl?" she asked with enthusiasm. "Yes," Uchiha Ban replied casually, "but aren't you supposed to be dealing with your precious herbs? Do you really have time to watch Izuna in a dress?" True to his nature, Ban was uninterested in even seeing Izuna in women's clothing, despite her being one of the most beautiful Uchihas in the clan. However, upon glancing at the pile of eagerly awaited herbs, Chao Yan reluctantly set aside her delightful plans. Chapter 15. Daily School Life. Though Elder Lin is an exceptionally alluring woman, Chao Yan found herself too preoccupied to observe Izuna's tutelage over the next few days, as she had reached the age to attend clan school, with Father Sanjie, a formidable figure in the ninja world, instructing her in ninjutsu and physical techniques. Along with Mother Xingzi, an expert in medicine, Chao Yan's education could be deemed elite, rendering attendance at clan school seemingly unnecessary. However, Sanjie insisted. The clan school teaches more than just ninjutsu, physical techniques, and medicine. There are many essential subjects to learn. With that, he promptly deposited Chao Yan at the school entrance. Before Chao Yan could cling to her father's leg in protest, he swiftly departed, leaving her momentarily stunned on the ground, contemplating rolling in frustration. It seems that no one understands a daughter quite like her father. However, after just 1 day of classes, Chao Yan resolutely refused to return to clan school the following day, regardless of her father's persuasion. "Why not? Isn't it fun?" Sanjie questioned, perplexed. What could possibly be enjoyable about this? Where in the world is there a lesson for someone of my stature on cooking, especially with Lady Aiko, preaching that women must serve their fathers and brothers? Has the Takahashi family truly perished? Chao Yin recalled the woman who seemed trapped within a wooden frame, her anger flaring. Father Tsangjia was momentarily dumbfounded. This notion of women being loyal to their fathers and brothers is indeed encouraged in certain circles, yet ninjas are mercenaries by nature. And the clans on this land are often comprised of those who have surrendered. The more honorable clans are engaged in serving feudal lords while sparing their lives. Why should they dominate this land? Even Lu Bu, who has slain 3 fathers, is considered more loyal in comparison. In such a context, promoting the notion of women's devotion to their fathers and brothers inevitably veers into dark humor. Song Jie could only offer consolation. After all, the Takahashi family was genuinely expelled from the realm of the Jin Khan, and even the Senju clan could not protect them. They must be in a rather foul mood. I'll speak with the clan leader. Subsequently, after the clan leader replaced Lady Aiko in her role at clan school, and after Tsangjie signed numerous unequal treaties, Chao Yin finally resumed her studies. Of course, Chao Yin's primary concern was not her schooling, but rather her newfound understanding of how to utilize chakra for creation. Though still too young and lacking sufficient chakra, she was fortunate to have the chakra within her dantian as a supplement. At last, she managed to produce a batch of organic solvents, through various processes of adsorption, extraction, and evaporation, ultimately obtaining the effective components she had envisioned. So what is the purpose of this? Uchiha Ban remarked disdainfully, arms crossed, at the complexity of the concocted potion, asserting that a medical ninja could simply cure ailments using ninjutsu. Izuna shyly tugged at Ban's sleeve, but the effects of the medicine are superior, and the process is reproducible. If I could scale this remedy to a sufficient level, it might be affordable enough for a common meal. Chao Yin reflected on the living standards of the populace and the costs of production, feeling somewhat disheartened in her rebuttal. You would be better off practicing ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu. That is your foundation. Pursuing anything else is merely misplaced priorities, Uchiha Ban bluntly critiqued. How infuriating. I will undoubtedly produce sufficient results to slap this arrogant individual in the face, Chao Yin thought, seething with determination. That evening, Chao Yin returned home dejectedly to find Mother Xingzi unusually not engrossed in her writing. Mother Xingzi presented her with a thick tome she had been diligently compiling, filled with densely packed herbs and prescriptions. Upon examining it closely, Chao Yan's lips pursed in disappointment. Why are all these prescriptions so rudimentary? Following these guidelines for treatment is far too slow, she candidly critiqued. Without lifting her gaze, Mother Xingzi inquired, what kind of prescription do you believe deserves to be documented? Certainly, the efficacy is paramount, Ao Yin responded without hesitation. It is not merely about the speed of healing. Rather, it is about the suitability of the remedy. Aki's mother attempted to elucidate. For instance, the Uchiha clan possesses considerable strength and wealth. Thus, when they experience fatigue, they can resort to soldier pills to replenish their energy, as completing tasks swiftly holds greater importance for them than a few pills. However, for ninjas from smaller clans, they might need to consume rice balls to regain their strength. Farmers, on the other hand, may pause their labor to take a brief rest. This disparity in income leads to a variation in living standards. Yet, the vast majority of individuals in this world are merely struggling to survive. For them, the most effective medicine is not like soldier pills that provide immediate results, but rather something as abundant as kudzu, which can heal even when one is too impoverished to kindle a fire, as it can be chewed raw. Ao Yin grasped this concept to some extent, but stubbornly declared, I will ensure that everyone has access to medications that work immediately. That would be splendid. I hope to witness it, Aki's mother replied, her joy evident. If this medical tome were to be entirely substituted with more effective remedies, then it would have fulfilled its purpose. Chapter 16. The ordinary after-class assignments since Lady Aiko's departure, attending the clan school, had become bearable. So Ao Yin, what are you doing? How can you not manage such a simple task? Uchiha Madara bellowed in frustration. Madara, do be cautious, the flower is tilting. Izuna lamented helplessly. Madara quickly silenced himself, fearing he might ruin their final floral arrangement. This was their third attempt at creating something beautiful. Indeed, Ao Yin had 2 capable assistants for her assignments. Who among the clans would study flower arrangement? And what nonsense is this notion that women should be adept at such arts? A woman is defined by her biological sex, not as an artistic template. If they possess the ability, let them change their gender. Ao Yan's expression twisted in indignation. She would rather wrestle with medicine than engage in this absurd pastime of mixing dried branches and flowers. You should reconsider your aesthetic, Aoyen. Izuna remarked with a resigned look at the vibrant bouquet beside them. What is wrong with it? These are roses I cultivated specifically. They are the largest and most fragrant. A grand bouquet is a symbol of sincerity. I even added the embellishments you suggested last time. Aoyen's eyes brimmed with tears of frustration, protesting. Why am I being marked down? Flower arrangement requires an appreciation of ambience. How can you fill a container that large to the brim? Uchiha Madara could no longer contain his exasperation. What is wrong with that? Go ask someone. Is this not beautiful? Has it not sold? Is it not valuable? Is this not a valid work of art? Aoyen retorted, pointing at her previous floral creation. But you are not selling your work, are you? Uchiha Izuna interjected, observing Madara's speechlessness. Do renowned monks not command high prices for their works based on their fame? Aoyen sharply countered. By the way, Madara, you will be heading to the battlefield soon, right? Aoyen calculated the time. It was nearly the age at which Uchiha Shin would go to war. Yes. Father plans to send me on a mission after this year, Madara replied matter-of-factly, having long prepared for the battlefield. Aoyen rummaged through the container of flowers for some time, and finally unearthed a package among the foliage. She opened it and presented each item to Madara. This is the armor I acquired. When you grow up, you can have Granny Cat adjust the size. This is the finest cloud brocade. If placed within the armor as lining, it will protect against shurikens and arrows. Speaking of this, Aoyen couldn't help but scoff. Ninjas do not avoid armor simply because they dislike it. What a joke. Wearing an additional layer of armor drastically reduces the chance of sustaining fatal injuries, significantly lowering the mortality rate. The reason ninjas don't wear armor is due to poverty. It should be noted that Madara, when fighting alongside the Ninetales and Hashirama, was indeed clad in armor. Aoyen had invested considerable effort into acquiring this armor. She had constructed a makeshift forge in her yard, primarily due to a lack of funds and iron ore, and, after enduring numerous training sessions with her father, finally obtained high-quality alloys. She had then bribed Granny Cat with herbal remedies to ensure the armor was crafted with the best craftsmanship. As for the cloud brocade, Aoyen nearly emptied her savings for this fabric favored by the nobility. During that period, she managed to scrape only by relying on Madara and Izuna's allowances. The remaining items were the medicines I created with my mother, the most valuable of which was this anti-inflammatory medicine, which can be taken if one suffers from fever after an injury, Aoyen proudly declared, finally having created the medicine she had previously vowed would outshine Madara. The brothers gazed in awe at the array of items on the table, gaining a profound understanding of their own impoverished status. So, Madara, if you encounter any ninjutsu on the battlefield, do not forget to inform me. I have finished perusing the scrolls from Father Tsangjia, Aoyen promptly added. Madara, eyeing the glimmering package, swallowed hard and nodded solemnly. Chapter 17. The calm before the storm. Time passed slowly. Initially, Aoyen and Uchiha Izuna were quite concerned about Madara's safety, but perhaps due to the simplicity of the early missions or Madara's fortunate abilities, he returned unscathed each time. Madara, you must be cautious. The intensity of the war is escalating, Aoyen warned during a training break with the Uchiha brothers. How do you know this? The clan seemed fine lately, Madara replied, his expression one of disbelief. The Khan of the Golden Tent Khanate has passed away, leading to a succession war among the tribes. Without the upper authority, the vassal states will likely hire ninja clans to commence hostilities for their respective interests, Aoyen remarked, asserting her position as a leading physician from whom such news could be gleaned. Moreover, Izuna will likely be assigned missions soon, Aoyen gravely informed Madara. That cannot be. Izuna is only 6, Madara exclaimed incredulously. If various nations go to war, the grain yield in this region will certainly be affected, causing prices to soar. Aoyen pointed out the major concern. Our Uchiha clan does not have sufficient grain. Is there no solution? Madara comprehended Aoyen's implications. The Uchiha clan's grain shortages would inevitably clash with the impending wars among the nations. Yet, Izuna must gain experience before he can avoid an early demise on the battlefield. So the clan would arrange missions for him promptly. Nevertheless, Madara still wished to strive against it. Unless the Sage King is resurrected or a successor emerges who can overpower all others, no other solutions will suffice. Madara, rest assured, I will strive to complete my missions. Izuna reassured, witnessing Madara's mounting frustration. Forget about the missions. Izuna, your survival is of utmost importance. Madara prioritized his concern for the younger brother he had raised since childhood over clan duties. Actually, could Izuna not sign a contract with a summoning beast? Aoyin proposed, attempting to suggest an alternative solution. Indeed, I will go find Granny Cat right away, Madara exclaimed, not even pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow. In fact, Aoyin, you are more worried about Shin and Sanjia, aren't you? Izuna observed as he watched Madara dash away like the wind. Indeed, Shin and Sanjia are more concerning than the eldest son of the Senju clan. For underage ninjas, the older they are, the more stamina and chakra they possess. The Senju clan meticulously strategizes to confront the formidable Uchiha brothers, Shin and Ao. According to the traditional warfare model, the highest-ranking individuals must face each other. And the age disparity between Uchiha Ao and Uchiha Shin implies that the Senju will endeavor to exhaust them through cunning tactics. Hence, one may wonder what Izuna is contemplating as he gazes intently at Chogai. Madara is the third son, and you are the fourth, Chogai, he succinctly remarks, suggesting that Madara's naivety may hinder his understanding. But have you considered what the future holds with Madara? Izuna inquires calmly, betraying no sign of the tension in his clenched fists. To be frank, I do not believe that Shin and Ao would regard Madara or you as mere pawns for adoption or marriage alliances. However, will you continue to assist as leaders within the Uchiha clan? Chogai recognizes the necessity of confronting reality, whether to remain or to establish a separate faction. She seeks clarity on this matter. Madara is unfit to lead, Izuna whispers. Moreover, we cannot garner substantial support from our clan. Resources and manpower are insufficient. Father Saigai once mentioned that suitable lords exist in the Mist Continent. We could secure funds from there to sustain ourselves. Why should we be incapable of engaging in such endeavors, akin to the barbaric? Chogai asserts, witnessing Izuna's growing interest. In truth, I lean more towards the rock continent. Although the terrain is barren, the tribal chief is pliable, relying on evasion and the slaughter of his kin to garner the Sage King's favor. If we could secure a piece of undisturbed land, we could sustain our clan through territorial prosperity rather than risking our lives as ninjas for monetary gain. Izuna silently nods in agreement. At that time, they were too youthful, unaware that unexpected calamities could shatter their seemingly idyllic plans in an instant. Chapter 18. Akiko's daily lessons. In the ensuing days, the anticipated war commenced. The Chogai household fared relatively well, while the Uchiha clan resembled a mere reservation platform. Akiko, the continent's most distinguished physician, alongside the renowned ninja Saigai, provided a formidable deterrent, and daily life remained largely unchanged. During this period, Chogai successfully learned to extract miraculous substances from cells and attempted to store these materials, which had a reverse effect on the cells to enhance concentration. The refinement of medicine also achieved new breakthroughs, instilling a sense of optimism for the future. However, life was not as kind to the other clan members. The clan academy had segregated genders in education. Female members transitioned from simple flower arranging to learning the art of walking gracefully in traditional wooden clogs, responding to poetry with elegant phrases, and layering various patterned garments. Would anyone truly escape danger through such frivolous methods, or was this merely a means of fortifying one's resolve? Overwhelmed, Chogai implored her instructor to transfer her to the male classes. The teacher scrutinized her for a moment, seemingly evaluating her request, before ultimately acquiescing. Yet, the male classes had also transformed, shedding subjects like history in favor of focusing on physical techniques and ninjutsu, skills that could preserve life and facilitate communication to achieve objectives. It feels akin to a suicide squad, Chogai silently quipped. Why, she pondered, must females be burdened with such nonsensical courses? Is it necessary to maintain poise, even when facing imminent peril? In response to Chogai's inquiries, Akiko calmly asserted, women's physical strength is inherently inferior to men's. It is acceptable if one can become a ninja. Without sufficient martial prowess, we must gamble with our very lives. For us, pleasing others remains the most viable means of survival. In this regard, our appearance, upbringing, and knowledge can be as critical as a ninja's jutsu in determining life and death. Even if these attributes only allow us to endure for a time, as long as we live, hope persists. For the ninja clan, as long as female members survive to bear children, the bloodline will continue. Chogai was taken aback. She had never contemplated the harshness of reality in such a manner. Did mother once gamble in such a way? She incredulously asked, envisioning Akiko as an unwavering son, steadfast as a mountain, far removed from the fate of a mere reed. Indeed, I have gambled many times. Fortunately, my stakes were valuable enough that in the end, I did not lose, Akiko responded earnestly. However, Chogai, you need not concern yourself with such matters any longer. Saigai has stated that your chakra is now ample. In the future, you can rely solely on your chakra and physical prowess for protection. You have nearly mastered the medical techniques I taught you, and you have already garnered a reputation. Moreover, with your Uchiha lineage, even if difficulties arise, Saigai and I can shield you. You no longer need to appease the elite for opportunities. Risk your life in epidemic zones for recognition, or exhaust yourself to escape the fate of being a mere gift. Chogai, I hope you can strive to realize your ideals without enduring the arduous path I once traversed. May you soar freely like a bird in the sky, flow endlessly like a river, and stand tall and vibrant like the morning glory. I wish for you to always possess freedom and the will to be free. Chapter 19. The onset of war in the following days, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. The number of coffins within the clan multiplied, many of the faces within familiar to Chogai. There was the young man who had once guarded the clan territory, whom she remembered assisting her with fallen medicinal bags, and who had recently become engaged to his childhood sweetheart, the father of a classmate who had raised his son alone. Chogai, recalling how he proudly displayed a short sword gifted by his father, an older brother of a sister with whom she once dined at Uncle Ryu's house, who had boasted about testing her future suitor before entrusting her to him, and the neighbor, soon to be a father, whose wife was Saigai's cousin, having joyously sworn to remain together at their wedding. Now, they lay cold in their coffins, unresponsive to the profound grief of their once beloved kin. The atmosphere within the clan grew increasingly tense. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, nearly tangible, even perceptible to someone as oblivious as Chogai. The usually composed elders moved about like ants on a hot skillet, restless and marked by anxiety and concern. Finally, one day, the volcanic anger that had erupted abruptly subsided. Lady Aiko had passed away. Her once stern and almost wooden countenance now bore a semblance of gentleness, the innocence in her features resurfacing as if she had shattered a multitude of masks. So this is what she looked like, Chogai realized with sudden clarity. Her frame was so slight, a revelation that she, too, was merely a girl in her 20s. This woman, who once declared to Chogai her commitment to her father and brothers, who had been expelled from the academy for such loyalty, and who had allied the Take-Torai clan with the Senju while forsaking the Uchiha, had ultimately fulfilled her vows. Her brother had been granted the Senju surname, allowing her family to persist under their protection. The price paid was merely her own life, for the child she had once cherished, cradling it as a precious jewel, had been executed, and her name and identity erased from the Uchiha legacy. As Chao Yin pondered the depths of Lady Aiko's choices, she questioned whether the lady was fully aware of the consequences of her actions and the severity of the price she paid. Rumors suggested that she had taken her own life, resorting to seppuku as taught in the Uchiha clan's curriculum, followed by her closest attendant from the Take-Torai family performing the final act of mercy. In that fleeting moment before her demise, did the princess of the Take-Torai family experience even a flicker of regret? At her modest funeral, her brother made an unexpected appearance. This brother, now transformed into a member of the Senju clan, appeared aged beyond his years as he silently accepted the remains of his sister and his blind nephew amidst the furious gazes of the Uchiha clan. Chao Yin recalled the warmth of the once jovial Take-Torai heir, who, during a visit, had gifted Uchiha Madara a flute he had carved himself. That very flute had adorned Madara's chamber, where Chao Yin and Izuna would often beg him to play. Madara, ever the reluctant performer, would grumble while entertaining the two children with melodies. Now, however, a shakuhachi had supplanted the flute's place, the former dismissed as mere refuse and unceremoniously cast aside. It was said that the brother later interred the two bodies in a cemetery designated for the Senju clan. On that day, the Uchiha clan had concluded their mourning, laying their deceased kin to rest. Chapter 20. The daily struggle to soothe clan fury. Why must I write this at home? Uchiha Madara lamented, casting a pained glance at Chao Yin and Uchiha Izuna, who were diligently completing their assignments. Brother Shin is to be wed, as his sibling. You ought to lend a hand, Chao Yin replied, manipulating chakra to form a water orb, continuously regulating it to gauge her chakra's fluctuations. Recently, she had discovered that her cells, infused with this wondrous energy capable of creation from nothingness, were beginning to evolve into a positive cycle. She resolved to name this extraordinary force creation energy. As the density of this creation energy within her cells increased, the speed at which the cells produced it accelerated, even altering the cells themselves. Particularly in recent times, Yin felt her chakra expanding at an unprecedented rate, each day surpassing the last. Unable to maintain the fine control she once had, she resorted to incessantly using the water orb to enhance her mastery over her chakra. Yet, a nagging feeling of unease lingered. Was this not Song's responsibility? Why had it fallen to her? Uchiha Madara examined the invitation in his hand, his brow furrowed with deep creases. As the third son, he had not received the training that Uchiha Song had, which had prepared him to assist the clan leader in familial matters. As a complete novice, he thought it far simpler to take up arms in battle than to grapple with the complexities of this invisible task. It seems Brother Madara has become quite astute. Uchiha Izuna murmured. Yet, he remains a fool. Yin retorted without reservation, feeling that Madara was better suited to be a fiery dragon on the battlefield. As for nurturing him to assist the clan leader, it would be more prudent to have Uchiha Izuna take on that role instead. Madara had already solidified his identity. Yin knew that Uchiha Song was likely to perish soon, as did Izuna. Or rather, the three brothers, excluding Madara, were acutely aware of this impending fate. The devastation wrought by Lady Aiko, the countless lives lost among their kin, the tarnished reputation with their employers. Surely the clan leader's household must provide an explanation. If Lady Aiko had many mature children, the situation would be simpler. A single sacrificial offering would suffice, allowing the others to survive, albeit without the prospect of inheriting the clan leadership. However, Lady Aiko's offspring were far too young, and whether due to the clan leader Taijuma's or Lady Aiko's compassion, the child perished alongside their mother. That fragile, vulnerable child, whose future was uncertain, was unworthy of being used as a scapegoat. The enraged shouts of their kin erupted. Fueled by the grief of losing their beloved, the clan leader's household was required to make sufficient sacrifices to quell the fury of their people. Presently, Taijima had only 4 sons remaining: the 17-year-old Uchiha Shin, the 15-year-old Uchiha Song, the 9-year-old Uchiha Madara, and the 7-year-old Uchiha Izuna. As the eldest son and the clan's acknowledged young leader, Uchiha Shin was safe. Uchiha Izuna was too young to serve as a sacrifice. Thus, Uchiha Song concealed the truth from the unsuspecting Madara, removing his younger brother from the battlefield. Half a year after Uchiha Shin's wedding, shortly after Madara and Izuna were informed they were to become uncles, Uchiha Song met his demise at the hands of the Senju clan, having slain the brother of their clan leader during battle, falling in combat at the tender age of 16. Chapter 21. The daily encounter with Tobarama. Uchiha Shin had not smiled in what felt like an eternity. Since Uchiha Song's death, the once proud Uchiha Shin had transformed into a hollow specter. Even the birth of his son could not bring him back to life. According to Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Shin had awakened the 3 Tomo. Perhaps it was this awakening that made him fiercer in battle, as rumors swirled that his Sharingan bore the aura of death. Meanwhile, as boys of similar age began embarking on missions, the clan's academy had imparted all it could. What remained could either be learned from relatives or through solitary visits to the library. Consequently, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna began undertaking missions, leaving Yin adrift, uncertain of her purpose. Fortunately, she stumbled upon a fascinating concept involving formations or sealing techniques. Theoretically, if one could continuously extract creation energy from the cancerous cells of ninjas and utilize sealing techniques to control and redirect its flow, it could be transformed into something akin to a mechanical energy source. Yin resolved to diligently pursue the art of sealing. However, therein lay a dilemma. Uchiha techniques favored fire, lightning, and illusion, while the art of formations was the forte of the Uzumaki clan. The Uchiha clan was formidable, yet their understanding of sealing techniques was notably lacking. Yin could only slowly deduce from the known sealing formations. That day, as was her custom, Yin ventured to the riverside. It was not that she lacked other options. Rather, she found solace in feeding the fish by the river, a respite from her mathematical frustrations, which would only lead to her pulling at her own hair indoors. "Hey, your pen just hit me," a voice suddenly called from behind. "My sincerest apologies," Yin replied, surprised to have struck someone. Turning around, she saw a boy with white hair, dressed in a dark vest. He appeared to be of ordinary Uchiha lineage, clad similarly to a minor clan ninja, and thus would not typically capture Chao Yan's attention. Yet, he struck her like a brisk autumn wind, jarring her muddled thoughts. She felt an inexplicable urge to know him. The white-haired boy seemed to merely voice a complaint, not taking it to heart. His gaze briefly flicked over Chao Yan before he prepared to sit down, only to be drawn in by the book she held. "Excuse me, may I borrow that book? I mean, the Introduction to Mathematics. Could I take a look at it? I've been searching for it everywhere," he asked. A hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Of course, but I have a section I don't understand. If you figure it out, would you be willing to teach me?" Chao Yan replied naturally. It was not out of excessive kindness. She was acutely aware of her limitations in mathematics, and having someone else to consult might foster some improvement. Without hesitation, the boy agreed. Chao Yan handed him the book and took out another, equally perplexing volume on puppet-making methods, and resumed her relentless pursuit of mastery in that art. Thus, the two settled into a quiet study, engrossed in their respective texts. As dusk fell, the sun resembled a colossal fireball gradually descending in the west. Its splendid afterglow spread across the expansive river like a golden canopy, gently illuminating the water's surface. The words in the book became increasingly difficult to decipher, prompting Chao Yan to decide to head towards her clan's territory. If she lingered any longer, she would miss the evening meal at home. She gathered her belongings and glanced at the white-haired youth with whom she had shared the reading. "Will you come again tomorrow?" she inquired. The boy, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I haven't finished this book yet. If nothing else comes up, I should be here every afternoon," Chao Yan remarked, finding it unsurprising that such a thick mathematics book could not be completed in just half a day. "That's wonderful. My name is Fei Jian, though I cannot disclose my surname for certain reasons. I am Chao Yan," she introduced herself. Chapter 22. The Daily Life of a Tool for Assignment Number 3. On the following day, as Chao Yan arrived by the riverside, she noticed Fei Jian grilling fish. "Haven't you had your meal?" she asked in surprise. "I didn't have time for lunch today," he replied, still focused on the fish. "Here," Chao Yan said, handing him her book. The grilled fish looked delectable, making even the well-fed Chao Yan feel a pang of hunger. Unable to resist, she pulled out some rice cakes from her backpack. Fei Jian placed a grilled fish in front of her, saying, "This is for you. Thank you for lending me the book." Chao Yan accepted the fish and, after a moment's thought, offered her rice cakes in return. "Wouldn't just fish leave you unsatisfied? Perhaps you should have some staple food too." Fei Jian accepted her offering with polite praise for her culinary skills. "This seems rather sweet. Do you not enjoy desserts?" Chao Yan teased, observing his furrowed brow. "No, it's just that this is excessively sweet," he clarified, indicating that he preferred a more moderate sweetness. Chao Yan shook her head, bemused by his lack of appreciation. Sugar was, after all, a rare and cherished commodity, considered a vital remedy amidst widespread malnutrition. Not to mention, it was a delightful substance that posed little harm to the body. Had Chao Yan not discovered the method of sugar production, she would not have dared to indulge in creating sugary snacks. After their meal, both resumed their reading. Over the next few days, Chao Yan was astonished to discover that Fei Jian had indeed grasped the troublesome numbers, and remarkably, he was able to explain them to her. "You truly are a genius." Chao Yan expressed her admiration. "None of my brothers have ever managed to clarify things for me." "Brothers? Do you have many siblings?" Fei Jian inquired, intrigued, as this was the first time Chao Yan mentioned her family. "Not quite. I am an only child. Those are all cousins. But we have spent so much time together that they feel like brothers," Chao Yan replied naturally. "By the way, do you have siblings, Fei Jian?" "We have 4 children in my family." "Ah, so you are the second son," Chao Yan exclaimed. "Is it that obvious?" Fei Jian asked. Chao Yan nodded. "Your second son traits are exceedingly apparent, and it's clear you have an unreliable older brother." Veins seemed to pulse on Fei Jian's forehead, perhaps contemplating the indeed unreliable brother. "Say, Fei Jian, do you know how to craft things?" Chao Yan suddenly recalled an important question. "What kind of crafting?" Fei Jian responded, slightly puzzled. Upon hearing this, Chao Yan immediately emptied her bag, causing various items to scatter across the ground. "It's about making incense. Our teacher has asked us to create one that embodies the concept of tranquility," she said, gazing at Fei Jian as if he were her savior. "Since my 2 brothers are not home to assist me, I must rely on your help." Chao Yan expressed her concern that without Fei Jian's assistance, she would be left to concoct an incense that would render her mind utterly blank. "Well, a blank mind does equate to tranquility, no doubt about that," Fei Jian remarked, astonished by Chao Yan's unique problem-solving approach. Ultimately, Whether out of compassion for their clan's teacher or for another reason, Fei Jian surprisingly helped Chao Yin complete her assignment. It appeared that her ability to solicit help with her schoolwork had not diminished over the years. Let us extend a warm welcome to the tool for assignment number 3, truly a cause for celebration. Chapter 23. The Daily Life of Grief. Today, Fei Jian appeared quite sorrowful. And Chao Yin was certain of this conclusion. What has happened? Is there anything I can do to help? She inquired cautiously. My younger brother has passed away. Fei Jian's voice trembled slightly. Chao Yin was momentarily taken aback. My parents have come close to not returning several times as well. She attempted to console him. Such is the nature of this world. One must consume others to maintain their own humanity. Fei Jian seemed incensed by her words. Adults are foolish, claiming that only by annihilating the enemy can the war end. They could simply negotiate a treaty to cease hostilities and avoid unnecessary conflict. Chao Yin fell silent for a moment, having anticipated that Uchiha Madara would be the one to pose such queries. Fei Jian, is your family part of a clan of ninjas? Chao Yin asked. You guessed correctly, he replied, seemingly indifferent. One cannot disclose their surname to strangers. That is the rule among ninjas, Chao Yin succinctly explained. Have you ever calculated the costs incurred by your clan? Being a ninja requires substantial financial investment. Even girls like me with the same surname are often abandoned due to low returns, not raised in the ninja way. If you believe that a treaty can end the strife, then where will the funds for our shuriken, food pills, explosive tags, and various weapons come from, along with the sustenance of our loved ones? This essential expenditure is beyond the means of a small nation today. If peace were truly the goal, even the wealthiest clans would struggle to bear such costs. Noticing Fei Jian's perplexity, Chao Yin continued, we do not produce food. We are sustained by the citizens of those who employ us. However, their agricultural output is limited. Normally, a 50% tax barely allows farmers to survive. At the present 80% tax rate, farmers will starve, land will be abandoned, and food supplies will dwindle further. Currently, due to the turmoil in the Golden Horde, various feudal lords, in order to preserve their families, have been forced to adopt a wartime approach just to hire ninjas for combat. Once a treaty is established, they would not be willing to fund such expenses. But why do adults not aspire for peace? Fei Jian protested with indignation. Chao Yin almost laughed at his naivete. Who says adults never hoped for peace? Who among us has not lost relatives? Who would not grieve for their deceased family members? Take my family, for instance. Which generation has not had young people clashing with their families over the desire for peace? The issue is that they lack practical solutions. Memories of the words spoken by the bamboo take nobleman to Uchiha Shin surfaced in Chao Yan's mind. You disapprove of our methods? Very well. A person with a conscience would never condone our tactics. And then what? What am I to do? Do I have any better alternatives? Although Aiko does not train with us and lacks the bonds of brotherhood, was she not the one I carried on my back since childhood? Is she not my last remaining kin? Could I bear to witness her sacrifice? Wouldn't I be consumed by anguish upon seeing Aiko? Do you believe those who sacrifice and those who stand by as their kin perish can truly find peace? Such is the world, a crucible of suffering for all. Chapter 24. The Daily Life of Dreaming. Fei Jian remained silent for quite some time. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? He asked, his voice low. Would you? Chao Yin countered. Fei Jian was a pragmatist. He meticulously weighed the pros and cons of every action, which left her untroubled by the notion that he might wish her harm. In the world of ninjas, women are often regarded as the weak, perceived merely as resources and logistical support. They are the sort who, in the absence of direct conflict, are deemed so inept that even the thought of taking a life seems unworthy of their effort. Tobirama comprehended Asageo's sentiments. He recalled a cousin who aspired to be a master of illusion techniques, a rather absurd ambition, considering the inherent physical traits of their clan were ill-suited for such arts. The clan members predominantly favored taijutsu and ninjutsu. Yet, she insisted on pursuing the path of illusion, and now she had even stepped onto the battlefield. Asagao paused, realizing that Tobirama was attempting to console her. However, a deeper bitterness surged within her, weighing heavily on her heart. In truth, I could become a ninja, she managed to articulate with difficulty. Although my father no longer serves as a ninja, being his only daughter affords me the opportunity to achieve that goal if I truly desired. But I do not wish to be a ninja. The path of a ninja is intrinsically tied to killing for profit. It is fundamentally flawed. Just because this route is the simplest and most accessible, must one tread a path they know to be wrong? Tobirama fell into silence. Asagao paid him no heed, instead letting her fingers play with the flowing waters, allowing them to slip through the gaps between her digits. Asagao was profoundly cherished, a truth that the entire Uchiha clan would not dispute, if given the chance. How many young girls would wish to exchange their lives with hers? She had a mother skilled in healing, a father of remarkable capability who had retired from being a ninja and could live a long life. She was the pampered only child, nurtured with the finest provisions and taught the arts of healing and ninjutsu. She could converse freely with her parents without fear of reprimand, a precious jewel who, on ordinary days, need not lift a finger to toil, even receiving lavish praise for simply clearing the table. She had the liberty to choose whether to embrace a conventional life as a woman, to form friendships with those on the fringes of society. And she already possessed a future that promised stability and happiness, even the possibility of selecting a beloved partner for marriage, regardless of their clan. Yet, why did she still feel discontent? Asagao pondered. Perhaps it was because others would dismiss her seemingly mad aspirations. A voice in her heart quietly responded. Tobirama had remained silent for an extended period, hearing each word distinctly, yet he struggled to comprehend the rationale behind her thoughts, which seemed to him utterly rebellious. He felt he should leave immediately, or at the very least, vocally admonish Asagao, chastising her for being a sheltered flower untouched by the storms of life, urging her to discard such fanciful notions. How could one even contemplate not becoming a ninja? As Asagao had articulated, their family's very sustenance depended on killing. He had never entertained the idea of not being a ninja. In his imagination, even in his brother's seemingly fantastical daydreams, the notion was simply that children would one day grow up to join the front line as ninjas. It was their destiny to kill. The sun had ascended to the treetops, casting a gentle light. Asagao gazed at the sky, hesitating as she sensed that she might never return to this place again. What do you envision peace to be? Came Tobirama's trembling inquiry from behind. He recognized that he should not have asked such a question. The answer, bordering on heretical, could shatter his very being, obliterating all his current values and beliefs, potentially plunging him into an unending abyss, tormented by the flames of hell for eternity. He repeatedly admonished himself to remain silent, to wait for Asagao to depart, and perhaps never to meet again. After much hesitation, he could not restrain himself from speaking. Asagao's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. Peace should be a state where all individuals, whether serfs or refugees, can find sustenance through their labor, have a warm place to call home. It should ensure that everyone has access to education and the freedom to choose their futures. There should no longer be abandoned infants, no flower streets, no harsh sacrifices of life, nor elderly left to perish in the mountains. In such a world, ninjas, whether powerful or weak, could earn their family's livelihood through their respective strengths. The Oil Ladies clan would no longer have to let insects devour their insides. They could simply wield bees for a stable existence. The Kagaya clan would not have to wage battle until illness claimed their lives. The Hyuga clan could exist without divisions between main and branch families. Your dream is even more extravagant than my brother's, Tobirama remarked with a bittersweet smile. However, if you truly discover a way to realize it, I would gladly accompany you. He understood that he might never attain inner peace for the rest of his life. Chapter 25. The daily life of the young Uchiha clan leader. The tragic news of Uchiha Shin's death, the young clan leader, spread swiftly throughout the ninja world. He perished during a battle against the Kirigakure clan. Witnesses on the battlefield recounted how Uchiha Shin courageously felled his enemies. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shin's biological father, proclaimed at the funeral that his son was indeed a true ninja. Thus, a boy who had accompanied his father on missions at the tender age of 6, stepped onto the battlefield at 7, awakened his Sharingan at 8, achieved the double tomo at 12, and awakened the triple tomo at 14, a youth who had grown up in haste. A gentle brother who cared for his younger siblings and patiently taught them ninjutsu. This diligent young leader, in the prime of his life, met his end alongside his dearest brother before he could truly embrace adulthood, succumbing to the inevitable in the midst of admiration. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara, who had long played the role of the spare, ascended to the position of clan leader. Uchiha Shin was swiftly forgotten. No one cared to ponder his dreams, nor did they seek to understand the future he envisioned, or whether he ever yearned for a world of peace, or if he conformed to the ruthless, volatile image perpetuated within the ninja realm. The world was rife with prodigious talents, who lived hastily and died just as swiftly, leaving behind only a faint trace of dust, dissipating with the winds. The deceased ultimately hold no value. Yet, the living are marked by their worth. Uchiha Madara found himself assuming the mantle of clan leader, feeling perpetually out of place under the titles bestowed upon him, as if he had seized something that did not rightfully belong to him. This disquietude persisted, even in the face of comfort offered by Asagao and Izuna. Meanwhile, the trio gradually drifted apart. Uchiha Madara needed to fulfill the educational requirements of his new role, while Uchiha Izuna, as the future clan leader, also required his own studies, given the evident unreliability of his learning outcomes. Both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna declined their father's request for Asagao to accompany them in their studies. Asagao understood the brothers' intentions. They desired for their remaining little sister to grow up safely and happily, to marry the one she loved, to bear many children, and even if some were to perish, it would not cause her overwhelming sorrow, allowing her to reach a leisurely age where she could witness her great-grandchildren wed. They were acutely aware of their mortality, which rendered them unafraid of death's inevitability. Even as survivors, they could not remain so indefinitely, and they had grown weary of merely surviving. They are gripped by the fear of uncertainty regarding the length of their own lives, troubled by the question of whether they can protect their beloved kin, and consumed by despair at the thought that their sole hope, a younger sister who may escape the dreadful fate of being a ninja, might be dragged down into the abyss by them. They are acutely aware of the fate that befalls women of the ninja clan who lose their protection, a reality that the former clan leader's wife and her children have elucidated in detail. As for Asagao, she finds herself in a state of hesitation, touched by the affection of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Yet it is precisely this emotional bond that leaves her uncertain about whether to yield to the will of her elder brothers. She grapples with the fear that her wavering resolve may be crushed beneath the weight of their profound emotions. Perhaps her cowardice drives her to instinctively evade the unsettling atmosphere of her clan, prompting her to seek solace more frequently by the Southie River, where she often encounters Tobirama. It seems that there are certain thoughts that she finds easier to share with outsiders than with her family, leading to an increasingly close bond with Tobirama. Chapter 26. The Everyday Life Before War. Are you not going to the battlefield? Asagao inquired while savoring the fish grilled by Tobirama. No, the elders at home and my elder brother have gone. I remain to guard the house, Tobirama replied nonchalantly. Both parties have likely surmised each other's familial ties, yet they refrain from openly acknowledging it, as if the blood feud between their clans would cease to exist as long as they avoid direct confrontation. In any case, the war will soon come to an end. Once we finish at Shiyu, negotiations will commence, Tobirama stated with indifference. Who is the commander on the Shiyu side? Asagao, somewhat unfamiliar with matters of the battlefield, mused. Neither the Uchiha clan leader nor her parents, Kosuke and Anzu, would divulge such information to her, as it is typically reserved for the prominent members of the ninja clans. This is not out of a desire to restrict her, but rather from a place of love. They understand that Asagao is still too young. Knowing too much without the power to effect change could lead to her suffering. For now, she only needs to focus on her studies. She aspires to become an exceptional medical ninja, leveraging her parents' reputation without having to endure the tragic fate of a ninja or the arduous path to recognition as a healer. By diligently following her studies, she can navigate this perilous world with ease. Her parents have placed her in a greenhouse, isolated from the bloody realities outside. As long as she grows steadily, she will be sheltered by rules, prestige, and her inherent ninja abilities. She can choose not to awaken the Sharingan, despite it being the greatest pride of the Uchiha clan. Surrounded by her family's love, she remains shielded from suffering, needing only to gradually acclimate to the world, like a frog slowly submerged in warm water. This natural integration allows her to comprehend the world's rules without experiencing profound suffering, ultimately becoming numb to the harsh realities of life. Yet, she yearns for the truth. She would rather endure pain than become desensitized by the world around her. Fortunately, she knows Tobirama, who responds to her inquiries with a mysterious gaze. I believe the deputy commander of the late Hojo general was a samurai named Mori, Tobirama recalled succinctly. The deputy commander of the Hojo general? Was he of noble birth? Asagao questioned, intrigued. He was a former defector from the Woku, with no ties to the Saikyo faction, Tobirama remarked, maintaining his characteristic calmness. Asagao was astonished. Will he even have any logistical support? Did they send him there merely to meet his demise? The Hojo general is a renowned figure, having transformed his lord's political theatrics into personal accolades, only to be subsequently eliminated by the lord's ministers. It is evident that those who have now become colossal figures will not intervene to rescue such a one. That is why I said the war will soon conclude. The Sato clan's elder is personally leading the charge. Surely they will achieve victory, Tobirama said with a hint of excitement. I estimate that we will be back home in about a month. Everything feels infested with pests on both sides. Asagao couldn't help but jest. Who cares about pests? As long as we get paid. Without this garbage, how would we ninjas make a living? Kosuke explained. Speaking of earning money, Asagao began to form new ideas for generating income. Chapter 27. The everyday life of porcelain making. Given that her clan's land and mineral resources cannot be developed extensively, where a mere 300 pounds per acre would not withstand even a year of poor harvest, any slight misstep could lead to widespread famine. Thus, Asagao set her sights on the luxury goods market. While it is true that people across the continents are currently short on funds, luxury items have been a significant human folly rooted in vanity since the Stone Age, whether for the sake of societal hierarchy or merely personal ostentation. From the jade hairpins of ancient times to the intricately designed gold hairpins of modern women. From the silk of Rome that was worth its weight in gold to the purple robes exclusive to nobility. From the massive bronze cauldrons forged from weapons to the opulent jewels of Indian Maharajas, they all attest to the vast sales potential of luxury goods. However, considering the limited population of her clan, or rather the few individuals Asagao can mobilize, it is nearly impossible to engage in labor-intensive industries like silk weaving. After much deliberation, she resolves to specialize in porcelain. Although Asagao struggles to understand the so-called beauty of melancholy that is currently in vogue, she does grasp the essence of luxury goods throughout history, items that are strikingly beautiful, vibrant in color, and delicately fragile. Indeed, when compared to understated elegance or ephemeral trends that fluctuate with the elite, it is the vivid, lifelike creations that unmistakably convey their value to all who behold them. There is no need for subtlety or the refined radiance that eludes Asagao's understanding. However, she can create porcelain bowls as white as snow, exquisite porcelain plates reminiscent of leaves, and delicate ceramic floral ornaments as thin as real petals in striking reds, alongside a set of intricately designed dinnerware in a plethora of vibrant colors. These are the true luxury items that will clearly convey their worth. The stark contrast between dull, coarse pottery and delicate, exquisite porcelain lies solely in the firing temperatures employed. The ability to harness different temperatures is a fundamental aspect of civilization's advancement. This revelation is promising for Asagao. Due to the steep roads near the mountains, she previously constructed an egg-shaped kiln for firing refractory bricks. The egg-shaped kiln, which emerged during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, evolved from the gourd-shaped kilns of the Yuan and Ming periods, integrating features from dragon kilns and steam bun kilns. The kiln resembles a half-buried urn or an egg, forming a tunnel with a higher front and a lower back. It can be considered one of the best kilns currently possible. With guidance from the library, Kosuke's adept hands and fire techniques, along with Anzu's contributions of medicinal materials, they conducted several trial firings. When the kiln was finally opened, even Izuna, who had come to observe, was astonished. Asagao successfully produced a variety of items that, while somewhat chaotic, were recognizable in form. For people of this era, these creations were quite acceptable, provided their colors were not too jarring. Vibrant, dazzling colors were indeed a significant advantage. As for the shards, they could easily be repurposed into beautiful inlays. Chapter 28. Everyday life at the dawn of 2 centuries of turmoil. A month passed since Tobirama's initial estimate, and yet the distant war shows no signs of abating. Uchiha Madara has yet to return, and Uchiha Izuna is beginning to feel a surge of agitation. Damn that Muri, trading the lives of others for his own prestige. Uchiha Izuna cursed. Is the war not going well? Asagao queried in astonishment. Is there support from the east? What nonsense! Who has ever witnessed insects developing human hearts? It is that accursed Muri. He employed suicide squads in the city of Shiyu, ruthlessly obliterating our supplies, and Uchiha Izuna's teeth were beginning to grind. He still hasn't surrendered? Asagao was taken aback. Had not the members of the Oatori family already capitulated? Although Asagao, or rather the ninja clans, be they Senju or Uchiha, looked down upon the Oatori family, they were nonetheless the former clan of the shogun. Indeed, Even the detestable Owatori have the audacity to surrender, while Mori's side still bellows about the annihilation of nations and the need to persevere. Were we not all citizens of the Land of Fire a century ago? The Owatori family, once the shogunate's lineage, had seized the position of shogun, leading many to claim that their subsequent fate was a divine retribution. Or perhaps it could be said that the entirety of this continent endured divine wrath. The Owatori family had initially hailed from guardianship, having killed the former clan head and taken control of the clan's territory. It seemed merely an act of usurpation, although people disapproved. They were compelled to accept the Owatori family's ascension as the shogun due to their strength. Everything appeared somewhat acceptable. The origins of the issue lay in a seemingly simple inheritance dispute. The second head of the Owatori family had 5 daughters with his first wife. However, after her demise, despite taking numerous other wives and concubines, he could not sire any more children. At that time, this did not appear to be a significant problem, as the second head's younger brother had many children. Thus, the first head arranged for his younger brother's second son, Owatori-zo, to be adopted. The second head doted on this adopted child, presenting him to the public early on, and everyone tacitly accepted Owatori-zo as the future third head of the Owatori family. Yet, as if in retribution, the second head, having prepared for the role of shogun, succumbed to the aftereffects of health issues following the war, leaving behind only the barely 10-year-old Owatori-zo. A child of such tender age could never lead a clan in that era. Thus, with the support of the people, the second head's brother, Owatori-zo's father, was recognized as the third head, who did not disappoint the efforts of his forebears and smoothly ascended to the position of shogun. The third head was impartial regarding the inheritance issue. He regarded both his eldest son and the adopted younger son equally. His relationship with his brother was sufficiently strong that, for him, it mattered not who became the heir. In fact, he tended to favor the younger son, as the legitimate younger son had no right to act against the elder, let alone contend for the position of heir. However, the position of heir could only be filled by one, and the third head's eldest son, Owatori-yo, was nearly a decade older than his younger brother. By virtue of this age advantage, Owatori-yo became the fourth head of the Owatori family. Misfortune soon struck, as Owatori-yo's eldest son was a fool, while Owatori-zo, the younger brother, was astute and capable. Chapter 29. The daily life at the dawn of 2 centuries of turmoil. Initially, Owatori-yo did not perceive this as a grave issue. After all, the mortality rate among children was exceedingly high, and his eldest son could die at any moment. The younger sons were intelligent and could easily suppress their brother due to the current head status. However, nightmares soon unfolded. The child mortality rate was indeed significant. The foolish eldest son was strong and robust, yet the clever younger sons perished one after another, leaving only a young child yet to mature. The fourth head was left with 2 choices, to select the foolish eldest son or the legitimate, capable younger brother. The answer seemed obvious, with the political situation stable. Why choose the younger brother over his own son? Although Owatori-yo and Owatori-zo were full-blooded brothers, they had not grown up together and had become rivals, making any deep emotional bond implausible. To secure his son's succession, the fourth head chose to marry his son to a trusted family's daughter and provided a pregnant concubine to his son, thus granting him the status of a father. Once everything was arranged, the fourth head passed away, leaving a significant dilemma in his wake. The fifth head was regent under the leadership of his wife, who performed admirably. Utilizing her status as the daughter of a trusted family, she eliminated a substantial number of factions within the Owatori family vying for power, even earning Owatori-zo's fealty. Everything seemed to flourish, yet one issue troubled her. She had no son. As the actual controller of her family's assets and authority, she bore the responsibility of ensuring her family's prosperity. While she excelled in these tasks, she could not guarantee that her nominal son would not drain her family of its vitality. As the de facto ruler, she was reluctant to entrust her family to her stepson and sought to have her sister's child succeed her as the head of the family. This decision was not unreasonable. After all, he was not of her bloodline, and the emotional ties were weak. Yet, was this young lord not the heir of the actual ruler of the Owatori family? The fifth head's heir was not even the biological child of the fifth head. Thus, a fierce political struggle ensued between the fifth head's wife, seeking to preserve her family, and the fifth head's heir, fighting for his own life and future. This tragic political drama predictably culminated in the fifth head's wife slaying the heir. In the absence of an heir, She adopted her sister's child as her own. However, the others in the Oatori family were dissatisfied with this outcome. Oatori Zo took the lead in rebelling against the legitimacy of the fifth head's wife, igniting a struggle for the position of shogun within the Oatori family. The Land of Fire rapidly transformed into a colossal meat grinder. During this turmoil, the fifth head's wife was murdered, and the fifth head became a mere puppet. Amidst the dissatisfaction of various factions, the Land of Fire swiftly fragmented into numerous warring states. It seemed that all that was needed was for the mightiest daimyo to unify the land once more. Perhaps the people of the Land of Fire harbored such hopes. Yet more unfortunate events were to unfold. Everyone forgot a crucial reality, or rather, all parties with vested interests were blinded by the dazzling allure of gold. They overlooked the fact that the weakened Land of Fire was akin to a sheep, stripped of its wool and unable to flee, inevitably drawing the gaze of predators. In this battleground, should internal vulnerabilities arise or external forces grow too powerful, it would forever be subject to devastation. The Golden Horde on the Wind Continent was one such predator, swiftly engulfing this disordered realm and leaving behind the echoes of lamentation in the conquered territories. No one recorded the horrors of that time, yet no one doubted that such horrors existed. The original nobility of the Land of Fire migrated en masse to the east, continuing their dominion. Meanwhile, various ninja clans, including the Uchiha and Senju, were left behind by their former lords in the western region of the Land of Fire, submitting to the Golden Horde. Thus commenced nearly 2 centuries of turmoil. Chapter 30. The daily life disdainful of normalcy. Another month has passed. The distant wars show no signs of ceasing, and those who were meant to return have yet to arrive, leaving everyone with a heavy heart, as if a stone has lodged within. One day, while Akiko's mother and Kosuka's father were away from home, Asagao had just completed her morning chakra exercises and training. She carelessly heated the porridge she had prepared the night before using a small fireball. Despite the constant admonitions from her clan that, as a woman, she should bear the responsibilities of household chores, Asagao often found herself questioning the expectations placed upon her. Why must she conform to the archetype of a good woman? Was it expected that she should dedicate her childhood to caring for her younger siblings, alleviating the burdens of her family, only to marry into another household that demanded she produce numerous children, thereby perpetuating a cycle of life that seemed destined to repeat itself? Should she tirelessly maintain a pristine home, raise a multitude of children with tenderness, and then watch them march off to battle? Or, as a lady of the clan, should she learn the arts of flower arrangement and poetry, merely to become a diplomatic pawn, marrying into another family to secure alliances and produce heirs, thus binding 2 families together? Alternatively, as the one who might live the longest under familial protection, should she bear the brunt of her family's dissatisfaction and serve as their emotional solace? These women tethered their lives to what appeared to be a stable existence, becoming the white horses of blood oaths, the symbols of camaraderie through feasting, and the recipients of treasured gifts of gold and jewels. For the majority, this might seem like an extraordinary culmination of life, a hope for marriage and an impeccable life. Not only the women themselves, but even their parents would be satisfied with such outcomes. Yet, what of those individuals who truly live these lives? Asagao found herself in profound disquiet at the mere thought of a life that was ostensibly perfect, her heart constricting with a sense of impending despair. She could not articulate why nor counter others' arguments. Fortunately, Asagao had the luxury of time to ponder these thoughts. She was fortunate enough to wait until she could clarify her own feelings. Thus, she remained as she always did, sprawled on her bed, examining the seeds in her hand. This was not a sudden whim to explore the cultivation of high-yield crops in the Land of Fire, where resources were scarce. Asagao had no authority over land beyond her own garden. Moreover, high-yield crops necessitated substantial fertilizer. Where would she acquire the necessary fertilizers, or even carbon sources and metallic elements? It was known that plants could absorb even aromatic hydrocarbons. To increase crop yield without adequate fertilizer would be to deplete the land entirely. Asagao was merely intrigued by the druids mentioned in her books. More specifically, she was fascinated by their tranquil and liberated existence in the secluded mountains. Their affinity for transforming into animals, assisting in the births of farm animals, and milking cows. She yearned to understand how those endowed with extraordinary abilities coexisted with the ordinary, and whether this land, shrouded in warfare and governed by ignorance and fanaticism, would ever witness peace. Chapter 31. daily farewells to Izuna suddenly. A knock at the door startled Asagao, causing her heart to sink. She quickly reassured herself not to panic while hastily placing the seeds down and leaping out of bed to answer the door. Standing outside was Uchiha Izuna, clad in his battle attire. "Are you also heading to war?" Asagao exclaimed, nearly in a scream. Under the condition that the previous forces had not returned, the clan leader's second son was preparing to re-enter battle. This was hardly a promising start. "Yes," Izuna nodded. "Muri's forces have been decimated by a ruse, and Lord Kira is furious." Asagao felt a wave of relief wash over her. The Muri clan, having been abandoned by their superiors, could hardly withstand Lord Kira's might. It seemed this was merely a prelude to surrender, unlikely to foster significant animosity. "Is Muri still resisting?" Asagao asked with genuine curiosity. Surprised that a general deemed expendable could achieve such a feat indeed, Izuna replied. "It appears Lord Kira will offer him a favorable outcome. I wonder if there will be any land grants for me as well." Asagao shared Izuna's sentiment. "If there are land grants, it will probably be in southern Hegawa. Considering he is a surrendered general, it's likely they will impose restrictions on our clan of ninjas," she remarked, rolling her eyes at the absurdity of a surrendering general overseeing a ninja clan lacking clear allegiances. The two attempted to share a laugh, but silence enveloped them instead. Himeji Castle lay over 300 kilometers from the Kanto war zone by land and 400 kilometers by water to the city of Cebu. Although traveling from the Tekawawa River to Cebu was somewhat quicker, as a general of the Muri, Lord Dan would likely choose to support Kanto due to the insufficient number of his subordinates. Asagao offered words of comfort. She was unsure what else to say, feeling that any words would feel hollow. Ninjas were gamblers, wagering their lives at the table, hoping to return with sufficient spoils. In the face of danger, even Uchiha Taijima, the head of the clan, could not guarantee his survival, let alone the young Izuna. Izuna nodded and unexpectedly embraced Asagao tightly. For a moment, she was taken aback, suddenly realizing that no one else remained to bid farewell to Izuna. This once thriving family, which had felt so robust just 2 years prior, now felt diminished. She remembered Lady Yoshiko cradling her child, smiling as she introduced potential suitors for Uchiha Shin. In that moment, Uchiha Taijima teased Uchiha So, playfully inquiring when he would bring a girl he fancied to meet them. Uchiha Madara sat back against a cushion, observing the playful argument between Izuna and Asagao over how much sugar to add to their red bean cakes. Yet, in the blink of an eye, only Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Taijima remained fighting on the front lines, along with Izuna, who was about to set forth into battle. A pang of sorrow gripped Asagao's heart. She embraced Izuna, the brother who had always treated her as a beloved sister. She knew that she was now the only family member left to see him off. She could only wonder what emotions had coursed through her mother, Akiko, as she watched Kosuke depart time and again, or how those who also bid farewell felt, anxiously and fearfully witnessing their loved ones embark on an uncertain journey, only able to wish for their safety. Or how those waiting were left to confront the despair of shattered bodies of their loved ones. These realities, which she had once taken for granted, suddenly felt vividly tangible, as if the stained glass of her perceptions had shattered, revealing vulnerable seedlings bracing against the storm. It was akin to a rusted blade slowly piercing her heart. Her arrogance had stemmed solely from her inability to empathize with another's suffering. Asagao closed her eyes in bitter resignation. She finally understood the world's pain in a manner her parents had wished to shield her from. Chapter 32. The Unyielding Muri General. Half a month after Izuna's departure, Asagao received news from the battlefield. Predictably, General Dan of Himeji Castle chose to support the Kanto war zone under the guise of distance. Having waited 4 months for this opportunity to confront the dilemma between Kanto and Cebu. Thus, he naturally abandoned Cebu, disregarding the rising waters of the Tone River, which made descent effortless. General Dan and his faction finally vented their frustrations, watching as General Muri fell in battle, or waiting for his surrender to justify the annihilation of his remaining family. Regardless of the outcome chosen by General Maoli, to him it seemed that he was wielding the banner of vengeance, justifiably reclaiming the honor that was rightfully his. All awaited the moment when General Maoli would make his decision, fully aware that he had reached the limits of his strength. The forces of the city were reduced to merely over 1,000 combatants, while his deputy was tirelessly employing various stratagems, even ingeniously utilizing earth techniques to destroy machinery and supplies. Yet, everyone recognized that their efforts were futile. They were besieged by the subordinates of Kira Naishu. cut off from reinforcements and resources. Kira Naishu greatly admired General Maoli's loyalty and courage, sending envoys to persuade him to surrender on 3 separate occasions. The ninja clans near the Nankagawa River began to realize that it was likely to fall back under General Maoli's control. All were waiting for General Maoli to open the gates and capitulate. However, as the days passed, the city gates remained tightly shut, and General Maoli continued to resist. The external criticisms of his quest for fame gradually diminished, and the populace began to genuinely admire him. So, did he truly not surrender? While I longed for his capitulation, I feared that if he did surrender, I would lament for the fallen kin. Even within the Uchiha clan, such sentiments were echoed. General Maoli remained obstinately defiant. Yet Kira Naishu's patience wore thin, prompting him to personally lead a contingent to the besieged city. This time, Mother Akiko and Father Sosuke accompanied Kira Naishu as part of his retinue. Unexpectedly, they brought along Asagao under the pretense of visiting relatives. Indeed, it was a familial visit, as Asagao realized that Mother Akiko had many relatives unknown to her. Among them was Lady Momo, Kira Naishu's concubine and Mother Akiko's sister, making her Asagao's aunt. This familial connection traced back to Mother Akiko's aunt, a formidable political figure who ascended from a deposed princess to queen and later regent for decades. Renowned for her ruthless political maneuvers and revered as the Grand Lady. Upon the previous Kira Naishu reaching an age suitable for governance, she was reluctant to relinquish power to her stepson. The former Kira Naishu was not her biological child. After a brutal series of political conflicts, the Grand Lady successfully eliminated her adversaries, securing her control. To better manage her nominal grandson, the regent sent Mother Akiko and Aunt Momo to be near Kira Naishu. Thus, Mother Akiko could be considered a member of the nobility. Although the reasons behind her becoming a wandering physician and marrying Father Sosuke remain unclear, Aunt Momo seamlessly transitioned into the role of Kira Naishu's favored concubine, receiving considerable affection. Chapter 33. The daily life of the ninja clan. After the Eastern expedition, Kira Naishu was a remarkably gentle individual, completely concealing his underlying insanity. Indeed, despite the favorable reputation he held in the eyes of the public, Asagao always regarded him as an impulsive lunatic, a madman cloaked in the guise of righteousness. He was among the most influential figures driving the ninja clan's subjugation into mere tools. After the Golden Tent Khanate claimed the western territories of the Fire Continent, the ninjas and the noble families that remained lost their former status. Unlike monks or landlords who lacked martial prowess and could easily be exploited, the ninjas fundamentally relied on their strength, which in the newly established Might is Right regime of the Golden Tent Khanate became a significant bargaining chip. Take the example of the Sage King, whose father favored his younger wife and son while harboring disdain for the Sage King himself. To pave the way for his younger son, the father repeatedly sought excuses to expel the Sage King. However, due to the Sage King's illustrious achievements within the tribe, he could not succeed. Following a heated argument, the father finally found an opportunity to rid himself of the unwelcome eldest son. Yet, upon announcing the expulsion, the tribe's members deserted the aging leader overnight, choosing instead to follow the Sage King. Thus, the chief, weakened by age and declining strength, was abandoned by his own people. More fortunate than the Golden Tent Khanate, which prioritized martial strength, was its formation as a nation by a nomadic people, resembling more a vast alliance or, at its essence, a makeshift establishment crafted by a powerful individual to fulfill his ambitions or desires. Even if one could seize the world through strength, governing it could not rely solely on force. Does anyone truly believe that a tribe, or even slaughtering pigs necessitates notifying the chief to partake in the feast, comprehends the establishment of a national system? Or that once tribes devolve into a chaotic assembly, they could reconstruct everything to forge a new order? Thus, it was foreseeable that the makeshift Golden Tent Khanate would absorb considerable local forces and talents to maintain stability, while also inviting external officials to better preserve political equilibrium. The ninjas, possessing sufficient power and local prestige, were undoubtedly the prime targets for such alliances. The price was glaringly evident. The various tribes, previously restrained by the Sage King, gradually transformed the Golden Tent Khanate into a mere figurehead lacking real authority, a title everyone sought to claim. During this period, the ninja clans forged connections with the tribes and factions of the Golden Tent Khanate through various means, The education of noble daughters among the ninja clans arose during this time, employing schemes, assassinations, and coercive tactics, leading to rapid ascents or descents depending on their chosen lords. The Uchiha clan was among them. Despite once enjoying the status of a noble uncle, attaining considerable position, influence, and vast territory, even acquiring the highly symbolic surname of Fan. However, 30 years of prosperity followed by 30 years of decline led to a fall from grace. With the death of the lord who favored the Uchiha, the rise of a new lord lacking blood ties, and the blindness of the clan's strongest member, this once mighty entity was reduced to a mere struggle for survival. Chapter 34. The daily reforms of Kira Neishu. The subsequent tale likely appeared unremarkable to outsiders. It was merely another exhibition of the Uchiha clan's mesmerizing beauty and formidable prowess. After all, which ruler would not appreciate a beautiful wife or concubine hailing from a lowly yet powerful family? For those in power, ninjas were but swords in their hands, ferocious hounds at their command. After all, warriors are the foundation of our kind, they mused, petting the hair of the ninja maidens, lamenting that ninjas were but a lowly breed. Although viewed as beneath others, such a life was still more bearable than laboring like oxen in the fields. Who would not cherish a stable life free from want? Who does not wish to spend their twilight years with their parents? Who does not yearn for the warmth of family by their side? Even the most battle-hungry warrior harbors desires for kin, lovers, and friends. They are both vulnerabilities and shields. Poison and honey. Even for the proud and combat-hungry Uchiha clan, there are those who would rather bear the title of the lowly, enduring the thirst for battle to protect their cherished ones. During training sessions, they would console themselves with the thought that as long as they performed well, they too could be rewarded with lands by their lord. If the grand lady merely boiled frogs in water. The current sovereign of the Fire Continent was truly extracting marrow from bones. After the demise of the empress, Kira Yoshinobu exhibited profound sorrow, and all present, including numerous clans of shinobi, were led to believe his deceitful words. While their status was undeniably low, they accepted it. However, they thought, with our martial prowess, surely we cannot sink any lower? The shinobi clans held on to this fleeting hope. Yet, reality proved to be far from their desires. This man, who had been nurtured since childhood by the empress and hailed as a benevolent ruler, finally revealed his fangs. Perhaps he had grown weary of the abysmal code of the court, tired of the historical burdens imposed by generations of regents, and fed up with the necessity of sharing power with others, not to mention the agonizing plight of successive heirs unable to choose their own destinies. In short, after shedding the long shadow cast by the empress, Kira Yoshinobu resolved in his first year to rectify his father's historical standing. This was not without justification. After all, a new emperor brings forth new ministers. Even the former confidants of the empress chose to lie low after witnessing the birth of Kira Yoshinobu's eldest son, Lady Momoko. The second blow soon followed, as Kira Yoshinobu denied the legitimacy of the weakened Golden Horde's reign, asserting that his family inherited the divine mandate of the Owatori clan, positioning themselves as the rightful heirs of this land. Frankly, while this may have seemed absurd, the unsettling undertones were not lost on the others. Given that Kira Yoshinobu had now become the co-sovereign of the West and had allied with a woman claiming to be of the Owatori lineage, there seemed little room for dissent. However, following the groundwork laid by the previous two actions, the third strike came swiftly. Kira Yoshinobu restructured all noble titles, stripping the generals of their designations, rendering these brethren unable to command troops. He even revoked the titles of all noble descendants. From that day forward, the shinobi could no longer attain power through alliances with the nobility, the old paradigm of the shinobi clinging to the nobility, while the nobility wielded power through military force, was irrevocably shattered. Kira Yoshinobu accomplished this without incurring any costs, leaving everyone utterly stunned. In the third year following the empress's passing, Kira Yoshinobu, under the pretext of an eastern campaign, forcefully relocated his capital amidst the exhaustion of his troops and horses. Thus, a geographical divide severed the shinobi from the upper echelons. From that day forth, the ninjas east of the Fire Continent officially descended into mere mercenaries, distinctly separated from the former vassal system. Had matters concluded here, it might have been a tale of a formidable sovereign. Yet, this ruler harbored grand ambitions and was exceedingly impatient. After years of Golden Horde rule, the systems established by the Owatori clan had long been dismantled by the intertwining interests of various stakeholders. The regulations in place were undoubtedly a haphazard assembly, cobbled together by the former king to tackle an intractable situation. A century later, the legacy of these ancestors had devolved into a convoluted mess of codes riddled with issues. Many functions operated solely through a plethora of bugs. The most pressing issue, Kira Yoshinobu's original tribe was rather small, with only 300 to 500 individuals, the maximum limit for a nomadic tribe's governance. How could he possibly rule over the vast and populous Eastern Fire continent with this scant number of descendants? He needed to facilitate a fusion of two distinct civilizations. Had Kira Yoshinobu adopted the gradual approach of his predecessor, perhaps a solution could have been achieved. However, this legendary ruler was unwilling to adhere to the meticulous craftsmanship of the empress and, in a reckless maneuver, severed a vital artery. He abolished the century-long ritual of offering sacrifices to the heavens, a sacred ceremony initiated by the first Kira Yoshinobu upon the restoration of the nation, through which all successors had to affirm their divine right to rule. This ritual was the linchpin of the Kira family's authority and belief, serving as the spiritual and political empowerment for the nobility. Thus, it was casually discarded by Kira Yoshinobu. Subsequently, in a fit of impatience, merely 6 months after abolishing the highest sacrificial right of the tribe, he issued a decree prohibiting the traditional tribal garments worn for generations. In a near-comical twist, during the Eastern Campaign, he abruptly violated long-standing customs, ordering the release of captured men and women while forbidding the invasion of the Eastern populace. Indeed, in a state of inadequate preparation, this ruler hastily plunged into war, launching a high-profile political spectacle against traditional clothing, while disregarding the countless soldiers and shinobi lost in the conflict. Even more astonishingly, just 2 days prior, he mandated that all individuals from the Western continent cease speaking the language of the Hu and revert to the original language of the Fire Nation. Since the Golden Horde had occupied the Western continent, the language of the original Fire Nation had inevitably been supplanted by that of the new rulers. For the shinobi, it was entirely plausible to remain oblivious to the original language. However, without an understanding of the so-called Hu language, how could they communicate with the upper echelons to ensure the continuity of their clans? It must be noted that even the Uchiha, who once served under the Oitori clan, no longer universally spoke the original language of the Fire Nation. In the Uchiha household, this increasingly rare tongue was more often used in the context of poetry and song, reflecting the education of noble daughters. As Agatsuma observed keenly, this outright madman was utterly repudiating the past, systematically dismantling the very foundation of the ruling elite. Kira Yoshinobu, having merely exchanged a few pleasantries with Agatsuma, departed to organize the army for an assault on the city. This left Lady Momoko as a secondary wife to entertain her sister's family. Lady Momoko, a strikingly beautiful noblewoman, radiated an allure tempered by an unyielding sharpness. How to describe the differences between these sisters? Lady Momoko, much like her namesake, resembled a luscious fruit high upon a branch, enticingly ripe for the picking, poised to bask in the fervent flames of passion. An elegant tree capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with her beloved, sharing in the nourishing rains, whereas Mother Enzu resembled a resilient pine, weathered and steadfast upon rocky heights. Akin to an eagle soaring through the skies, a river that, regardless of trials, flows ever forward, never looking back. Lady Momoko endeavored to maintain a congenial smile, yet the furrows on her brow betrayed her efforts. She spoke to Mother Enzu in the gentlest of tones, offering a variety of exquisite treats to Agatsuma. Yet she never so much as cast a glance at Father Kasuke. Sister, Mother Enzu called softly. Lady Momoko took a deep breath, ignoring her sister entirely. Instead, she summoned attendants to escort Father Kasuke to pay respects to the eldest son. The room fell silent. Father Kasuke said nothing, calmly following the attendants out. Enzu, how could you marry such an unseen shinobi? After Father Kasuke's figure vanished, Lady Momoko shed her gentle facade, her fury igniting. I've been wed for so many years. Mother Enzu tugged at Lady Momoko's hand, retorting unhappily, you know well how long you have been married. Lady Momoko's face turned pale. Then can you explain why you became a shinobi? Shinobi arts are quite convenient for healing. Mother Enzu countered matter-of-factly. You only see the convenience of shinobi arts? Lady Momoko practically growled. Do you even understand what it means to become a shinobi? Mother Enzu fell silent. By becoming a shinobi, your noble status is essentially stripped away. Lady Momoko's expression was one of horror. However, I had no intention of allowing Akiko's mother to contest my words. Silence. Lady Momoko abruptly interrupted Akiko's mother. I know you care little for the title of nobility, but you must understand, without that protective layer of noble status, your husband, as merely a ninja, cannot shield you. And how dare you pursue the life of a ninja? Do you realize the average lifespan of a ninja is merely 30 years? At your age, you are embarking on a path leading to certain doom. The more she spoke, the more infuriated Lady Momoko became. Sister, Choji is still here. Akiko's mother reminded her helplessly. What of Choji? She ought to listen attentively and not act recklessly like you. Lady Momoko completely disregarded Akiko's mother's attempt to divert the conversation. You claim you wish to practice medicine and refuse to remain here with me. Fine, you are a caged eagle, destined to soar high, and I respect your aspirations. You say you wish to marry a ninja, to wed for love. Very well, with me as your sister, I shall ensure you do not suffer. But now you speak of becoming a ninja? Do you have any idea how many noble women have been toyed with by the ninja clans? They are so lowly that they cannot even be concubines, reduced to mere wet nurses for their own children. Have you ever witnessed the widows of the ninja clans? They are relegated to mere support roles, forced to bear children for the clan's men until they can bear no more or perish in childbirth. I have turned a deaf ear to their suffering, not out of cold-heartedness, nor from ignorance of their plight. I understand they are mere victims, and even I am but a fortunate victim. But Akiko, I do not wish for you to become such a sacrifice. Chapter 37. Akiko's mother's daily rebuttal. Akiko's mother had remained silent for quite some time. Lady Momoko seemed to sense her own emotional outburst and slowly began to straighten her slightly disordered attire. Sister, Akiko's mother began softly. I am well aware of what you are saying. She lifted her gaze, meeting Lady Momoko's eyes directly. But what of it? I too have desires that compel me to abandon everything. I cannot simply forsake them out of fear. She gestured to halt Lady Momoko's impending retort. Do you remember why we entered the palace? The Empress Dowager was in poor health and hoped to bind Lord Yashikata more closely with girls of our clan. Akiko's mother's voice grew slightly distant. Besides you and me, there was also Sister Shiko accompanying us. In fact, it was Sister Shiko who was favored by the Empress Dowager. Lady Momoko, with a serious expression, interrupted, Shiko has long since passed. She and her mother received their just deserts. I know, Akiko nodded. But Sister Shiko vanished due to a simple act of malice. Just the day before, she was joyfully selecting the colors of her garments, and the next day, she was no more. Sister, I loathed Sister Shiko so thoroughly that I once swore I would ignore her even if she fell into water. Yet, upon her death, I realized that both power and love are but frail things when faced with mortality. I once questioned whether my passion lay in the depths of medicine or in the fulfillment of saving lives. I thought it was the former, relishing the rewriting of life's limits, the struggle against fate, and that exhilarating sensation of racing against death. But I later discovered that while I indeed relished the fight against fate, what I cherish more is the ability to utilize my skills to render this wretched world a little less dreadful. Akiko's mother shifted her posture, sitting cross-legged like a man. Life is all too brief, and my aspirations are so numerous, she reflected. I can only choose what I deem more significant. Sister, I cannot betray my own will simply because of a foreseeable misfortune. I refuse to live with lifelong regrets. She spoke thus to the one person in the world who loved her most. Lady Momoko and Akiko's mother exchanged glances, and with a deep sigh, Lady Momoko ventured. Would you consider leaving Choji with me? Do not jest. Akiko's mother was taken aback by this suggestion. If you are willing, Lady Momoko replied seriously. Placing Choji in my care would at least allow her to become a concubine to the eldest son. This left even Choji stunned. The notion of a ninja's daughter becoming a future concubine to the Lord of the West was indeed startling to all. Lady Momoko, in her efforts to uphold her sister's noble status and not contradict her wishes, was clearly exerting herself. Akiko's mother glanced at Choji, her expression revealing a moment of struggle, before silently shaking her head at Lady Momoko. Some birds are born to be unconfined. Every feather of theirs radiates the brilliance of freedom, just as you cherish the court. Even at the risk of the Empress Dowager's disdain, I have no regrets in embracing the common folk, even at the cost of losing my so-called status. Sister, we have spent our lives detesting the loss of freedom. How can we, under the guise of seeking what is best for our children, allow them to continue losing their freedom? Chapter 38. The complicit love after visiting Lord Yashikata and Lady Momoko. Akiko's mother did not take Choji to meet the legitimate wife of Lord Yashikata before departing. The legitimate wife of Lord Yashikata, Lady Ko, is also considered a sister to Lady Momoko and Akiko's mother, making Choji her niece. However, the enmity between Lady Ko and Lady Momoko is a well-known secret across this continent. After Akiko's mother left the inner palace to pursue her medical career, and Lady Momoko was forced to become a nun due to illness, it was only natural that Lady Ko, as the youngest daughter, became Lord Yashikata's legitimate wife following his tearful mourning of the Empress Dowager. Unfortunately, before Lady Ko could conceive, Lord Yashikata welcomed back the now-recovered Lady Momoko. Although Lady Momoko was relegated to the status of a concubine due to Lady Ko's position as the legitimate wife, she, as the biological mother of nearly all of Lord Yashikata's children, naturally held a dominant position under her husband's favor, overshadowing Lady Ko. If it were merely a case of a beautiful concubine and a waning wife, perhaps Choji would believe that these half-sisters could coexist in peace. But it was not merely that Lady Momoko reproached her sister for studying ninjutsu, fully aware of her marriage to a ninja. Nor was it simply that both Lord Yashikata and Lady Momoko appeared to hold deep affection and trust for Akiko's mother, revealing glimpses of their true emotions. Nor was it only that Choji, being close to Akiko's mother, observed their discord with clarity. Nor was it that Choji had just experienced a moment of terror upon realizing that both Lord Yashikata and Lady Momoko were acutely aware of their actions. Nor was it that Choji suddenly recognized that Lord Yashikata and Lady Momoko were truly a pair of like-minded lovers. Indeed, in Choji's eyes, they were undeniably true lovers. Even amidst Lord Yashikata's numerous concubines and countless side wives, Lady Momoko bore nearly all of Lord Yashikata's children, with her eldest son being regarded as his heir from an early age. Recently, Lord Yashikata had finally concluded his political maneuvers and was prepared to dismiss Lady Ko in favor of Lady Momoko. If all this were not sufficient reason, there remained one more compelling piece of evidence. This monarch, bound by the harem for generations, who spent the first half of his life under the control of a non-blood relative, a monarch deprived of freedom, was the very same who, upon ascending to the throne, hastily abolished his wife's position as the chief priestess. He appointed Lady Momoko as his spokesperson, granting her the authority to partake in political and military affairs. This was the very assurance that enabled Lady Momoko to promise Akiko's mother that Choji would become the next lord's concubine, or even the legitimate wife. And it seemed Lady Momoko loved Lord Yashikata sufficiently as well. Madame Tao assisted Kira Meishu in the assassination of his all-powerful uncle, aiding him in suppressing the disobedient members of the royal family and nobility. During the relocation of the capital, she took on the role of matriarch, guarding the newly established capital with her son, despite its utter lack of resources. She even transformed the ninjas, once of respectable standing, into mere tools at her disposal. Chao Yin was acutely aware of her beloved's life, stifled under the weight of power, and she learned from her mother about their arduous years of mutual support. She believed she comprehended the struggles of ruling as a minority over the majority, the anxiety and helplessness that accompanied the endeavor of the weak to suppress the strong. Yet, Chao Yin was still horrified to confront these two thoroughly awakened madmen, unable to fathom how they had ignited the fury within everyone, charging heedlessly against the existing system, seemingly madly preparing to usher in a new world, indifferent to the potential for endless war and upheaval that lay ahead. It was a choice between ascending to heaven or plummeting into the abyss. Chao Yin could envision that in this tumultuous process, those of lowly status would soar, while the powerful would inevitably tumble from their heights. The ninja clan, as the armed support, would face a life-and-death struggle against the Shinto faith, and the generals who once suppressed the court with their armies would be effortlessly crushed by those with abilities. The earth would be shrouded in desire and warfare, with few spared from calamity, resulting in a death toll so vast it would be incalculable. The notions of rank and wealth would become as insubstantial as paper. They were acutely aware of this, yet appeared unconcerned, joyfully embarking on a tremendous gamble. They were a pair of unequivocal madmen, intertwined poisonous vines bringing endless suffering to the land, and they stood side by side as co-conspirators intent on overthrowing a world they deemed sufficiently tormenting. Chapter 39. Discussing marriage matters. As the flustered Chao Yin returned to her temporary residence, led by Mother Xingzi, she unexpectedly encountered Uchiha Taijima, and Uchiha Madara, who were coming to pay a visit. It was thus easy to understand why Chao Yin found herself roasting oranges with Uchiha Madara. Indeed, viewed by their elders as a child lacking understanding, Chao Yin was entrusted to the care of Uchiha Madara, who was of a similar age and could engage in conversations with adults. This was perhaps also a sign that Uchiha Taijima had finally realized that Uchiha Madara was not cut out for political maneuvering. So, you were nearly taken away to be married? How old are you? Uchiha Madara exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly comprehend why this childlike individual, devoid of any feminine charm, so markedly different from the captivating courtesans of the flower streets and the gentle, dignified maidens of noble families, was already of an age to be betrothed. Marriage does not consider age. Even a 3-year-old princess can be engaged, Chao Yin retorted emphatically. This was indeed a reality. Love, in essence, resembled a legend. Everyone had heard of it, yet few had witnessed it. The most recent love story was likely that of Mother Xingzi and Father Sanjia. The noble princess and the formidable ninja, though one must disregard at that time Kira Meishu's need to temporarily pacify the ninja clan and royal family, as well as Aunt Tao's efforts to cultivate powerful ninja allies. The notion of marrying for love was nothing short of a foolish, unattainable dream. Consequently, everyone rationally utilized power, status, strength, wealth, lineage, prestige, and personal ability to determine the compatibility of marriage. Thus, apart from slightly influencing the next generation's fertility, and this matter could easily be resolved by taking concubines, the dowry was deemed far more significant than age. So, do you wish to marry within the clan or outside of it? Uchiha Madara asked directly. Why are you asking this? Chao Yin was momentarily taken aback. My dear brother, look at my age. Don't you think it's too early? Shouldn't we at least wait until I've developed a bit more? Actually, some families have already begun inquiring about your marriage, Uchiha Madara bluntly revealed. What? Chao Yin exclaimed, dumbfounded. Wait, what has happened on this journey? Kira Meishu evidently had not yet grasped the situation as he sought to change his subordinates' surnames to Uchiha. Is it that the subordinates of the general will also adopt the general's surname? Ignoring her dim-witted brother, Chao Yin pressed on. Indeed, Uchiha Madara replied, as if it were the most natural thing. Chao Yin was astonished. This strategy appeared to hold the potential for success. Perhaps merely changing surnames was not entirely indicative. A single term would clarify everything. The 8 banners. This straightforward and unyielding system, combined with the original tribal hierarchy, could swiftly establish an exceptionally strong sense of belonging that transcended ethnicity. Given that local warlords had already begun to merge with foreign nobles under the governance of the imperial court, and Kira Meishu had solidified his legitimacy through 3 axes following the demise of the imperial court, while also using the relocation of the capital to free himself from the shackles of the imperial court's influence, having recently purged opposition to Aunt Tao, those opposing him, and further bolstering his authority through changes in attire, as well as consolidating power through aggressive actions toward the east. If he could swiftly resolve the issue of belonging among the tribal and indigenous populations, Kira Meishu would likely become an undeniable figure on this continent. Chapter 40. Discussing marriage matters with Brother Madara. So, have you decided where you want to marry? Uchiha Madara continued to press, completely oblivious to Chao Yin's thoughts. This was understandable, as although the Uchiha clan was later referred to by Senju Tobarama as the clan of love, their affections were undoubtedly stratified by degrees of intimacy. They would reserve their fiery, passionate emotions for their closest kin and dearest loved ones, often leaving little room for even blood relatives. This could be evidenced by Uchiha Itachi's tragic decision to annihilate his entire clan while aiming to protect his only brother, Sasuke, or by Uchiha Obito's ruthless actions against his mentor, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, while resolutely safeguarding Kakashi. For Uchiha Madara, Chao Yin and Izumi were likely of higher priority. After all, as a once awkward third son, he, in some respects, lived less freely than Chao Yin. His father, Uchiha Taijima, like the majority of fathers during the Warring States period, was more concerned with his eldest son. He would grant Uchiha Shinsuke ample status and authority, teach Uchiha so to assist his elder brother, and shower affection on his younger son from his second wife. He may have loved each of his sons, but for the largely expendable Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izumi, his available energy and time were inevitably limited. Moreover, as brothers, Uchiha Shinsuke and Uchiha So, due to age and upbringing, were undoubtedly closer to each other, while they did indeed care for their significantly younger siblings. It is worth noting that when Uchiha Madara was born, both of his brothers had already begun their battles. In the face of endless trials of life and death, how much time could they afford to devote to their newborn, oblivious siblings? Although Chao Yin was not the child of the clan leader, even setting aside Mother Xingzi's invisible status as a noblewoman in an arranged marriage, the fact that Father Sanjia was a childhood companion of Uchiha Tejima would ensure that external status would not influence their attitudes toward their respective children. Just as Senju Hashirama would never consider the children of Senju Tobarama inferior to his own, Uchiha Madara would not allow the children of Uchiha Izumi to be bullied by anyone, even his own offspring. They would completely reject the bizarre and terrifying relationships seen within the Hyuga clan. Thus, the three of them, of similar age and frequent contact, naturally gravitated toward one another. Furthermore, there exists an undeniable reason worth mentioning. The fondness individuals harbor for relationships undoubtedly aligns with the inclination to minimize their efforts. Thus, when three individuals share a close proximity, spend a considerable duration together, and undergo sufficient personality refinement, their mutual affection intensifies. Moreover, the significance individuals assign to others is invariably calculated based on the degree of investment. Hence, the trio, having spent an overwhelming amount of time together, cannot fathom the notion of excluding one another from their lives. Consequently, the bond between Asagao, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna is, even from the perspective of the Uchiha clan, sufficiently intimate. It is precisely for this reason that Madara, unperturbed by the potential leakage of information, promptly cautions Asagao to be mindful of her marital situation. Rest assured, they have no intention of reaching a decision in the short term, Asagao asserts with conviction. However, the elder's father is already discussing matters with your parents, which leaves Madara somewhat perturbed. Asagao, with an almost exasperated glance at her naive and sensitive brother, contemplates giving up on his understanding entirely, for he lacks comprehension of such matters. Madara, you must realize that I am most likely to be requested to marry either you or Izuna, Asagao bluntly states, delivering a shocking revelation. This revelation utterly stuns Madara, as he had never considered Asagao in terms of gender. His vague impression of her future was merely that she would eventually marry, but he had never truly envisioned the specifics, let alone the idea of marrying himself or his brother. Observing Madara's bewilderment, Asagao patiently elaborates. While it is true that the Uchiha clan places emphasis on bloodline purity due to the Sharingan, my mother's unique status as a bridge between the Uchiha family and the nobility, alongside my father, means that, as their daughter, I am naturally positioned as an alliance. Rather than simply marrying me, it is more about expressing respect towards Lord Kiryu and Lady Momoko. Furthermore, if Lady Momoko wishes for me to marry the eldest son, do you truly believe it is predicated on my supposed excellence or beauty? It is because my mother has become a ninja, and these two wish to further suppress the ninja class, placing the Uchiha's situation in considerable peril. Thus, I serve as a safeguard to protect my mother. Noting Madara's lingering confusion, Asagao emphasizes the crucial point. After this war, there may be a period of peace, but once Lord Kiryu completes his reforms, the intensity of warfare will significantly escalate, and conflicts among the feudal lords will likely persist until the nation reaches its limit. But weren't you the one who said that Lord Kiryu's reforms might fail? I recall you even criticized this matter, Madara interjects, referencing Asagao's previous statements. However, they now possess the potential for success. Asagao responds earnestly to Madara. They are attempting to re-establish self-identity through a change of surname. By indiscriminately granting citizenship, the disparities between races will be immediately leveled by class differences. Their primary issue as a minority ruling over a majority will be effectively addressed. Furthermore, as long as war exists, as long as warfare provides them with ample avenues for advancement, and through war they unite against a common enemy, their chances of success are considerably high. Gazing into Madara's eyes, Asagao solemnly underscores her point. Wait, I don't wish to delve into all of this. Madara suddenly snaps back to reality. I simply want to know how you envision your future. You mentioned the possibility of marrying either me or Izuna. While that may be the optimal solution in formality, it's surely isn't your ideal. So, what does your desired future look like? Madara places his hands on Asagao's shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes. Asagao meets Madara's gaze, which is as dark as ink, a trait considered the greatest weapon by his kin, yet in her eyes, It seems to shimmer with a golden hue, reminiscent of a brilliant starry river in the night sky. Asagao gently pushes Madara's hands away and candidly informs him. I do not know, Asagao admits. There are at least 7 years before I am to marry. And at this moment, I cannot envision what the future may hold. Yet, I promise that once I have made a decision, you will be the first to know. Madara reveals his characteristic arrogant smile. Then you must think it through thoroughly. Even if you wish to marry Senju, I will assist you in achieving that goal. Amused by his bravado, Asagao cannot help but tease him. Why would I want to marry Senju? As your brother, shouldn't you be bringing Senju home instead? Madara chuckles at Asagao's jest. Beneath the darkened sky, their laughter resonates with joy. Chapter 41. The routine of a gathering. It appears you two are having quite the enjoyable conversation. A chilling voice suddenly interrupts from behind. Asagao and Madara turn in alarm to find Izuna's face emanating a menacing aura in the shadows. Madara, I've been waiting at home for quite some time. And here you are dining out? Madara freezes, realizing that night has already fallen. We were discussing Asagao's future marriage. Madara quickly diverts the topic. Izuna, it's quite possible that Asagao will marry one of us. Asagao's expression darkens, although she has long acknowledged this reality. Discussing it openly inevitably brings a sense of embarrassment, making her feel rather cheap. Yet, seeing Madara's foolish attempts to excuse himself, she merely purses her lips and refrains from commenting. Madara immediately casts a grateful glance in her direction. Izuna, observing his brother's desperate attempts to change the subject, lets out a long sigh, granting him a reprieve. Noticing this, Asagao hastily pulls Izuna over to the grill, retrieving various vegetables and meats set aside. Indeed, they are barbecuing and preparing to place them on the grill. Stop right there, Izuna exclaims in alarm, preventing Asagao from proceeding. If this culinary novice attempts to cook, although Asagao's iron stomach may withstand it, I fear that by evening, both he and Madara will need to have their stomachs pumped. Izuna thus resorts to meticulously placing the vegetables and meats onto the grill with tongs, carefully drizzling them with sauce, and distributing the cooked meat onto Madara's and Asagao's plates. The three of them take a collective sigh of relief as they savor the hard-earned dinner. Of course, I am aware of this matter. Izuna responds to the topic Madara had intentionally sidestepped. But this issue is something Asagao and I can handle, and there is no need for you to intervene, brother. Madara, perplexed, retorts, wait, I am involved. What do you mean I don't need to manage it? He had previously believed he was the first to learn of this matter, only to discover that he was the sole one left in the dark. Given your emotional intelligence, you'll likely just have to wait until the union is announced. This matter doesn't require your concern, Asagao quips. What do you mean I'll just have to wait for the union to be announced? Madara protests indignantly. Then name 10 girls within 5 years of your age. Asagao delivers a decisive blow. Madara falters, defeated. Because, Madara, you tend to care only for the more powerful individuals. Izuna interjects to console the disheartened Madara. It's just that there are rarely formidable women on the battlefield. Of course, Asagao agrees as she eats. Generally, very few clans allow women to become ninjas on the battlefield. Such a waste is only conceivable for affluent households. However, I feel that Madara might prefer a noble lady of sorts. Given that he appears to be the traditional type who enjoys seeing his wife bow while saying, "Please take care of me," Asagao casually speculates. And what about Izuna? What kind of girl do you think he would like? Madara expresses immediate interest in this topic. Amen. As Choga could not help but roll her eyes. She mused that Izuna likely favored the straightforward, somewhat thick-skinned type, akin to a loyal hound who believes every word spoken to him. Conversely, he might be drawn to the cunning strategist, a character much like Choga herself, who speaks without restraint. If I were to prefer the blunt or the devious, Choga, it is certain you would be enamored with the duplicitous rogue who dons a mask of virtue. Izuna's offhand remarks struck home. Uchiha Madara nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Izuna's words. Choga found herself without a counterargument. The three of them, having grown up together, possessed an intimate understanding of one another's quirks, devoid of any mystery that could nurture romantic feelings. However, one could not help but wonder why Chief Taijima had been in discussions for such an extended period. Choga felt she could nearly finish her meal. Perhaps they were deliberating over the situation in Simi. Madara replied casually, indicating that he had not yet heard the latest news. Was the Mori general still holding out? Had he not surrendered yet? Madara's expression darkened. Having been besieged in Simi for months, his mood was visibly grim. Yes, Izuna interjected. Just a few days ago, the outer city was breached, and the Mori general has since constructed 3 additional inner walls, now awaiting the full assembly of Kira's forces to launch a decisive strike. To withstand a siege for half a year alone is quite the feat, Choga reflected. Indeed. But the defenses are weakening, and the true elite forces have likely diminished significantly, Madara responded, his frustration palpable at the lack of progress. Though he could not help but express respect for the general's tenacity. With no manpower or resources to support him, no orders for retreat, and not even a minimal gesture of goodwill, Izuna could not restrain his sympathy for the Mori general. The trio fell into a contemplative silence, the only sound being the sizzling of meat over the charcoal fire. Will there be a massacre? Choga suddenly inquired. That depends on the Mori general. If he surrenders, perhaps a massacre can be avoided. But should he resist, the casualties must be accounted for, Izuna replied with a chilling indifference. Why must there always be death? Would it not be better if we all swore brotherhood to maintain peace? Madara lamented. Brother, as an Uchiha, must you always act as if you are a Senju? Choga quipped, unable to hold back her sarcasm. The Senju forge alliances through brotherhood, sharing vows, and drinking from the same cup. Yet, the Uchiha rely on coups, assassination, and espionage to subvert foreign governments, do we not? Do you imply we are the villains? Izuna retorted. Are we not? Choga countered. The 3 fell silent once more. Indeed, the long-standing discord between the Uchiha and Senju clans transcended mere animosity. One need only reflect to comprehend that the Uchiha Sharingan, a tool for illusion, would hardly find synergy with the physically imposing Senju clan on the mercenary battlefield. Thus, the Uchiha had historically thrived by aligning themselves with powerful aristocracy, often closer to the state than the Senju, who could be likened to the 5 Mountain Sword sect, while the Uchiha were undoubtedly the scandalous hounds of the court. Regarding their roles, if the Senju were mercenaries who fought for pay, the Uchiha resembled entities akin to the CIA or KGB, often extorting neighboring nobles and inciting conflicts among nations, their reputation among the ninja ranks severely tarnished. Yet the Uchiha's rewards were considerable, a vast network of outposts, unparalleled intelligence, and the privileges and income that came with them. Being allied with the powerful, they could occasionally flout aristocratic restrictions, indulging in meats and sugars, and even obtaining precious ores for Choga's furnace. Chapter 42. The daily life after the fall of Simi. After a brief respite, the flames of war reignited. In the distance, Simi resembled a beacon, defiantly refusing to be extinguished amidst a tempest. The inner walls had also been breached, with the first to ascend being rewarded amidst the cheers for Kira. The Mori general and his troops remained steadfast behind the last wall. Choga could no longer afford to keep up with these developments. The contents of the tent were periodically jostled by the tremors of jutsu from the battlefield, the cacophony of ninjutsu and the clash of weapons overshadowing the moans of the wounded within. Among them could be Uchiha and Senju scions, pivotal figures from smaller clans, or even remnants of once great ninja families reduced to mere chakra refiners. Some may even have been the confidants of the generals. But Choga could no longer distinguish one from another. They lay there, disheveled and bloodied, their bodies marred with wounds, emitting anguished cries even through the night. Choga, her mind a blank slate, channeled chakra, her body instinctively tending to the injured. She had not truly rested in what felt like ages. The stench of blood was a constant assault on her senses, her cracked lips forbidding her from licking them for fear of the metallic taste-inducing retching. The wails of the wounded and the thunderous roars from outside echoed in her ears, offering no reprieve, even in slumber. Her fingers incessantly probed the entrails of the injured, desperately attempting to return the slippery organs to their rightful places. Watching those she had healed rush back to the battlefield, only to return once more to the tent, brought her a strange sense of relief. Perhaps it was better to see the wounded than to ponder the fates of those who had perished, left behind on the battlefield, never to receive treatment. The fortunate ones might retain severed limbs, awaiting the day their loved ones would come to bury them, while the unfortunate would become one with the earth, their flesh mingling with the soil. What terrified Choga even more were the gazes of the wounded's kin, their eyes burning like embers upon her, each hopeful call striking her heart like a whip. These visions haunted her dreams, replaying endlessly. She had long since forgotten who had perished. Was it the boy who sang at night? Or the middle-aged man who clutched a photograph of his beloved? Perhaps it was the pale figure with a penetrating wound across his back? Or the limping one marked by a branding iron? They lay there, wailing, longing, fervently wishing, lamenting, and cursing, as if having exhausted all hope and fervor, they dissipated like wisps of smoke into the world. She thought that having been born into the Uchiha clan and witnessed the atrocities wrought by them, she would remain indifferent to the notions of death and sacrifice. That the casualties were merely ephemeral figures, crowns upon the heads of the Uchiha's mightiest, medals upon their chests. Humanity is such that, unless one hears the cries or witnesses the pain with their own eyes, they often lack empathy. Yet now, they cried out, bled, and clung to the hope of survival. Or even to die beneath the sun, while Choga often felt powerless. Later, more prisoners were brought into the tent. They were subordinates of the Mori general. These soldiers, who had defended the fortress for 200 days and nights, had sworn to exist alongside their stronghold, yet before the might of the nation. They could not fulfill their vows. Many lacked even the minuscule amount of chakra necessary to execute ninjutsu, their pitiable condition evident. Without mentioning their injuries, many of them had developed sores on their eyes from prolonged sleeplessness. As Asagao tended to the captives who had not slept for too long, she listened to the soldiers who had brought them and joyfully calculating whether the recent rewards and spoils could afford a cow for their family, or perhaps a piece of furniture for their daughter who was about to marry, to prevent her from being looked down upon by her husband's family, or even a piece of jewelry for their long-suffering wives, or armor or swords for their sons. It was as if a cinematic scene vividly portrayed the joys and sorrows of different individuals, forcibly embedding itself in Asagao's mind. Later, the well water in the city of Shi was cut off by the besieging army. The injured brought in could not even bleed. Asagao numbly watched one of them, who softly called for his mother throughout the night, succumbed to dehydration. And just as he took his last breath, cheers suddenly erupted from afar. The city of Shi had fallen, and the great General Mori was captured alive as per the demands of Lord Kira. The war was over. Chapter 43. The daily life of a defeated city. The great General Mori, severely wounded, was brought in for treatment. He was of considerable age, and had it not been for his high status, he would have long been cast away into the mountains. Yet, he bore none of the gentle demeanor one might expect from an elder, instead resembling a malevolent specter stripped of all possessions. He did not choose to end his life in honor of his city. However, anyone who had laid eyes upon him understood that he was akin to a shattered bowl, liable to become a pile of fragments at any moment. This general, forged from steel, ultimately could not become the master of the ninja. Once the wounded had been nearly healed, Asagao finally succumbed to a deep slumber. In her dreams, blood was everywhere, shattered banners floated in the air, and the sounds of roaring and screams echoed incessantly. Exhausted, she drifted into a state of oblivion, unable to awaken. One morning, a beam of light streaming through the crack of the door struck her eyes. Asagao struggled to open her dry eyes, rubbing them vigorously. Before her stood Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, whom she had not seen in a long time. Asagao, still drowsy, wished to return to her dreams. But the two of them lifted her up. Uchiha Madara pressed a cold towel directly against her face, jolting her awake and dissipating her fatigue. Uchiha Izuna casually helped her put on an outer garment, a benefit of this ancient land where clothing was layered, allowing her to simply step out with ease. Once Asagao was pulled out the door, she discovered that Akiko, her mother, stood waiting. She stuffed a bulging purse into Uchiha Izuna's hands and waved the three children out of the house. "Where are you taking me?" Asagao's voice was tinged with exasperation. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna paused momentarily, offering no reply, and continued to pull Asagao along. "Don't tell me you don't even know." In the silence, Asagao realized that perhaps they were merely escorting her out. "There are some places you cannot go," Uchiha Madara weakly countered. "So where do you usually go?" Asagao asked, genuinely astonished. "To the flower streets, casinos, taverns, and perhaps even the underground arenas." "I doubt you can go there now." Uchiha Izuna cautiously surveyed Asagao, fearful that any misstep might provoke her. Asagao considered. She dared not venture to the underground arena as the mere thought of meat made her nauseous. The casinos and taverns held no interest for her. "Then let us go to the flower street," Asagao decisively proclaimed. "Do you know what the flower street is for?" Uchiha Izuna tentatively inquired. "Of course, but you two shouldn't be at the age for such pursuits yet. What difference does it make if we go to the flower street? You can relax, so why can't I?" Asagao calmly retorted, acknowledging that not everyone matures as early as Jiaobaoyu. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna exchanged glances, silently consenting. Asageo's interest piqued. She tugged at Uchiha Madara's sleeve, confident that after spending so much time nearby, he would know the location of the most prosperous city. After all, flower streets are invariably found near the grand shrines of flourishing cities, a truth of this land. It's a bit far. By ninja standards, it might take about an hour. Uchiha Madara estimated. That is perfect. It's morning now. By the time we arrive, we can have lunch and then watch the ladies dance. Asagao finalized the itinerary. However, upon arriving at the city Uchiha Madara had mentioned, the three were taken aback. This city bore no resemblance to the prosperous and thriving place described by Uchiha Madara. It was surrounded by an army. The soldiers glanced at Asagao and the others, seemingly intent on extorting them. Yet, a young officer nearby stopped them, gesturing and speaking to the soldiers, though the words were unclear. Is that the Uchiha clan's young master? They approached with friendly smiles. You must be the esteemed healer. Asagao? Truly remarkable at such a young age. It dawned on Asagao that these could be the wounded soldiers she had treated. We wish to buy some supplies in the city. Is it convenient at the moment? Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna shielded Asagao. The soldiers exchanged glances, candidly informing them that it was not a suitable time. The city had already been taken over by the army, and little remained within. If you'd like, I can help you find something, they offered earnestly. Asagao seemed to realize something, swaying slightly before being steadied by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna explained with great care. Asagao has never been on the battlefield. She has been a bit shaken these past few days. We hope to take her out to relax. This indeed posed a challenge. The opposing soldiers scratched their heads, glancing at Asageo's pale complexion, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, a young officer appeared to have an idea. He conferred with another officer from a different unit before bringing forth a doll-like, beautiful young girl. The officer cheerfully stated, Asagao, since you have no servants to tend to your needs, we can offer you this newly captured girl as a companion. Rest assured, she has had excellent education and will be free of ailments. As for her family, do not worry, they are very willing. Confused, Asagao could only return with the carriage and the girl they had provided. Yet, she felt something was amiss. It was the sound of slaughter. After pondering for a long while, she suddenly realized. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were startled by Asageo's sudden exclamation, but being well aware of reality. They struggled to comfort the girl they had been trying to protect. It's a massacre, came the voice of the girl accompanying them. She appeared to be around Asageo's age, and unlike Asagao, who had always been casual about demeanor and etiquette, this girl showed signs of having received proper training, evident in her graceful posture. Do you know? Asagao gazed at the girl, feeling somewhat intimidated, as if she were being unequivocally overshadowed. I couldn't discern the emotions in her voice. Initially, they had not shouted for bloodshed. They merely requested the cooperation of the populace. And the amount of money they demanded was not excessive, so no one fled. Then, members of different units repeatedly demanded money when they could not extort it. They resorted to robbery and the abduction of women. Then they began to kill, on the streets, in the courtyards, even breaking down doors. We dared not hide indoors. So we climbed onto the roofs, waiting until evening when they had grown weary before we could return to eat. Later, there was mention of a peacekeeping edict, prompting the families to emerge from their homes, men, women, the elderly, and children alike. After they had been thoroughly robbed, those chosen for departure were slain with a single stroke. And as for infants, they were killed for their cries and discarded by the roadside. We must have visited some affluent household. I cannot tell. Men were driven to the front to be slaughtered, while we women and young girls changed our clothes and were selected. As for those who remained, I am unsure. Those taken away were confined within tents. Later, it seemed that due to the overwhelming number of hidden individuals, they began to set fire and force people out. The screams of those burned alive sounding inhuman, akin to the lamentations of crows. Chao Yin gazed at the still calm sister, unable to utter a single word. Uchiha Izuna clutched Chao Yan's garment, seemingly wanting to say something, yet words eluded her. Uchiha Madara directly embraced Chao Yan. Only then did she realize that she was trembling. General Mori, did you foresee such an outcome all along? Chapter 44. The daily life of the sister who split the protective wall. Uchiha Izuna's blade was a ribbed dagger. Sharp and agile. Its elongated body measured 1 foot and 9 inches, slightly longer than the standard ribbed dagger, classifying it as a large ribbed dagger. The blade was crafted from exquisite materials, meticulously forged to possess an incredibly sharp edge, gliding through the air like the clear waters of an autumn pond. The hilt was wrapped in delicate leather, offering a comfortable grip that instilled a sense of stability. The design of the blade collar was intricate, closely integrated with the blade, providing substantial protection. It was suitable for sudden skirmishes in confined spaces, particularly fitting for young, unformed ninja. It was crafted with the utmost skill that Chao Yin could provide. Although termed a ribbed dagger, its strength was closer to that of a cleaver. According to previous experimental records, it could sever a wrist-thick piece of wood with a mere light stroke, penetrate steel as thick as a nail with the gentlest of thrusts, and effortlessly shatter ice of a human's girth with a single charge, the blade capable of slicing through paper upon contact. Now, this very blade was poised to strike the sister's neck. Uchiha Madara halted his brother's actions, cradling the trembling Chao Yin. Their little sister had already endured enough trauma. This girl, akin to a cat or a bird, was sent by the officers as a gift to comfort the frightened girl. And it was not worth it to let Chao Yin continue to suffer. They were also not suited to destroy her newly received pet before their traumatized sister. The exquisitely doll-like sister's expression remained unchanged. Are you truly going to indulge this ninja maiden? Her tone remained gentle, imbued with the aristocratic accent of so-called nobility. Her garments perfectly arranged without a hint of disarray. Is this not your concern? Uchiha Madara retorted coldly. Had he encountered this sister under ordinary circumstances, he would have greatly admired her. The Uchiha clan was a quintessential ninja family, historically adhering to two distinct selection criteria. One was exceptional, identifying children like Chao Yin who were evidently different, irrespective of their fragility or propensity for trouble. Her ability to discern the trajectory of information and easily distinguish what was feasible from what was not set her apart. However, the more prevalent method was the typical selection mechanism, as seen with the previous generation's Uchiha Sosuke and this generation's Uchiha Madara. Regardless of whether they were the clan leader's biological children or ordinary clan members, they would be raised alongside the clan leader. Selected children faced minimal academic requirements. Yet their martial prowess was cultivated with significant resource allocation, with the most outstanding among them naturally destined to become the clan leader. The clan was highly experienced in talent selection. One could ascertain a child's potential as a ninja by observing their physical prowess and ninjutsu aptitude. If they were natural leaders or ignored by their peers, a few encounters would reveal their capabilities. According to the clan's consistent experience, such potential was heavily reliant on innate talent, discernible from a young age. Either one had it, or one could not cultivate it. This sister, possessing the remarkable composure of a still lake amidst thunder, would have been recruited by the Uchiha clan, even if she were not born into it, even as a female, and even if her youth obscured her physique and bloodline. Yet, Uchiha Madara was not in the mood to appreciate this. Nor would any member of the Uchiha clan likely feel inclined to do so at this moment. Unlike Uchiha Madara's pure concern, Uchiha Azuna, who shared a deep emotional bond, yet possessed a clearer understanding, recognized Chao Yin's uniqueness as a product of a ninja family and a top-tier noblewoman, as a bridge between the Uchiha clan and the continent's foremost powers, and as a prospective chief strategist and logistical commander of the clan. She was deemed too valuable to allow her abilities to wither away. Indeed, if she were to follow the conventional path, Chao Yin, as a woman, could not ascend to become the clan leader. However, if she were amenable, she would undoubtedly emerge as the matriarch of the Uchiha clan. Regardless of whether the clan leader was Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Azuna, or even the widowed Uchiha Taijima, Chao Yin would manage the Uchiha clan as its matriarch. Why? This is quite understandable. A person who can effortlessly identify problems can more readily adjust the Uchiha clan's influence, enabling the family to achieve the greatest gains with minimal losses. A person who can naturally leverage familial connections to elevate the entire clan. A person who can transform a clan that once hesitated to indulge in meat into one that can lavishly enjoy sweets within a few years. Would you wish to cast her aside? Even a clan leader would face the wrath of the clan's members. Thus, considering the current situation, amidst the upheaval surrounding Chao Yin, this sister, albeit a top-tier popular choice, could not capture the concern of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna. You are too indulgent towards this ninja maiden. Such a sheltered girl, unacquainted with the harsh realities, will inevitably suffer greatly when deprived of her family's protection, she continued, addressing the two gentlemen. Do you truly believe she will be as inept as you? Or do you think her family will be as feeble as yours? Uchiha Azuna scoffed. He could not fathom the powerful Uchiha clan descending to a level where they could be easily slaughtered, nor could he accept that Qiao Yin, who appeared exceptionally useful and embodied the tender qualities of women in the eyes of outsiders, would meet a tragic fate. Emotionally, Qiao Yin mirrored the Uchiha clan, intense yet detached. If their brothers were alive, they would naturally protect her from harm. Should they perish, Qiao Yin, devoid of anchors, would not be vulnerable to others. If someone coveted the benefits she could bring, they would inevitably have to offer her commensurate treatment. He could envision the worst-case scenario, Qiao Yin being controlled by a powerful family or authority, treated as a prized possession. However, this sister had likely only just begun to comprehend the true nature of reality. Under the guise of goodwill, you have confined her, manipulated her, and exploited her, while shielding her from the harsh truths of the world. Have you predetermined her future? Have you unilaterally decided her life? Does this sister truly understand that her future has been orchestrated for her? The gaze of this sister was piercingly sharp. Chapter 45. The first encounter with floating boats. The scene was enveloped in silence. This question left Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna without a retort. Or perhaps, in their eyes, and indeed in the eyes of nearly everyone, this was simply a matter of common understanding. A delicate, sensitive woman, incapable of taking to the battlefield, was showered with her parents' affection from a young age. Unlike her brothers, she was not obliged to forfeit her right to education, nor was her talent stifled by a lack of resources. She was unencumbered by the shackles of expected femininity, free from the burden of being a pawn in familial alliances aimed at elevating her clan status. Living in an environment reserved for the nobility, she simultaneously enjoyed the liberties often afforded to commoners. She relished in the preferential treatment and educational resources bestowed upon her as an only daughter, yet bore none of the typical responsibilities of inheritance and care. Her family had long since paid the price for her destiny. She merely needed to be treasured like a diamond in a box. Was there any fault in this? Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna could not comprehend it. Yet, Choga, with her lingering discontent, was acutely aware of her own frustrations. She was not frightened, as others might assume, by the gruesome fates of the deceased, or burdened by noble guilt for being unable to save everyone. Rather, she understood her family's intentions. They wished for this child of the Uchiha clan to encounter the rulers of the Western continent, to gain a semblance of influence among the powerful. They also sought her evaluation of this aristocrat, whose ties to the Uchiha were most profound. Should they sever ties for survival or invest their loyalty? Another, less significant expectation was for this well-guarded princess to witness blood, unlike Uchiha Azuna, who had completed numerous missions. Her family merely desired her to gain some worldly experience, devoid of the grim necessity of taking lives. Choga was well aware of these expectations and had mentally prepared herself. Although she was indeed unnerved by the specter of death, that was not the root of her prolonged distress. She recognized that her true fear lay in the impermanence of reality and the insignificance of human effort against the tide of fate. She was apprehensive about her inability to protect those she held dear in such a treacherous environment. Despite her understanding that killers often meet violent ends and that ninjas ultimately face grim fates, she stubbornly hoped to rescue her loved ones from this dire path. While she lamented the misfortunes of others, her heart remained biased. She was more concerned about those deemed monsters, who sustained themselves through bloodshed and were labeled as harbingers of terror, war, and plague. She yearned to find a path to survival amid the endless wilderness. She knew that this path would be drenched in the blood and tears of innocence, burying the unfortunate and upending the world's moral order. Where today's truths could be tomorrow's deceptions, and today's unfortunate could become the envied. Though she was unwilling to kill, she was ready to bear these sins, willing to disturb the world for a grander delusion. She was, after all, a child of the Uchiha clan. Surely, you too must hail from an extraordinary lineage? Choga gazed at the well-mannered young lady, as if finally reconciling with her inner self, and she felt a sense of calm wash over her. Choga did not believe that one's talent or lineage was tied to blood. However, she acknowledged that the extent to which one can cultivate their abilities often correlates with the education they receive. Like a seed, no matter how vigorous its vitality, it cannot flourish into a towering tree without proper sowing, watering, and fertilization. Talent ultimately requires nurturing and care to blossom into true genius. This woman, who seemed to embody the humble and elegant ideals of this world, this woman, who appeared fragile yet could struggle for survival in dire circumstances, this woman, whose initial focus was on two men but could swiftly redirect her attention to resolve Choga's inner turmoil. She had already been honed to such talent at such a tender age. "I am Fubion, the daughter of the Lord of Sumi," she formally introduced herself. By this introduction, Fubion clearly indicated that she was not the legitimate child of the Lord of Sumi and would not bring additional benefits to the Uchiha clan due to her lineage. However, because she was not the daughter of an enemy noble, but merely an ordinary illegitimate child, her loyalty to the Uchiha clan would not waver for the sake of her country. Choga held no objections to her identity. The previous eastward crossing had caused a social divide, leading many nobles to fall in status, dragging down the women associated with them in tandem with their fathers, brothers, and husbands. For instance, the most renowned courtesans often hailed from families of the samurai class or higher, with at least a prominent surname. For women in this world, marriage was a product of familial interests. Without esteemed and powerful parents valuing her, she would likely find herself with an unsatisfactory marriage. In an era where marriage was considered the ultimate refuge, lacking a strong husband to protect them would render their fates as precarious as floating weeds. Women like Choga's mother, who could transcend their unfortunate destinies and stand independently, were exceedingly rare, often categorized as undesirable by many parents. Fubion, I am merely a woman born into a ninja clan, with no particularly high status, and I do not intend to have any handmaidens. If you wish to leave, I can arrange for your return home. Fubion did not nod, her expression betraying no change, as if she had anticipated everything. If you are unwilling, would you consider joining me? I plan to turn the world upside down. Choga extended her hand toward Fubion. Fubion hesitated for a moment, as though she had heard something incomprehensible. After a long pause, she reached out and gently placed her hand atop Choga's. Chapter 46. A brief, peaceful routine. The entire Uchiha clan had little to say regarding Fubion's arrival. A noble girl lacking chakra, devoid of a powerful bloodline, and stripped of her noble status and connections, even the Uchiha clan, regarded as inferior, had their share of women, given that the frequency of childbirth among them was notably low. Although the Uchiha clan preferred intermarriage within their bloodline, even ninjas who reached the age of 30 were considered fortunate in their profession. It was not uncommon for families to employ women as handmaidens during their wives' pregnancies, increasing their chances for childbirth. As for whether the wives were willing, it could only be said that even within the Uchiha clan, the concept of true love was a rarity. For ninjas, while men served as tools for the powerful, living perilously to earn rewards for the nobility, women were similarly utilized. They were confined within the small confines of their clan, their worth reduced to childbearing and household management. In such a prison-like existence, having someone to share the burdens, labor, and worries for distant family members could, in some sense, provide a measure of solace. Perhaps driven by a desire for prestige or due to the need to select pets based on lineage, a girl of noble descent fallen to the lower ranks, and a widow raising outstanding children were both considered desirable targets. Fubion paid little mind to the gazes of others, but was taken aback by the accounts that Choga had presented to her. Is this something one can show to others? Fubion exclaimed, rolling up the ledger and playfully tapping Choga on the head. What is the problem? It's merely a child's toy. Choga dismissed her concern. The thing she created might be quite profitable, bringing substantial benefits to the family. However, the root cause was merely a fleeting whim of Asagao. Even if it were discarded, something similar, if not superior, could be produced. Do you not believe this to be an issue? Floating Boat found herself unable to refute Asagao's response, and could only turn back to question Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. This is really not a problem, right? Indeed. Floating Boat, you are doing splendidly. Just continue on this path, remarked two nameless individuals, overwhelmed by the accounts. Uchiha Izuna might still harbor some reservations about Floating Boat, but he and his brother could no longer endure the late nights spent processing these matters. As ninjas, they trained daily in physical and ninjutsu. While cultural studies had essentially been neglected by their clan since childhood, it was only during this recent period, after becoming the clan's young leader and his deputy, that they were compelled to engage with such tasks. Although they managed to cope, claiming any passion for it would be pure nonsense. Even now, there were aspects that required Asagao's counsel. Thus, despite their pocket money being invested in this ledger, which could be regarded as a shared endeavor among the three of them, the profits from prior distributions had already multiplied several times, and they were long past the point of wishing to continue this self-inflicted torment. Floating Boat, in a huff, sat down to tally the accounts, her writing transforming into an artful script, her grip on the pen so tight it seemed she might crush it. Asagao, in an attempt to appease her, placed a cup of fruit tea beside Floating Boat and then reclined in a chair, resuming her calculations on how to transform the earthen furnace into a shurfong or even larger. Uchiha Izuna sprawled on the tatami, grappling with the intelligence assignments handed to him, gritting his teeth as he scribbled. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara sat on the mat closest to the window, where the Uchiha family's ninja cats often favored to lounge, holding a ninjutsu scroll. Several shiny and sleek ninja cats purring on his lap. As the sun gradually descended, its orange light gently bathed the four of them. The four youths, still in their formative years, finished dinner at the call of their parents and joyfully retrieved a chilled watermelon from the well. Amidst laughter over whether the fruit was sweet enough, they urged the physically adept Uchiha Madara to slice it open with shurikens. In the cool evening breeze, they savored the icy, sweet watermelon on the steps, conversing exuberantly over amusing topics amidst the cacophony of cicadas. Asagao could not recall the specifics of their discussions afterward. Perhaps it was about a new fabric in a nearby town, or a particularly delicious Odin encountered during a mission, or perhaps a mountain that was exceptionally perilous, or a river teeming with the largest, most delectable fish. Occasionally, passing children would approach, eager to taste, and Uchiha Madara would not refuse. As more children gathered, he ultimately shared the remaining watermelon with them, leaving himself with the least. Despite being the one who adored it most, peace, albeit fleeting, graced them, even if merely to nurture the tempest that would soon follow. Chapter 1. Side Story. Heart like a charred tree, body like an unmoored boat. Floating Boat, the child of Sumo Guard and his late wife, had many siblings. And after marrying his second wife, he fathered several young children with concubines. He was a rare father who cherished his children, adorning their rooms with treasures meant for girls. Worshipping teachers who instructed his daughters in music and moved to tears by the grandeur of their ensemble performances. He treated his daughters well, but Floating Boat was different. She was brought in by his second wife. In contrast to her adoptive father's indifference, Floating Boat's mother showered her with affection. Floating Boat understood the reasons behind this. On one hand, it was due to her beauty and graceful demeanor, which set her apart among her sisters. Had she been ordinary like the others, her mother would not have fretted so tirelessly over her. More importantly, her mother held a devout belief in Floating Boat's noble lineage, believing that a child with royal blood was destined for greatness, even if she was not acknowledged by her biological father. Yet, her mother attributed this lack of recognition to her status as a maid, despite being the niece of a princess. Consequently, her mother always hoped for her to marry well, to bring honor to their family. But what worth does noble blood carry? Floating Boat scoffed at the thought. That prince had passed away, and his legitimate daughter, whom she could not even call elder sister, had died fearing the disparity between her father's legacy and her lover's identity. In her final moments, she could only entrust her lover with the care of her biological sister, forging a bond that allowed her sister's life to remain somewhat unchanged. And as for Floating Boat, unacknowledged by her biological father and lacking sufficient support from her adoptive father, she could only watch as her betrothed rejected her due to her status as an adopted child and turned to marry her other sisters. Yet, truth be told, such a leisurely existence was quite pleasant had Sumo Guard not passed away. Sumo Guard, usually robust, succumbed to a mere chill, falling ill within days, a common occurrence. Given the medical practices of that time, which often bordered on sorcery, apart from a handful of renowned physicians, the outcomes of illnesses were left to fate. The realization of Sumo Guard's absence came to Floating Boat merely a month later. One evening, a month later, unable to sleep, she leaned against the railing, her hair tousled, teaching the parrot in its cage to speak. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a group of ninjas invaded, brazenly seizing nearly all their possessions, leaving even her sister's jewelry untouched. Anyone who resisted, such as a brother-in-law, was swiftly executed, blood splattering onto Floating Boat's garments. Fortunately for her, she was too young to be taken like a certain sister was by the ninjas. Later, Floating Boat learned that the bulk of the plunder belonged to other nobles, serving as a cover for the ninjas' thievery, while only a small amount of wealth and conspicuous women were handed over to the ninjas for liquidation. Bereft of wealth and protection, Floating Boat's mother was compelled to return to her family with Floating Boat and the daughter she had with Sumo Guard. Yet, after her mother fell gravely ill due to the immense shock, this once noble family, now fallen from grace and impoverished, had no choice but to sell Floating Boat to the Pleasure District to secure the release of their imprisoned son. Misfortunes continued to befall them. Shortly after Floating Boat arrived at the Pleasure District, an army led by Kira's famed lord descended upon them. While the presence of General Mori might have eased their hardships, once he was defeated, the long-oppressed soldiers ravaged and slaughtered the once prosperous city. Fortunately, Floating Boat was a girl, and even more fortunate. She had learned to be compliant during her time there. Thus, as she recounted later, having witnessed a series of horrific events, she was taken to the camp, only to be fortuitously chosen by a junior officer and gifted to Asagao, who had treated them multiple times. To be honest, the junior officer had originally preferred to gift a boy, but with most boys dead and the remaining ones lacking appeal, he felt a twinge of guilt towards his benefactor and thus settled for Floating Boat as a girl. Under normal circumstances, Floating Boat's aim should have been Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna, with Uchiha Madara being the primary choice due to his age advantage. However, upon their initial meeting, she discarded this notion. This was not solely due to the two men's concern for Asagao, nor was it because Floating Boat felt fear towards the very culprits who had caused her family's ruin. She was acutely aware of her current unworthiness. Rather, it was because of the girl, Asagao, who was so diligently protected by the two boys. Fujo once conversed with Chao Yin about her first impression. Yet when the words danced on her tongue, she ultimately diverted, refraining from providing a direct response. This hesitation was not born from disdain for Chao Yan's perceived frailty within the confines of the carriage. Rather, it stemmed from Fujo's astonishment at finally encountering the renowned figure she had long heard about under such circumstances. Fujo had indeed been acquainted with the name Uchiha Chao Yin long before. Initially, it was her mother who spoke of Uchiha Anko in the most disparaging terms, criticizing her for abandoning her noble lineage to become a doctor, thereby extinguishing any hopes of marrying into high society, and ultimately choosing to marry a lowly ninja. In fact, Uchiha Anko had served as an exemplar of failure, a cautionary tale recounted to her and her sister countless times. In her mother's eyes, this reckless woman who squandered a promising hand was destined for a life of misfortune, and her offspring would inevitably suffer. For how could a wife not bear a son for her husband? Thus, Chao Yin became synonymous with a life of adversity in Fujo's heart. It is uncertain when this perception began to shift. Perhaps it was due to Uchiha Anko's sister, Lady Tao, who had risen to immense power as a concubine of the Kira clan. Or perhaps it was the emergence of new talents from the Uchiha clan that led to their newfound wealth. It might also have been the clan's transformation, as they began to weave legends across various small nations. When Fujo noticed that outsiders began to extol Uchiha Anko and Chao Yin for their medical skills and benevolence, she was left speechless in her astonishment. What manner of grace did Uchiha Chao Yin possess? Was she radiant like the morning sun, resplendent and captivating? Or was she as free-spirited as the mountains and clouds, or perhaps as dazzling as the starry sky? She envisioned countless scenarios of their meeting, joyful exchanges, fierce competitions, even life and death struggles. Yet, after her family's downfall, such dreams had become too daunting to entertain. If only I were Uchiha Chao Yin, she thought with venomous envy. If I possessed the same qualifications to become a ninja, I would not be so hypocritical. She longed for the power to wield life and death, vowing never to descend to such depths. This thought sustained her through the ruins of her family, through the trials of living under another's roof, through the degradation of being sold into a brothel, and through the horrors of pillaging and slaughter within besieged city walls. Yet, when she was presented as a gift, treated like a mere trifle for Uchiha Chao Yin, she found herself gripped by fear at the prospect of meeting this illustrious figure. Clad in the common red garb of the brothel, speaking the dialect of her sordid surroundings, she faced Uchiha Chao Yin, who donned a simple, practical kimono, her pallor betraying the toll of her relentless humanitarian efforts. When Fujo finally steeled herself to confront this paragon, bracing for the inevitable punishment from her benefactor, her body marred by scars and devoid of unblemished skin, she was taken aback by the compassion radiating from the girl before her, a girl of ninja heritage, likely accustomed to violence and tragedy, perhaps even a harbinger of such calamities. It was not the condescension of the privileged towards the less fortunate, nor the pity of the fortunate for the unfortunate, nor the superficial sympathy of a well-protected maiden. Rather, it was the simplest form of empathy, one girl's heart reaching out to another, sharing in the sorrow of a life beset by misfortune. As Fujo gazed at Uchiha Chao Yin, she felt as though the light that had been trapped in her own desolate night was being liberated by this girl's presence. It was as if peace itself had dawned upon her. Light should be free, she mused. I must help my light break free from its chains. Chapter 2. Epilogue. I wish to be the cauldron of heaven and earth, to bear the spirit of Bianca. Anko had never harbored affection for her father. After all, it was common knowledge that their mother was merely the daughter of a wealthy priest. It was by mere chance that the priest encountered a nobleman in distress, allowing their mother to ascend to the status of a concubine, even giving birth to 2 daughters. The daughters of the nobility were, of course, cherished. Thus, Anko and her sister were fortunate enough to receive a good education. Yet, the plight of daughters in this world is often tragic. Echoing her grandfather's dying words, better to sink to the depths of the sea than to wed a fool. Neither sister could claim the mantle of fortune. Consequently, when the palace summoned girls to serve, they followed their elder sister, Shiko, into that prison-like domain, where they encountered the heavily regulated Kira Scion. Anko remained unsure whether her sister truly cared for the Kira youth, for in their position, affection seemed an extravagant luxury. Yet, she occasionally wished that the blush on her sister's face was a result of unadulterated emotion. Anko was well shielded by her sister, to the extent that when Shiko passed away, she remained oblivious to the circumstances, only sensing her sister's frailness beneath the covers. Soon after, Shiko fell gravely ill. Anko, I entrust you to the Kira Scion, her sister implored. You must take care of yourself. Anko wept bitterly, yet she was unwilling to succumb to despair. Fortunately, being young and unnoticed within the palace, she audaciously procured 2 doses of medicine from unknown sources. With her sister's tacit approval, she took the desperate gamble that revived her only remaining family. Anko did not shed tears when they left their home. She did not weep when Shiko was mistreated. She did not cry when her sister was united with the Kira Scion. She did not grieve when Shiko passed away. She did not cry during her sister's illness. Yet now, when it was finally confirmed that her sister would survive, she embraced her medical texts, tears streaming down her face. From that moment, she fell in love with the art of healing and the noble pursuit of saving lives. However, her joy was short-lived, as the arrival of her younger sister, Zizi, rendered Shiko's position precarious. Indeed, Lady Tao had borne children, but all women are capable of childbirth. Furthermore, as children of lesser status, Zizi's offspring held no value, and could not prevent their mother from becoming a nun. Shiko wished to entrust her child to Anko's care. Yet she was taken aback when Anko chose to become a doctor instead. The 3 concubines previously welcomed into the palace could be disregarded if one were dismissed. If one fell ill and died, it could be reluctantly accepted. However, if all 3 concubines perished, it would be a dire affront to the Kira Scion, even for a man of great power. Thus, after Anko embraced her role as a physician, Shiko's path to becoming a nun opened significantly. Anko, you must take care of yourself, Shiko implored tearfully before her head was shaved. Yet, Anko felt a profound happiness at the prospect of newfound freedom, even if it led her into the perilous realms of an epidemic. Indeed, the epidemic was a reality. As a physician, she found herself stationed in the heart of the outbreak, a moral imperative that felt undeniably right. Even if she perished there, her sister would surely be cared for. Therefore, she never felt fear. Gratefully, she discovered that the plague was transmitted through droplets. Masks, incineration, quarantines. Kira supported her efforts to the fullest. After enduring 107 days, the plague was finally declared eradicated. At that moment, she lay exhausted in bed, devoid of strength even to move a finger. Her mind consumed by a singular thought. Her sister was finally safe. Later on, she gradually developed a fondness for the process of healing and saving lives, becoming accustomed to traveling incessantly, even venturing into the infamous brothels known for trapping women. The brothel is a hell for women, where various ailments and scars linger on each individual. The courtesans on display envy the elevated status and freedom of their patrons, oblivious to the envious gazes of the women confined behind bars. Conversely, the women behind the bars covet the exquisite garments of the courtesans, failing to hear the cries echoing from the brothel. Among these unfortunate women, the pregnant ones are the most tragic. In this world, there exists no such thing as a painless abortion pill, and those doctors who are concerned with their reputation disdain to compromise their medical ethics for the sake of these lowly individuals. Thus, they are left with no choice but to consume toxic potions or, more simply, to strike their abdomens mercilessly with a stick, putting an end to their plight. Perhaps it is a stroke of fortune that there exists a doctor like her in this world. She is indifferent to the prospect of others stealing her medical knowledge. After all, her skills are rooted in oppression. Unconcerned with taboos, since she is a woman and cares not for ill omens, and utterly dismissive of medical ethics and reputation. Having gained an unparalleled advantage, she feels compelled to accomplish what others cannot. One day, while providing free medical consultations as usual, she suddenly encountered an injured ninja. She initially wished to remain uninvolved, yet the intensity of his gaze rendered her incapable of feigning indifference. Upon meeting his fiery stare, she instantly recognized him as the very ninja who had first purchased medicine from her. It's him, she thought. No worries, this injury is merely a trifling matter. Even if it were more severe, I would not utter a single complaint, said the man named Uchiha Kosuke. However, under Akane's firm treatment, a shade akin to bitter melon appeared on his face. Rest for 2 days and avoid water, she instructed patiently, as though he were no different from her other patients, or perhaps they were indeed indistinguishable. Days later, as Akane set off on her journey once more, she found a man's silhouette following closely behind her. See, with me around, you'll be much safer, he declared, having scared off a few would-be robbers. His face adorned with a broad grin as he presented his triumph to her. Thus, another figure accompanied her on her subsequent travels. Consequently, during her free consultations, there would be someone who deliberately slipped her sandwiches, and when she camped in the wild, another would eagerly kindle a fire for her. When her limbs grew weary and sore, someone would offer her a massage, and after her consultations concluded, someone would patiently await her. One evening, as the day waned, she finally finished attending to the seemingly endless line of patients, while Uchiha Kosuke adeptly began to tidy up the tables and luggage. "Shall we be together?" she suddenly inquired. Uchiha Kosuke's movements halted momentarily as he gazed at her in disbelief, a smile gradually blooming in his eyes. As she beheld the smiling man, her lips involuntarily curved into a gentle smile. "Sister, I will be just fine." Chapter 1. Abed in recent days, Asagao seemed to be troubled by something. No matter what she did, she appeared in a daze. Floating Boat was the first to notice. She was often startled awake by the faintest sounds at home, frequently receiving complaints from the household maids about her light sleep, yet she could sleep soundly beside Asagao. Even when occasionally sharing a tatami mat with Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, she no longer woke up in the middle of the night like before. Thus, when she abruptly jolted awake from a dream, she instinctively believed dawn had arrived. However, upon pulling open the door and gazing at the pitch-black sky, she momentarily thought she had fallen back into her old habits. After pondering for a moment where things had gone awry, she suddenly realized that Asagao, who typically slept soundly and ate heartily, was wide awake, her eyes open beneath the covers, yet she said nothing about Floating Boat's actions. It was as if she were trapped in a state of wandering between this world and the next. Floating Boat, fearing that Asagao might be startled, dared not call out, instead repeatedly confirming that the door was securely locked before hastily returning to her own bed. Uchiha Izuna was the second to notice. Although he possessed a face as lovely as a freshly plucked cherry blossom, he could not be deemed a scholar. Ever since he and his brother were recognized for their exceptional talent, tradition dictated that aside from a handful of necessary cultural lessons, their time was primarily devoted to ninjutsu and taijutsu. As for why they did not study after their training sessions, because once they exhausted their training capacity, merely seeing written words would send them straight into slumber. However, as a typical Uchiha brotherly protector, he well understood how easily his older brother, Uchiha Madara, could be deceived despite his fierce demeanor. Thus, he willingly joined his brother's side, taking on the intelligence work that Madara would never comprehend. However, with the recent war concluded, both nations in the Fire Country were adjusting their internal forces, making it impossible to engage in battle in the short term. Yet, the influx of intelligence was increasing and becoming more complicated, prompting Izuna to frequently consult with Asagao for insights. Yet, Izuna discovered that Asagao often held a piece of intelligence, staring blankly at it for a considerable time. No matter how he pondered, he could not discern the peculiarities of these pieces of information. Even the typically dense Uchiha Madara began to sense something amiss. Asagao had started to inquire about the mission statuses of family members. Of course, Uchiha Madara did not harbor any notions that such information was reserved for the family heir. He was not bothered about sharing these matters with his sister. and he had little interest in taking charge of the family. After all, he preferred the thrill of battle to grappling with paperwork and detested engaging in hollow flattery with various individuals. Nevertheless, Uchiha Madara possessed a protective instinct towards his sister. Adhering to a traditional masculine perspective, he did not believe there was anything wrong with female ninjas engaging in combat. The neighboring Senju was someone he greatly admired, but he felt that his sister should be of a more obedient and compliant nature. Naturally, he found Asageo's gentleness, kindness, sensitivity, and slight temper endearing, which reveals just how thickly Uchiha Madara's filter was. Yet he believed she ought to be carefully sheltered in his palm. And how could she be exposed to matters that he himself found revolting? However, when Asagao laid her hand upon that pile of documents, Uchiha Madara ultimately relented. He cautiously handed the materials to Asagao before cheerfully retreating to his bedroom for a nap with his cat. Yet when the three of them gathered, they finally realized that Asagao was not quite herself. Approaching her, they found Asagao attempting to lure a calico kitten with specially made fish treats crafted by Uchiha Madara. "Are you finally considering signing a contract with the ninja cat?" Madara inquired tentatively. "Hoshi has a newborn sister. I specifically asked Hoshi's mother, and if you are willing, you can sign the contract." Uchiha Izuna felt a pang of jealousy. Hoshi was Madara's ninja cat. The fact that Hoshi's mother was willing to forego strict selection criteria to entrust her child to Asagao indicated that Madara had undoubtedly made a significant sacrifice. At least 10 pounds of fish treats he had painstakingly prepared. "Never mind. I'm not as charming to the ninja cats as you, Madara. It would be troublesome if I ended up fighting with the little cat," Asagao remarked with self-awareness. "We'll help take care of you." Izuna had already mentally prepared for this. He did not believe that Asagao, who struggled to care for herself, could manage a kitten. Seeing Asagao still hesitating, Uchiha Madara summoned the kitten and placed it directly into Asageo's hands. It was a diminutive black cat, roughly the size of Asageo's palm. Apart from its white paws, its entire body was adorned with sleek black fur, and its pink pads added a touch of charm. It mewed softly, exuding an aura of innocence. Unable to resist, Asagao gently stroked the cat's fur, which was so soft that she found it difficult to withdraw her hand. At this tender age, cats possess an undeniable allure, and even Asagao felt herself enchanted. "Pray tell, what weighs upon your mind these recent days?" Fujo inquired tentatively. Asagao continued to caress the little feline, contemplating for a considerable time before finally uttering, "Have you ever considered that perhaps, instead of becoming ninjas, we might find it a more prudent choice to become noble lords with land holdings?" The three before her exchanged glances. Accustomed as they were to the notion that children of ninjas would inevitably become ninjas, while those of nobility would remain as such. Even Fujo had not pondered this alternative. "It likely depends on the location and extent of the territory, does it not?" "Nonetheless, to be a noble is surely preferable to being a ninja," Fujo cautiously responded. "I still prefer the path of a ninja. Though I harbor a deep disdain for war, we must also engage in battle. A life of nobility would dull our senses." Uchiha Madara succinctly articulated his stance. "Should we become nobles, would we not become targets of the noble class? Once we lose our power, how shall we safeguard ourselves?" Uchiha Izuna perceptively detected Asageo's hesitations. The three exchanged knowing glances, sensing the stirrings of each other's thoughts. "Is there something extraordinary occurring lately?" Uchiha Madara queried, looking at Uchiha Izuna with curiosity. Uchiha Izuna shook his head in confusion. "I believe that Lord Kira may unify the land of fire." Asagao calmly presented a conclusion that was sure to astonish her companions. "The opportunity to bind ourselves to Lord Kira and invest in his cause is fleeting. Shall we place our bets?" She posed the question to them. Chapter 2. Basis. What is your basis for this assertion? Uchiha Madara was the first to regain his composure, asking directly. "Lady Momo intends to become the empress. Lord Kira's health is deteriorating, and General Toyotomi is likely to surrender to the east," Asagao replied succinctly. Given that Uchiha Izuna had been in constant contact with intelligence and was well versed in the external circumstances, he had no objections to the first two conditions. However, he remained skeptical of the third. As a daimyo commanding 2,000 koku, has General Toyotomi truly decided to rebel so easily after ruling Himeji for so long? Asagao recognized Uchiha Izuna's doubts and succinctly clarified, "General Toyotomi is, after all, a subordinate of Lord Kira's uncle. Following the death of his superior, he consolidated the numerous forces of the previous lord. With the support of the imperial court, he might maintain a semblance of stability. But Lord Kira must contend with the backlash from the imperial court's factions, the rebellion of the royal family, the discontent of the ancient aristocracy, and the ever-looming threat of rebellion from various daimyo. If he does not wish for his descendants to become the rulers of a fallen state, turned into mere vessels for wine, he must choose reform. However, given the current state of affairs, the frail Lord Kira and the newly appointed Empress Momo can no longer suppress General Toyotomi with overwhelming advantage. The only entity capable of subduing General Toyotomi, Fujiwara no Michinaga, possesses a questionable identity and will inevitably struggle against General Toyotomi to escape his own unfavorable position. At this juncture, none of us can trust one another, Asagao decisively concluded. Uchiha Madara turned to Uchiha Izuna, who nodded after a moment of contemplation. Under these intricate circumstances, the Uchiha clan indeed had the means to advance the situation according to this script. But will the Buddha of the East be willing to accept such a harbinger of death? Fu Zhou expressed disbelief, for in her education, he was a wise ruler, long expected to alter this world of mutual slaughter. The members of the Uchiha clan fell into silence. Even though the Uchiha clan thrived on violence, they still regarded the humble, vegetarian Buddha with reverence. This was not merely due to a fear of being redeemed by the divine, but stemmed from a deeper apprehension. The man-eating demons feared the mightier demon lord. If one were to evaluate the first half of the Eastern Buddha's life, it could only be described as a time when heaven and earth united in purpose. This prince of the Minamoto clan, leveraging his proximity to the imperial lineage, effortlessly served as the chief strategist for his cousin's usurpation, subsequently sidelining his own lord and ascending to the highest throne. What made him enviable among his peers was that while surrounding daimyos were either embroiled in fratricidal conflict or exhausting themselves to eliminate domestic strife, this Minamoto prince demonstrated exceptional governance. Thus, he ruled serenely for decades, enjoying a life of untroubled success. Perhaps it was divine inspiration, or perhaps the idle mind craves involvement. But at a fortuitous moment when external threats no longer loomed, this fortunate ruler decided to resolve centuries of internecine conflict in the East. To all, this seemed an insurmountable challenge, yet in the hands of this Minamoto prince, it appeared to find a remarkable resolution. This genius ruler boldly employed Buddhism as a weapon, intertwining Shinto and Buddhism, and thereby establishing a cohesive belief system for the entire land of fire, while also reconstructing the long-destroyed divine right of kings. Once this ruler embraced Buddhism, he indeed embodied the virtues of a devout disciple. He subsisted solely on a vegetarian diet, forsaking meat, consuming but one meal a day of brown rice and vegetable soup. Even if he was too busy to partake during lunch, he would merely rinse his mouth, considering it sufficient sustenance. He donned humble garments, utilized cotton bedding, wore a hat for 3 years, and used a blanket for 2. In the inner palace, aside from the empress, others were not permitted to wear luxurious attire. He abstained from alcohol, seldom indulged in music, and treated his attendants with equal respect. Yet, it is uncertain whether one should say that fortune favored him or that he was bewitched by demons. This ruler, who led a life of simplicity, mistakenly applied Buddhist principles to governance, allowing a transcendental operating system to govern the secular realm. Thus, an unforeseen nightmare began. Perhaps out of excessive respect for his subordinates or leniency towards the aristocrats who had followed his family for years, he naively believed he could relinquish power, assuming he needed not hold officials accountable, and that his compassion could inspire their conscience. As he aged, he became increasingly muddled, often forgiving even the conspiracies of royal offspring with tears of compassion. Naturally, local officials gradually felt emboldened to impose harsh burdens on the common folk, at times levying taxes as high as 90%, with no recourse for grievances. The judiciary had been entirely usurped by the powerful, and the courts, once symbols of justice, had devolved into a marketplace where the price of justice was openly negotiated. Aristocrats routinely expanded wrongful convictions for profit. As conditions deteriorated, nobles brazenly committed murder in broad daylight and gathered at night to rob openly. Those who committed offenses merely needed to seek refuge in noble households to evade capture. The capital, where the powerful congregated, had transformed into a vast breeding ground for corruption, a hell where ninjas were most frequently employed, a place even the Uchiha clan's ninjas were reluctant to inhabit. It is imaginable that the number of merchants in the East is steadily increasing while farmers and female workers are diminishing. Temples are proliferating, yet the population is dwindling. The display of wealth is on the rise, but the number of those who can afford a proper meal is decreasing. The quantity of iron coins is escalating, while the iron needed for military supplies is becoming scarce. Meanwhile, the nobles, consumed by their veneration of culture, speak incessantly of elegance, reaching a ludicrous point where they dare not even ride a horse. Will this proud Buddha, a sovereign who has basked in the favor of fate throughout his life, truly refuse to accept the renowned Toyotomi general and consequently forego the opportunity to enhance his legacy with such a grandiose aura before his demise? And will that general, who has fought his way out of the hellish battlegrounds of the West without regard for rank, find himself ensnared within this fragile glass dome? The Uchiha brothers have long since found their answer. Chapter 3. Midnight Confessions that evening. What, pray tell, are you hesitating about? Fujo softly inquired of the girl nestled under the covers. In my view, you are not the type to be tormented merely by the thought of utilizing the tragedies that lie ahead. Fujo, unclouded by the allure of self-interest, has always been astutely sensitive. While she may lack sufficient information to grasp the entirety of the situation, she undeniably comprehends Chao Yin well. Chao Yin concealed her face beneath the blanket, leaving Fujo only to glimpse her disheveled hair. To Fujo, Chao Yin's hair mirrored the softness of her heart, cascading messily over the plush pillow stuffed with bran. Chao Yin has never placed value on a life of luxury. It seems she prefers the comfort of a pillow filled with bran over the gilded, gem-studded ones, signifying noble status. Chao Yin remained silent, still buried under the covers. She rolled around a few times, forming a massive bundle of blankets, then came to a halt. Fujo waited patiently for her response. Fujo, if you were to discover that I am not as admirable as you envision, that I am merely a schemer seeking fame, capable of inflicting tragedies surpassing those of my ninja kin, would you regret staying by my side? Came Chao Yin's muffled voice from within the blanket. Surely, you do not consider yourself a good person in my eyes. Fujo replied, astonished. Chao Yin finally poked her head out of the blanket, looking at Fujo with confusion. What do you think my first impression of you was? A frail, kind-hearted maiden of the ninja clan? After pondering, Chao Yin could think of no other answer. Fujo appeared to find this notion utterly absurd. A frail, kind maiden would not act as you do. They would lament the passing of a flower, empathize with a fledgling cast to the ground, yet they would not grieve for the tragedies of those deemed lower than themselves. They would claim these are the results of their past lives' misdeeds, the misfortunes of fate, as if one is inherently destined to occupy a certain place in the hierarchy, with no allowance for deviation. A mocking smile graced Fujo's lips. Chao Yin understood well how such a situation arose. Since the noble class's migration to the East 2 centuries ago, the competition between locals and outsiders has led to an increased emphasis on lineage, and noble maidens are inevitably influenced by their families. Those girls born into nobility, including the daughters of the ninja clan, would not suffer due to the tragedies unfolding around them. They have long since grown accustomed to such occurrences, or rather, have learned how to accept misfortune and preserve themselves. Rebellious and treacherous, the nation falls to millions, lost to its ancestral lineage, scattered to Ba and Shu. Now, your majesty cannot hold a woman accountable for the bandits' actions. What then of the lords and generals? Chao Yin murmured, unable to contain her thoughts. Is it not absurd that you great figures have abandoned us, yet expect those who have never known your grace to uphold the principles that even you, who dine on the people's bounty, cannot enforce? Indeed, exactly so. Fujo laughed to the point of tears, seeing Chao Yin rise from her blanket, embracing her from behind. Fujo had completely relinquished her composure, unsure whether she was laughing or crying. For Chao Yin, she has always cherished the embrace of her loved ones, be they her mother Akiko, father Sosuke, elder Uchiha Taijima, or companion Uchiha Izuna. In her understanding, an embrace is the truest expression of affection, the most comforting gesture. This rule certainly applies to Fujo as well. Fujo, taking a moment to calm her emotions, continued to explain to Chao Yin. Common girls do not exhibit any particular reactions to the outside world. They are like weeds, sprouting from the rubble, their lifespan uncertain. Some lack even clothing, receiving no education, and when the time comes, they are sent off to their husbands or masters in exchange for wealth. My initial aim was not you, or rather, to sway the higher-ups with these tragic backgrounds to ensure my own safety, which has always been our forte. Then why shift your focus to me? Xiaoyan queried, perplexed. With his remarkable martial prowess and higher status, wouldn't T-brother Ban be a more suitable target? The best fate for a daughter of the ninja clan would be to marry into another family as its matriarch. Because you genuinely possess compassion, you regard those beneath you, those whom others disdain to even glance at, as human. You pity them as kin, which engenders a sentiment of empathy, a sorrow for your own fate, compelling you to resist. Even upon recalling the moment, Fu Zhou felt astonished that such a person truly exists. Thus, I am confident that you shall not act against your moral compass, Fu Zhou declared resolutely. However, Fu Zhou, you must understand. This is not a war of self-interest and desire, but rather a clash of wills, of justice against justice. Such a confrontation will surely lead to rivers of blood. Xiaoyan countered. Yet if you can conquer others, then you are justice itself. Fu Zhou found herself struggling to grasp Xiao Yan's perspective. To her, the natural order of predator and prey, of survival of the fittest, epitomized justice. Xiao Yan, momentarily rendered speechless by Fu Zhou's classical militaristic ideology, found herself at a loss for words. Will your decision inflict irreparable loss upon those dear to you? Fu Zhou, though not fully understanding Xiao Yan's reasoning, endeavored to offer clarity. No, the only potential loss would be the skills I am prepared to offer, Xiao Yan mused. Will you regret making that choice? Fu Zhou turned to face Xiao Yan. Well, who knows what the future holds? Xiao Yan admitted, hesitating to answer. Then if given the chance to choose again, would you still proceed in the same manner? Fu Zhou inquired once more. Absolutely. Even if given 100 chances. I would never turn my back on this path of change, Xiao Yan replied with pride. A gleam of excitement danced across Fu Zhou's face as she embraced Xiao Yan once more. Then let us embark on this journey. Since we are willing to bear the cost, the future can only be unveiled through our actions. Until the very last moment. Who can truly know if the future aligns with our dreams? Xiao Yan gazed at Fu Zhou, her heart finally finding peace. Chapter 4. Bargaining and Persuasion in the ensuing days. The Uchiha brothers exerted their influence to such an extent that upon the return of clan leader Uchiha Taijima and mother Akiko, father Sosuke summoned Uchiha Ban and Uchiha Izuna. It remains unclear how their discussions unfolded, but Xiao Yan was informed she needed to explain matters to their parents. Are you prepared, Xiao Yan? Uchiha Ban inquired before she stepped outside. Of course, Xiao Yan beamed, glancing at the materials in her and Fu Zhou's hands, her smile radiant. In the dimly lit room, only Uchiha Taijima, the clan leader, Uchiha Sosuke, the elder, and Uchiha Kyoko, the liaison, sat quietly across from Asagao, awaiting her persuasive discourse. Uchiha Taijima had always exhibited a gentler demeanor towards Asagao than towards his own sons, and thus, when he manifested a serious expression akin to that he bore for his offspring, Asagao felt a twinge of discomfort. Taking a deep breath, she articulated the intricacies of her deductions to the leader and her parents. Uchiha Taijima appeared momentarily taken aback, and after a thoughtful pause, he cast a complex gaze towards his cousin and her spouse. He nodded in affirmation of Asagao's assessment, believing that the Uchiha clan could indeed navigate this situation. Therefore, the subsequent inquiry became pivotal. What vision do you hold for the future of the shinobi clans? The shinobi, bound by blood ties, constituted a self-sustaining entity, and their formidable might often led them to transgress societal order. If the future mirrored the current state of fragmented nations, it might suffice. However, once this land achieved unity, the shinobi would inevitably emerge as the final adversaries to be subdued. We must either submit early to secure our positions, or we must resolutely prevent the Fire Continent from unifying, Asagao responded with natural conviction. Uchiha Taijima nodded thoughtfully. What then must we sacrifice? Uchiha Sosuke inquired with gravity. Asagao, despite Kira Meishu and Lady Momoko's esteem for your mother and their probable goodwill towards you and the Uchiha, it is implausible that we could attain satisfactory benefits solely through this goodwill. Steel and textiles, Asagao promptly provided, having prepared her materials in advance. Steel and textiles have historically existed as financial commodities. It could be simplistically stated that they are, in essence, a form of currency. A flicker of understanding crossed Uchiha Sosuke's eyes as he nodded calmly. These two items seem rather trivial, Uchiha Taijima remarked, still perplexed. It is no wonder, as the current production of iron and textiles is primarily in the hands of rural blacksmiths and smallholder farmers. In such circumstances, production is inevitably shackled by consumption. Adam Smith elucidated in The Wealth of Nations that a blacksmith could forge 1,000 nails in a day, yet in a sparsely populated rural area, he could scarcely sell even a day's production in a year. Thus, the blacksmiths in this land, predominantly reliant on subsistence farming, typically engage in blacksmithing only when the need arises from the community. Employing professional blacksmiths in a long-term capacity is a luxury reserved for state coinage departments. And even the resource-rich Uchiha clan relies on the shinobi cat clan for weaponry. Other families fare even worse. To squander resources on a specialized profession without yielding substantial value is an utter extravagance. I have upgraded the previous furnace. Asagao revealed her prepared materials. A furnace? Uchiha Taijima questioned, somewhat bewildered. The method of iron smelting at this time mirrored that of pre-16th century Europe, where iron ore and charcoal were combined in a smelting furnace until they reached a molten state, yielding a mass of wrought iron and slag. This mass would then be shaped into bars, which blacksmiths would hammer to remove impurities and convert into iron or steel. Notably, the concept of a blast furnace did not exist, and even Uchiha Taijima, as the clan leader, had never encountered such a notion. Although Asagao had constructed a 1 cubic meter earthen furnace in her courtyard, the lack of sufficient or for continuous processing rendered it unusable. In an era where iron prices were plummeting, it was often remarked that operating a furnace for a day was akin to tossing a car into the sea. Yet, they dared not cease operation, for doing so could lead to the furnace's complete ruin. Thus, this Uchiha leader, reputed to possess knowledge of all worldly matters, was as oblivious to the brilliance of molten iron as the rest of the continent. Uchiha Taijima remained perplexed, but out of respect for Asagao, he feigned comprehension and continued to listen as she elaborated. Regarding textiles, we have the water-powered spinning machine and the power loom. Asagao placed her documents before them. The significance of water-powered spinning machines and power looms as the catalysts of the Industrial Revolution is self-evident. Asagao's intent in presenting these was not solely for profit. The land was sufficiently fertile, rich in minerals and arable soil, and only the state possessed the capacity for large-scale investment and production. More importantly, the rulers of this realm required substantial incentives to pry sufficient subjects from the grip of the nobility to realize their reformist ambitions. What could be more fitting than a gateway to a new world, unlocking the insatiable demand for steel and textiles? Uchiha Taijima gazed at the immense benefits outlined on the paper, convinced by her argument. Kyoko, however, maintained her silence, meticulously reviewing the materials multiple times, her penetrating gaze scrutinizing Asagao as if she were observing a familiar yet eerie figure. Asagao recognized that the most challenging hurdle lay ahead. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Kyoko's voice emerged, tinged with a sigh. Indeed, I have contemplated this thoroughly. Asagao retorted earnestly, locking eyes with Uchiha Kyoko. She would not typically confront her mother so resolutely. With a mere display of affection, her mother's stern demeanor would invariably soften. She could easily exhibit a modicum of vulnerability, knowing her mother's unwavering love would accept her actions. She might even delicately distort the truth, cloaking her mother in comforting lies to spare her feelings. Yet Asagao was resolute in her unwillingness. Before her stood not merely her mother, but a fellow pioneer of steadfast will. To yield first in this ideological duel would belittle both her and her mother's convictions. Are you aware of the consequences? Kyoko inquired, her tone laden with gravity, as if the thunderous deity were passing judgment upon the earth. I am acutely aware, Asagao retorted with defiance. She understood the ramifications. Acquiring raw materials for textiles would necessitate the occupation of arable land. Given that the Fire Continent served as the principal grain-producing region of the 5 continents, any decline in agricultural yield would inevitably trigger a dramatic surge in food prices. A 10% shortage in grain does not merely translate to a 10% increase in prices. It escalates until 10 individuals perish from starvation. The most vulnerable, the destitute and the shinobi, would bear the brunt of this crisis. Ordinary reform cannot alter the status quo. To liberate ourselves from this world that regards us as mere tools, we must ignite a revolution. Revolution is not a genteel gathering over a meal, nor is it characterized by decorum and restraint. Its essence is insurrection, a violent upheaval of one class against another. Asagao exclaimed passionately, "Why must we, the shinobi, endure a life of relentless exploitation? treated as mere instruments from birth to death? Why must our sisters be sacrificed to the nobility for the sake of their peace? Why must we exist beneath the gluttonous aristocracy? Are the rulers of this world inherently of noble blood? An oppressive silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged pause, Kyoko's voice broke through, hoarse yet resolute. Can you guarantee that after this revolution, we shall witness a world that is better? One that brings greater happiness to the people? Asagao bowed deeply to her mother. She could choose to remain sheltered under her mother's wings for a lifetime. But even fledglings must eventually leave the nest to brave the storms of life. I promise, she declared with unwavering conviction. Chapter 5. The daily routine of barbecue. When Asagao finally stepped out of the door, she found that the sun had already dipped below the horizon, the sky above darkening to a deep blue. In the twilight, 3 heads peered anxiously at the entrance. Upon finally spotting Asagao, Renkatsu let out a relieved smile and rushed over. So did the adults agree? Uchiha Madara was the first to inquire. It was obvious that they would. Asagao had prepared for so long. How could she possibly fail to persuade them? Fubu shot Madara an exasperated glance. Stop bickering. Let's hear what Asagao has to say. Uchiha Izuna chimed in, smoothly mediating like a caretaker separating 2 feuding kittens. Of course they agreed. Asagao announced with enthusiasm, eliciting cheers from the group. Then let's have barbecue tonight. I've prepared everything since morning. Fubu's words ignited even more fervent cheers. Thus, beneath the same night sky as that memorable evening in Heisei, they once again indulged in barbecue, the dishes remarkably similar, but this time they welcomed a new companion. Before they began their meal, Asagao joyfully shared some splendid news with Fubu. From today onwards, you can learn ninjutsu with us, Asagao proclaimed. Huh? Fubu replied, astonished. I shouldn't have reached the level of trust for that yet, right? Actually, you have, Asagao announced loudly, glancing at the equally puzzled Uchiha brothers. Today, I have finally met the standards, and henceforth, Fubu shall be my assistant. Oh, the Uchiha brothers exclaimed, realizing the implications. The assistant system was a unique Uchiha institution developed to adapt to local circumstances after the clan's constant upheavals across various nations. In essence, it allowed trusted clan members to vouch for newcomers, granting them the privileges of clan membership, access to resources, and protection, but at a cost borne by the guarantor. While this system typically facilitated marriages between Uchiha members and outsiders, it could also extend to cherished friends. From now on, treat Fubu as you would your brothers or your wife. Uchiha Madara recited the age-old blessing for assistance. Asagao happily nodded in agreement. A smile appeared at the corners of Fubu's mouth, though tears suddenly welled in her eyes. Don't cry. This is a joyous occasion. Asagao quickly reassured her. I've always sensed your meticulous nature, Fubu. You're absolutely suited to learn our family's expertise in Jinjutsu. Although you lack the Sharingan, not everyone in the Uchiha clan can awaken it. We have plenty of scrolls to share, and if you struggle, we can always switch directions. Before Asagao could finish her encouraging words, Fubu reached out and embraced her, burying her head against Asagao's shoulder. Taken aback for a moment, Asagao reciprocated the hug, gently stroking Fubu's hair. Once Asagao felt Fubu's trembling body settle, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She reached into Uchiha Izuna's pocket and pulled out a towel, handing it to the somewhat embarrassed Fubu. I don't know how to explain this, Fubu stammered. What's there to explain? You know Madara can't even relieve himself with someone behind him. Asagao casually shared one of Madara's embarrassing moments. Hey, I have my dignity too. Stop revealing my past. Uchiha Madara responded with an exasperated expression. In the beginning, when his past was first exposed, Madara defended his dignity like an enraged dragon. But how does the saying go? The human heart cannot withstand trials, yet it can endure torment. After enduring countless teasing sessions, he became numb to it, often only grumbling in response to his siblings' jests. Uchiha Izuna remained silent, not out of reluctance to defend his brother, but because, under normal circumstances, he would have fought to establish rules when such matters arose. However, in the presence of 2 girls, one possessing a treasure trove of their shared history, he deemed it wise to avoid provoking them. Fubu suddenly burst into laughter. It's nice to laugh. Now let's eat, Asagao declared, waving her hand grandly. The barbecue grill instantly transformed into a battlefield. No brotherly bonds at the barbecue, Asagao shouted, as she snatched 2 slices of perfectly grilled pork belly from in front of Uchiha Izuna, turning to share them with Fubu. Try it. Izuna's grilling is the best. You took them all before they were even fully grilled. Izuna protested, urgently blocking Asagao's chopsticks with his own and reclaiming the meat. Asagao swiftly defended her plate with one hand, while the other quickly seized a freshly grilled slice, shoving it into her mouth. "Ouch, it's so hot," she exclaimed, taking a sip of her drink. "Why are you eating so fast?" Uchiha Madara observed languidly, like a cat watching a kitten pounce about. He continued eating while offering Fubu some freshly grilled mushrooms with his chopsticks. "Madara, I want some too," Asagao quickly interjected. "Fine, aside from you two girls. Who else would enjoy this?" Uchiha Madara grumbled as he handed the grilled mushrooms to Asagao. After satisfying their appetites, the four of them leaned back, bellies full, and began to chat. "Once Lady Momoko becomes the empress, I may have to stay in the capital for a while." Asagao announced her forthcoming plans to the group. "Wasn't that already approved? Why do you need to be involved?" Uchiha Madara asked. "It's for Mama Anzu. She hopes I can learn from Lady Momoko. Moreover, not just me. Lord Taijima and my parents will be departing ahead of me." Asagao understood Mama Anzu's intentions to advance. One must inevitably engage with things they might not particularly enjoy. Fubu furrowed her brow, opening her mouth to speak, but ultimately remaining silent. "Fubu, would you like to accompany me?" Asagao suddenly asked, turning to her. Upon hearing this suggestion, Uchiha Madara wore a languid smile that seemed almost predictable, while Uchiha Izuna merely chuckled and shook his head, not voicing any objections. Fubu's hand trembled around her cup, the tea inside rippling with delicate waves. "Won't that delay your affairs?" She lowered her face, concealing her emotions from outside eyes. "Of course not. Having you there would be a tremendous help." Asagao smiled reassuringly at Fubu, choosing to ignore the tears that had begun to fall. Chapter 6. A reintroduction. The days that followed felt leisurely for Asagao, as if she had returned to a simpler time. Lord Taijima engaged in discussions with Father Sauka. Mama Anzu traveled to the capital to meet Lord Kira, and the Uchiha brothers, Madara and Izuna, took on lighter tasks while Fubu diligently studied chakra and jinjutsu. Only Asagao remained at home, idly doing nothing. Thus, it was no surprise that Asagao found herself drawn back to the riverbank, though now she was no longer lost. After traversing the dense woods, she spotted Tobarama sitting absent-mindedly at the river's edge. One hand held a stone, appearing ready to skip it across the water, yet the stone seemed too heavy for him to lift. "Hey," Asagao called out. Tobarama turned his head, his gaze gradually sharpening from its daze, as if he had finally awakened from a nightmare. "Long time no see," he greeted Asagao. Asagao scrutinized Tobarama, noticing that he looked somewhat excessively haggard. "Is something wrong? If it's not too serious, you can share. Some burdens are easier to bear when shared rather than kept bottled up alone." Perhaps because Tobarama had once tutored her in mathematics, Asagao found herself unusually calm in his presence. "Nothing much, just feeling a bit down." Tobarama attempted to mask his feelings. "But what about you? You just ran off without a word. Won't your family worry?" "Rest assured, at least in this country, I shall remain safe." Uchiha Asagao is indifferent. After all, with the rising status of Lady Peach, Mother Apricot, as one of the foremost noblewomen, is increasingly significant in her union with the ninja clan. In a certain sense, compared to the identity of the Uchiha matriarch, Mother Apricot serves more as a gesture of goodwill from nobility towards the ninja clan. As a powerful testament to this union, all the ninja clans to the west would not harm Uchiha Asagao, merely a woman. It is akin to how internal strife within a nation does not involve the princess of a foreign marriage and her royal offspring. Even if Asagao were to encounter danger and flee to the Senju clan, it would be quite natural for her to preserve her life with their assistance. Tobarama was increasingly conflicted, his brows furrowed tightly. Asagao pondered. "Surely, you have not just discovered my identity?" she tentatively inquired. Tobarama's expression darkened instantly. It dawned on Asagao that he likely only knew she was a child of the Uchiha and allied families. Perhaps he could vaguely guess she was a girl from the Uchiha clan, but the specifics of her identity had been deliberately overlooked by him. "Yet, my mother frequently took me to nearby charitable clinics," Asagao exclaimed incredulously. "I recall your mother experiencing a difficult childbirth, and your father specifically sought my mother to assist." It had been mentioned that during her childhood, Asagao accompanied her mother to local clinics, inevitably encountering ninjas from other families. However, at that time, Mother Apricot held a certain status, coupled with her exceptional medical skills and trustworthy ethics. Although, theoretically, ninjas should refrain from seeking assistance from other clans for their injuries. Human nature prevails, In the face of the life and death of loved ones, even the Senju clan might occasionally seek out Mother Apricot. Tobarama, or rather Senju Tobarama, appeared as if frozen. He suddenly realized that he might have indeed met Asagao in the past. After a long moment, he finally managed to utter, "I may have been too anxious back then to pay attention. No one would expect the family of a patient to be observant of their surroundings." Asagao waved her hand dismissively. "So, how did you discover it?" She directly sat beside Senju Tobarama. "Here, this is your favorite savory snack." Perhaps due to witnessing Tobarama's past, Asagao felt less constrained than before. She skillfully retrieved a snack from her bag, offering half to Senju Tobarama. "It is because I was injured and happened to be brought to you, yet you did not recognize me." Tobarama complained softly while munching on the snack, a hint of grievance in his tone. "I apologize. I must have been too exhausted to notice." Asagao felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she had been wrapped in white garments from head to toe, leaving no visible skin to be recognized. It was remarkable that Tobarama could identify her through the fabric, yet she had completely overlooked the injured Tobarama on the bed. Tobarama huffed, not lingering on the topic. Asagao couldn't help but reflect on how easy it was to appease someone from the Senju clan. If it were a grudge-holding group from the Uchiha clan, they would not spare you without a lengthy appeasement. However, speaking of injuries, have you recovered from yours? Asagao inquired with concern. After all, initially, due to her youth, she was not trusted by her fellow doctors, resulting in her handling only the critically injured patients on the brink of death. Yet, once Asagao proved her abilities, she was still assigned cases based on prior classifications, thanks to you. Truth be told, Tobarama never envisioned being treated by an Uchiha, yet he felt no anxiety about potential harm. From a young age, he was informed of the deep-seated enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans. In his youth, even his brother had fallen victim to the Uchiha. Thus, he harbored a profound hatred for the malevolent Uchiha. Even in the most absurd of dreams, he never imagined he would befriend a little Uchiha. Upon realizing that Asagao was indeed an Uchiha, he felt a deep loathing for himself. In that instant, Tobarama's greatest desire was to reveal his identity to Asagao, watching her as he lay on that makeshift hospital bed, knowing he could not survive. He was aware that his demise was imminent, yet he did not wish for Asagao to save him. Tobarama did not want to owe a debt to an Uchiha, even if she had never stepped onto a battlefield. However, in the face of life and death, such profound feelings of love and hatred seemed to lose their significance. He suddenly wished to comfort the weary and numb Asagao, his brows furrowed tightly. He wanted to reassure her, ninjas are as ephemeral as cherry blossoms. Thus there is no need to mourn his passing. Yet, faced with Asagao's exhaustion, which could not be concealed beneath her layers of fabric, he ultimately remained silent. He thought, though rather shameless, it is better for her to remain unaware that a friend has perished. The death of a stranger is far less burdensome than that of a friend. Tobarama quietly observed Asagao, her eyes reddened, as she diligently tended to his wounds. After a lengthy period, with a wave of her hand, he was carried away on a stretcher, entrusted to his elder brother, who had just returned from the battlefield. He could hardly believe it. He struggled to glance back, only to see Asagao, her head bowed, attending to the next patient being brought in on a stretcher. Thus, he had snatched a life back from the clutches of death. "Since you truly did not recognize my identity, let us introduce ourselves anew." Tobarama was jolted from his reverie by the somewhat bashful girl before him. "I am Uchiha Asagao. I have a penchant for desserts, detest being constrained. And my dream is to create a world where everyone can find greater happiness." Asagao extended her hand towards Senju Tobarama. "I am Senju Tobarama. I favor the grilled fish of the Nange River, abhor a chaotic world, and aspire to assist my brother in becoming the leader of the Senju clan." A genuine smile crept onto Tobarama's lips as he extended his hand in return. Their hands clasped together in that moment. Chapter 7. Divergent Unions. "So, you spent the entire afternoon tangled together?" Fuzhou's expression turned rather foreboding. "Do not phrase it so harshly," Asagao retorted softly. "You are aware of how harsh it sounds? The enmity between the Uchiha and Senju clans is a well-known fact, even to someone from another land like myself. Did you truly just charge in and lay everything bare?" Fuzhou found it incredulous even to contemplate. Regardless, with Lady Peach and Mother Apricot still present, even the Senju would not dare to detain or harm me. Asagao remained nonchalant. "What foolishness are you uttering?" Fuzhou's expression darkened completely. "Asagao." Fuzhou was taken aback when she realized Asagao truly did not grasp the concept. She understood why Asagao was indifferent. She still viewed herself as an inconsequential individual. However, that was simply not the case. In remote areas, impoverished girls can remain unclothed until marriage without fearing danger, partly due to the high cost of clothing, which not every family or child can afford. But more importantly, these impoverished girls are deemed too cheap. They are born haphazardly, uneducated, and consume only enough wild vegetables and broth to sustain their lives. Once they reach a certain age, they can assist their families in exchange for the resources they consume. And upon reaching adulthood, they are married off, often valued even less than a sheep or a pig. Thus, even if they bear illegitimate children, it merely serves as another avenue for family propagation, which is inconsequential to them. For commoners, ninjas, and lower-ranking samurai families, girls hold slightly more value. To them, males are the pillars of the family, while females are merely pawns for alliances and offerings. Due to their relatively affluent resources, these families not only invest in the education of their male offspring, but also allocate some educational resources for their daughters, hoping they might serve as a decorative addition or a lifeline in times of crisis. Of course, it is precisely because these girls possess utility and investment that the cost of childbirth becomes relatively high, resulting in instances of childlessness. Powerful clans such as the Uchiha or Senju fare better, as male warriors are always in demand on the battlefield. However, the number of girls is also controlled, as precious resources must be allocated to those with a higher return on investment. In less powerful peasant or samurai families, even male children may be abandoned. Yet, these daughters are merely extensions and substitutes for sons, which is why, as Asagao previously mentioned, a female ninja's greatest asset is her lineage. However, Asagao herself is a descendant of both a ninja and a non-ninja, and according to those who value bloodlines, she is deemed of little worth. Aside from the Uchiha bloodline, a girl who does not participate in battle and will not become an enemy, but rather has the potential to become a resource for her own family, may indeed find protection from a powerful relative unrelated to the ninja world, provided she has not demonstrated value beyond her lineage. So, do I now possess value beyond my lineage? Asagao questioned, pointing at herself. Of course, you have acquired the power to influence the direction of your family and the ability to change this nation. From any perspective, you are the core figure of this family. A status that transcends gender, Fujiu stated solemnly. But wasn't Akiko's mother a doctor on her own back then? That should be safer than my encounters with outsiders, right? Fujiu chuckled coldly. Indeed, Lady Akiko became a doctor, but that is because the daughters of ninja families and noble families are not comparable. Seeing that Asagao still appeared bewildered, Fujiu continued to explain the distinctions between the two. In the current nobility, especially in the eastern regions where Fujiu hails from, remnants of matriarchal traditions still persist. Noble daughters still practice a marriage system where they inherit their parents' wealth, reside with their parents after marriage, and their husbands must move into their wives' homes. However, since external power and status are predominantly held by men, noble daughters need to select husbands of higher status and greater power for their families. Those accustomed to patrilineal inheritance may find it difficult to comprehend this development. Yet, truth be told, all societies initially evolved from matriarchal systems. Group marriage is a product of that era. Since men lack the ability to bear children, it became universally accepted that the remaining children of the tribe belonged to that tribe. As time progressed, women, who were responsible for bearing children within the tribe, naturally resided in houses on the outskirts of the tribe, while men from other tribes would partake in the marriage customs. When a rule has been in place for a long time and does not conflict with the opinions of the majority, it becomes unassailable and cannot be overthrown. Consequently, even though men may possess the ability to determine their own offspring, the tradition of daughters inheriting their parents' wealth persists among the nobility. This means that women in noble families face challenges regarding inheritance from male members of ninja families. Moreover, Akiko's mother faced defeat in her struggle to become a concubine of the daimyo, and with the passing of the elder female relatives of both Akiko's mother and Lady Momoko, they lost powerful protectors. Thus, Akiko's circumstances resemble those of a second son from a samurai family being compelled to become a monk. The differences between nobility and ninja clans are indeed vast. Asagao could not help but exclaim. Fujiu rolled her eyes. That is because women marrying into ninja or samurai families are largely considered spoils of war, right? Their female relatives do not possess the same resources as their male counterparts, hence the differing marriage customs. Under normal circumstances, Lady Akiko would have likely become a shrine maiden or even renounced worldly ties. However, her becoming a doctor does not differ significantly from that. Other than the fact that her survival probability is almost nil, Fujiu could not help but comment. Wait, something seems off. But isn't the Kira clan's system of female officials similar to that of the Eastern region? Asagao keenly identified a flaw. Because the Kira clan developed from a nomadic tribe, their customs are even more exaggerated than those of the ninja and samurai families, where women's status is distinctly hierarchical. Fujiu, noticing the questions written all over Asagao's face, could only smile and explain. Lady Momoko and Lady Akiko's paternal families are noble families that migrated from the east and were sheltered by the Empress upon their return. Therefore, they have never comprehended the marriage customs of nomadic peoples, where a woman's status is determined by the strength of her backing. If Lady Momoko has lost her backing, why was she welcomed back into the Uku? Asagao pointed out the inconsistency. Because her sister married a ninja, that was the reward for this sacrifice. Fujiu stated succinctly. Oh. Asagao's expression turned pale. Having stayed at home for so long, she had never truly believed that the so-called parental love was merely a product of external coercion. What do you mean by oh? There might be elements of love among them. Fujiu scoffed. Coming from nobility herself, she was skeptical of the concept. However, marriage and love are not synonymous. Marriage inherently signifies a contract and an exchange of interests. So, does that mean I can no longer meet Senju Tobarama? I actually quite like him, Asagao lamented. If you are certain of your feelings for him, then you may. Fujiu replied decisively. What nonsense. But we are sworn enemies. Asagao had never even contemplated this issue. So what? Fujiu lifted her cup and elegantly sipped her water. I share this with you not to restrict your future actions, but merely to make you aware of the potential dangers involved. Asagao, in matters concerning you, some decisions hinge not on whether they can be undertaken, but on whether they are worthwhile, Fujiu asserted firmly to the young girl before her. Chapter 8. The Compromise of Uchiha Izuna. What brings you here? How many people have you sought tonight? Uchiha Izuna, nestled beneath the covers with a poetry collection, seemed ready to retire for the night. Asagao did not respond to Uchiha Izuna's teasing, instead glancing around cautiously before gently pulling the door shut. Rest assured, there is no one nearby. Izuna could not tolerate Asagao's furtive behavior. Brother Madara went on a mission yesterday and is not expected back until the day after tomorrow. Father and Uncle Soke have gone to the capital together and will likely remain for quite some time. The sisters-in-law have recently moved out. Has Detsi and young Tai moved out together? Asagao had not kept up with the former lady of the clan for a long while. To her, being the daughter-in-law of the Uchiha clan and the granddaughter, she should not have to endure such hardships. Yes, the elders have recently begun to propose young Tai as a candidate for the clan head, which is why father requested Detsi to move out. Uchiha Izuna's tone carried a hint of resignation. Brother Madara and young Tai are not far apart in age, and outsiders may naturally have their assumptions. Asagao offered a somewhat helpless defense. Indeed, more importantly, even we cannot forget our elder brother. Uchiha Izuna lamented. The age gap between Uchiha Izuna and even Uchiha Madara and their elder brother was substantial by the time they were born. Their two brothers had already reached the age of going to battle, leaving little time for them to bond. Moreover, the relationship between those two brothers was as closely knit as that between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, built on mutual reliance, and not merely blood ties that could be easily intertwined. Tragically, with the early demise of both elder brothers, the opportunity for deeper understanding was lost. Yet, an elder brother is still an elder brother, one who was regarded as the heir apparent by all before their birth, cherished by elders and revered by juniors. Did they not once consider it a matter of course that the elder brother would succeed as the clan leader? Did they not envision, in their youth, the prospect of assisting their brother in strengthening the Uchiha clan? Thus, even though Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were acutely aware that their sister-in-law and nephew could jeopardize their positions as the next Uchiha clan leader and his advisor, they could only await their father's directive. Choga understood the predicament faced by Uchiha Izuna and could not help but sigh. As for you, arriving so late, do you have something of great importance to discuss? Uchiha Izuna, realizing he could not return to slumber, rose and poured 2 glasses of water, casually handing one to Choga. She felt somewhat at a loss for words. Stop hesitating and just speak your mind, Uchiha Izuna remarked, slightly irritated by her reluctance. After gathering her thoughts, as if fearing regret, Choga blurted out, Who in my family knows I am acquainted with Senju Tobarama? Uchiha Azuna was taken aback, nearly spilling his drink. You are rather blunt. After a prolonged bout of coughing, he finally regained his composure. Didn't you tell me to be straightforward? Choga retorted unapologetically. Uchiha Izuna felt utterly defeated, covering his eyes with his hand, and after a lengthy pause, he inquired, "Are you aware that this could be considered collusion with a foreign clan?" "I know," Choga replied without hesitation. "When did you realize he was Senju Tobarama?" Uchiha Izuna's voice trembled slightly. "I knew from our first meeting. Mother Akiko had assisted in the delivery of his mother. I have met him before," Choga admitted candidly. "Knowing full well he is a member of the Senju clan, the second son of their clan head, how did you muster the courage to befriend him?" Uchiha Izuna's voice involuntarily rose with agitation, though he quickly lowered it again. Because when I first met him, I felt an immediate connection." Choga defended herself, her tone firm. "What do you mean you felt a connection at first sight? Are you some sort of instinctive creature? That head of yours is meant for thinking, not merely for decoration." Uchiha Izuna could no longer contain his frustration. "Yet, Izuna, there is no one in our clan with whom I can discuss how truly happy I am with him," Choga countered, unable to suppress her defense. Uchiha Izuna paused, as if dousing a fire with a bucket of water. "Do you wish to marry him?" After some contemplation, he asked Choga, "You do realize the difficulty of such a union, don't you?" Choga appeared puzzled, questioning why both he and Fushu were discussing marriage. "Why speak of marriage? I am merely a close friend of Senju Tobarama." Uchiha Izuna's forehead was nearly vein-bulging. "You riskily meet with the Senju's devious members regularly, and you claim you are merely friends?" Choga nodded earnestly. Uchiha Izuna felt as if he might faint from exasperation. "And what of Fushu? You say Senju Tobarama is a close friend. Does she hold the same status in your heart?" Choga, albeit confused about the relevance of Fushu to this conversation, responded honestly, "That is different. Fushu is my companion, gentle and sensitive, akin to a rudderless little boat. I yearn to find a sense of belonging with her. However, Senju Tobarama is more like a flame, steadfast and open, restrained yet tender. Thus, despite the risk of being burned, I am irresistibly drawn to him." Uchiha Izuna's expression darkened, caught off guard by her words. After a long pause, he asked curiously, "You liken Fushu to a boat and Senju Tobarama to a flame. What do you see me and Madara as?" Choga responded without hesitation, "Madara is like a great cat." Uchiha Izuna pondered this for a moment, nodding in agreement. "As for Izuna," Choga reflected, "you remind me more of the deep sea. To outsiders, you seem gentle, yet within, your resolve is unwavering and impervious to any hindrance." Izuna squinted, somewhat pleased with this assessment, but continued to challenge her. "One is your companion, the other your close friend. What then is the relationship between me and Madara in your eyes?" Choga replied impulsively, "You are my brother, of course. If we must define it further, then you are my sister." Initially pleased, Uchiha Izuna could not help but punch Choga lightly upon hearing the latter part. "Just tell me, in your plans, would you ever consider marrying Senju Tobarama?" Uchiha Izuna, now devoid of any temper, pressed her. "The timeline is too lengthy. I cannot predict whether I would wish to marry him in the future," Choga confessed. "Moreover, in the coming years, we must fully devote ourselves to matters in the capital, and I fear that could breed further animosity with the Senju. Just as long as you understand." Uchiha Izuna seemed to release a heavy burden, feeling a sense of relief. "Rest assured, for now, I am the only one aware of this. Madara might have an inkling it involves the Senju, but the specifics remain unclear." Choga's eyes widened in surprise. "So, you truly do not wish to sever ties with Senju Tobarama? Perhaps he is a good person, but should his family discover your interactions, they may demand he spy on the Uchiha, or even seek vengeance against you." Uchiha Izuna emphasized to Choga, "As long as you ensure the relationship is terminated, no one will ever learn of this matter. I understand. Senju Tobarama, like you, Izuna, is one who sees supporting his elder brother as a lifelong duty, harboring absolute loyalty to his family," Choga remarked. "Thus, you are fully aware," Uchiha Izuna mumbled. "However, I genuinely like him. Unlike my feelings for you, Izuna, I am truly happy when I am with him," Choga asserted. "Moreover, I will be cautious. I have devised a technique for a swift retreat, ensuring that even if he harbors ill intentions, he cannot capture me. You only call me brother when you seek something." Uchiha Izuna ultimately could not sway Choga's conviction and resigned himself to compromise. Choga, unable to contain her joy, embraced Uchiha Izuna, beaming as she offered him a cheek-to-cheek gesture. Wait, don't be so quick to celebrate. Uchiha Izuna firmly pulled away from her embrace. I am uncertain how you deduced this, but the Senju are all treacherous. You must first ascertain your safety before meeting him. I promise, if I find out anyone in my family knows of your connection, you must sever all ties with me. No problem. If you discover you have feelings for Senju Tobirama, or even wish to marry him, you must inform me first. Of course, if, and I emphasize if, you one day find yourself with Senju Tobirama's child, or if you bear a child with anyone of notable status, do not act recklessly. Either I or Madara will ensure to marry you and cover it up. I do not wish for you to harm yourself under any circumstances. Understood. Chapter 9. Farewell to Tobirama. Thus, I discovered they had all been aware, and Choga's spirits sank. Ha! Senju Tobirama could not suppress his laughter. Envisioning the wicked Uchiha Izuna he had seen on the battlefield, begrudgingly acquiescing to his sister's request. What are you so amused about? I refuse to believe your family has not noticed. Choga retorted, her voice laced with anger. To her, it seemed implausible that they could meet so frequently without their families being aware. Because I am a boy, Senju Tobirama chuckled. I have already matured into a seasoned ninja after 4 years on the battlefield. My family pays considerably less attention to me now. So not a single soul has noticed? Choga was astonished. On my side, it's all tacit understanding, while on yours, it seems no one has detected anything. What a stark contrast. Isn't that simply because your family values you? Senju Tobirama observed the petrified Asagao, seemingly struck by a profound blow, and could only offer words of comfort. Moreover, my outings are not as frequent as you might think. Tobirama chuckled heartily, yet dark clouds loomed ominously behind him. My elder brother visits the gambling den every few days, and often he loses my private savings as well, leaving me to rescue him in the end. Hey, your dark aura is surfacing. You should rein it in. Oh, I apologize for my earlier excitement. I might be heading to the capital to visit my aunt soon, which means our meetings may be scarce for a while. Asagao spoke with some difficulty. I've heard the news. Congratulations on your aunt becoming the empress. Tobirama's smile faltered slightly. This is indeed a positive development. Women in the ninja clans, like men, are mere tools, confined to the home to raise children and manage household affairs, while witnessing their offspring perish in battle. If one can ascend to nobility, there is no need to struggle in this mire. Tobirama's expression darkened, as if recalling someone significant. Was he thinking of his mother? Asagao speculated, aware that Tobirama, much like Uchiha Madara, had lost his mother at a tender age, both due to the toll of repeated childbirth. Don't speak as if I have instantly become your adversary. Asagao hastily interjected. Tobirama seemed confused. Even if you are an Uchiha, I do not regard you as my enemy. Why do you assume that being of noble birth would make you my foe? Because you are a ninja, one who harbors the delusion of creating a peaceful fire. Asagao exclaimed, tossing a stone into the water, which plopped with a resounding splash. Without true enemies, there can be no genuine friends. If we do not harbor hatred for those outside our clan, then we cannot truly love our own. You once declared that you wished to shield Senju from the ravages of war, ultimately striving to prevent all ninja clans from reigniting conflict. If your sole aim is to protect your brothers and spare Senju from suffering, then undoubtedly, the Uchiha would be your foes. However, if you aspire to fulfill your greater goal, the Uchiha could become your allies. But the nobility is different. From any perspective, if you desire to impose chains upon future ninjas, you must first dismantle their existing shackles. You will inevitably find yourself at odds with the aristocracy. Asagao turned to face Tobirama, who gazed at her in astonishment. You are always so remarkably clear-headed, Tobirama remarked with a wry smile. Don't be disheartened, Asagao said, awkwardly patting him on the back in consolation. Life is so long. If our goals are not grand enough to remain unfulfilled until our twilight years, then the days ahead may grow rather tedious. Such words could only come from you. How can a woman like you even exist? Tobirama smiled wearily. This is truth. Truth. Asagao retorted, playfully striking Tobirama. Moreover, what difference is there between men and women, save for pregnancy and societal norms? Do women not possess thoughts akin to men? Do they not speak the same tongue? And is their blood not as vividly red as anyone else's? Or is there some deity, like Sage of Six Paths, who decrees how women ought to be? This is merely a constraint imposed by the powerful to maintain their dominion over the lesser. Neither men nor women, ninjas nor commoners, should be defined solely by their birthright. Tobarama stood in stunned silence for a while. I fear you shall one day be apprehended by the daimyo, accused of inciting civil unrest. Asagao, slightly incensed, replied, Am I wrong in my assertions? Tobarama responded hesitantly, Not entirely. I cannot fathom you. Like those married women in your clan, dutifully attending to household chores and tending to children, always trailing behind your husband. Asagao raised her thumb in approval. You speak the truth. I am not a slave purchased by a husband. Why should I live such a subservient existence? That is indeed a valid point. A hard-won wife should not endure such indignities, but do not voice this to outsiders. Rest assured, I would never disclose such sentiments. Besides, those fools would hardly believe that a woman deemed imperfect could have thoughts and stir the populace. They exchanged laughter, and Asagao cleared her throat, mimicking the tone of male officials. Who is that shameless man behind you, teaching you such outrageous rhetoric? Tobarama pondered for a moment before chuckling and nodding. Indeed, that is their style. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their discourse on data came to an end, signaling the time for farewells. Before parting, Tobarama hesitated and addressed Asagao. I possess a ninja hawk. The contract scroll was acquired during my missions and is not with my clan. Would you like to sign a contract with it? We could use the hawk to communicate. I assure you, I will not exploit it to harm the Uchiha clan or your acquaintances. Sure. Asagao scrutinized Tobarama for a moment and readily agreed. Are you not hesitant? Tobarama appeared somewhat flustered. Not at all. Just as you trust me, I trust that both you and Tobarama will not intentionally inflict emotional harm upon others, Asagao replied candidly. Chapter 3 Extra. Unfathomable affection. Profound devotion. As the second son of the Senju clan's leader, Senju Tobarama always seemed the more composed member of his family. He managed to take over his mother's responsibilities calmly after her passing. He intervened with his father during the war to prevent his elder brother from facing further reproach. He warned his brother, stating that clinging to the notion of peace would ultimately lead to his demise. It must be acknowledged that, in a world where life is as disposable as grass, even a powerful clan like Senju, and a noble like the clan leader's son, cannot escape the fate of sudden demise, akin to cherry blossoms. In confronting this tragic reality, composure became his most potent weapon and best attitude. Outsiders often compared him to his elder brother, deeming the latter an eccentric incapable of leading the family forward. However, Tobarama understood well that no matter the slander directed at his brother, he merely concealed his inner darkness beneath a friendly exterior. He believed that his elder brother, despite his carefree demeanor, was undoubtedly the best candidate to lead the clan. Just as he firmly believed that his brother was the sole choice to ignite the flame of peace within the ninja world, Tobarama held steadfast faith in his brother's decisions. Peace would eventually dawn, and the clans would forge treaties, even with the Uchiha clan. Yet, he could not foresee that he would come to admire an Uchiha. It is a secret Tobarama would not dare reveal to Asagao, although he indeed grew fond of her later, upon first encountering her by the Southie River. He had little impression of her. Part of this was due to the book she held, which captivated much of his attention. However, more significantly, as a boy who inherited his mother's exquisite beauty and white hair, he was quite accustomed to the bright gaze with which Asagao regarded him. Girls from the Senju clan, neighboring subclans, or even those from the streets and towns often looked at him with the same eyes. He did not particularly despise that gaze, yet he could not claim to like it either. When did his feelings toward Asagao begin to shift? Even for one with a remarkable memory, he could no longer pinpoint the moment. It seemed to have occurred quite naturally. However, if one must pinpoint a specific moment, it would likely be when he realized that Choga had a talent for research akin to his own. Unlike other ninjas, who preferred to rely on the corporeal memory of various knowledge, he possessed a profound curiosity about the world and a skeptical consciousness towards everything. He also had the ability to analyze and quantify all things in a rigorous and objective manner. In a time of peace, he would have been a magnificent scientist, akin to a prophet. Yet, in this war-torn land, he tragically became a ninja who wielded a blade to kill. Those around him were solely concerned with how to slay more enemies or from what angle to deliver a more shocking blow. Even contemplating how to intimidate the last remnants of food from the impoverished civilians. They could not fathom why he would be so enchanted by what they considered mere numbers. It was only after a heated afternoon argument with Choga over an equation that they both realized the two equations combined were the true solution. Heaven knows, on his way home, he could not suppress a laugh. The exquisite feeling of being understood, of two individuals striving towards a goal that others could not comprehend, filled him with a fervor. The rare joy of having a confidant in life. One must admit that Senju Tobarama had indeed discerned Choga's ninja lineage, for her familiarity with the ways of the ninja was too pronounced to ignore. More importantly, although Choga did not possess the unique aura born from battlefield experience, Tobarama, having fought against the Uchiha for years, understood them as well as he understood himself. Thus, he could subtly sense the lingering essence of the Uchiha within her. After developing a certain rapport with Choga, he immediately recognized that she must have some connection to the Uchiha clan. Indeed, he had once contemplated distancing himself from Choga. He was the second son of the Senju clan's head, destined to become an elder and to support his elder brother in the clan's quest for strength. Hence, he believed he should not mingle with those from the Uchiha side. Even if it was merely a girl from a branch family, devoid of the Sharingan, and with a surname that had long since changed. Choga, with her innocent and carefree spirit, might not have comprehended the implications, but he, having been involved in clan matters and having taken lives that stained the land red, surely understood the consequences. Their clandestine interactions, if discovered, would not only endanger him, but would also subject Choga to severe repercussions from her family. At that time, Senju Tobarama had not realized that Choga was indeed an Uchiha. How could that be? She lacked the striking beauty associated with the Uchiha, the gentle grace of Uchiha women, and the refined demeanor they were known for. She was merely an ordinary girl, her cheeks flushed with the glow of a happy life, often smiling. A simple, yet charming girl. He hoped she was just a girl from an auxiliary Uchiha family, dismissing any more serious implications. Regrettably, just before he resolved to cease all contact with Choga, he heard her dream, a vision of peace where all, be they serfs or refugees, could sustain themselves through their labor, have a place to call home, and access education, allowing them to freely choose their futures. A world devoid of abandoned infants, brothels, the suffering of the elderly in remote mountains. In such a world, ninjas, regardless of their strength, could earn a living through their skills. The Oil Woman's clan would no longer need to allow insects to devour their insides, but could instead cultivate bees for a stable life. The Kagaya clan would no longer perish in battle, and the Hyuga clan would no longer be divided by family lines. Tobarama would reflect on how he should have left upon hearing her dream that contradicted his own. Yet, he knew that no matter how many times he could relive that moment, upon hearing her enticing dream, he would place her alongside his brother, recognizing them as innocent, powerful individuals destined to change the world, while he remained merely a support for them. He believed he had developed a fondness for her, even if she was a branch of the Uchiha or an ally of the Uchiha. If she did not aspire to become a ninja, he felt confident he could persuade his family to protect an ordinary girl. With this whimsical notion, he ventured onto the battlefield, only to be struck with the thunderous revelation. She was indeed an Uchiha. No one could fathom the joy he felt upon recognizing Choga beneath layers of a physician's garb, just as no one could comprehend the happiness he derived from seeing her one last time before death. Likewise, no one could grasp the depth of his loathing and fury when he heard others refer to her as the Uchiha physician. He was a stubborn man. When his brother Senju Wakai was buried, he had hurled every vile epithet he could conceive at the Uchiha, even if he were to repeat that moment 1,000 times. He could not fathom that he would engage in a liaison with an Uchiha, let alone betray his clan for one. He felt profound shame and disgrace for his actions, as well as a bittersweet laughter at his previous delusions. The Uchiha were the malevolent Uchiha, the frenzied Uchiha, the very clan he despised for having taken his brother's life. And they were also the Uchiha he cherished. Now, a gravely wounded man, Senju Tobarama pondered his helplessness. Had it not been for his brother's urgent intervention, he would have perished on the battlefield like Wakai. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. Were it not for his brother's pleas, the dying man he had become would never have been granted the privilege of symbolic treatment. Heaven knows he wished to shout, to curse, to reveal his identity to Choga, longing to die at her hands on that hospital bed, wanting to ensure she could never forget such a despicable person. Yet, he understood that given his condition, his time was short. Between life and death lay a profound terror. As he faced this reality, anger and hatred dissipated like smoke in the wind. Senju Tobarama no longer wished for his final moments to be filled with bitterness and curses. Instead, he began to express gratitude for the divine gift of having her appear before him one last time, grateful that before his demise, He could see the person he missed most. Choga did not recognize him. This was to be expected. His current appearance was so gruesome that even his brother would be haunted by nightmares for nights on end. How could a gentle and cheerful girl like Choga recognize her friend amidst such a grotesque and bloodied sight? The pain had numbed him, and he felt no sensation as he quietly watched Choga, her eyes crimson, tending to his wounds. Heaven knows how much he yearned to speak to Choga one last time. To bid her farewell, to reassure her that ninjas, like cherry blossoms, are transient beings, and thus, she need not mourn his death. He even harbored a malicious desire for her to remember him for eternity. However, as he gazed at Chao Yin, even her heavy garments could not conceal her exhaustion and numbness. He could not bear to let her know that her friend was on the brink of death, lying on her sickbed. Surely, this revelation would haunt her for a lifetime. He thought it better for her to believe that the one who had perished was merely a stranger. In the end, Senju Tobarama chose silence. After a prolonged moment, he observed the girl wearily wave her hand, prompting those nearby to swiftly carry him away on a stretcher. As the curtain was drawn aside, he met the hopeful gaze of his elder brother, who had just returned from the battlefield, weathered yet alive. He had survived. Amidst his brother's choked concern and gratitude, Tobarama turned back in disbelief, only to see Chao Yin, her head bent, tending to the next person being brought in. A wave of shame washed over him. It seemed that the ceasefire had arrived in an instant. His heart soared at the sight of Chao Yin once more. She remained steadfast and unyielding, as if no adversity could deter her. "When I first laid eyes on you, I knew we would be the best of friends," she said with a smile, asserting that if one wished to receive kindness, they must first offer it. She boldly reintroduced herself to him and unabashedly declared her existence to her family. She proclaimed that she would not conform to the expectations society placed upon her as a woman of the ninja clan. How could that be? He mused. If only he were her husband, he would never allow her to be confined to the home, relegated to household chores and child-rearing. He would not let her trail behind him on outings, nor would he force her into a cycle of perpetual childbirth. She was born to soar freely like a bird in the sky, to grow robustly like a tree on the earth, to flow endlessly like a river fueled by dreams. She deserved to stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone. Yet, the ninja world was inherently base and shameless. Tobarama understood that he should maintain distance from Chao Yin, aware that she might one day become a noble far removed from his status. Nevertheless, he could not resist offering her the ninja eagle he had painstakingly gathered, hoping to keep in touch with her in the days to come. Before he could vow never to harm her, Chao Yin simply and gracefully agreed. "I trust that neither Tobarama nor Senju Tobarama would intentionally use emotions to hurt others." He had to concede that his anger seemed to dissipate in an instant. He recognized that as a ninja, he was indeed unscrupulous and ruthless, but as Tobarama, he did not wish to betray her expectations. Chapter 10. Employment. It felt as though yesterday was the day of farewell. Chao Yin gazed at the colorful kimonos her mother had recently purchased and could not help but lament. Who would have thought that I would become a child laborer at such a young age? Her mother, Akiko, responded cheerfully. "Isn't that a cause for celebration? You already have an official position." While she was indeed pleased, a sense of unease lingered within her. Chao Yin pondered deeply, and her parents exchanged glances before simultaneously exclaiming, "What could possibly be wrong? It is because of your mother's extensive connections." Is that truly the case? Chao Yin still felt that something was amiss. Her father, Kosuke, quickly interjected, "Of course it is. By the way, why didn't you bring Fubu along? It would be nice for both of you to hold an official position together. Please. You know how desperately Fubu desires the strength to protect herself. The sense of security that strength provides is far more important than any official title. There will always be opportunities for positions, but if she misses the chance to learn ninjutsu, Fubu will undoubtedly feel regret." As Chao Yin casually replied, memories of the past flooded back. That day, she and her mother, Uchiha Akiko, had paid a visit to the Peach Palace. Having risen early that morning, Chao Yin inevitably found herself drowsy while her mother engaged in sisterly conversation with the lady of the palace, whose little girl is dozing off. A male voice suddenly came from behind, startling Chao Yin. "It's Chao Yin from the Akiko household." Lady Momo responded gently. Kira, the lord of the Kira clan, chuckled and, noticing Chao Yin's startled demeanor, gently patted her head before being ushered to the main seat. Chao Yin certainly does not possess the beauty that Akiko did in her youth. He teased, "Isn't it generally the case that children born to the Uchiha clan are more attractive? What use is beauty alone? Look at how well Chao Yin has been raised. Akiko playfully retorted. Lord Kira smiled broadly. Indeed, she appears to be a fine daughter raised by you, with that mischievous spirit resembling your own in your youth. Akiko, somewhat unyielding, countered. Chao Yin surpasses me by far. She has fully inherited the strengths of both me and Kosuke. In terms of medical skills, she only lacks experience, and as for ninjutsu, Kosuke claims she is already battle-ready. Upon hearing the mention of battle, Lord Kira furrowed his brow. She is to go to battle at such a young age? Although he was aware that children of the ninja clan would eventually face the battlefield, and that Chao Yin was already older than many of her peers, he still felt a surge of anger that his younger sister, though their bloodline had become distant enough for marriage, was being compelled to send her only daughter to the front lines. That struck him as utterly disrespectful. Lady Momo, however, unexpectedly defended the Uchiha clan. It is not that they are demanding her to go to battle, but Chao Yin is nearing marriage age and must now choose her future path. After hearing this explanation, Lord Kira's anger subsided somewhat, but he could not help but feel troubled at the sight of Chao Yin, who embodied none of the gentility, grace, or submissiveness that society espoused. Indeed, Chao Yin must consider her options carefully. This was not mere idle talk. Chao Yin truly found herself in a difficult predicament. Should she pursue the path of marriage? By identity, she remained a member of the Uchiha ninja clan, yet by blood, she was the only daughter of Lord Kira's close relative and the younger sister of Lady Momo. If she were to marry beneath her status, it would inevitably be a burden for Chao Yin, but if she were to marry above her status, her identity as a ninja would complicate matters. Even if they managed to find a suitable family willing to support her, given Akiko's past experiences, Chao Yin would likely leave in anger, just as her mother had. If she were to choose the path of a ninja, she could not engage in reckless battles, yet a simple marriage alliance seemed equally unrealistic. What was even more daunting was that girls typically began preparing for marriage by the age of 12, and Chao Yin was already nearing 10. She possessed a plethora of ninja skills, but her family hesitated to let her face the battlefield. On the other hand, she had not yet mastered any skills suitable for marriage. However, if she chose to act, she could undoubtedly make life unbearable for the other party. Everyone fell silent for a while, and Lord Kira tentatively proposed an idea. How about placing her beside Momo? Chao Yin has indeed learned ninjutsu, and being near Momo would ensure her safety. This suggestion startled Akiko. It was not out of concern for any potential harem issues, even if Lord Kira had a predilection for younger girls. He would not choose one who was not particularly striking, with a personality more akin to a boy's, lacking any feminine grace, and whose background was complex, especially given her close ties to the family. Even if one were to doubt the integrity of a high-ranking noble, they should at least trust his taste as a person of distinction and the resolute and fierce nature of his sister. Even if one were to doubt the credibility of these matters, surely one could place some trust in the formidable prowess cultivated by the elite ninja training of Asagao. With her prowess nearing that of a Chunin, should she unleash her fury upon a powerless daimyo, it is likely she could eliminate 5 in a mere 3 seconds. The most delightful surprise for Mother Kyoko was that Lord Kira had requested Asagao to accompany Princess Momoko. While this may seem to outsiders as merely a straightforward training for a noble lady, it is crucial to recognize that Princess Momoko currently serves as Lord Kira's secretary and spokesperson. Should Asagao remain by Princess Momoko's side, it essentially paves the way for her to embark on the career path of a top noblesse attendant, learning under an official while gaining several years of practical experience in the court. Although Asagao's current status may preclude her from holding a position typically reserved for noble males, the role of a lady-in-waiting, governed by the central court, possesses considerable demand and opportunities for advancement within the monarch's private administrative body. Furthermore, it is paramount to note that the criteria for female advancement differ significantly from those of their male counterparts, thus liberating them from the hierarchical constraints established by previous dynasties. This implies that Asagao can wholly detach her identity as a ninja from her lineage, serving merely as the niece of Princess Momoko, whose trustworthiness surpasses even that of her half-sisters, given their shared hardships. Consequently, even with her somewhat nebulous affiliation to the Uchiha clan, there is arguably no more advantageous position than remaining close to Princess Momoko. After all, such a coveted opportunity, where one can aspire to a promising future, enjoy familial protection, and receive guidance from mentors, is indeed rare. Thus, in the gaze of astonishment from Mother Kyoko, the amused glance of Princess Momoko, and the teasing demeanor of Lord Kira, Asagao officially commenced her new role. Chapter 11. The day of self-revelation. The foremost challenge posed by this well-regarded position was the necessity of rising early and attending to her appearance. Due to the scarcity and exorbitance of candles, even the minister responsible for the court's finances protested against the extravagance of placing candles on every table during banquets. For those of lower status, the only option was to rely on the dim and costly oil lamps. However, the meager illumination provided by such lamps was hardly effective. Hence, the majority of individuals adhered to a routine of rising with the sun and retiring at sunset, waking around 3 in the morning and retiring by 8 at night. For Asagao, however, the opposite was true. The brightly lit library became her sanctuary for absorbing knowledge, a stark contrast to the dimly lit rooms that were devoid of adequate lighting even during the day. The library's constraints meant that the tranquil, undisturbed nights were the most opportune times for her studies. Over time, she developed a nocturnal routine that was quite rare for her era. Yet, beyond the issue of her schedule, the task of grooming and adornment presented an even greater challenge for Asagao. As a particularly headstrong girl from the Uchiha clan, she had always held a dismissive attitude toward the so-called education for noble ladies. As such, she approached the skills of grooming, poetry, and various arts with a lackadaisical attitude, even employing family members from her father Uchiha Sosuke to Uchiha Izuna as her assistants. Having trained alongside her father and aided Mother Kyoko in medical consultations, Asagao had grown accustomed to the practical attire favored by ninjas. The elaborate, multi-layered kimonos worn during formal visits felt suffocating, nearly costing her half her life. Yet now, she found herself compelled to revise her initial plans. Setting aside her routine, it was evident that both Lord Kira and Princess Momoko were exceptionally considerate of Asagao and had entrusted her with a surprising degree of confidence. "Is there any cause for confusion?" Princess Momoko inquired casually, pen in hand, as she appeared to be reviewing unremarkable documents with a somewhat lax demeanor. The truth was, Asagao did indeed harbor a hint of puzzlement, especially since they had hardly met on numerous occasions. She swallowed her thoughts, suppressing the latter part of her sentence. "Oh, didn't Kyoko mention? You are, in fact, considered our mentor," Princess Momoko exclaimed, her surprise evident. "Is that so?" Asagao felt an ominous premonition. Clearly, Kyoko had not divulged this information. Lord Kira, seemingly intrigued, set his pen aside, lifted his teacup, and took a leisurely sip. "From the moment you were born, Kyoko has been sending us letters, boasting about your accomplishments." A heavy weight dropped in Asagawa's chest. Knowing her childhood exploits was tantamount to exposing her entire catalog of embarrassing history. "Surely she hasn't documented every little thing?" Asagao asked, her voice trembling. "Indeed. Even your push for the Uchiha clan to infiltrate the internal affairs of neighboring nations. Our involvement was noted as well." Lord Kira winked playfully. In essence, Asagao could hardly believe it. This meant that the Uchiha clan's integration into the state was, in fact, partly credited to her efforts. Princess Momoko's voice carried a hint of amusement. Had her own dubious past been laid bare? While this revelation was not particularly alarming for Asagao, it did imply that her habitual lifestyle and methods of operation had also been exposed. Lord Kira could scarcely contain his laughter. As Asagao cast a glance at her pink kimono, feeling the weight atop her head and the suffocating makeup on her face, she felt as though she might fracture. "So, you both are aware of my true self?" she mused, recalling the times she had desperately attempted to disguise herself, yet failed miserably, feeling as though her very soul had fled her body. For such a charming girl, how could anyone resist? Princess Momoko covered her mouth with her sleeve, stifling a smile. "Even Kyoko couldn't bear to disclose your true nature." Observing Asagao, who appeared nearly gray with distress, Lord Kira struggled to maintain his composure. "It's not merely for amusement. If you truly intend to marry, one must at least feign decorum for a few days to ensnare a suitor." "A suitor?" Asagao echoed, perplexed. Did they truly believe that the only way for her to secure a marriage was through deceit? Not at all. They quickly clarified. "While your happiness is paramount, a little pretense can certainly help manage public perception. Must I not consider a man who would come into my family?" Asagao retorted, unable to suppress her sarcasm. "Oh." Princess Momoko seemed to have picked up on something intriguing. "Have you set your sights on someone? Who might that be?" As Asagao remained silent, Princess Momoko continued to speculate. Having not ventured much beyond Nankagawa, It must be a boy from a ninja clan, perhaps one from the Uchiha? She furrowed her brow, realizing her reasoning was flawed. If you favored someone from the Uchiha, news would have circulated by now. So it must be someone from another clan? Asagao shivered, hastily interjecting, no, it's not that I have a target. It's just that for some reason, there has been talk of my impending marriage, even though I'm not in any rush. Her voice betrayed a hint of grievance. Asagao, do you realize that girls are often wed by the age of 12? Princess Momoko observed, noticing Asagao's disheartened demeanor. I'm aware, but 12 is far too young. Even the prospect of pregnancy poses risks. However, if arrangements aren't made early, suitable boys of your age will already be promised to others. Those left are likely to have some issues, Princess Momoko remarked incisively. However, marrying solely for the sake of marriage seems rather tedious, does it not? I could very well thrive without tying the knot. If the prospect of greater happiness in marriage were not a possibility, why should I compromise my own desires for the sake of others? Choga's expression remained somewhat grim. In truth, if Choga did not wish to marry, she could entirely abstain from it. Kira, with a gentle smile, reassured her. The positions we have arranged for you are merely precautionary. Should you choose not to wed, and the Uchiha clan attempts to coerce you, serving as a court lady or an official in the inner palace could be a viable alternative. After all, having an additional minister is not a bad thing at all. Chapter 12. The fortunate Choga hesitated for a considerable time, wrestling with the notion that she might be undertaking an exceedingly irrational act. Yet she was reluctant to disrupt the current tranquility. Upon reflection, the working life appeared to be no different from her usual existence. Both seemed stable and unremarkable on the surface, steeped in warmth and adorned with beauty. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the underlying predation masked by relationships and hypocrisy. Despite often claiming that societal engagement equips one with survival skills, in essence, it merely subjects one to the world's conditioning once more. Socialization, after all, is but a shorthand for being tamed by society. Choga was not embraced by her colleagues in the palace, however, in every regard. It could not be said that she suffered any indignities. There indeed existed disparagement regarding her ninja lineage rather than a noble heritage. And the noble ladies serving alongside her did exhibit jealousy or disdain for her origins, occasionally laying subtle traps. A former favored concubine from a minor noble family succumbed to tragic circumstances, driven by malicious gossip and unbearable humiliation, leading to her demise in a scandalous manner. Yet, Choga was a rare breed, a trained ninja with commendable combat prowess. When faced with the underhanded tactics of those noble women, she could effortlessly traverse walls or employ a ninjutsu technique, leaving them in stunned silence, their expressions blank in shock. Such was the disparity in power. Thus, these so-called ostracisms and subtle discriminations, along with acts of bullying, were often resolved effortlessly by Choga, sometimes without her even realizing it. The noble women, and even the palace-born youths, no matter how furious they felt within, lacked the courage to openly mock Choga. After all, raw strength serves as a potent, natural deterrent, much like how one does not flaunt bravado in the presence of a tiger at a zoo, even when aware of protective boundaries. The mere act of facing such a formidable presence can evoke trepidation. Admittedly, Choga's combat abilities, while commendable, could not rival the extraordinary talents of Uchiha Madara or the assiduously trained Uchiha Izuna. Combat prowess, unless one possesses a rare innate gift akin to Kageyama, is invariably linked to the intensity of one's training. Nevertheless, Choga stood out against noble women who bound their bodies to achieve an alluring silhouette or against the aristocratic youths who were easily startled by horses. In this context, Choga could effortlessly best them, even with her eyes closed. Perhaps she owed her gifts to her father, Sosuke, for despite her training, her physical prowess remained above average among her male peers within the Uchiha clan. When considering chakra, her potential appeared even more formidable. Although the Uchiha clan did not boast a reputation for inherent physical strength, nor did their chakra intensity rival that of the robust Senju or Uzumaki clans. The sheer number of ninjas inevitably leads to exceptional cases. The notion that ninja talent is not merely hereditary becomes apparent, and one must acknowledge that. As long as the concept of innate ability persists, there will be individuals who defy familial expectations and emerge as unique geniuses. Perhaps Choga's earlier pursuits also contributed to her current capacity. Her chakra reserves had exceeded the typical Uchiha standards. strong enough to masquerade as a child of the Senju or Uzumaki clans without raising suspicion. To some readers, this may seem trivial, especially in fanfictions where characters manifest their abilities at ages 3, 5, or 7. Yet, it is crucial to recognize that the Uchiha and Senju clans are among the most powerful lineages within the ninja world. The combination of Senju chakra and Uchiha's moderate physical skills is indeed a rarity. In a typical scenario, possessing Choga's attributes would likely assure her the position of clan leader in less renowned clans, such as the Sarutobi or Nara, regardless of her gender, for in the realm of ninjas, personal capability is of utmost importance. A powerful woman would command respect, even from weaker men. This notion, while seemingly equitable, is marred by an unfortunate reality. Generally, girls are not expected to become ninjas, and the very act of becoming one contradicts societal expectations of femininity. Chakra is a product of both physical and mental energy, leading to the question of which females possess greater chakra and physical strength than their male counterparts. The answer points to those exceeding 1.7 meters in height, robustly built, and possessing masculine traits, even to the extent of having coarse body hair due to hormonal influences, thereby circumventing the biological imperatives of menstruation and childbirth. These genetically advantaged women boast enhanced physiques, more substantial energy reserves, and greater resilience, making them formidable warriors. Yet, do they conform to societal ideals of beauty and promise a bright future? Hardly. The ninja world is predominantly male-dominated. Even a powerhouse like Uchiha Madara, who values individual capability, cannot escape the inherent bias against women. Such non-conforming women, in a male-centric ninja society, find themselves ostracized, lacking a place of belonging. Viewed through the lens of masculinity, they are perceived as incomplete men, incapable of procreation. Conversely, if regarded as women, they face rejection within the competitive sphere of male aesthetics, mocked by those of higher social standing and misunderstood by their peers. Ultimately, they grapple with the compounded pressures and vulnerabilities from both sides. Is it not far more desirable to adorn oneself beautifully, don elegant garments, marry a man of considerable strength, bear children who possess sufficient potential to become ninjas, and raise daughters equally suitable for advantageous unions, while managing household duties? This, indeed, represents the prevailing ideology of the world, with the ninja realm being no exception. Amidst such fervent opposition, how many individuals remain unwavering, steadfastly choosing the most arduous and shadowy path? Their journey is fraught with thorns, shrouded in darkness, foreseeing a bleak and premature demise. Their aspirations, deemed erroneous by the external world, call for guidance and rectification, yet their relinquishment is romanticized. Akin to the noble return of a wayward son, perhaps there exists a breed of women who ardently embrace warfare, exhibiting unyielding resolve, or who persist in their endeavors without retreating upon encountering obstacles. Yet, from where do the necessary resources stem? The impoverished pursue knowledge, while the affluent pursue martial prowess. The life of a ninja follows a similar pattern. Without delving into the myriad of precious medicinal concoctions, such as the specialized salves crafted by the Uchiha clan for their eyes, one cannot nurture the body without the sustenance of meat, eggs, and dairy, or at the very least, one must not endure hunger, as the average daughter often consumes merely a watery porridge. Training requires an extensive investment in high-quality iron weaponry. Even the armor of minor nobility contains impurities, and physical conditioning inevitably results in the destruction of numerous garments, as fabric is often treated as currency. This is the fundamental reason many ninja clans, fully aware that such endeavors may cost the lives of their kin, still undertake numerous missions. Even if a family adores their daughter and is willing to provide ample resources, societal norms dictate that a girl cannot marry at any age, unlike boys. Typically, they are betrothed in their early teens, and should they refuse, they are met with bewildered gazes from their families. Even the later Sakura became a mother at 19. During this period, if a woman aspires to be a ninja, she cannot devote herself to caring for younger siblings or assisting her mother with household chores. The demands of training alone render her immobile. The skills necessary for marriage are beyond her reach. This situation equates to her family expending significant resources in an environment where returns are uncertain, with a future that is palpably grim. Thus, how can one devoid of survival skills, relying on familial support, garner such vast resources in a time when her family lacks understanding? Even under the most fortunate conditions, where all aforementioned requirements are met. From where does one acquire the knowledge of ninjutsu and taijutsu? Choga can learn because her father, Uchiha Kosuke, is a distinguished figure within the Uchiha clan. Even eligible for clan leadership, he is also the nephew and adopted son of the former clan leader, having grown up alongside the current leader as brothers. Choga herself brings tremendous benefits to the Uchiha clan, thus possessing considerable influence. Moreover, as an only child, she symbolizes the sole outcome of a strategic marriage, compelling the Uchiha clan to not neglect her. Consequently, Choga perceives her learning as effortless. She can even vouch for the training of others, such as Fukibian, who hail from neither the Uchiha clan nor any ninja lineage. However, how many women in the world possess Choga's advantageous circumstances? Even if Choga's family appears modest compared to the wealthy, a family of 3 that does not employ servants and manages all household tasks themselves. Even if Kosuke has faced criticisms regarding his appearance and lowly status. Even if Akiko, her mother, was deemed unworthy when selected to serve in the palace alongside Lady Momo. It all signifies that Kosuke's lowly status is compared against figures of immense power and influence, such as the esteemed Kira and the noble families whose offspring serve as attendants or ladies-in-waiting. Akiko herself has also been criticized for her family's humble standing. Yet such remarks stem from the most powerful entities on the continent, who have long governed the western regions of the Fire Continent, deeming her unfit to be the consort of a ruler there. Ultimately, those regarded as unworthy to be matched with a dragon must at least be of the caliber of a phoenix or a qilin. No one would equate a snake with a dragon. Therefore, being deemed unqualified to be the consort of a ruler in the Western territories is, in itself, a testament to her status, placing her alongside the likes of Kira. In essence, Kosuke's status is merely lowly among the elite. Yet even when compared to the lesser nobility and the broader ninja clans, the Uchiha, despite their historically impoverished roots, elicits envy from the outside world. Akiko has similarly faced reproach regarding her family's position, but these criticisms arise from the most powerful and long-standing authorities of the continent. In truth, Kosuke, despite being seen as lesser among the elite, still possesses a status that is enviable to many. Ultimately, the so-called self-degradation of these two, when stripped of their privileges and status, reveals that they remain endowed with formidable martial prowess and knowledge, attributes that cannot be stripped away. Such strength and wisdom signify power and status, serving as the most fundamental distinction between nobility and commoners, and ensuring that even in destitution, they would be swiftly accepted into new societal ranks. Consequently, when compared to the multitude of ordinary individuals laboring tirelessly for survival, the luxury of abandoning everything in pursuit of dreams or love appears almost laughably extravagant. After all, the mere ability to forsake societal expectations in pursuit of one's aspirations underscores a significant distance from the so-called common folk. They are indeed the fortunate scions of destiny. And Uchiha Choga, the singular product of these two fortunate beings, is inherently mismatched with the world. Now, after considerable contemplation, this remarkably fortunate girl has resolved to engage in ventures that the outsiders would deem detrimental. Chapter 13. A letter from Tobarama. Choga perked her ears, attentively listening to the sounds outside. After a prolonged wait, she finally confirmed that the maidens had drawn near, so she cautiously bit her fingertip, summoning the ninja hawk of Senju Tobarama. It was not that she relished such clandestine methods. Rather, having lived a life akin to that of a conventional ninja family, Choga was unaccustomed to the proximity of maidens. This is not only reflective of the Uchiha clan's similarities to other ninja families, who prefer to manage their domestic affairs personally. Even clan leaders typically delegate household management to the women of their families. More importantly, for ninjas, who dwell on the edge of peril, walking a tightrope between life and death, the role of a maid seems trivial, almost inconsequential. However, should such a position be necessary, it must be entrusted to those absolutely trustworthy, akin to the role of a chef. Why, you may ask, do maids and cooks require such a high degree of trust? The answer is simple. When one is killed, death is inevitable. Even for ninjas, whose existence defies logic, this holds true. Despite their formidable physical attributes and combat skills, they remain fundamentally human, sharing the same vulnerabilities as ordinary people. Just as an individual's high magical prowess does not mitigate the inherent frailty of their physical form, a ninja, despite their formidable physical strength, possesses defensive capabilities that are merely on par with those of an ordinary person. To put it plainly, regardless of the overwhelming power that figures like Uchiha Madara may wield in the realm of ninjas, and the transcendent nature of Hashirama Senju as the god of ninjas, a single strike can still lead to death. Furthermore, consider a person who is intimately familiar with your daily routines and habits, someone whose presence you have grown accustomed to, rendering you oblivious to any potential malice they may harbor. If, one fateful day, this individual were to turn against you, would you be able to defend yourself? The answer is undoubtedly no. The profession of a ninja is intrinsically tied to a life of bloodshed, a means of survival that sustains entire families. Among the lives they have extinguished, how many were innocent bystanders caught in the chaos, and how many were irredeemable fiends? Perhaps only the divine can ascertain the full extent of this truth. Yet, the weight of the blood debts they accumulate inevitably brands them with a reputation as fearsome as that of demons, and brings forth countless orphans driven by a thirst for vengeance. Among these bereaved souls, is there not one who would dedicate an eternity to the pursuit of retribution? Perhaps the ancestors who fell victim to such calamities would find solace in answering this question. At the very least, Asagao has heard whispers of certain households where maids have poisoned their masters, lowly concubines have killed their counterparts during intimate encounters, and noble women have betrayed their families, causing them immense losses. There are tales of wives who, after slaying their own offspring, brought doom upon their families. Yet, these actions are often met with scorn from men who fail to comprehend them and derision from certain women who deem them beneath contempt. After all, they could have simply remained dutiful and obedient, nurturing children for their masters, often referring to their husbands as such, and managing households, even if their own families have crumbled to dust. Is it truly the case that one gender is inherently weak, destined for subservience, and content to bask in the fleeting pity of their superiors? Or is there a race that, like a reed in the wind, willingly accepts being spoils of war, while watching their kin endure unimaginable suffering? Or perhaps a people who, despite enduring profound hardships, still choose to forgive? Such notions are absurd. Even cattle mourn the separation of mother and child. How can we expect every individual to be content with a facade of peace and willingly surrender for the sake of their husbands and children? We share the same crimson blood, the same capacity for thought, and the same equal souls. Why then must I, under the weight of external societal pressures, bow to you, sacrifice all that I possess, and passively await the demise of those I hold dear? Given the blood debts amassed, it is inevitable that there will be survivors, relentless in their resistance, and some who would forsake everything for vengeance. Just as Asagao has long since forgotten her love. This is the burden of the ninja, a price in blood and tears that their families must bear. Conversely, one might question why, if outsiders are deemed so untrustworthy, there exist noble women like Fuho and widows with children serving as known or unknown concubines, aiding in household matters. Surely, the family could assign various ranks to handle such tasks. The talents of a ninja are not solely derived from bloodline and numbers. While there are indeed examples like Uchiha Madara and his brother, or the Senju brothers, that illustrate the superiority of certain lineages, there are also instances where collateral branches surpass the main line. Why then? Must individuals be judged and oppressed based on their blood relations? Violence is the most effective means of dismantling a system. However, it would be unrealistic to assert that no families subscribe to this theory. This is precisely why the Hyuga clan has caged birds to enforce the main family's control over the branch families. Yet, a bird with a broken spine, trapped in a cage, loses its pride and the potential to become a powerful ninja. The reasons for noble women and widows serving as concubines are far simpler. These noble women have long been conditioned by the aesthetic preferences of their lofty male counterparts to be submissive and frail, lacking both chakra and formidable physical prowess. Much like a pet cat that has been declawed and defanged, rendered incapable of independent survival and least likely to harbor intentions of harming their masters. For widows, their children serve as the ultimate constraint. Humans, in their fear of the supernatural, are fervent in their prayers to deities. Yet, some human actions are more terrifying than the specters they dread. Thus, compared to strong and intelligent women, those who are controlled have lost their sense of self, and lack survival abilities are often disregarded by their superiors and tend to live longer lives. It is perhaps for this reason that even among the various ninja clans, there is an effort to cultivate women toward a state of submissiveness, for once a family declines or merely enters into a marriage arrangement. Such docile women are more likely to gain trust and enjoy prolonged lives. Asagao, however, is not a ninja woman raised under such doctrines. She is an anomaly in this world, not entirely embraced by the nobility or ninja clans, and thus not bound to live according to their expectations. Where there are no rights, there are no obligations. This is a fundamental truth. Just as she eagerly accepts a letter from Senju Tobarama's Ninja Hawk. As she opens the letter, she is somewhat surprised that Tobarama has reached out to her hastily before their scheduled meeting. Has he already found answers to the issues discussed in the previous letter? How vexing, as she has yet to arrive at a conclusion. However, as Asagao meticulously reads the letter's content, her eyes widen in astonishment. The letter begins quite normally, addressing the ninjutsu discussed in the previous correspondence and delving into specific data-related matters for the next steps. In truth, ever since the Uchiha clan secured a position of advantage through their alliance with Kira Yashikage, the standing of the Senju clan within the alliance has significantly diminished, leading to the cessation of their truce. Yet, it is only due to the Uchiha clan's newfound direction and reluctance to suffer losses that full-scale war has been averted. Nevertheless, minor skirmishes involving assassinations and espionage have become commonplace, culminating in the death of Tobarama's soul brother, Senju Hiruzen, who lost his life in a bid to steal information from the Uchiha. Thus, they have ceased discussing topics related to the current state of affairs. Both parties are acutely aware of the formidable issues at hand, such as Tobarama's unwavering loyalty and love for the Senju clan as the heir and second in line, the blood debts between the Uchiha and Senju clans, and Asagao's complex feelings toward the Uchiha clan, specifically her parents, Uchiha Kusuai and Uchiha Anko, and her brothers, notably Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna. Asagao is well aware of Tobarama's integrity, recognizing that his resolve will not waver due to personal sentiments, an affront to his own will and emotions. She also acknowledges his character and ethics, just as Tobarama understands her. Consequently, they confine their discussions to data and amusing anecdotes from their surroundings. No longer do they discuss the future or their individual aspirations. Even though each is acutely aware of the other's will, perseverance, beliefs, and ideals. What unfolds next is indeed extraordinary. Senju Tobarama, in a somewhat ethereal tone, perhaps because he has yet to come to terms with the situation, mentions his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, the clan leader of the Senju family, who has surprisingly formed a friendship with Uchiha Madara, the leader of the Uchiha clan, whom Asagao regards as her own brother. Their bond grew so profound that it was eventually discovered by their respective younger brothers, Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Azuna. Predictably, faced with the intricate dynamics between their clans, these two apprehensive siblings unanimously opted to inform their father, the clan leader. In an effort to safeguard the reputation of their eldest son, both fathers chose to keep this matter private, each taking their younger son to intercept the two newfound friends. Here, Senju Tobarama expresses his anger towards his brother's sudden association with an adversary in a rare outburst of emotion. Unsurprisingly, Hashirama and Madara, deeply entrenched in their friendship, could not forsake their bond and discreetly communicated with one another during the ensuing chaos, a revelation that left Asagao somewhat astonished. Compared to Uchiha Madara's seemingly naive demeanor, she had always perceived Hashirama as possessing a more complex nature, and she was taken aback by his actions. However, the youthful pair lacked the experience to rival their battle-hardened fathers, and just as they prepared to depart, they were discovered by their parents, resulting in a standoff. Thus, under the pressure exerted by their families, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama faced a heartbreaking separation. In this moment, Senju Tobarama's rare display of irritation reflected his fury over his brother's role as a sacrificial pawn in Uchiha Madara's awakening. It appears that Senju Tobarama is indeed quite protective of his brother, although it seems his sentiments differ from those of the Uchiha siblings. As Asagao pondered while reading the letter, suddenly, a realization struck her, prompting her to reread the letter. Uchiha Madara awakened his Sharingan because of his separation from Senju Hashirama? What a jest! Even during the deaths of his brothers, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha So, he did not awaken, yet now, merely due to being forced apart from Hashirama, he had done so? How significant must Hashirama be to Madara? Asagao thought, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Uchiha Madara. Undoubtedly, Senju Hashirama held immense importance for Madara, a truth well understood by Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Azuna, who were present at the scene. The emotions required for the awakening of the Sharingan could not be feigned. Such profound feelings were impervious to deception. Senju Tobirama, lacking Uchiha lineage, might consider Uchiha Madara to be manipulating Hashirama's feelings for his own gain. However, Asagao, having grown up within the Uchiha clan, understood the rigorous emotional requirements for such an awakening. The Sharingan is a cursed eye, and all who have awakened it possess a clear understanding of its nature. Even Asagao, who might never awaken herself, had been warned by her father. Uchiha individuals do not resort to extreme measures merely because of their demonic eyes. Rather, it is the result of deeply heart-wrenching emotions that shatter and reconstruct their entire worldview and values, ultimately granting them the eye capable of altering the world. And should one encounter a person capable of awakening their eye, with that person surviving, an Uchiha would willingly forsake everything for them. Wait a moment. Asagao quickly calculated the dates in her mind. This event had occurred a few days prior. This meant her body stiffened as she slowly turned around to find the two youths standing at the doorway, illuminated by the light streaming in from behind them, casting their expressions into sharp relief. They were indeed the two individuals mentioned in Tobirama's letter, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Chapter 14. Casual conversations. On an exquisite wooden table rested a similarly elegant charcoal brazier, filled with glowing coals that radiated warmth and comfort. Above the coals sat a finely crafted copper pot adorned with intricate patterns, within which water had reached a rolling boil, releasing plumes of steam that enveloped the room in a hazy mist. Asagao stood by, gradually adding powdered tea leaves to the pot, transforming the brew into a deep, rich hue, its fragrant aroma unmistakably indicating the quality of the tea. Uchiha Izuna, a connoisseur of refinement, inhaled the scent and could no longer maintain his composure, revealing a look of enjoyment. In contrast, Uchiha Madara, seemingly unfazed by Asagao's prior communication with Senju Tobirama via summoning beasts, showed no change in expression. He simply picked up a snack that Asagao had offered him, munching away while vaguely complaining about the flavor being somewhat bland, prompting Asagao to roll her eyes in exasperation. The satisfaction on the brothers' faces had yet to fade when they watched Asagao proceed to gather an array of spices and seasonings. Their expressions froze in alarm. "Wait!" the two brothers exclaimed, attempting to halt Asagao's next actions. But it was too late. The spices, along with red dates and longan, were swiftly thrown into the tea, unbeknownst to them until it was too late. Upon hearing their protests, Asagao did not relent. Instead, she grinned mischievously and tossed in a pinch of salt. Why wait? She continued adding various seasonings to the tea, embracing the trend of the moment, which had become the height of hospitality among noble families. Uchiha Madara nearly choked at the sight of the chaotic concoction, feeling utterly unable to stomach it. "Are you truly going to drink that?" Uchiha Izuna, ever direct, inquired. Asagao's incessant chatter abruptly halted, a realization dawning upon her as she hesitated, glancing at the pot. The tea, though a chaotic mix, contained precious ingredients. She looked at the brew, then at the two Uchiha brothers, and involuntarily swallowed. "Do you eat eggs? Since these ingredients are so expensive, let us not waste them. Let's use them to make egg dishes." Uchiha Izuna buried his face in his hands, utterly exasperated. Uchiha Madara, maintaining an air of calm, nodded, though the twitching at the corners of his mouth betrayed him, remaining the dignified Uchiha clan leader nonetheless. After a whirlwind of chaotic activity, tranquility was finally restored. Asagao abandoned the so-called highest standards of noble hospitality, and Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, like ordinary folk, simply brewed the expensive tea, enjoying it alongside an array of delicate pastries while several eggs floated in the tea, a stark contrast to the customary high standards of hospitality. If a typical noble family were to witness this scene, they might faint in shock or disdainfully exclaim at the uncouthness of the ninjas, expressing their disdain for such simplicity. Yet, these three young members of the Uchiha clan, having grown up together, took a sip of the pastries and the humbly prepared tea, and found themselves utterly at ease. "Are you still in contact with that white-haired Senju?" Uchiha Madara broached the topic first. Asagao looked at Uchiha Izuna in surprise, earning a resigned shrug from him. "So, you've known all along, brother?" Chao Yin languidly slumped into her chair, questioning her ability to keep secrets. It was not that her eyesight was poor. How could she not perceive the extent of your transformation at that moment? Uchiha Madara instantly grasped the underlying meaning of Chao Yan's words, yet surprisingly refrained from exploding in anger. After all, you are a girl, not merely a member of the pure Uchiha clan's ninja lineage, as long as you are well. The enmity between our families has no bearing on you. Chao Yin contemplated Madara's remarks, marveling at how effortlessly he intertwined concern with animosity. Truly, you are remarkable, my dear Madara. However, she held no personal grievances against him. On one hand, the notion was indeed deeply ingrained within the ninja clans, even throughout the entire continent, and she could not alter it. On the other hand, despite Madara's consistent declarations that Chao Yan's femininity was inconsequential, he often exhibited a blatant disregard for women. Yet, contrary to his assertions, Chao Yan's aspirations regarding the Uchiha clan schemes were only made feasible with Madara's staunch support as the young clan leader. Madara was steeped in a patriarchal mindset, yet this did not preclude his double standards and biases. As for altering Madara as chauvinism, what a jest! Chao Yin surmised that unless Madara encountered a woman even more formidable than himself, such a perspective was unlikely to change. Thus, she merely protested a couple of times. Considering Madara's recent mood, and endeavored to shift the conversation. This life of a noblewoman was utterly unbearable. While others likened it to being as free as a fish in water, she felt akin to a bird tossed into the depths. As Chao Yin spoke, vivid memories of astonishing experiences flooded her mind, prompting an uncontrollable wail. Was she truly so unaccustomed to this lifestyle? Was it not said that life in the palace was both opulent and refined? Uchiha Izuna's tone was imbued with a priestly compassion, which greatly moved Chao Yin. Provided he did not wear a gleeful expression, Chao Yin shot a glare at Izuna, and then, unable to restrain herself, glanced at Madara's countenance. Ultimately, she acquiesced to Izuna's sentiment. Luxury is indeed luxury, yet I undeniably feel quite out of place. Chao Yin pouted, observing the doubtful expressions on both their faces, and decided to offer an example. If you could accept having someone follow you around at all times. Madara's entire demeanor stiffened. He was the type who could not even relieve himself if someone stood behind him, or if you could endure several months without a morsel of meat. Subsisting on bland meals, Izuna's expression faltered. From a young age, he had been the chef of their small group. Although the Uchiha family had faced difficulties in acquiring meat during his childhood, they had grown accustomed to enjoying meat and various seasonings as the clan prospered, making the prospect of living without these luxuries unfathomable. Or if you could tolerate being incessantly guided by a cacophony of individuals, dressed in layers upon layers of garments, slathered in thick makeup, walking with a sway, and maintaining an air of elegance in speech and action. The Uchiha brothers could no longer bear to listen. They had experienced such conditions during missions, but enduring them for months on end would feel like a slow, torturous demise. They exchanged glances, testing the waters. Chao Yin. Perhaps gilded living is not so vital. If it truly becomes unbearable, we could simply cease. Indeed, the world is vast. There are countless places to live. We could always return to the Uchiha clan. While Chao Yin appreciated the comforting words of these two straightforward men, she could not help but retort. Return to the Uchiha to marry? I would rather remain here. Madara furrowed his brow, perplexed by Chao Yan's perspective. But if you stay here, you will still have to marry eventually. Even if we could arrange for you to marry someone from outside our clan, would your life not ultimately converge on the same path? Honestly, I feel you might as well embrace a marriage system. After all, you wouldn't desire a political union. Just appease outsiders, and we can have a child in the Uchiha clan. If you are unwilling, simply sever ties with the other party. Izuna noticed that Chao Yin was still not pleased. Though he could not comprehend her feelings, he endeavored to console her. After marriage, the woman is not mandated to manage household affairs or tirelessly care for children. If you dislike such a lifestyle, you could always entrust the children to my brother and my future wife. It wouldn't burden you. Chao Yin was indeed touched by the attentiveness of Madara and Izuna. Yet for reasons unknown, she felt a lingering discomfort within her. As she pondered, she couldn't quite pinpoint the source of her unease. She understood that although the Uchiha clan was not entirely her family, if she were to express a desire to marry either of the brothers, be it Madara or Izuna, they would not oppose her. They would undoubtedly fulfill their promise. No need for her to manage household matters, nor to raise children. In fact, Chao Yin suspected that even if she bore a child with an outsider, the brothers would readily accept it without hesitation. After all, besides the primary wife, there could be secondary wives, even if Chao Yin brought no tangible benefits to them. The bonds forged over the years would ensure that they wouldn't be overly concerned with such a trivial title. Was it because she could only gain a sense of belonging through marriage? Upon reflection, that didn't seem accurate. If she truly wished to remain unmarried, neither her parents, lord, brothers, nor clan would coerce her into marriage. Moreover, unlike typical girls who would be treated differently after marrying into another family, she was the sole daughter, a cherished scion of the Uchiha clan. Whether she wed or not, her home would eternally be her own, unclaimed by anyone else. After all, they had even contemplated the possibility of Chao Yin marrying into the Senju clan. So what was the root of her discontent? Chao Yin felt a heavy weight in her heart, unable to decipher its origins, and thus chose to abandon the topic. But if I return, I will have to learn all those so-called skills of serving my husband after marriage, won't I? Chao Yin pouted, envisioning the prospect of sitting still for hours, unable to so much as shift the creases of her clothing, or pretending that her husband was perpetually by her side, rehearsing how to interact with her in-laws until such performances became second nature. Upon recalling the experiences of other girls raised in families, she couldn't help but shudder. Compared to that, I would rather stay here. At least the people here are easier to manipulate. Izuna perceptively sensed something amiss. He glanced at his brother, who bore a blissful expression, oblivious to any underlying tension. Then he tentatively looked at Chao Yin, noting her unchanged demeanor. Instantly, his anxieties dissipated. You claim that the people here are easier to manipulate. What exactly have you done? Izuna asked, swallowing hard. Chao Yin began counting on her fingers. Oh, nothing much. Just using transformation techniques to avoid changing clothes, or applying makeup. Perhaps I even killed a flying swan for meat, or when I saw the door locked, I simply kicked it down with my taijutsu. Madara was utterly stunned. Why on earth would you kill a flying swan for meat? His voice seemed a bit hoarse. Chao Yin curiously regarded Madara, noticing no discernible change in his expression. At least, she could not detect anything amiss, which allowed her to relax her guard and casually respond. I spent 2 whole weeks gnawing on grass during my period, feeling as if I would transform into grass myself. When a piece of meat came flying by, was it not fate that I should eat it? Did no one in the palace stop you? No. The matter regarding the swan was revealed to me by the eldest son. The chef responsible for preparing the swan meat was hired by Aunt Tao, and even Kira Mingzhu partook in 2 bowls. Chao Yin, casually peeling the shell off a tea egg, spread spicy sauce over it. Having grown weary of bland fare, she now craved something more flavorful. The chef's skills were indeed remarkable, as he sautéed various seasonings in oil until fragrant, added chopped goose meat, stir-fried it vigorously until the fat rendered, and then simmered it slowly until the broth thickened. As she spoke, Chao Yin couldn't help but reminisce about the delightful flavors, and she was unable to suppress her salivation, promptly taking a hearty bite of the egg to quell her insatiable cravings. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna observed Chao Yin's sudden hunger, seemingly losing their desire to converse. After a long silence, Uchiha Madara turned to his brother and remarked, "It's not so bad if Chao Yin marries a bit later. Although her age is approaching, she still appears quite youthful." Uchiha Izuna nodded absent-mindedly. Chao Yin looked curiously at the 2 brothers before their gazes met, pondering the deep bond shared among the sisters of the Tao family. "How about you stay here? Chao Yin, I feel like you're almost floating away." Chao Yin glanced at the suddenly fatigued brothers, bewildered. Chapter 15, Disagreement, Partial Understanding. An affection under Chao Yin's furious gaze, Uchiha Madara appeared to relax somewhat. The sharp aura he had been emanating considerably diminished. "I heard you activated your Sharingan?" Chao Yin cautiously broached the subject. Uchiha Izuna's face darkened instantly. Yes, it was the second son of the Senju clan who mentioned it. He was present at the time. Uchiha Madara replied nonchalantly, his candidness in certain matters often strikingly disconcerting. Chao Yin discreetly glanced at Uchiha Izuna, who remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious to the conversation as he continued to sip his tea, his posture unchanged. Izuna was undoubtedly furious. Chao Yin's inner thoughts screamed. She tentatively tugged at Uchiha Madara's sleeve, gesturing towards Uchiha Izuna. To her surprise, Uchiha Madara, who typically indulged his brother, seemed oblivious to her gesture, and Uchiha Izuna's gaze did not waver in their direction. In the hushed room, the only sound was the thud of Uchiha Izuna setting down his teacup. Chao Yin felt a chill. She had never witnessed such anger between the 2 brothers. "From your perspective, what does Senju Hashirama represent?" Chao Yin inquired directly. She understood that this question lay at the heart of Uchiha Izuna's turmoil. It was not merely that his brother had been taken away, nor that his brother regarded Senju Hashirama as a friend, nor the concern that Hashirama might exploit this relationship to gather intelligence on the Uchiha clan, potentially inflicting significant harm. Uchiha Izuna had always been regarded as the fourth son, merely a backup within the Uchiha clan, viewed as a candidate for future elders and a potential liaison for intermarriage. His concern for the Uchiha stemmed from his upbringing within the clan, his identification with it as his family, his current role as the assistant to the next clan leader, the fact that his brother was the clan leader, and his bonds with friends residing there. Yet, when it boiled down to it, how compelling was the Uchiha clan to him compared to his cherished kin? What Uchiha Izuna truly valued were the people he held dear, rather than any so-called more valuable assets. What mattered most to him were the family members he recognized. His genuine worry lay in the possibility that Senju Hashirama, born of a family with a historical grudge against the Uchihas, might leverage their friendship to harm his brother. We do not care whether you have an intimate relationship with the young heir of the Senju clan. To be frank, whether he harms the Uchiha clan is not of great importance to me. Chaoyan fixed her gaze on the Sharingan that had emerged from Uchiha Madara, questioning him deliberately. I merely wish to know your activation of the Sharingan in relation to Senju Hashirama. Does it signify that he holds great significance in your heart? Could he wield this emotion to directly inflict harm upon you? Uchiha Madara seemed taken aback by Chaoyan's inquiry, caught between her steadfast gaze and the furious countenance of Uchiha Izuna, unsure of how to respond. After a lengthy pause, his gaze settled on the pot containing the eggs, and he candidly shared with his siblings, "To me, Senju Hashirama is my greatest rival and my only true friend. I cannot predict whether he might harm me in the future, but should he choose to do so, I doubt I would feel regret." A pained, almost inhuman sound escaped Uchiha Izuna's throat. "Can you forsake the bond you share with him?" Chaoyan implored, harboring a sliver of hope. "Even if it's for my sake and Izuna's." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara instinctively glared at Chaoyan. She understood his implication, yet did not falter, maintaining her gaze locked with his. "You must resolve our issues today." Chaoyan's eyes conveyed her determination clearly. Time passed, and as Chaoyan felt her eyes growing weary, she adhered to the principle that whoever looked away first would be deemed the loser, steadfastly refusing to relent. Just as she was about to reiterate her resolve, she noticed Uchiha Madara was the first to avert his gaze, letting out a heavy sigh that resonated in the silent room, causing her heart to tremor. Chaoyan observed as Uchiha Madara turned away, seemingly retrieving something from a scroll. She watched in astonishment as he produced eye drops intended to alleviate dryness, beckoning her closer. "The eyes are the greatest weapon of the Uchiha. Even if you are not a ninja, Chaoyan, you must take care." Chaoyan felt a tug at her heart, and in that moment, she found herself reluctant to speak further. Perhaps some matters were better left unsaid. Thus, she laid her head upon Uchiha Madara's lap, permitting him to administer the eye drops into her eyes. The specially formulated Uchiha drops would induce dilation, serving as a soothing remedy, albeit with the drawback of causing blurred vision for several hours, which even ninjas often refrained from using regularly. "Madara, has your eye succumbed to blood disease so soon?" Chaoyan inquired anxiously, recalling that the clan's elders had compiled a hefty guide on living with blindness due to blood disease. "Fear not. My eyes are presently in good condition," Uchiha Madara replied, his voice lacking its usual fiery intensity, surprisingly calm. Once the drops were applied, the discomfort subsided significantly. Perhaps due to her temporary blindness, Chaoyan felt her awareness of sound and sensation heightened. With her eyes closed, she listened to the rhythmic sound of water being poured outside. "I first met Hashirama while skipping stones by the Nanga River." Uchiha Madara's voice flowed steadily. As Chaoyan listened, she sensed movement beside her. Uchiha Izuna had likely drawn closer. "To be perfectly honest, I knew he was a ninja the moment I first encountered him." Uchiha Madara seemed to reflect on the past, his tone remaining steady, undeterred. "Madara, do you hear Izuna's furious voice?" Chaoyan noted, though her vision was still obscured by the drops. Nevertheless, she could sense the subtle vibrations from above, indicating that Uchiha Madara had likely waved his hand. At that moment, a corpse from the Uchiha clan floated down the Nanga River, and I only realized the truth when Hashirama dashed across the water to investigate. As soon as Hashirama realized that a battle was imminent in the vicinity and urged me to return swiftly, I came to a genuine understanding of the situation. Although I was unaware of when Hashirama discerned my identity as a ninja, it was likely before I recognized him as one. The unmistakable hint of amusement in Madara Uchiha's voice was evident. Additionally, despite our differing temperaments, I must confess that I sensed a certain familiarity emanating from him, leading me to believe I understood his desires. Therefore, I found myself looking forward to meeting Madara Uchiha. At this point, his voice unconsciously softened. Chogai was acutely aware of Madara's prideful nature. Even towards those he grew up with, like herself and Izuna, Madara often exhibited a great deal of tolerance, akin to a languid, oversized cat. However, Chogai rarely witnessed such joy in Madara's demeanor, and his voice, sweet to an almost unnatural degree, struck her as strangely out of character. This genuine pleasure that Madara derived from such emotions filled Chogai with an undeniable bitterness. Why? Why must it be Hashirama Senju? If he were merely an ordinary person, or perhaps a member of some inconsequential clan, even if he were a noble of lesser stature, Chogai believed she could leverage her own identity to compel him into marriage. According to the prevalent customs of this land, once he wed her, he would inevitably sever ties with his family, dedicating himself to the Uchiha clan, thus alleviating her concerns for Madara's safety. Yet, Hashirama Senju, as the future heir of the Ninja Alliance and the head of the Uchiha clan's archrival family, was an identity that made such a union exceedingly improbable. Unbeknownst to Madara, who remained oblivious to Chogai's rebellious thoughts, he continued to recount. During our second encounter, Hashirama was seated by the southern banks of the Nagakawa, weeping, having lost his brother. Much like we once did, Chogai detected a sharp intake of breath from Izuna. Indeed, if one were to consider the most consequential events impacting the three of them since birth, it would undoubtedly be the demise of Shinsui, Ao, Lady Aiko, and her child. It was this tragedy that propelled Madara and Izuna into positions of leadership within the Uchiha clan. Rather than establishing a separate branch to rival the Uchiha family as Chogai had previously suggested, all three were deeply affected by the deaths of these brothers. But Chogai understood that Madara bore the most profound anguish. After all, Shinsui had made the ultimate sacrifice to ensure Madara's survival. Chogai Izuna, I've contemplated for an extended period how we might prevent our loved ones from perishing amidst the turmoil of war. Can we not choose to confront our enemies with sincerity and forge bonds akin to brotherhood? Both Chogai and Izuna remained silent. Possessing a deeper understanding of human nature than Madara, they knew that what he proposed, whether in the first half or the latter, was unattainable. You do not believe me, do you? Madara seemed not to expect a response from them. Such a ludicrous notion, I myself recognize its immaturity. Hence I have never dared to broach the subject with you. Yet Hashirama, this ninja from an opposing clan, shares my sentiments. Madara's laughter bore a resemblance to weeping, akin to winds laden with grit sweeping across a desolate plain, or dark skies pregnant with impending storms, or sandstorms obscuring the sun in a barren desert. Though our objectives were not aligned, we indeed sought to transform this era of strife. Thus, even after discerning his Senju lineage, our encounters became increasingly frequent. Without knowledge of each other's surnames, we began to hone our ninja skills and speak candidly of our visions for the future. Do you know? Hashirama dreams of establishing a village by the Nagakawa, a haven where children need not slaughter one another. We would also build a school to train them, enabling their growth and strength. In such a village, everyone could select tasks according to their abilities, with a superior to appropriately categorize the task levels. A place where children need not be sent to the front lines to risk their lives, Madara murmured. Chogai struggled to suppress her urge to weep, not out of sorrow for Madara's seemingly naive dream, but rather for the harsh reality that he had endured such hardships over the years that even his most extravagant aspirations dared only to envision a world where children could be spared from the battlefield. We have made a pact, hoping that this village will come to fruition, allowing us to safeguard you all within its confines. Madara concluded with this dream. Madara, Izuna finally could contain himself no longer. While I truly believe this is unlikely to come to pass, if you, brother, would remain unharmed, I am willing to accompany you in this endeavor. Madara was taken aback. Chogai felt a tug at her sleeve, realizing it was Izuna's silent plea for her to comfort Madara. Yet, Chogai, after a moment of introspection, spoke candidly. Brother, I do not believe humans can truly understand one another, or that such understanding would yield any meaningful result. Human hearts are biased, even among brothers of the same blood. I cannot regard Uchiha Katsuhiko with the same concern I hold for you. In specific matters, I would always lean toward you rather than Katsuhiko. However, if it is merely to alter this turbulent era or to protect our kin, are we not already striving towards that end? Chogai could not help but recall Uchiha Taijima's allegiance to Kira Meishu, the ambitions of Kira Meishu to conquer the eastern lands, the aspirations of Tachikawa to shine brilliantly, and the tenacity of those who clung to their fortresses, refusing to surrender to Mori's generals. All were individuals driven by ambition, defying fate. Were Madara and they not of the same ilk? Brother, I cannot share your ideals as Hashirama does, nor can I envision a world where people truly understand one another. In fact, if others were to mention this dream to me, I would surely scoff at it. For I invariably hold the highest expectations and the lowest estimations of human morality. Yet, dear brother, between us, there exists something beyond understanding, love. We are family. And I love you. Therefore, even if I do not endorse your vision, I am willing to push the world toward your ideals. No one spoke for a long while in the room. After what felt like an eternity, Chogai received a warm embrace. Chapter 16, an interlude of daily life that night. Chogai suggested that the three of them simply sleep in the same room, just as they had before. It has been far too long since Madara became the heir, and we have not enjoyed the carefree nights of our childhood, playing and laughing together. Chogai asserted. Madara, indifferent, nodded in agreement. Izuna, sensing a breach of decorum, frowned slightly but said nothing. Brother, how is Fuba doing? Chogai inquired, taking the bedding Madara had retrieved from the cabinet and unfolding it as she spoke. Madara concealed his feelings, but a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes, determined and decisive. What a promising prospect. He then cast a disappointed glance at Chogai. Fubu trains for 8 hours a day. It has not been long, yet he is nearing the completion of his foundational training. I estimate he will be able to join you in the capital in 2 months. Yet look at yourself. Are you even training for 2 hours a day now? Chao Yen, feeling a touch of impatience, pursed her lips. It cannot be all training every day. I inevitably have my own interests to pursue. Life is an endless expanse. How can one persistently tread the same path? Uchiha Madara shook his head in disagreement. Strength is the greatest safeguard one possesses. Although you possess some ability now, this world remains perilous for you. You must reach the level of Uchiha Hano before we can feel at ease. However, Uchiha Hano's prowess is already among the elite of the adult Uchiha clan. Chao Yen internally lamented but obediently promised to train an additional hour each day. Uchiha Izuna, clutching a blanket, interjected, but Chao Yen, you truly need to train more. If you do not activate your Sharingan, you will require extensive training to bridge that gap. Chao Yen nodded in understanding. Truth be told, if given the choice, no member of the Uchiha clan would wish to trade the lives of loved ones for the awakening of their Sharingan. Uchiha Izuna glanced at the 3 blankets arranged side by side. How about we add a partition in the middle? He suggested hesitantly. Chao Yen couldn't help but roll her eyes. You old-fashioned person. We grew up together, and I know every freckle on your body. Why would we need a partition? It's not as if we need to sleep naked in the sweltering summer. This was indeed true. In an age without running water, bathing was a cumbersome task. While older children and adults could wash by the riverside, weaker children susceptible to illness could only bathe with warm water. However, generating warm water was itself labor-intensive, especially in the Uchiha clan, where fire and a bit of lightning were the primary jutsu. For children, using warm water was an endeavor that consumed considerable resources. Not to mention, even the nobility found it challenging to bathe with warm water, hence the use of combs to avoid washing their hair. Moreover, during Chao Yen's childhood, although the Uchiha clan was formidable, they were far less affluent than they are now. Therefore, to save time and effort, in considering the close ages of Chao Yen, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna, they would often be tossed together into a bath. Wait, how old are you now? Still sleeping naked in the summer? Uchiha Izuna ignored the first part of her response, perceptively catching the issue in the latter half, and consequently felt a bit overwhelmed. Chao Yen feigned innocence, even sensing Izuna attempting to provoke her. What can I do? It's stifling hot in the summer. If I have to wear clothes and a blanket, not to mention the risk of heat stroke, I would probably end up with heat rash in a few days. Uchiha Izuna pondered the oppressive summer weather, particularly the suffocating humidity of the rainy season, and after some hesitation, he could not help but reason with Chao Yen. But there are fans, right? The heat only lasts a couple of weeks. We can endure it. Chao Yen, incensed, retorted, is it just a matter of 2 weeks? The heat is unbearable. Uchiha Izuna, Feeling helpless, remarked, "You are being overly delicate. As ninjas, we must endure the external environment. How can you not withstand the weather?" Chao Yin replied with a scoff. "I am merely a member of the clan capable of chakra. I am not a ninja. Why should I endure? Who enjoys suffering for no reason? Do feudal lords and nobles not escape the heat in summer?" At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck Chao Yin. She glanced around, adjusted her expression, and sweetly called out to Uchiha Izuna, "Izuna, brother." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna instinctively shivered. "What do you want?" Chao Yin, observing his strong reaction, felt a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. "Hey, your reaction is rather provocative." Uchiha Izuna took a breath and honestly replied, "Let us be real, over the years, whenever you called me brother, it was always to trick me into taking the blame for you." Chao Yin considered this and realized it was somewhat true, though it was not particularly important. "Just tell me if you will help or not." Uchiha Izuna did not hesitate, clearly accustomed to her antics. "Of course, I will help. Just tell me what you need help with." Chao Yin instantly sensed that the matter was nearly settled. "I heard that there are traces of ice-released blood from the land of water. Can we bring some back?" Uchiha Izuna, drinking water, nearly choked upon hearing her sudden request, coughing for a while before recovering. "What kind of joke is that? The Mizuki family is powerful in that region. How could it be so easy to just take one back?" Chao Yin, unfamiliar with the affairs of the land of water, frowned. "Is the Mizuki family that influential there?" "Not particularly powerful, no." Uchiha Izuna, involved in the family's intelligence matters, was more informed. He carefully explained, "The Mizuki family's combat prowess is commendable, in comparison. They are somewhat akin to the Uzumaki clan, who are related to the Senju clan. However, the Uzumaki rely on vast chakra reserves and sealing techniques, while the Mizuki clan's ice release aligns with the oceanic dominance of the land of water. But more importantly, the Mizuki family's reputation is of equal standing with the Uchiha clan. So you must immediately abandon the idea of leveraging our reputation to take the Mizuki." Chao Yin was taken aback by this revelation, recalling the Uchiha clan's reputation, and exclaimed, "Are they truly that beautiful?" Uchiha Izuna nodded earnestly. "I encountered exceptionally beautiful women during my missions in the land of water, all gentle as flowing water." "Oh," Uchiha Madara, watching the two become increasingly ridiculous, endured for a while before finally losing patience and poking their foreheads with his finger, earning simultaneous cries of dismay from Chao Yin and Uchiha Izuna. "Hey, are you two overacting? I didn't even use much force." He found himself puzzled by their exaggerated responses. Uchiha Izuna promptly stood up, but Chao Yin continued rolling on the ground, eventually rolling over to embrace Uchiha Madara's waist. "Brother Madara, do you have any way to bring back a Mizuki?" Uchiha Madara sighed. Chao Yin, wanting a Mizuki simply because summer is too hot, is rather extravagant. Chao Yin pondered this reasoning, but remained stubborn. "Then, Brother Madara, can we not obtain some viable blood or flesh from the Mizuki clan?" Uchiha Madara rubbed Chao Yan's hair with a weary expression. "Is that your true intention?" Chao Yin giggled, offering no reply. Uchiha Madara shook his head, then thoughtfully continued. "Recently, the land of water has been quite tumultuous. The divine and royal authorities are in conflict, and the black market is thriving. Reflecting on what is currently available on the black market, it seems feasible. However, this will require purchasing from the black market, and Izuna should have more insight into it." Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's confirmation, Chao Yin rolled back towards Uchiha Izuna, exclaiming, "Izuna, Izuna, Izuna brother, you are the best brother in the world. Don't hug me so tightly. I can't breathe." Fine. I agree to help you look for it." Uchiha Izuna managed to disentangle himself from Chao Yin, feeling overwhelmed. Having finally escaped Chao Yan's grasp, Uchiha Izuna grew increasingly aggrieved, casting a resentful glance at Uchiha Madara. "Brother Madara, you mustn't spoil Chao Yin so much. If you continue to indulge her, she may truly ascend to the heavens." Uchiha Madara paused momentarily, glancing at the entire backdrop now adorned with blooming morning glories, and feebly defended. "Chogai is well aware. Look, she has abandoned the idea of binding the members of the Mizuki clan. She only requires some active blood and flesh." Uchiha Izuna harbored no objections to Chogai's demands, but was rather skeptical of her moral compass. Madara responded with a glance, urging Izuna to ponder why Chogai was so intrigued by these matters. Izuna couldn't help but recall how Chogai, with the wealth of the Uchiha clan, had taken to their numerous inventions, feeling he had no grounds to object, and could only sigh resignedly. "So, We simply allow her to tinker with that blood and flesh to escape the heat, as if she is transforming our blood into a winter heating apparatus? Madara too felt somewhat helpless. And can you truly refuse Chogai? Unable to counter, Izuna grumbled, this is undoubtedly that white-haired Senju's doing. He alone among all the shinobi world revels in such absurdities. This statement did weigh heavily on his conscience. Madara shot a complex glance at Izuna, deeply suspecting that his usually astute brother had been brainwashed by Chogai, though he may be the second of the Senju clan. It's hard to say who has led whom astray. At least Madara felt it was highly probable that Chogai had influenced Senju Tobirama. They exchanged glances, each recognizing their own self-deception in the other's eyes, and simultaneously sighed in resignation. What were they sighing about? They felt a weight upon their shoulders. Turning around, they found Chogai had squeezed herself between them, her hands resting on their shoulders in a gesture resembling an embrace. Madara, Izuna, I have a brilliant idea. Let us call it air conditioning. Now I just need the raw materials. Once I finish the air conditioner, I'll let you try it first. If the cooling capability is excellent, beyond air conditioning, we could create freezers to preserve easily perishable items like meat. We can take out whatever we wish to eat later. Perhaps due to the anticipation of her impending success, it was evident that she was in high spirits, chattering excitedly about her future visions. Yet, Madara and Izuna found no annoyance in her exuberance. They listened quietly, their expressions gradually softening into smiles. A meow echoed from outside. It was Chogai's ninja cat urging her to open the door and let it in to sleep. Izuna suddenly realized how swiftly time had passed. It was already time for bed. Madara, nearest to the door, opened it, and the sleek feline gracefully entered, though autumn had arrived. And while the weather wasn't particularly cold, the incessant cicada calls from outside persisted. The darkness encroached upon the day more swiftly each evening. Madara glanced at the distant moonlight and then at the lively family within the house. Izuna, within, poked Chogai's forehead with irritation, watching her wince in pain and hurriedly rub her brow. The air conditioning and refrigerator you mentioned are still far off, but it's late. You should be lying down to sleep. Chogai frowned, feeling less than satisfied. But isn't it a bit too early? The nightlife hasn't even begun. Izuna opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, and then simply and forcefully pressed Chogai down into her bedding. What nightlife can a child like you have? Get to sleep. Only with sufficient rest can you grow taller. Covered by the blanket, Chogai's muffled protests emerged. I'm merely half a year younger than you. We're peers. Why can you go to the flower district while I must sleep early? I want to go to the flower district too. Izuna scoffed lightly. What a fanciful notion. Half a year is still a notable age difference. Once you surpass my age, then you may visit the flower district. This is tyranny. It's unreasonable. Then go ahead and hit me. Madara. Izuna, stop fooling around. It's late, and we ought to sleep. The door was gently pulled shut, and the lights extinguished. On this night, the world was at peace. They need not recall the painful farewells nor fret over the lingering scent of blood, nor worry about a hopeless future. Thus, may they enjoy a good night's sleep. Chapter 17. The blast furnace and molten steel. The following morning, the sky remained dim, and the rustling sounds emanating from the room successfully roused Uchiha Madara, who had intended to indulge in slumber. Instinctively, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and clear, only to see Chogai getting out of bed and changing clothes. Madara instantly relaxed, and the weariness that had been driven away returned to him. He lazily yawned and curiously asked, "Why are you up so early today? It's not even time for training yet." A flicker of panic crossed Chogai's face. "There's much to do today. I need to leave early." Though Madara sensed something amiss, he couldn't quite grasp it due to his muddled mind. At that moment, he heard his brother hesitantly inquire, "Chogai, aren't you supposed to be working in the palace? Why are you dressed so plainly?" Madara suddenly realized. Turning sharply to see his brother Izuna wrapped in a blanket, his expression complex as he gazed at Chogai. Noticing Chogai's silence, Madara felt a jolt of alarm, his earlier drowsiness vanishing in an instant. He reflexively checked beside him, only to find his ninja tool bag discarded from last night's scuffle. "Has someone bullied you?" Izuna maintained his cheerful demeanor, yet behind it lurked a haunting presence that inexplicably made Chogai feel a long-forgotten fear. "Come now, what a joke. Those weaklings could never bully me," Chogai retorted, albeit with some hesitation. "Is that the agreement of Lord Kira and his wife?" Madara's expression darkened, though he couldn't pinpoint when. Even disregarding other factors, Chogai was essentially a hostage of the Uchiha clan, entrusted to Lord Kira as a sign of their alliance. How could they treat her this way? What did it mean? Wait, though it was agreed upon, it's not as you think. Chogai nearly wailed. Realizing reality was far more terrifying than she had anticipated. While she had foreseen their discontent upon discovery, she had never expected their reaction to be so vehement. Then come here and clearly explain to us why, instead of gilding yourself as intended, you now appear in such attire. Chogai hesitated momentarily at this cold demand, but soon seemed to shed some restraint and strode over boldly, taking a seat directly in front of her brothers with an air of defiance. Speak. What is the matter? Izuna felt his control over his expression slipping away. Truly, no one has bullied me. I proactively requested a transfer to work with Lord Kira and the Peach Palace. Chogai stated plainly. Is it true that no one has bullied you? Are you certain your will has not been swayed or coerced by others? And this is entirely your own decision? Izuna asked Chogai seriously. Madara remained silent, yet his gaze was equally intense as he focused on Chogai. Chogai nodded affirmatively. The tension in the air eased considerably. Madara relaxed his expression, retrieving the ninja tool bag he had carelessly tossed aside and fastening it to his waist. The shadows haunting Izuna seemed to dissipate a bit as he shifted to a more relaxed position and casually asked, So, where are you working now? Chogai hesitated before softly replying, in the artisan's supervisory office. Izuna burst out with a laugh, seemingly not having heard correctly. Chogai closed her eyes and replied loudly. In the artisan's supervisory office. Bang! With a resounding crash, a large hole was smashed into the table by Uchiha Izuna, who widened his eyes in disbelief and demanded, Could you repeat that? However, Choga had grown increasingly bold, sitting upright and gazing directly at Uchiha Izuna. She enunciated clearly and deliberately. I said I went to the craft bureau. The imposing aura surrounding Uchiha Izuna deflated like a punctured balloon, and he retorted, You, a girl. Forsaking your position among the palace attendants to head to the craft bureau? Do you not realize that is a place for men? Choga merely pouted, maintaining her silence. During this exchange, Uchiha Madara had remained silent. Upon hearing Choga's declaration, he turned to the wardrobe and retrieved some clothing to change into. Addressing the perplexed gazes of Choga and his younger brother, he succinctly explained, Our family has previously tasked us with the mission of protecting the steel furnace. Since you wish to go to the craft bureau, let us accompany you. Brother Madara. Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Since Choga has chosen to go to the craft bureau, I believe she must have her reasons. Uchiha Madara continued, However, you came to the capital as a link in the alliance between the Uchiha clan and Lord Kira, and as a hostage of the Uchiha clan. Your sudden change of occupation warrants a sufficient explanation, does it not? Choga, aware of her identity, instinctively lowered her head. The furnace they are constructing always has issues. My presence there could assist in resolving these problems, as laboratory work differs from practical production. Uchiha Izuna clenched his fists, seemingly lost in thought. The furnace is a significant bargaining chip for the Uchiha clan and Lord Kira. Your reasoning is indeed compelling. Uchiha Madara nodded, but as an elder brother, he insisted, I wish to understand why you have abandoned our previous plans and made such a reckless choice without informing us. Choga hesitated, tracing circles with the tips of her shoes on the ground. Would you like to accompany me to see the furnace? My reasoning lies there. Uchiha Madara nodded steadily and called for his brother to change clothes. Let us go. Since Choga has spoken, we must see her reasoning. Uchiha Izuna, though silent, obediently changed his attire. Brother Izuna. Choga called to her brother, who had turned his back to her. I swear, everything I do is entirely of my own volition and is not influenced by any external factors, including the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izuna paused, forcing a faint smile. The journey to the craft bureau was marked by silence, almost deafening in its stillness. Upon arrival, the two brothers furrowed their brows as they followed Choga into the courtyard shrouded in thick black smoke. They watched as she navigated through the cascading ore and greeted the grimy workers, their features obscured by dust. Then, amid the thunderous sound of crushing ore and swirling dust, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna accepted the masks Choga offered them. You work in such an environment regularly? Uchiha Izuna's voice trembled slightly. Choga nodded naturally, her gaze fixing on a specific spot before she abruptly left her brothers and shouted at the workers, Coal needs to be heated in an airtight environment. What are you doing? She knew they would inevitably make a mess. Uchiha Madara observed Choga, who had completely shed her feminine softness, now yelling at a group of adult men. He glanced hesitantly at Uchiha Izuna, who, as he expected, wore a face as dark as coal. Does Choga even remember she is a girl? I do not require her to learn the ways of serving like the other noble daughters, nor do I demand she be as refined as the Uchiha women. Even if she wishes to run around offering medical aid, that is her choice. Uchiha Izuna's voice trembled with frustration. But how can she be so vulgar and unreasonable, even less refined than the lowest of women? Izuna, Uchiha Madara cautioned him. Choga is no longer a child. She has her own will, and we cannot dictate her life according to our perspectives. Uchiha Izuna remained hesitant. But she is still a child who knows nothing. She has been protected so well that she has never even been on a mission. But Izuna, we cannot protect her forever. We are ninjas, and a ninja living past 30 is already considered fortunate. In this tumultuous world, veiled in blood and chaos, both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were acutely aware that they could not guarantee Choga's safety, even until she reached adulthood and bore children capable of standing on their own. Otherwise, they would have long since forced the white-haired girl from the Senju clan to distance herself from Choga. Faced with the harsh reality pointed out by Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna fell into silence. After a long pause, he inquired, Madara, if Choga can persuade you, I will agree to her choice. Uchiha Madara replied with unwavering conviction. Even if it leads to her destruction? Uchiha Izuna asked, watching Choga as she confidently rushed toward the fire point, expertly directing a group to extinguish the flames, filled with doubt. No, she will not destroy herself by following her will. On the contrary, if we force her down the path we deem most suitable, that would truly ruin her. Do not tell me you are unaware of what the smoothest and most reasonable path is for her. Uchiha Izuna was momentarily speechless. He certainly understood. For Choga, the most straightforward path would undoubtedly be to become a lady of the Uchiha clan, forsaking all those chaotic ambitions to diligently learn the ways of service like other noble daughters, and eventually selecting a strong and loving husband, becoming a unique wife of high status, and bearing numerous children, a future that many women would yearn for. But would Choga truly be happy with such a fate? Uchiha Izuna stared intently at Choga, who was now brimming with energy, and reluctantly conceded that Uchiha Madara's perspective was correct. Indeed, to clip a bird's wings and confine it in a cage for amusement is an act of cruelty. A rare gentle smile graced Uchiha Madara's face. Indeed, a bird should possess the ability to soar. But Madara, if Choga does not meet my expectations, I will not agree to let her continue this way. Uchiha Izuna firmly established his boundary. That goes without saying. A bird that cannot fly is better left in captivity. Uchiha Madara concurred with that sentiment. Look, Madara, Izuna, quick. Look. Choga, now covered in soot, excitedly tugged at them. This is the reason I willingly chose to leave my position as an attendant and insisted on staying here. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna followed her gaze, where the sound of drums echoed, signaling the officials to clear the area as they prepared to pour molten steel. After the drumming subsided, they witnessed the furnace opening, and a cascade of molten steel poured forth like an endless river, illuminating their faces with a golden red glow that seemed more captivating than their own Sharingan. No matter how many times one witnessed it, the sight was always profoundly moving. Choga exclaimed, Madara, Izuna, do you realize? This batch can yield over 5 tons of molten steel and more than 4 tons of iron, averaging over 10,000 pounds of steel and 8,000 pounds of iron daily. Her tone escalated in excitement, as if she were soaring through the sky. Every year, we can produce 3 million pounds of molten steel and an equal amount of high-quality iron. With this, we shall no longer require the armor tainted with slag. Instead, we can possess the finest weaponry and the sturdiest armor. The voice of Asagao gradually filled with fervor. Then, we can encourage all the farmers across this continent to abandon their stone tools in favor of iron ones, to forsake their stone knives for those forged from iron, to replace their clay pots with iron vessels. She no longer cared whether anyone was listening, passionately emphasizing, we can have sharper swords and more resilient armor, enabling farmers to cultivate more land. We could even construct steel bridges spanning great rivers and build colossal ships that can sail to distant lands. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, captivated by Asagao's fervent words, found themselves drawn to the vivid imagery of molten steel. In that fleeting moment, they shared Asagao's grand visions. Envisioning soldiers adorned with exquisite weaponry and robust armor, prosperous farmers leading stable lives, bridges resembling mighty dragons arching over rivers and seas, and fishing vessels laden with bountiful catches, surging towards the vast ocean. After a long while, their gazes returned to Asagao's face, where her excitement still radiated in her smile. Yet, it seemed as though words were lodged in their throats, rendering them utterly speechless. They exchanged a glance, falling into a contemplative silence, placing their hands gently on Asagao's head, an act that felt both reassuring and preemptively comforting. Chapter 18. A letter to mother and a visit from Tobirama. Thus, it was that Madara expressed his intention to respect my wishes, and Izuna had no objections, although I sensed their hearts might not entirely align with my sentiments. In the dim light, a pen swiftly glided across the paper, leaving behind lines of black ink. Through the window, Asagao observed the sun's waning rays casting a warm, yet fragile glow upon the horizon, softening even the stark indigo sky. She gazed for a moment at the vibrant tapestry of a night sky that could only be described as resplendent, before lowering her head to continue writing. As for what you mentioned previously about feeling guilty for being away from me for so long. A gust of wind rustled the branches, causing several palm-sized leaves to tumble down with a resounding thud. Is the wind picking up? Asagao hurriedly closed the window to prevent the breeze from scattering the letter she had just penned. Her mother, Akiko, and father, Kosuke, had been out on a medical mission for quite some time, reportedly reaching a place whose name Asagao had never even heard of. Although she could contact them through her summoning beast to confirm their well-being, a sense of worry lingered. She picked up her pen again. It's as if I understand that I am not the daughter you envisioned, a perfect paragon in your eyes. I know you cherished and initially anticipated a girl who is obedient and demure, delicate and refined, possessing various accomplishments of a lady, who enjoys donning beautiful dresses and exquisite jewelry, someone like the meticulous Asagao you once hoped for. Yet, without a doubt, I am not that person. Nor do I wish to become one. Asagao glanced at herself. She had long discarded her previous finery and jewels, now clad in drab attire akin to that of a farmer. She couldn't help but emit a light laugh. She continued, I realize my aesthetic often diverges from societal expectations. I aspire to possess a tall and athletic physique, much like our rivals, the Senju clan. I prefer wearing practical trousers, favored by commoners and shinobi alike, rather than extravagant skirts adorned with embellishments. I find myself drawn to grand and heroic poetry rather than the subtlety of traditional verses. As I previously stated, I am not the daughter you initially hoped would garner admiration. At this juncture, Asagao paused her writing, resting her chin on her left hand. However, to speak candidly, I genuinely appreciate who I am today. Her right fingertips unconsciously traced a vibrant flower upon the page with her black pen. I truly cherish everything that has transpired around me. One might say, it is only natural. Just as I admire Madara's proud demeanor, Izuna's thoughtfulness, and Fubu's gentle strength. I hold affection for you and father simply because you exist, and thus require no further justification for my fondness. So, you need not feel guilty. After all, I would like to think you still hold affection for the person I am now, she wrote, unable to suppress a sly smile. It is indeed my past experiences that have shaped the person I am today. I confess I sometimes find myself at odds with societal expectations, and I do regret certain choices I have missed. Yet, if given the chance to relive those moments, whether once or countless times, I would still choose those paths that, in hindsight, may not appear favorable. Therefore, please do not worry. I take great pleasure in who I am today, just as I appreciate the past you and your choices, even if I might still struggle to accept certain things. I acknowledge that I wish time could halt in this year, so my world would remain unchanged, and I could still be the child under your protection. However, I also find joy in the relentless passage of time. Our experiences and choices render our lives uniquely ours. With that, Asagao completed her letter, folding it neatly and entrusting it to the summoning cat. These creatures bound by contract to the Uchiha clan serve as the most reliable messengers. She absent-mindedly stroked the sleek fur of the cat. You don't like being petted, do you? Let me tell you, Fubu is on his way. The orange-furred cat, resisting her gentle touch, dutifully conveyed the message. Asagao nodded, generously offering the messenger a pouch filled with coins. I understand. This is your reward. Sufficient for you to enjoy sweet dumplings at the confectionery. Also, do not forget to pick up the anti-parasitic medicine from the usual place and bring a portion back for Star. The orange cat appeared somewhat annoyed by the chatter. Its furry ears pinned back, yet it remained obediently under Asageo's caress. Got it. A cloud of smoke enveloped the cat, and it vanished eagerly from the room. Has the summoning cat left? A voice suddenly called from outside. Yes, it has already departed. Asagao recognized the voice and swiftly rushed to open the door, revealing Senju Tobarama. Long time no see, Tobarama. Asagao exclaimed, warmly embracing him. It has indeed been a while. I hope my sudden visit hasn't disturbed you, Tobarama. Momentarily taken aback by the embrace, regained his composure, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Of course not. As Asagao welcomed Senju Tobarama into her home, she poured him a cup of tea from the pot she had prepared earlier. In fact, it's perfect timing. Madara and Izuna have gone out shopping, so when they return, we can enjoy some hot snacks together. However, upon hearing this, Tobarama couldn't help but smirk coldly. Don't wait for them. They won't be back anytime soon. Seeing the confusion on Asageo's face only fueled his anger further. Gritting his teeth, he continued, my brother has just made off with my savings again. It's no surprise he's gone gambling. Now, my money is in his hands, destined to be lost in the games. And then I'll be left waiting for Uchiha Madara to bail him out. The Senju clan has a saying, if you wish to marry, you must first take your partner to the casino. For if they witness your worst side and still choose to redeem you, it is certain that they will not let go of your hand, no matter the challenges that lie ahead. Tobarama, however, scoffed at this notion. As of now, he is well aware that Uchiha Obito has redeemed his elder brother several times. His money was long stolen by his brother. Is there truly any possibility left between them? Of course, although Senju Tobarama has never been fond of gambling, he would be more than willing to take Asagao to a casino if she expressed curiosity. Have they grown this familiar with each other? Asagao was somewhat astonished. She had thought that his family would not permit them to meet again. The Uchiha clan certainly would not obstruct Uchiha Obito, or rather, they could not possibly do so. After all, upon seeing Obito's Sharingan, one could fully comprehend the gravity with which he regards this relationship. Of course, they would not allow it. Senju Tobarama scoffed. But do you truly believe the family could restrain him? They exchanged a glance and inadvertently laughed. If they were to be considered brothers, many would certainly believe it. Asagao couldn't help but sigh. Senju Tobarama felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. But what is most infuriating is that they are not blood brothers. Yet they seem to care for each other more than actual siblings. Perhaps this is due to their shared status as heirs of elite ninja clans. Although Obito is often with us, there are aspects of him we do not comprehend, and perhaps that is why he prefers the company of Senju Hashirama, who shares similar circumstances. I sincerely hope that is the case, Tobarama mused, still somewhat reluctant. Speaking of Obito, Asagao suddenly remembered. She casually picked a book from the shelf, shook it in her hands, and proudly presented it to Tobarama. Look at this, I just acquired it, and even Izuna hasn't seen it. Tobarama, intrigued, accepted it. What kind of book is this that you treasure so much? Asagao excitedly explained that it was a book from the Water Continent, titled Paradise Lost, a captivating long poem her mother brought back during a medical mission there. Tobarama furrowed his brow. Is it a collection of religious poetry? He possessed some understanding of the situation in the Water Continent, but was not particularly interested in the armed factions that operated under the guise of religion. That is not entirely incorrect, Asagao said with a playful smile. The most thrilling part is this line. She opened to a specific page and pointed it out to Tobarama. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Tobarama was utterly stunned. Rather than be a slave in heaven, one would prefer to reign in hell. How did the author of this line escape the Inquisition? Tobarama felt that those bishops, who led disordered lives and fathered numerous illegitimate children, yet could not even read the Bible, only exercised their power in such matters. After all, the author was not a wealthy old woman. Asagao quipped. And do you not find this line rather powerful? Tobarama, indeed, felt that way and couldn't help but nod. Though I do not particularly favor this sentiment, I prefer the line. Why do we not rally them to rise, to endure hardship together in this unfortunate land? And why do we not take up arms again? To see what can still be reclaimed from the heavens, and what can be lost in hell. Asagao clapped her hands in excitement, laughing. Yes, yes. That line is equally brilliant. However, the fact that this could be published as a book is quite astonishing. Tobarama still looked somewhat shocked as he regarded the poetry collection in his hands. Is this not a bit blasphemous? Regardless, I feel that compared to the tales in the Bible, this should not be considered blasphemy. Asagao made a face. Is this more sacrilegious than King David's act of murdering a subordinate and marrying the latter's wife? Tobarama conceded this point. From a certain perspective, merely reading the Bible could already be deemed a form of blasphemy. Then it is settled, since the children born of these two have gained God's favor. It indicates that the divine does not hold such worldly matters in high regard. Asagao and Tobarama exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously declared, when the coins chime, "The souls soar to heaven." They burst into laughter. "However, it seems you are quite indifferent to all faiths?" Tobarama inquired, still curious. For ninjas are a profession that dances on the edge of blades. The immense dangers of their missions often lead even their kin to seek solace in religion. "Not at all. I definitely have a religious belief," Asagao asserted, revealing her eclectic views. Tobarama glanced around the room, observing no apparent religious artifacts. After pondering, he asked curiously, "For instance, do you believe in the Sage of Six Paths?" It would be quite normal for the women of ninja clans to revere him, as he is considered the progenitor of ninjas. Although Tobarama found it hard to believe that Asagao genuinely held such faith, Asagao shook her head, firmly stating, "No, I believe in shamanism." Tobarama was taken aback. He had never anticipated such an answer. "Why shamanism?" Asagao responded earnestly, "Because the very essence of ninjas is extraordinary. And with talking ninja beasts and priestesses from the Shrine of Spirits, isn't it quite natural to be a theist?" This reasoning was indeed valid, and Tobarama nodded in agreement. Yet, when it comes to specific religions, there are always certain tenets like no other gods allowed that muddle the distinction between the righteous and the wicked, right? After all, heretics are often more detestable than pagans. Thus, I feel that believing in shamanism is just right. It venerates the spirits of nature and offends no deity, Asagao explained confidently. Tobarama was somewhat speechless. What a rather casual belief system. Asagao, however, was unconcerned. "But it is quite practical, is it not? And who says faith must always be a serious matter? Perhaps one day there will be a cult that worships flying spaghetti." Tobarama disagreed. Worshipping flying spaghetti? What state of mind would conceive such a deity? Do you mean that inebriated pasta created this world? Isn't it possible that God was inspired to have a second child? Asagao retorted nonchalantly. Perhaps the tenets would suggest that purity relates to water, not to humanity? Tobarama surrendered to Asagao's whimsical musings. "Your ideas are truly remarkable." "I'll take that as a compliment." They exchanged glances once more, unable to suppress their laughter. Chapter 19. Refusing the marriage proposal. Asagao, after a long while, changed out of her usual short brown attire and pulled Uchiha Obito to a brightly lit street. "Why are you dragging me out today?" "I have things to attend to tonight." Obito protested, somewhat unwillingly. "Who told you to let me languish at the craft monitor for an entire month? This is my only day off." Asagao lamented her dismal life, adding, "And do not think I am unaware. You are sneaking out to meet Senju Hashirama. Lower your voice. Don't let anyone hear." Obito glanced around quickly. "It's not that I'm meeting him today. It's just that there's an event tonight." "Then take me with you," Asagao exclaimed excitedly, as she had never truly experienced the legendary den of decadence due to the interruption of a previous outing. "What nonsense are you spouting? That's a place for men to enjoy the flowers. You, a young lady." Obito's tone grew increasingly high-pitched. "I can't hear you. I can't hear you." "La la la." Asagao covered her ears. "And what does my gender have to do with my desire to visit the flower district? Is there a sign that says no women allowed? Or are you unable to protect me as my brother?" "This isn't about protection. It's just that you're a girl." Obito continued to struggle. "Then today, just treat me like your younger brother. I have absolutely no problem with that." Asagao wrapped her arms around Obito's shoulders, shaking him persistently. "Stop, stop, stop. If you keep shaking, I agree." As Uchiha Madara raised his hand in surrender, he indignantly remarked, "Why not summon Izuna for this?" Choga, with a playful wink, replied, "Precisely because Izuna would never agree. I shall act first and report later. Truly, I am astounded by you. But speaking of which, where are you headed now?" Uchiha Madara glanced around, growing increasingly perplexed by his surroundings. Choga's expression was inscrutable. "We are off to meet our benefactor for today. He has kindly promised to arrange a meeting with the courtesan." Uchiha Madara was utterly astonished. Courtesans were not easily accessible, especially not for ninjas like them. Such a fortunate opportunity exists? Choga's demeanor darkened for reasons unknown. Indeed, yet it cannot be wholly deemed a blessing. Uchiha Madara, bewildered, continued to follow Choga. "Do not worry. He has a gentle temperament," she reassured him as she noticed his confusion, then led him into a nearby tea house. Awaiting them was a seemingly gentle youth. appearing to be of similar age to Uchiha Madara, though lacking in presence. Choga promptly introduced them. Yujin, this is my brother, the young clan leader of the Uchiha, Uchiha Madara. And this is the eldest son of the Kira family, Kira Yujin. Kira Yujin greeted them amiably, although Uchiha Madara maintained a semblance of decorum. Choga could discern his distracted state. As expected, he swiftly pulled Choga aside when no one was watching. Why did you bring him here? Wait, you mean to meet the courtesan, don't you? Uchiha Madara struggled to articulate his thoughts. Choga nodded earnestly. Yes, without this identity, how could a courtesan agree to meet? Uchiha Madara paused. But why are you two here together? Choga, sensing his concern, replied, isn't it simply to get acquainted? Uchiha Madara frowned. Did you not refuse once before? He recalled how Kyoko's mother had previously turned down Lady Momoko's proposal, believing such a situation would not arise again. After all, the eldest son of the Kira family held a noble status and a promising future, unlike the tales of persistent suitors pursuing a girl of humble standing. Choga shook her head. This time, it's a primary wife. Uchiha Madara, reality diverges greatly from fiction. Indeed, reality was considerably more absurd. Primary wife? Shouldn't that be someone of higher status, like a lord's daughter or a royal princess? Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed. Choga, somewhat exasperated, remarked, it should be attributed to the furnace's blessings, and since it is not yet confirmed, we are merely in a state of uncertainty. Perhaps it may lead to a secondary wife or a co-wife. Uchiha Madara's frown deepened. What do you mean by that? Choga shook her head. Madara, even if the Uchiha clan were to serve as leverage, I refuse to be anyone's subordinate. Uchiha Madara's expression softened considerably. He looked at the girl before him, now of marriageable age, and managed a strained smile. Fear not, I am here. Such matters within the family should ultimately rest upon us men and ninjas. There is no reason to rely on the marriage of girls. Choga, unable to suppress her affection, embraced him. So, it seems both of you are aware of my intentions? Kira Yujin's expression appeared somewhat flustered, as he offered them an awkward smile. It was evident to all, given the conspicuous encounters in recent days. Choga candidly quipped, however, Yujin, it is quite rare to see you willing to accept your uncle and aunt's arrangements. Kira Yujin glanced at Choga and replied honestly, after all, I truly admire your character. Even as mere relatives, I believe married life would be quite pleasant. Choga frowned. Are you certain? Wasn't it said that only beautiful and obedient girls meet your aesthetic standards? You know well how I am. Surely you do not find me unconventional? Kira Yujin, with sincerity, responded. To be frank, there are many gentle, obedient girls of remarkable beauty and skill in my presence, so that hardly constitutes an advantage. He observed Choga's displeasure and quickly redirected the conversation, beyond those so-called requirements. You are intelligent and capable, though inexperienced, and you value emotions deeply, possessing your own ideals and goals. Interacting with you is delightful. I find that sufficient, as I have never expected a love that endures till death. How callous of you. Choga lamented. Kira Yujin, candidly, replied, in the face of you. What is there to conceal? Is it not better to express myself directly? I believe I still possess certain advantages. Yujin, your so-called advantages must pertain to your status, correct? Choga frowned, feeling somewhat irked by his self-assessment. Kira Yujin nodded, gesturing towards Uchiha Madara. After all, I have never considered competing with the Uchiha in terms of strength or appearance. Choga, noticing Uchiha Madara's sudden darkening expression, quickly offered him a plate of refreshments. Without even looking, Uchiha Madara took it, biting into it furiously. Choga turned her attention back to Kira Yujin. However, if I am to marry you, regardless of whether I am a primary wife or a secondary wife, I must comply with your expectations, correct? Kira Yujin nodded earnestly. That is inevitable. Yet you will also attain a higher status and greater power, which can be wielded to fulfill your ideals. Choga was taken aback. I did not expect you to be aware of that ideal. Kira Yujin smiled gently. Of course, to be blunt, it is indeed your ideal that has compelled my parents to make this decision. Oh, Choga had never heard such a perspective before. To be honest, while my parents are ambitious individuals, they are presently confronted with a challenging dilemma. They are aware that the current situation is flawed and recognize that the future you speak of is attainable, yet they, like others, lack a concrete plan for how to proceed. Choga was astounded. Shouldn't there have been some preliminary estimates from the beginning? If changes occur haphazardly later on, it could lead to significant risks due to inconsistent policies. Kira Yujin smiled ruefully. Choga, you underestimate yourself. Why do you assume everyone possesses your keen sensitivity and ability to construct systems? We are merely ordinary individuals who feel something is amiss and act accordingly. We lack the foresight to plan meticulously. Choga glanced questioningly at Uchiha Madara, who nodded earnestly in agreement. Kira Yujin, with a hint of exasperation, explained, we have not experienced peace. We cannot fathom what life without the fear of death would be like, nor can we conceive what the future should resemble. While you often express concerns about the flaws in your ideas, truly, where in this world exists a flawless system capable of functioning indefinitely, we are merely choosing the lesser evil between the bad and the worse. Choga frowned, but that does not necessitate your marriage to me. Our familial ties are so close. I can assist you. Kira Yujin shook his head in resignation. Simply assisting is insufficient. I trust you can see that, but I am generally unambitious, or rather, aside from being emotionally stable and self-aware, I am utterly lacking in qualifications to be a ruler. Even my parents share this belief. Upon hearing this, Asagao seemed to realize something, incredulously asking, so my role is? Kira Yudo affirmed Asagao's thoughts. Yes, you will be my shadow or my advisor, assisting me in determining the direction of our nation's future development. In return, both you and the Uchiha clan will enjoy corresponding benefits. This translates to the title of wife, but in essence, it signifies becoming a family elder. Asagao pondered for a moment and solemnly replied to Kira Yudo, I must decline. Kira Yudo appeared somewhat surprised. Did I not express myself clearly? I believe my offer to be quite generous. Asagao resolutely shook her head. You were clear, and I understand the rights and obligations of this marriage, yet I still refuse. Before Asagao could articulate her specific reasons, she noticed Uchiha Madara swiftly positioning himself in front of her, gazing intently at Kira Yudo. It seemed the young Uchiha clan leader intended to reject this marriage proposal. Kira Yudo casually toyed with his teacup and asked, Indeed, Asagao is rather indolent. She likely cannot bear your affections. Uchiha Madara spoke without a hint of hesitation. Kira Yudo maintained a gentle demeanor, devoid of aggression. But may I inquire about the cause of your withdrawal? I had anticipated this. Asagao pushed past Uchiha Madara and faced Yudo directly, stating, Allow me to respond, for I am the one truly involved here. What an honor, Kira Yudo replied, courteously offering a cup of tea to both Asagao and Uchiha Madara. Asagao candidly admitted, I concede that your proposal is quite fair. The potential benefits are indeed enticing. If considered purely from a profit standpoint, I should immediately accept your offer, act as your political partner, accumulate sufficient capital, and forge a robust relationship with the Uchiha clan, ultimately bearing a son to inherit your position, thus realizing my ideals through the benefits accrued from this child. Such a logical line of thinking. Kira Yudo remained unfazed by the candidness of the topic. Asagao smiled slightly. However, the benefits you speak of would inevitably require a sacrifice of self. I would become merely one of your wives, a daughter-in-law of the Kira family, a foreign bride to the Uchiha clan, a mother to a child. I would transform into a defined subordinate rather than a complete self. This is, in fact, contrary to my aspirations. It is precisely because I am myself that I wish to experience the life I desire, pursue the path I choose, and achieve the ideals I hold dear. The protagonist in all these pursuits should be me, acting according to my own will. If I were to obliterate my identity solely for those ulterior motives, that would indeed be to abandon the essence for the trivial. Asagao glanced at Uchiha Madara and sincerely expressed her apologies, recognizing that regardless of her own will, the Uchiha clan had indeed lost a tangible opportunity. Uchiha Madara showed no signs of displeasure at Asagao's choice. On the contrary, a look of near satisfaction graced his face. He affectionately ruffled Asagao's hair, reflecting, You are truly becoming more admirable. Kira Yudo exhibited no anger at the rejection, nonchalantly shrugging, Then there is little we can do. We had anticipated your response. You are indeed the daughter of Aunt Kyoko, remarkably reminiscent of her in her youth. Why did you anticipate this? Uchiha Madara queried, puzzled. Because Aunt Kyoko was just the same, resolutely pursuing her own path, even if it meant enduring hardship without a glance at the treasures within reach, Kira Yudo mused. Perhaps my parents merely wished to try, but it appears I shall not have you as my advisor, he concluded. Asagao furrowed her brow, unable to restrain herself. Cousin Yudo, you need not undervalue yourself so. Remember, when I decided to transfer to the Craftsmanship Bureau, You were the first to show your support? But that was a trivial matter. Kirayudo waved his hand dismissively. Asagao disregarded his dismissal and continued. While you may not share the same temperament as aunt and uncle, I see that you can discern right from wrong, respond appropriately to others' efforts, support their dreams, even if you believe those dreams unattainable, and provide a reliable foundation for others. You possess a charm distinct from aunt and uncle. Why then do you belittle yourself? You clearly have the ability to choose the path you wish to take. Kirayudo regarded Asagao, mimicking Uchiha Madara's gesture of affection by gently stroking her hair, and revealed a warm smile. Chapter 20. Observations in the Pleasure District. There is little of significance here. Perhaps I should take you on a boat ride instead. Uchiha Madara stood outside the Pleasure District, still attempting to resist. No, Asagao firmly declared, crossing her arms. Uchiha Madara cast a resentful glance at Kirayudo, who stood smugly to the side. Accept your fate. I cannot change Asagao's resolute decision. Kirayudo deftly bypassed the obstructive Uchiha Madara, adding, besides, she has been preparing for this for a month. Otherwise, I would not have chosen this location for our outing. Uchiha Madara helplessly rubbed his head, transforming himself into a prickly sea urchin. Then Asagao, let us agree. You may enter and enjoy, but the environment is perilous for women, and you must not stray far from my side. Asagao cheered, aware that the venue could be unsafe for women. Even though her combat prowess was commendable, she could not guarantee her safety. Thus, accompanying two powerful men of high status was indeed the best means of protection. Upon entering the Pleasure District's grand entrance, they were greeted by a row of geisha houses, illuminated against the dark night, creating a splendid illusion that seemed to exist in stark contrast to the mundane world. How beautiful! Asagao exclaimed, captivated by the waiting courtesans adorned in garments rivaling those of court ladies, their exquisite makeup and shimmering jewels glinting in the dim light. Uchiha Madara patiently awaited Asagao to finish her admiration before guiding her further. Do not appear so naive. These are merely lower-tier courtesans. The finest among them require an appointment to be seen. I possess no knowledge in this regard. My parents have never brought me here during our medical outreach. Asagao retorted, unwilling to concede. Had she visited such places before, her curiosity would have been quelled. Good thing I did not bring you. What connection do you have with this establishment? Uchiha Madara casually replied, continuing to pull Asagao, whose eyes seemed overwhelmed with wonder when they suddenly encountered a lavishly dressed nobleman, likely a relative of Yudo. Asagao gestured. They have far too many relatives. I have yet to meet them all. After a prolonged silence, she turned back, only to find Uchiha Madara with a fixed gaze. Surprised, she followed his line of sight to see a mushroom-haired boy greeting him, alongside a strikingly noticeable boy with white hair, none other than Senju Tobarama. Asagao watched as Uchiha Madara, appearing composed, rushed toward the mushroom-haired boy. Her intuition told her this was the famed Senju Hashirama, and she could only shrug helplessly, greeting Senju Tobarama beside her. Long time no see. Senju Tobarama seemed momentarily stunned by Asagao's presence, stammering, Why you? What are you doing here? As Aoyan gestured towards Uchiha Madara and Kiryu, she remarked, I heard there's a courtesan parade tonight. Let's go join the festivities. Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow, seemingly wanting to voice an opinion, but ultimately swallowed his words. Kiryu glanced at Aoyan, and his uncle followed suit. Aoyan, puzzled, looked back just in time to hear her uncle exclaim, What a coincidence! I happen to bring the children of the Senju clan to play today. They are of similar age to you and possess commendable combat skills. It should be quite convenient for you to interact. In just a matter of moments, the arrangements for Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama for the evening had been solidified. Aoyan frowned, realizing that one of the Senju girls must be marrying this man as a concubine, which justified his boldness. Nevertheless, despite her awareness of the embellishments in his tone, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his haughty demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she chose to ignore the arrogant fellow and instead pointed at the mushroom-haired figure beside Uchiha Madara, asking Tobarama, Is this your brother? Tobarama nodded, but before he could speak, his notoriously unreliable brother leaped in front of Aoyan. Are you Aoyan? Madara's sister, right? He mentioned you to me before. Tobarama could no longer restrain himself and yelled at Hashirama. Did you not say you would no longer meet with Uchiha Madara? What is going on now? Aoyan stood there, astonished, watching as Hashirama was chastised by his younger brother, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Madara had silently crept closer to her. Is this Tobarama? Madara's voice was slightly shaky. Does he usually get this worked up when facing you? Aoyen, equally baffled, responded, not at all. Tobarama has always been quite composed. But this reminds me of Uncle Taijima. Madara scrutinized her closely and involuntarily shivered. You are right. They are strikingly similar. Once Kiryu had finished his pleasantries, he approached. However, such a serious person seems rather mismatched with Aoyen's personality. Amidst Aoyen's confusion, it appeared that the two brothers, bound by blood, had reached some form of consensus. Is there a problem here? Aoyen asked hesitantly. The two brothers exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of peace. No. Don't you want to see the courtesan? Let's hurry along. It's just ahead. Yes, let us move quickly. The brothel was inherently a high-end leisure venue, and the Matsunoya chosen by Kiryu was among the most prestigious. One could easily imagine that the courtesans within, whether seasoned or new, were exceptionally beautiful, graceful, and talented. Aoyen watched the geishas perform their elegant dances to the melodious music, while also observing the drinking girl already engaging in games with Uchiha Madara. Sipping the juice handed to her by a young lady, she mused. This truly is a realm of tenderness. However, a thought struck her. Wait, aren't new courtesans supposed to start receiving clients only after turning 15? She questioned, pointing at the girl beside her, who appeared to be around her age. Madara frowned, displaying irritation. What are you comparing her to you for? Aoyen, displeased by Madara's tone, retorted, we are both nurtured by life. What is there that cannot be compared? Kiryu, sensing that Aoyen was about to unleash a verbal storm, recalled prior events and quickly intervened. The age is not a standardized measure. After all, a girl's beauty cannot be judged solely by age. Aoyen nodded in understanding, expressing her appreciation for beautiful young ladies of various ages. Kiryu, well acquainted with a gentle and elegant doctor, revealed, Aoyen is actually the daughter of an influential family. Her grandfather was a former guardian of Ekizan. More importantly, she is a devoted filial daughter who entered Matsunoya to support her family. As Kiryu spoke, he gently caressed the doctor's face with his hand, adding, moreover, she has suffered greatly for being sold to Matsunoya, unable to fulfill her filial duties to her parents. When I became her long-term patron, she specifically requested to wear mourning clothes for her parents. Both Madara and Hashirama admired the doctor for her loyalty, while Tobarama remained silent with a stern expression. Tobarama, could you stop glaring at Madara? Hashirama finally spoke up, unable to bear it any longer as he tugged at Tobarama's sleeve. Tobarama paused, glancing at Aoyen, who was still bewildered by his anger and seemed to grow even angrier. I cannot believe Uchiha Madara is someone who trades family for power. Tobarama shot at Madara. Hey, white-haired Tobarama, clarify what you mean by trading family for power. Madara was taken aback by the sudden accusation. Is it not obvious that you brought Aoyen to a place like this? Tobarama began to express his thoughts, but held back. Considering Aoyen's presence, what about bringing her here? Madara exclaimed in disbelief. You cannot possibly think I intend to offer Aoyen to this nobleman, can you? Isn't that the case? Hashirama, too, appeared slightly confused. What nonsense is this? I would never use my sister for any gain. Madara protested angrily, feeling his integrity had been insulted. I merely brought Aoyen to witness the courtesan parade. What absurd thoughts are you entertaining? Kiryu, who had collapsed onto the table during the exchange, had been laughing for quite some time. He finally raised his hand in testimony. I can vouch for him. He truly harbors no intention of selling his sister. On the contrary, they both just rejected my marriage proposal. Though Aoyen was the focus of the conversation, she found herself utterly bewildered by the series of statements. Unable to interject. Reflexively, she quipped, was that a marriage proposal? It sounded more like a job offer. Kiryu was momentarily stunned. Ah, is that how you perceive it? It seems my approach requires refinement. This chaos finally subsided, allowing the group to gather their thoughts under the bemused gazes of the courtesans. In truth, it is quite common for nobles to take ninja clan women to the pleasure district, Hashirama hesitantly explained. In such environments, women often provide better protection for their lords. Madara wore a look of incredulity, gesturing. Wouldn't that feel humiliating? You understand what this place represents, right? Thus, during initial visits, parents typically accompany their daughters, Tobarama noted, directing a look at Madara. And when we first met, you were controlling Aoyen. If I hadn't held her back, I wouldn't have known where she might have darted off to. Madara felt unjustly accused. And even if I were so greedy, why would I be here with you all? Hashirama hesitated, explaining, Madara, Have you noticed the bond between Tobarama and Aoyan? Madara smirked dismissively. Aoyan has already told me that she and Tobarama are good friends. Emphasizing the word friends. Hashirama overlooked Madara's implications and continued. Some nobles enjoy seeing unwilling girls resign themselves, as it adds an element of thrill. Madara felt his mind warp in confusion. What are you even talking about? How on earth do these chaotic things come into existence? Chaoyan, perplexed by the words of the male ninjas, directed her inquiry towards Kirayudo, who was watching the spectacle from the sidelines. Do you understand what they mean? Why can Brother Band still offer me up? Kirayudo reluctantly diverted his gaze from the captivating scene and turned to Chaoyan. Pay no heed to their nonsense. Your life is yours to govern. If the Uchiha clan bullies you, just send them packing like Anakiko would. Chaoyan still felt that something was amiss until she caught sight of Dr. Aoba, whom Kirayudo had just treated like a treasure. Is what you're saying now not at odds with what you said earlier? Chaoyan gestured towards Kirayudo. He found it quite strange. What jest are you making? Who are you? Who is she? How can you even compare her to yourself? Chaoyan found herself momentarily at a loss for a retort. In the distance, the courtesan began her parade, and the curious onlookers hastily concluded their quarrel, leaning by the window to admire the courtesan, adorned in heavy, resplendent garments and thick makeup. Her feet encased in wooden clogs, even painted white, surrounded by various attendants and young bald men. She glided gracefully in a manner akin to a goldfish, exuding an air of opulence as she walked. She is truly beautiful, Chaoyan exclaimed, her admiration genuine. If you envy her, just apply some makeup. You look lovely after you've put it on, Uchiha Ban remarked bluntly. What normal girl goes around barefaced like you? Chaoyan shot him a glare. Aren't you also unadorned? You know how uncomfortable makeup can be, so why insist I wear it? Uchiha Ban muttered defiantly, but it's not the same. Those words struck like thunder, finally dispelling Chaoyan's confusion that night. Indeed, why should it be different? Chaoyan pondered silently. We are all children nurtured by life. What inherent differences could there be? If it were merely a matter of bloodline, then Dr. Aoba also comes from noble lineage. If it were solely about talent, she too has mastered the arts of tea, incense, and poetry. If it merely pertained to status, then the girl mentioned by Senju Hashirama, sent to nobility by her family, also hails from the ninja clan. So, as someone born into a ninja clan, fortuitously mingling with some matrilineal noble blood and possessing certain abilities, why should I, thriving in obscurity, look down upon others? I am merely the one who has been better protected. I am just the luckier one among them. Chapter 21. Uniqueness and Value. I apologize. Senju Tobarama whispered to Chaoyan, I misunderstood you earlier. It's nothing. I am grateful you chose to address the issue directly, Chaoyan replied. Feeling indifferent about the misunderstanding, recognizing it as a common outcome when the intense circumstances met her distinctive character. On the contrary, she admired Tobarama's courage to confront the issue head-on. Tobarama lowered his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. The price of candlelight is exorbitant. Thus, even in such a high-caliber establishment, the night still felt somewhat dim. Hence, the courtesans applied thick layers of powder and vibrant lipstick to accentuate their beauty. Chaoyan had always struggled to comprehend the allure of such makeup. However, when she beheld Tobarama's cold demeanor transform into something strikingly handsome in the faint candlelight, she began to understand this aesthetic. Do you frequent this place often? You seem quite familiar with it, Chaoyan teased curiously, considering the sharpness of Tobarama's earlier question, which even Uchiha Ban, who often undertook missions, had failed to notice. Observing the beautiful courtesans and the men passing by, she reluctantly acknowledged her understanding of the situation. In that instant, Tobarama seemed to sense some imminent danger and hastily clarified, I only come here due to missions. There's no way I would frequent such a place. I prefer studying ninjutsu. Chaoyan found herself inexplicably amused by Tobarama's flustered explanation, prompting him to chuckle as well. As Chaoyan locked eyes with the reflection of herself in Tobarama's crimson gaze, she suddenly realized that her smile resembled the rippling surface of a lake under the spring sun, captivatingly warm and evoking a sense of joy and overflowing happiness. You finally smiled. Tobarama sighed with relief. I felt you were somewhat unhappy earlier. Was it because of my misunderstanding? Chaoyan shook her head. Of course not. If I said it was because I saw these girls become courtesans that I felt unhappy, would you find that perplexing? Tobarama remained silent for a moment, then cautiously asked, I suspect it's not because you just learned these women have to sell themselves? Chaoyan smiled wryly. No, I have always been aware. I suppose I was just arrogantly indifferent to it. She glanced at the men wandering about and the courtesans waiting behind the fences for selection, momentarily envisioning their painful training and the helplessness of seeking Aunt Akiko's assistance for abortions. It's only now that I truly comprehend what this so-called den of iniquity signifies for these girls. I have just come to realize that, essentially, there is no fundamental difference between us. I am merely much luckier. Tobirama instinctively retorted, "What right do these courtesans have to compare themselves to you?" Chaoyan shook her head. "But where, precisely, does the difference lie?" She pointed to the Maiko dancing before them, their hair meticulously arranged without a trace of disorder, their makeup exquisite and vibrant, their kimonos perfectly arranged as if devoid of creases, their movements elegant and beautiful, akin to swans tending to their feathers on a tranquil lake. The toil they invest in mastering their dance may well rival the training my father subjected me to in physical arts. Their dedication to learning the arts of conversation could be as earnest as my studies in ninjutsu. Their practice of the shamisen would not take less time than my mother's teachings in medicine. Their meticulous care for their beauty surely surpasses my attentiveness in research. Indeed, due to my family's indulgence, the grievances and hardships I endured in my studies would pale in comparison to theirs. As Chaoyan spoke, she provided examples. When I was a child, I adored the hairstyle of the Maiko, so I asked my mother to find the finest Maiko hairstylist in the area to assist me. Tobirama, intrigued, inquired, "And then? I must have looked quite lovely when adorned." Chaoyan replied with a shrug, "Perhaps a touch more beautiful than usual, but given my inherent conditions, unless my parents were to give me a complete makeover. This is simply how I am." Realizing the topic had veered off course, she quickly redirected, "But that doesn't matter. What is important is that when I style my hair, it felt as if my scalp was being pulled taut. At night, when trying to sleep on the square pillow I bought to maintain the shape, I was tormented to the point where I had to change positions several times and ultimately cried out for my mother to help me undo my hair. Yet I understand they must endure the burden of maintaining their hairstyles from dawn till dusk, only able to loosen them during weekly cleansing." Tobirama chuckled softly, observing the vexed Chaoyan, and unconsciously ruffled her slightly disheveled hair. The morning glory shot him a glance and continued, "If one merely believes I possess some abilities, then what about those courtesans? Their poetry, musical talents, dances, and even their beauty are all the fruits of their diligent practice and hard work, are they not? If my achievements are solely due to having excellent parents, a formidable clan, and a reliable backing, then ultimately, it is mere luck. Were they in my position, they too would likely lead a fulfilling life." Senju Tobirama's brows furrowed tightly. He paused for a long while, attempting to articulate his thoughts. "As you said, I am just an ordinary ninja. I happen to be born into the Senju clan and, by chance, possess commendable ninja talents, which naturally led me to become a ninja, gradually accustomed to undertaking missions and supporting my elder brother. Perhaps you are right. We are merely the products of fortune, shaped into who we are today. Yet, while many share similar circumstances, each individual is distinct in their own right. As for you, I have encountered numerous girls from various ninja clans, the Senju, the Uzumaki, the Inuzuka, and even the Uchiha. Their parents, too, shared a privileged background akin to your mother's. Perhaps these girls, as you mentioned, are gentle and refined, possessing numerous talents. However, none of them are you. In my eyes, you are exceptional, unique, irreplaceable." Before Senju Tobirama could finish his thought, a soft giggle erupted from the side. Reflexively, he glanced over to see the other three eavesdropping, unashamed even upon being caught. Senju Hashirama even gestured with a thumbs up. Morning Glory caught a whisper from him. "My little brother is adorable, isn't he? Awkward as he may be, he is also refreshingly candid." Tobirama's ears turned crimson as he shot a glare at his mischievous elder brother, and, surprisingly, he found himself approving of Uchiha Madara's playful kick aimed at Hashirama. Morning Glory felt a flush of embarrassment as well. She feigned indifference, forcing her gaze upon the graceful movements of the dancers and the melodious sound of the shamisen, resolutely ignoring the teasing remarks from the brothers. "Come now, you two are huddled so closely and whispering. Do you not think it will attract our parents' attention? Next time, please be more discreet," Kira Yuen said, leisurely squeezing beside Morning Glory. "As for your concerns about the differences between you, I never expected you to care about such unreliable matters." Kira Yuen rolled his eyes. "Do not utter foolish words suggesting that anyone from a prestigious ninja clan or noble family deserves to be treated as my primary wife. You must understand, Those maidens learning the ways of servitude while awaiting marriage may indeed find themselves easily replaceable and discarded, as they possess little beyond their familial influence and their capacity to bear children. But you are not one of those. Your worth transcends any mere lineage or future offspring. Your current value far surpasses that of any Uchiha clansman or the product of a simple marriage alliance. The significance of such identities pales in comparison to your inherent abilities. Kira Yuen asserted unabashedly. You do not honestly believe that any princess from a prominent ninja clan or noble family is worthy of my primary wife's position, do you? Morning Glory shook her head. She understood this fundamental truth. Kira Yuen observed her reaction, relieved that she was not entirely naive. If I were to pursue a princess from any ninja clan, I would not even need to offer her a secondary status. Their families would willingly submit them after stripping them of their martial prowess. Even if they were subjected to the humiliation that the Senju brothers spoke of, they would accept it cheerfully. In their eyes, the treatment of a ninja princess marrying a feudal lord is merely standard. He continued, if I were solely seeking my mother's approval, marrying any girl from my uncle's families as a secondary wife would suffice. Their families would be grateful for the alliance. But Morning Glory, though I am reluctant to say this, you must understand that you are afforded a completely different treatment. Kira Yuen gestured to emphasize that regardless of whether he spoke of a ninja princess or a noble maiden, each, by virtue of their status, significantly surpassed Morning Glory. After all, strictly speaking, she could only be considered a peripheral figure connected by blood. Morning Glory nodded, acknowledging his words. Kira Yuen continued, if we were to adhere strictly to the principles of social standing, my wife, be she primary, secondary, or even merely a concubine, should correspond to a princess from a renowned clan. Yet here we are, my parents and I willing to propose your consent as my primary wife, indicating that we deem you worthy of this role and capable of sharing in power and status. Since everyone recognizes your qualifications for this position, it signifies that your value, both present and future, is immeasurably greater than what your so-called identity might suggest. What, then, are you hesitating about? He pressed. Those who are esteemed for their accomplishments should not be compared to those of lesser value. It is only natural that those who can save the world are treated differently from those who achieve nothing. Thus, you cannot equate yourself with them. Morning Glory found herself somewhat dizzy from Kira Yuen's relentless arguments. You are merely evading the point. You know very well that is not what I meant. Kira Yuen brushed off her concern. You speak of equality, but achieving fairness is already a daunting challenge. So, who cares about your grievances? This world is a crucible where the strong consume the weak. It is simply the way of life. With so many individuals in this world, we can only sift through to find the suitable ones, and as long as you exhibit your worth, you can ascend. I considered this a remarkable dream, yet I find you even more naive than I. Morning Glory shook her head. I know complete equality is impossible. Talents, abilities, character, integrity, and even physical conditions vary greatly among individuals. However, this does not mean that the weak should feel it a luxury merely to survive. Kira Yuen scoffed lightly. My dear, what you speak of requires vast amounts of wealth and resources to realize. The world's riches are limited, and everyone is vying for their share. Even I cannot guarantee my own safety in the future. My parents cannot be certain they will age peacefully. How can you expect to squander resources on such an absurd endeavor in this context? He halted Morning Glory's impending response. If I had a brother like you, my parents would surely overlook me and appoint him as the heir, and I would willingly assist him in realizing the dreams you speak of. But Morning Glory, you are not our blood. You cannot inherit our family's position, and you have even rejected my proposal of marriage. I do not wish to criticize your choices. I understand you have your own thoughts. This irretrievable mess that runs counter to your dreams is something no one wishes to be entangled with. However, we are merely ordinary individuals striving to maintain the normal functioning of this nation, suppressing those feudal lords who harbor rebellious ambitions, establishing our authority so that our family does not meet the same fate as other fallen lords. This endeavor is already immensely challenging. We lack the energy and resources to create a better world. But if you genuinely wish to rescue these maidens, Kira Yuen confessed with a hint of resignation, then do your utmost. Perhaps one day, you will possess sufficient worth to attain a significant position, at which point, perhaps with a mere command, you could dissolve this place and eradicate courtesans from existence altogether. Chapter 22. The Past and Expectations as Shogun and Uchiha Obito stealthily approached the courtyard. They had scarcely taken a breath of relief when they encountered Uchiha Izuna, his expression as dark as a soot-covered pot, leaning against the front gate with a knife in hand. "Come on, confess. Where have you two been today?" Uchiha Izuna calmly unsheathed his blade, the sharp glint of its tip reflecting the startled faces of the pair before him. Uchiha Obito, feeling a pang of guilt, cast a glance at Shogun, silently conveying a clear message. "It was your idea to go, and now Izuna is about to explode. You must extinguish this fire quickly." Shogun, equally anxious, sidled up to Uchiha Izuna, striving to adopt the sweetest tone possible. "Izuna and I calling me and I want help." Uchiha Izuna retorted, lightly pushing Shogun's head. "Now spill it. Where did you go tonight?" Realizing escape was futile, Shogun reluctantly confessed, "We went to the red light district." "What? You went to the red light district? Do you have any idea how many chaotic things happen there? What if you encountered danger?" Uchiha Izuna's frustration was palpable as he nearly exploded. Seeing that Izuna's anger was still manageable, Shogun pressed closer. "Izuna and I understand the dangers. I was merely curious and wanted to take a look. I even invited Obito and the eldest son along, so we wouldn't be in any danger." Uchiha Izuna furrowed his brows. Is the eldest son that unreliable? How could he take a young girl to such a place? "Shogun, next time, remember to keep your distance from him." Uchiha Obito, sensing that Shogun had calmed Izuna's temper, hastily distanced himself from the situation. "Don't worry, Shogun has no ties with the eldest son." Uchiha Izuna's eyes narrowed, sensing something amiss. "What do you mean, no ties with the eldest son? Obito, what on earth did you two do today?" Shogun felt utterly doomed and sighed heavily. "Izuna and I can we discuss this inside?" Uchiha Izuna scrutinized Shogun for a moment before turning towards the study. "Come on, let us see what you have to explain." Once inside, Uchiha Izuna immediately cast a soundproofing seal. He then opted to bypass Shogun's usual charm and directly questioned his typically honest brother. "What is going on? Why does Shogun have any association with the eldest son?" Uchiha Obito replied candidly. "Shogun just rejected the eldest son's proposal." "What? Am I under some illusion?" Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, performing gestures to dispel any enchantment. Shogun tugged at Uchiha Izuna's sleeve. "Izuna and it's true. I turned down the proposal. To me, he is merely the eldest son and cousin Yudo now." "Well, rejecting is rejecting." Uchiha Izuna did not seem overly concerned about Shogun's refusal to marry. Rather, he believed that in the presence of such high-ranking men, Shogun's overly innocent disposition could not withstand the pressures of such relationships. If a future partner were to be sought for Shogun, it would be better to find someone more manageable. "So what happened next?" Uchiha Izuna inquired, knowing that merely rejecting the proposal could not account for their late return. "On our way to Matsukiya, we encountered the two members of the Senju clan." Shogun's voice trembled slightly. "You met Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama?" Uchiha Izuna's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. "Did you two engage with them? Were you harmed?" "They seemed to be accompanying the nobles and later followed us." Uchiha Obito cautiously revealed the details. Upon hearing that his brother and Shogun were unharmed, Uchiha Izuna relaxed. The shock had rendered him incapable of pursuing the matter further. He waved his hand dismissively. "Let it go this time, but you both must be cautious in the future. And regarding the eldest son's proposal, keep it a secret, even from father." The two before him nodded in agreement. Uchiha Izuna then naturally dismissed Uchiha Obito, leaving Shogun, who had been yearning for a moment of respite. "You encountered Senju Hashirama today. What are your impressions of him?" Uchiha Izuna asked directly. Shogun pondered carefully before arriving at a definitive descriptor. "He is a white-cut black." Uchiha Izuna frowned. "Do you think Obito is in any danger being with him?" Shogun hesitated, then nodded. "I acknowledge they are good friends and hold each other in high regard, but unlike Obito, Senju Hashirama seems the type who might transform small affections into greater ones, and due to his sense of justice, he could inflict pain upon his close friends. It feels like it could become quite complicated." Uchiha Izuna nodded in agreement and then asked, "Has Senju Hashirama expressed any opinions about your friendship with Senju Tobarama?" Shogun shook her head. "It seems not, but why should we consider Senju Hashirama's opinions? He is a man, not a woman. Does the Senju clan really require parental notification for friendships?" Uchiha Izuna found her reasoning somewhat amusing. "The Senju clan is quite different from ours. They seem to manage their members very strictly. Even these minor concerns must be monitored." Nevertheless, since Senju Hashirama had not made any remarks, it was reassuring. Generally, the successors of the Senju clan were predetermined early on and held a high status within the clan. Unless the orders of the successor conflicted with those of the clan leader, the clan members would thoroughly obey the successor's directives. Shogun contemplated this situation and shivered slightly. That sounds quite feudal and authoritarian. What if the junior clan leader is unreliable? Uchiha Izuna was also curious about this matter and shared some gossip. There have been instances in the past where that occurred, but it's said that there are always formidable clan leaders to assist. And it seems Senju Tobarama fulfills that role. After exchanging this information, Shogun could not contain her curiosity any longer and hesitantly asked Uchiha Izuna, "Izuna, today I saw the courtesans. Some of them are around my age, and I think we are the same. They are just less fortunate. What if they had the same experiences as I do?" Uchiha Izuna listened to Shogun's fragmented thoughts and sighed deeply. "Shogun, I do not wish to hear you say that anyone could replace you." He set down the book in his hands and gazed directly at Shogun. "Perhaps there may be another person in this world with a similar character, similar status, similar abilities, and even a more beautiful appearance, more charming demeanor, and more outstanding talents. Maybe, as you said, if another person were to take your place, she might lead a similarly stable and happy life. But Shogun, that holds no significance for me. To me, you have occupied my life since my earliest memories. If I were to strip away my memories of you, it would be akin to tearing apart my very being. Thus, you are irreplaceable to me. Shogun, what I cherish are all the experiences we have shared together. The sister I recognize as the one who grew up alongside me, the one I know deeply, whose character has influenced mine. It is precisely because of you that I have become the person I am today." Uchiha Izuna regarded Shogun with a gentle smile before concluding, "So, please refrain from speaking such foolishness. Relationships between people do indeed revolve around interests, but without emotions, what difference is there from plants and trees? Right now, you are important to me, and thus, your status in my heart is unparalleled." Shogun fell silent for a moment before turning and leaving the study, heading towards Uchiha Obito's bedroom. "I knew you would come." Uchiha Obito was engrossed in a scroll, seemingly having anticipated Shogun's visit. "Have you inquired about the answer from Izuna?" Shogun nodded. Uchiha Madara exhibited a reaction that was to be expected, casually pushing the teacup towards Asagao. "It is quite late now. Drinking tea may disturb your sleep tonight." Asagao remained silent, bowing her head as she cradled the teacup, sipping the water. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Madara gathered his thoughts and spoke. "Asagao, you are a child entirely different from us." He slightly lowered his head, a hint of indescribable emotion shimmering in his eyes. Madara gradually sank into memories, as if transported back in time. "From the very beginning, I was uncertain how to approach you. You were so young, yet brimming with curiosity about everything around you, eager to explore the reasons behind events. Moreover, you had a peculiar fondness for tinkering with things that others deemed chaotic. Yet, you consistently demonstrated through your actions to those who doubted you that these seemingly bizarre items could ultimately prove to be remarkably useful. Gradually, you garnered a prestige that even the elders could not rival." Asagao reflected on her childhood inventions, feeling a twinge of guilt, realizing that it was not always about their grand utility, but rather that there were simply too many, and a few of them could indeed be salvaged. Madara did not perceive her unease. "You are not the type of genius I am accustomed to. The geniuses I know awaken their Sharingan at a tender age, capable of vanquishing numerous foes on the battlefield. Individuals like Izuna, who can intricately read the hearts of others, knowing precisely how to achieve their goals through the simplest means. Or even someone like Senju Tobarama, who develops an array of peculiar techniques to fulfill his objectives. But Asagao, you are unlike any I have known." Even now, as he reminisced, Madara felt incredulous that a child like Asagao existed, even without the factor of combat prowess. "You do not excel in schemes or manipulation of the human heart. In truth, what you genuinely desire seems to diverge entirely from such matters. What you aspire to create is something purer, more complex, entirely beyond my comprehension. Personally, I suspect that such a concept will only come to fruition when the old order is utterly dismantled or a new one is about to emerge." Asagao nodded in agreement, recognizing Madara's perspective. In all honesty, she did not favor extreme manipulations of people or politics. As for why she appeared adept at it now, firstly, the Uchiha clan had eliminated all obstacles. Secondly, political matters require extensive training, often taking decades to yield results. However, the lifespan of a ninja is too brief, resulting in a general lack of proficiency, leaving them to merely outshine each other among their peers. If one were to articulate what Asagao genuinely wished to pursue, it would be the management of agriculture and industry, the design of systems, the promotion of productivity, endeavors that require substantial investment and yield considerable returns, ultimately establishing a legacy for future generations. Madara gazed at Asagao before letting out a sigh. However, the time required to cultivate what you desire is excessively long. In this era, where the fate of clans can be determined in an instant, there is no room for years of investment. Asagao shook her head. I have already begun accumulating resources personally. As long as a project amasses enough, the rest can follow the plan. However, it may take several years. Madara nodded, not expressing any disapproval regarding her resource accumulation. In fact, some aspects were beyond his control. This time frame is not excessively long. If we consider the average lifespan of ninjas to be around 30 years, then for you, 30 may be the age when you truly comprehend what you desire and how to attain it. Asagao, you are different from us. We are ninjas, constrained by the average age of 30, needing to rapidly develop combat capabilities and adapt to the brutal realities of warfare. Thus, we are born in haste, grow up in haste, rush to the battlefield, and may hastily marry and bear children based on circumstances and interests, only to die before reaching old age. Merely surviving is arduous enough, compelling us to abandon the fantasies of our youth to protect the treasures we currently possess. If we are akin to wild grasses flourishing after a spring rain, swaying with the wind, bending towards strength, yet often turning brittle with the arrival of winter, then you, Asagao, are a tree that requires time to grow. It may not grow as swiftly and may face various adversities, yet what is genuinely valuable remains steadfast. Unlike the seasonal weeds, Madara regarded the young girl before him, his gaze filled with anticipation. Asagao, you are unlike us. You have ample time to grow. If a year is insufficient, then let it be 3. If 3 are inadequate, then 5. If 5 is not enough, then 10, even 20 or 30 years, or even 50, will suffice. You can gradually discover what you truly desire. Chapter 23. The pressure of marriage. The unexpected turn of events arrived abruptly. Why have you returned from the capital in such a state? A sharp male voice startled the sleeping cats. Asagao glanced at the furious expressions on Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Although she anticipated their reaction, she was still perplexed by their vehement response. Isn't it only natural? I went to the capital as a hostage, not to be imprisoned forever. Now that everything is settled, why should I not return? Madara seemed even more incensed, gritting his teeth, a vein appearing in his usually cherished eyes. Asagao knows nothing yet. Uchiha Izuna intervened, attempting to calm his brother's rising fury. He turned to Asagao and inquired gently, having spent so much time in the capital, meeting many talented individuals, did you encounter anyone suitable? However, diplomatic matters did not seem to fall within her purview. Asagao was even more bewildered. Are you referring to a collaboration partner? Shouldn't that be your responsibility, Izuna? The trio had previously agreed on their roles. Izuna was tasked with personnel and diplomacy, Asagao with logistics, and Madara with decision-making and military support. I am not referring to a collaboration partner. I mean your future spouse. Izuna repeated, exasperated at Asagao's lack of understanding. Did you meet anyone you feel is a suitable match for marriage? What? Asagao felt as though she might be hallucinating, or that the two before her had consumed undercooked mushrooms. How old am I? Even according to the hierarchy of age, neither of you is even engaged yet. Why should I be in a hurry? Madara and Izuna exchanged glances, their expressions filled with helplessness. Yet, for reasons unknown, Asagao sensed a hint of panic in their demeanor. Then, she watched as Madara retrieved a registry from seemingly nowhere. What nonsense is this? How can girls and boys be the same? A woman's marriageable age is limited to just a few years. If she delays too long, she will be scrutinized. He handed the registry to Asagao. This is a compilation of unmarried noble youths and young ninjas. See if anyone catches your fancy. Wait, since when did Madara concern himself with such trivial matters? Asagao received the registry in a daze, feeling as though it burned her hands, and she tossed it onto the table. What kind of joke is this? Why are you suddenly bringing up marriage? I recall you previously said I should choose someone I like. Madara pointed to the registry earnestly. Yes, you can select someone from here whom you prefer. Asagao stared at Madara with disbelief, her frustration boiling over as she swept the registry to the floor. Uchiha Izuna observed the contemptuous gesture of Asagao and hesitated momentarily, as if finally resolved. Then I shall contact Senju Tobarama shortly. Stop. Asagao exclaimed upon realizing that Uchiha Izuna intended to reach out to the ever-displeasing Senju Tobarama, acknowledging that a significant issue had arisen. Bowing her head in contemplation, she solemnly inquired of the two brothers seated before her. "Is there a problem with Uncle Taijima?" Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna abruptly froze. Asagao gazed at them and suddenly comprehended. "What has happened to Uncle Taijima? Is there an issue with the Sharingan?" Asagao pressed on. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it rapidly enhances the abilities of the Uchihas, yet on the other, it can render these formidable shinobi half-crippled due to blindness. Uchiha Madara sighed, lowering his head, and spoke with a hint of anguish. "Father's eyes may not endure for many more years." Asagao had anticipated this matter, but still felt a jolt of surprise. So soon? Uncle Taijima is already quite aged. Although Uchiha Taijima had yet to reach 50, in a world where the average lifespan of shinobi is scarcely 30. Reaching an age where one could witness their grandchildren grow up is indeed a rarity, and even a sudden passing could be considered a bittersweet farewell. Unfortunately, Uchiha Taijima's eldest son, as well as his second son, had already passed, while his third son, Uchiha Madara, was merely 15, and his fourth son, Uchiha Izuna, was only 13, far from being capable of supporting the family. "Asagao, we must prioritize," Uchiha Izuna insisted gravely, fixing his gaze upon her. "The most pressing matter is to arrange your marriage promptly." "Me?" Asagao pointed incredulously at herself. "Indeed," Uchiha Madara affirmed, his tone serious. "The Uchiha clan, having lost their father, would also lose their current peak combat strength, and may likely forfeit their standing in the shinobi world. Thus, in terms of both lineage and status, you are the optimal choice for an alliance." Asagao, upon hearing this, found herself momentarily stunned. Indeed, should the Uchiha clan lose their present standing, an alliance through marriage would undoubtedly serve as the best means of securing loyalty or submission. While there exist individuals within the Uchiha clan who share closer blood ties to the clan leader's family, Asagao was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. After all, she had maintained a close relationship with the current heir since childhood, and her noble lineage was significant. Moreover, being a half-blood through intermarriage theoretically rendered the chances of her offspring inheriting the Sharingan exceedingly slim. As for concerns about being obstructed in her marriage, it is a lamentable truth that, although Asagao had just turned 13, her age was already considered appropriate for marriage in conventional terms. In fact, from an external perspective, it was astonishing that she had yet to secure a marriage partner at this age. Even if she possessed considerable talent, it would merely necessitate a more discerning choice in her future spouse. Furthermore, if the Uchiha clan were to finalize her marriage partner, unless that individual were exceedingly unreliable, even the most prominent figures could not impede the arrangement. "And what of you both?" Asagao inquired calmly. "What are your plans moving forward?" "Asagao? This is a secret that cannot be divulged to a girl destined to marry outside the clan." Uchiha Madara and Asagao exchanged glances before he finally averted his gaze. "Unless Izuna and I can evolve our Sharingan once more, we cannot risk our fate on such a precarious path." Asagao resolutely rejected the notion without hesitation. Uchiha Madara appeared despondent. "Indeed, martial prowess is the foundation of all, and without sufficient protection, no matter how gifted Asagao may be, she would merely be perceived as a vulnerable target." Asagao was equally cognizant of this grim reality. However, perhaps due to a sense of unwillingness, she contemplated fervently. The life of a shinobi is fraught with peril, yet their status is often more favorable than that of commoners. It could be said, without hesitation, that even an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan enjoys a standard of living that rivals that of local gentry. Yet the cost is steep. Once top-tier combat strength is lost, all previous privileges would swiftly transform into blades directed against them. Asagao recognized that she had reached a precarious juncture. Her two brothers no longer possessed the confidence to protect her, and in this ruthless world, weakness inevitably invites competition for survival. Hence, they sought to identify a husband with sufficient familial influence to safeguard her. Asagao understood well that timing is crucial. If she were to truly consider her future, she ought to heed her brother's counsel and secure a favorable marriage while the Uchiha still held sway. Once she bore children and established her footing, even a slight decline in the Uchiha's power would not jeopardize her existence. Asagao regarded her two concerned brothers with calmness, and they in turn gazed back at her with equal serenity. All present were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Thus, they patiently awaited their sister's recognition of her circumstances, hoping she would acquiesce to their decision. Uchiha Izuna, unable to suppress his compassion, gently reminded Asagao, in truth, an alliance with the Senju family would also be acceptable. Are you not quite familiar with Senju Tobarama? If you genuinely have feelings for him. A vision of Senju Tobarama flashed before Asagao's mind, how she had once envied his fervent dedication to his family, admired his ability to discern the best path from a multitude of impossibilities, and respected his rational and decisive nature amidst any circumstance. The Uchihas would fight tooth and nail for their kin, hence Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna feared the influence of the family on Asagao, their immediate response being to ensure her security. The world is fraught with tragedy, and what the Uchihas cherish, value, and would willingly sacrifice everything to protect are merely those few individuals who hold paramount importance in their hearts. Among those Asagao had known, only Senju Tobarama was the one who was loved, trusted, and fought for with fervor, leading to a bond steeped in trust and affection. Not merely a solitary person, but a family name that embodied a collective essence. She genuinely longed to see Senju Tobarama. Rationally, she understood that she should acquiesce to Uchiha Izuna's decision. He would undoubtedly go to great lengths to select the best possible match for her. She need not doubt that even if she chose to marry the Uchiha's nemesis, Uchiha Izuna would ensure she faced no indignities afterward. However, Asagao had witnessed far too many coffins lined up in mourning, far too many despairing cries echoing through funeral rites, and far too many orphans bereft of their parents. She had grown weary of endless loss. Perhaps it was out of reluctance that Asagao racked her brain for a solution. She was acutely aware of the path laid before her, yet obstinately refused to accept that fate had only this one path reserved for her. The distant chime of a bell resonated, signaling the call of souls after missions, accompanied by the prayers emanating from the temple, fervently hoping that the spirits afar may find peace. Wait, the shinobi clans require top-tier strength, yet if one belongs to the nobility, excessive martial prowess is not a necessity. A bold thought suddenly surged through Asagao's mind. With newfound determination, she thrust her hands against the table and stood up, locking her gaze with Uchiha Madara's. Brother Madara, tell me, how much longer can Uncle Taijima endure? Normally, such confidential information would not even be known to Uchiha Izuna, let alone to a girl destined for an outside marriage. However, Uchiha Madara did not immediately rebuff Asagao. He regarded her with urgency and hesitated before responding. It should not exceed 3 years. 2 years. As the morning glory relaxed, she contemplated the potential impact of a 2-year famine instigated by the loom, which would inevitably affect this continent. When survival becomes a struggle, it inherently shakes the foundations of what once seemed unshakable. She turned to Uchiha Izuna and inquired, Izuna, if we were to seize a city, how confident are you that we could immediately claim it for ourselves? A glimmer of light flickered in Uchiha Izuna's eyes. Are you suggesting that if a food shortage leads to rebellion in a city on the eastern border, and soldiers, having gone years without rations, abandon their resistance, we could conveniently take it over? She reiterated the word conveniently several times, her gaze remarkably calm. Can we possess it before anyone realizes what's happening? Although this nation appeared unified in name, it essentially functioned as a large leader accompanied by numerous subordinates, a typical development for a nomadic people. Logically speaking, those beneath my subordinates are not truly my subordinates. Some minor cities resemble feudal powers beneath the great states of the spring and autumn period, primarily tasked with tax collection. Thus, if a newly established local noble were to capture an enemy city during a war between two nations and subsequently pay tribute to their lord, it would be entirely justified for them to claim ownership of that city. With their own city, the Uchiha clan would no longer need to embark on missions. They could rely on local forces for defense, sustaining themselves comfortably with local produce, and any loss in martial strength would not significantly alter the overall situation. Uchiha Izuna quickly formulated a target, contemplating thoroughly before nodding, only to shake his head moments later. There is indeed feasibility, but the daimyo would never permit the shinobi to possess land. Once the shinobi have logistics, they become mere prey. As for Asagao, she was not overly concerned. While that may be the case under normal circumstances, what the Kira clan truly fears is being overthrown by other daimyo. For a ninja, the worst outcome is merely wielding immense power. However, for a daimyo, their entire clan may face annihilation. Uchiha Izuna pondered. Are you referring to the Toyotomi general? Asagao nodded. He has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Given the chance, he would undoubtedly seize it, especially with the Eastern Buddha celebrating a significant birthday. At this point, they reached a consensus and simultaneously turned their gaze toward Uchiha Madara, leaning his arms on the table. He crossed them in thought for a moment before nodding. I will discuss this with father. This cannot be an endeavor for our clan alone. It is best to collaborate with allied families to navigate these murky waters. Asagao contemplated and then addressed Uchiha Izuna. I will return to the capital to communicate with my uncle and aunt about expediting the loom's matter. Uchiha Madara finally relaxed his furrowed brow and nodded in agreement. Uchiha Izuna watched Asagao turn to leave, hesitating before asking, Asagao, do you understand the consequences of your decision? Asagao paused, suddenly turning back to Uchiha Izuna, and smiled gently. Izuna, I have just realized the true reason for my affection towards Senju Tobarama. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, she continued honestly. Perhaps I will never achieve the calmness and rationality of Senju Tobarama. I cannot betray my own principles for the sake of my family. She offered a bitter smile. But at the very least, I know that compared to the cries from afar, I care more about the cries that echo beside me. I can no longer bear to watch those around me perish. Uchiha Izuna fell silent, gazing at Asagao's retreating form with a long sigh. He understood that she was about to stain her hands with blood, finally realizing the chasm that existed between her dreams and reality. Chapter 24. The Forerunner. If there is one element that has remained unchanged on this continent, it is undoubtedly the Uchiha's formidable resolve and profound risk-taking spirit. Generation after generation, the Uchiha have dared to dream and act, tirelessly striving to reshape the world, providing countless evidence for this axiom. This time was no exception. As previously anticipated, Asagao faced the resurgence of conflict with no surprise, witnessing the flames of war sweep through several border cities. Naturally, she also heard news of soldiers rebelling and surrendering to the Kira clan after killing their leaders under the Uchiha's instigation, having gone years without pay. It is well known that even the divine may turn to examine the globe when faced with unreasonable demands from their followers. Thus, in the presence of numerous illustrious families, firmly bound to local powers, and cities that had suffered from years of tax loss, now requiring funds for restoration, the Uchiha clan, wealthy and armed, newly elevated in status, yet simultaneously shunned by the aristocracy, was undoubtedly one of the prime candidates for the Kira clan's new city lord. Therefore, in a remarkably short time, a noble with only a hollow title from the Uchiha clan swiftly acquired a legitimate domain, formally entering the ranks of the influential aristocracy. As a successful innovator of the blast furnace and loom, who had already generated substantial revenue for the nation, Asagao promptly resigned from her position in the Artisan Supervisory Bureau, ceding her role to the father of a concubine of the esteemed Kira Yudo. After all, managing vital resources like iron and wealth, despite Asagao's bloodline and level of trust, seemed a tad inappropriate. The Kira clan was understandably overjoyed. As a token of goodwill and a counterbalance against the Uchiha, Asagao received a city not far from the Uchiha's territory as compensation. In the days that followed, Asagao's memory was filled with the long-awaited sunshine after a continuous downpour. She and Fuju meticulously packed their belongings and years of research to go into boxes, ensuring not a single detail was overlooked in the sealing scrolls. They knew that from this day forth, this bustling city would no longer be their concern. Asagao, are you certain of your choice? Fuju inquired, her actions unwavering, her tone consistently gentle. Have you imagined what you will face in the future? Are you mentally prepared to confront it all? Asagao gazed into Fuju's earnest eyes, fully comprehending her intent. From the very beginning, she had been overly sheltered. She lived in a world where a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Surrounded by cold-hearted individuals driven solely by self-interest, and she was undeniably an outsider. She should have been fearful for her life, yet her heart remained tender, and she should not have allowed her family to suffer such losses based solely on her preferences. Yet, therein lies the unpredictability of fate. She was enveloped in love, guarded by the most precious patience, and educated with invaluable knowledge. Thus, she possessed a heart so gentle that it bordered on sensitivity, a character imbued with childlike innocence and fearlessness, and a spirit that was both upright and candid. She was nurtured by the beasts, endowed with a heart that is exceedingly rare on this land steeped in sin and bloodshed, a heart that belonged to humanity. Yet, How could such a human heart contend with the demons that lurk in this dark world, those who revel in bloodshed and carnage? Now, Asagao still had the opportunity for regret. Had she not taken this step, she could have remained the most revered princess of the Uchiha clan. Cherished as the beloved younger sister of the Uchiha brothers, supported by the entire Uchiha family, and could have chosen a husband who adored her to the utmost. She could have wielded her status to obtain power and prestige, possessing everything that women across the world yearn for. Yet, should she embark on this path, the Uchiha family, once her sanctuary, would transform into both her allies and adversaries. She would be compelled to sever ties with her clan, facing all tempests alone, confronting the harsh realities and the darker facets of human nature. Ironically, if she chose this perilous route, she would instantaneously be deemed a nonconformist, a traitor lacking gratitude. The praises once bestowed upon her swiftly morphing into scorn. The halo that previously adorned her would be stripped away in an instant, leaving her with no chance to turn back. This was a brazen scheme. By all accounts, the most prudent course of action would be to decline immediately. In her possession, this endeavor would lead to substantial financial loss, the forfeiture of her strongest support, and the daunting prospect of confronting every storm alone in the future. Moreover, her family would lose a brilliant strategist. Yet, therein lies the terrifying allure of such a scheme. Chao Yin understood, and so did Fu Zhou. Chao Yin was never one to resign herself to a cage. She yearned for the power to dictate her own destiny, to be a free spirit rather than a mere subordinate, to become a formidable protector of those she held dear, rather than a powerless weakling. More importantly, she had grown weary of this world. Her prior assessments of Uchiha Madara could just as easily be applied to her own situation. They loved her, half understood her, but did not endorse her. She was utterly exhausted, profoundly isolated. She had grown tired of this absurd world, weary of the way people embraced falsehoods as truths, tired of the incessant cycle of mutual consumption, weary of their cries being celebrated as triumphs, and fatigued by the unending disasters and suffering that plagued this world. Chao Yin gazed at Fu Zhou with unwavering clarity, her eyes as luminous as they had been in years past, evoking memories of early winter sunlight and the gentle rains of spring, reminding one of all things tender and brimming with life. Fu Zhou, I have contemplated all that you have spoken. Yet, should I knowingly tread a false path simply because it appears straightforward? Should I abandon my true desires simply because the road ahead is fraught with twists and turns? Yes, I am aware that the headbird gets shot, but I also know that some things must be undertaken. I am willing to be the pioneer. Chapter 25. The malevolent deity Chao Yin received a rare invitation from General Mori, requesting her presence at his residence. Anyone witnessing the current General Mori would find it astonishing. His once robust physique seemed to have been drained overnight, each breath appearing to extract the last remnants of his vitality. He now appeared terrifyingly frail, akin to a wolf king expelled from its pack, awaiting death in solitude. Please, take a seat. The general, nearly decrepit, had shed the sharpness and resilience of the battlefield. Resembling an eccentric elder, Chao Yin, unperturbed, sat down. Over the years of treating General Mori, she had come to understand his character. She knew that despite his loss of power, status, and accolades, this aged general possessed a heart of unwavering resolve. As long as his comrades were alive, he would never succumb to fate. He scrutinized Chao Yin for a considerable time, until she began to feel uneasy, at which point he finally spoke. If I were you, I would seek the divine artifact at the Temple of Fire, and then return to assume the role of a lord. Chao Yin paused. She had heard that the temples in those two cities had been destroyed, but why include a monk? If it were for atonement, wouldn't it be too late? Observing her confusion, General Mori suddenly seemed to grasp something, revealing a grin that bordered on the grotesque. Ah, no wonder you are a favored ninja. You have not even heard of the malevolent deity. Chao Yin blinked. Are you referring to those cults that promise bodily transformations? But aren't they just blood-soaked ninjas seeking profit? General Mori stared at her, stunned for a moment, before erupting into wild laughter. So this is how you perceive the malevolent deity? You think this is what it is? He laughed so hard he struggled for breath, unable to contain his mirth, though it sounded more akin to weeping. Then, he gripped Chao Yin's sleeve tightly, so forcefully that even her trained strength could not break free from his iron grip. He gazed intensely into her bewildered eyes, a strange expectation glimmering within. Do you dare pledge? If you swear that you will never conduct human sacrifices with the innocent citizens of the city, then I shall divulge everything I know. Xiao Yan recalled someone mentioning that General Mori hailed from a small border town, which was destroyed, forcing him to enlist. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sadness. Fixing her earnest gaze upon his murky yet slightly deranged eyes, she sincerely declared, "If you are willing to believe me, I swear that I will never use the innocent citizens of the city for human sacrifices." General Mori scrutinized her from head to toe as if assessing something incomprehensible. Then, a disconcerting smile crept across his lips, reminiscent of a snake attempting to devour a prey far too large for its mouth, radiating a strange satisfaction. He pulled Xiao Yan closer, emphasizing with seriousness, "The malevolent deity truly exists." He glanced at Xiao Yan, who appeared skeptical, and elaborated, "The malevolent deity is no superstition, nor is it a fabrication of blood-soaked ninjas. Since you are a ninja, you must be aware of the Shinigami from the Uzumaki clan, correct?" Upon her nod, he continued earnestly, "They are akin to the Shinigami from the water continent, remnants left in this world, as well as the vanguard of those creatures from beyond. Though I do not comprehend the intricacies of your ninja realm, it seems plausible that your so-called ancestor, the Sage of Six Paths, might indeed be a descendant of some being from beyond. After all, only a monster can vanquish a monster. On the continent of water, there exist the Grim Reaper and the Seer. On the continent of thunder, the Bloody Priests. And on the continent of fire, there are the witches and the priests of fasting. Alternatively, the realms of earth, fire, and wind have risen in prominence, all stemming from a common origin yet differing in nature, all descendants and followers of those so-called deities. Humanity, in the midst of the gods' warfare, finds itself insignificantly small. Thus we must rely on the power of these entities, striving to conquer the greater cost with the lesser. We can only persist under the uncertain dominion of either gods or demons, witnessing our cities crumble time and again." Xiao Yan, somewhat puzzled, remarked, "Yet I have resided in the capital for quite some time and have never heard of such matters." General Mali scoffed. Kirasama merely ascended to his position after the retreat of Wulianga, seizing an opportunity. His lineage is of no consequence. They hail from a common tribe devoid of even priests. They have even altered the sacrificial rites. These simpletons have never constructed a city, their existence being so ephemeral, reliant solely on the monks and witches from prior conquests. Of course, they would be unaware of such things, he concluded. Xiao Yan pondered, "Lineage? Are you referring to the priests of the emperor?" General Mali nodded. "You cannot possibly believe the emperor has maintained his reign on this continent merely due to the title of the so-called Son of Heaven?" He sneered. "Who knows the true origins of their bloodline? Yet, it is undeniable that members of their family, particularly the unmarried women, excel at dispelling those chaotic entities." Xiao Yan nodded, listening intently, akin to a student absorbing the lessons of a medical course from Mother Xing. General Mali elaborated, "Though these are collectively termed as evil deities, they encompass various chaotic forms. Some, genuine beings that bestow certain powers upon their sacrifices. Others, monsters said to originate from the underworld, sealed only by witches. And colossal unknown creatures that can unleash natural disasters." Xiao Yan even contemplated the spirit beasts commonly utilized by ninjas, wondering if they existed somewhere on this continent or if they were merely a manifestation of the feared evil deities. Chapter 26. All sentient beings suffer. General Mali finally concluded his introduction of the evil deities. This general, known for his cold demeanor and refusal to yield, made a powerless plea. "If you can truly vanquish the evil deities with the power of your ancestor, the Sage of Six Paths, could you refrain from conducting human sacrifices?" He seemed to feel this request was still too great, adding, "Even if sacrifices must occur, let them not be from the city's inhabitants. Or at least keep them to a small number, just a few dozen. The residents would understand." Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that the general's persistent concern would manifest as such a humble request. She couldn't help but scrutinize the general closely. This man was indeed old, aged to the point where every struggle and pain etched itself into his very soul. Just gazing at him, Xiao Yan could perceive the harrowing struggles for survival in this land, witnessing the countless tragedies endured throughout a single life. In a moment of reflection, Xiao Yan felt a sense of disorientation. If the endless conflicts and relentless suffering on this continent were simply for the benefit of a select few, she had encountered enough individuals, both virtuous and vile, both triumphant and defeated, both formidable and mediocre. Had even one of them attained the happiness and peace they sought? No. The common folk faced overwhelming toil and the grim reality of hunger and cold. Warriors contended with meager rations and prolonged death. Lords lived in constant fear of losing their heads. Ninja clans faced the corpses of their slain comrades. Merchants risked utter ruin in a precarious environment. Wives endured the despair of giving birth to children only to see them perish, and the young and elderly faced the harsh truth of potential abandonment. Would those in power experience greater happiness? No. They too were steeped in suffering. Even the powerful Kurosama worried about becoming someone else's prey. The ambitious Toyotomi general feared becoming a victim of betrayal. The formidable Uchiha Taijima anguished over the survival of his clan. The influential Senju Hashirama remained cold in the face of his son's tragic deaths. Those with bright futures like Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama were forced to relinquish their dreams. They were not foolish or mere props in a fairy tale. This pervasive misfortune was not simply the result of a few individuals' manipulations or the backdrop for a protagonist's rise or a hero's grand gesture to save the world. If it were merely that, everything would be far simpler. Yet, reality does not resemble a fairy tale. There are no conspiracies targeting specific individuals. No singular culprit responsible for all tragedies, and no dark lord intent on world destruction. What exists is merely a harsh reality that forces everyone toward an inevitable path of suffering. They are not weak. They possess great strength, keen insight, thoughtful deliberation, and sharp intuition. They have done nothing wrong. It is simply the world that acts as a furnace, and all sentient beings endure suffering. Xiaoyan, after a long absence, straightened her typically disheveled attire and assumed a formal posture. She gazed solemnly at the general, who had lost everything, and earnestly promised, "I am not one to offer my subjects as gifts to monsters, nor do I seek anything from the hands of the evil deities." General Maoli seemed to shed some burdens, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his heart. He rambled on to Xiaoyan, hoping this naive fool would miraculously endure a bit longer. "You have acquired a city, which means you must part ways with the Uchiha clan. Thus, you must cultivate your own power rather than rely solely on them." He passionately advised Xiaoyan on how to better assume control of the city. After a lengthy discourse, he suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao-yi," and proudly introduced the newcomer to Xiaoyan. "This is my grandson, Chimu Xiao-yi. He has been by my side since childhood. And I assure you, he is a true genius. Given the opportunity, he will undoubtedly become an exceptional military strategist." With a grand gesture, he placed his grandson before Xiaoyan. Continuing to babble, "Young lady, you are a good person, and you will be a benevolent ruler for the people. Therefore, I entrust him to you. Learn from him, for he will impart all that he knows. I can no longer lead troops. Having him with me would be a waste." Xiaoyan looked at the young man before her. The young Shuichi Hitaki, brought here by his grandfather, appeared to be only a few years older than Uchiha Madara. Choga seemed to recall Uchiha Izuna mentioning that the renowned Mori general once had a valiant daughter, whom he proudly wed to his most trusted aide. This couple had earned great fame on the battlefield. However, tragically, during the brutal siege of Siyu, they perished in a siege battle, clad in a simple garment. Shuichi emanated an aura akin to a glimmering blade, poised to strike at any moment. Choga gazed at the young man before her, feeling as though she had gained a significant advantage. "Hello, I am Uchiha Choga," she introduced herself enthusiastically. "I am Shuichi Hitaki," he replied with a cold expression. Thus began the encounter between Choga and her general. Chapter 27. Change of surname. The cherry blossoms were in full bloom within the Uchiha clan territory. Countless blossoms clustering on branches, radiating with a brilliance reminiscent of the fleeting beauty of the Uchihas of yore. Presently, the Uchiha estate had completely shed its previous atmosphere of somberness. Once hardened ninjas, exuding an aura of bloodshed, now seemed to lack purpose. Akin to restless spirits wandering the world, aimlessly observing the blooming cherry blossoms in the training grounds of the clan. In their days, they were often met with plates of sweet delicacies, handed to them by wives or mothers, as children and younger siblings tugged at their sleeves, pleading for a taste. They carefully lowered the plates, allowing the children to take what they desired, as if fearful that the scent of blood might taint the innocence of the little ones. Everyone eagerly anticipated the upcoming cherry blossom viewing. After all, for this occasion, the usually stern Uchiha clan leader had delegated much of his work to his sons, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to crafting what he claimed would be the most beautiful fireworks on the continent. Thus, when Choga entered the house with floating boat, She happened upon Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, who were idly engaged. Izuna, with a serious demeanor, was contemplating whether to add shredded meat to the bean-curd sushi for the picnic, while Madara, who should have protested, was busy rewarding a horde of ninja cats with dried fish. Choga and Floating Boat are here. Izuna did not lift his head, continuing his experiment. Izuna, are you doing this to take revenge on someone? Choga asked, a bit surprised as she glanced at the rice cakes stuffed into the oily bean curd. Even if you want to stuff rice cakes, shouldn't you at least cook them first? Izuna, not looking up, replied, no need. I've added red bean paste. I believe if this is sweet, it should taste quite good. Floating Boat couldn't help but glance at Madara, who was feeding the cats, and made a cross sign on his chest. Choga, however, had no time to pity Madara. She strained her mind to memorize the shapes of each treat. Faced with the choice between her own suffering and Madara's brotherly affection, she decisively chose to embrace her own fate. Izuna scoffed lightly, expressing his disdain for Choga's methods through his actions. Choga rolled her eyes in response. This is merely a prudent self-defense. As Floating Boat observed their endless banter, he hastily reminded, Choga, don't forget the main matter. Only then did Choga recall, calling out to Madara, surrounded by cats, to come over for a meeting. What is it? Why the urgency? Madara approached, his dark clothing speckled with cat fur, unconcerned about tidying up. Choga sighed. I need to meet with the elders shortly. I should inform you in advance. In advance for what? Izuna queried, somewhat suspicious. It concerns my desire to establish a separate branch. Choga stated directly. Her words were akin to a stone cast into a pond, creating ripples of surprise. Establish a separate branch? You wish to change your surname? Choga glanced at the two before her, noting their somewhat accepting demeanor. Izuna managed to maintain his composure, while Madara seemed not yet enraged. Indeed, Choga affirmed calmly. With a resounding thud, Madara tapped Choga on the head. What? Why the sudden wish to change your surname? Is there an issue with the Uchiha? Choga rubbed her aching forehead. It's not that there's a problem with the Uchiha. Rather, since I have my own territory, I must undertake tasks that are not solely associated with the Uchiha. Then why change your surname? If you're causing trouble, wouldn't it be easier with the Uchiha name? Izuna waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned about the potential fallout for the Uchiha clan. You don't mean to say you want to change your identity to marry Senju Tobirama, do you? Madara suddenly suggested, presenting a shocking notion. Marry Senju Tobirama? What nonsense! Choga exclaimed. Izuna, seemingly ignited, chimed in. Choga, you're the lord now. It should be Tobirama who comes to us. Huh? Choga responded, utterly taken aback, quickly interjecting to prevent the two from spiraling into chaos. What does my surname change have to do with Senju Tobirama? You previously thought the Senju would accept the Uchiha's goodwill, but now that things have escalated, the Uchiha would never concede. Besides, Tobirama and I are merely friends. Why are you so insistent on pairing us together? The three exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. Floating Boat hesitantly inquired, Choga, what do you believe your relationship with Tobirama is? Close friends. Choga replied candidly amidst their bewildered expressions. A relationship built on shared goals. Mutual trust, understanding, and respect. That is what constitutes a close friendship, is it not? Wait. Floating Boat's lips quivered. Who told you that? Madara, Choga answered, unfazed. Madara described his relationship with Hashirama in precisely that manner. Madara felt as though he had been struck by an arrow, looking helplessly at Floating Boat. I swear, I truly regard Hashirama as a brother. Indeed, and thus I see Tobirama as a brother as well, Choga declared, blissfully unaware of the brainwashing that had taken place. Logically speaking, if one were to define friendship as she did, it seemed to hold some merit. Yet, for reasons unknown, the three before her felt as though they had been momentarily silenced. Setting aside Choga's matters, Madara, unwilling to witness her marry the white-haired one, directed a serious gaze at his brother. Madara, I will have nephews and nieces in the future, correct? That child's matters should be discussed with the girl first. Madara's gaze wandered, uncertain. Izuna shot his brother a warning look, finally steering the conversation away from that topic. Did you encounter Tobirama during your previous mission? Choga finally engaged her mind. That bastard with the white hair. Izuna seethed. That scoundrel is quite adept at fishing in troubled waters. Had it not been for our thorough preparations, we would have unwittingly crafted a wedding garment for the Senju. Isn't that normal? Choga, facing their astonished gazes, endeavored to defend Tobirama. In fact, I was planning according to Tobirama's style. He is far more adept in this regard than I. What? You planned it in accordance with Senju Tobarama's style? Madara erupted in agitation. I knew this reckless endeavor was not something you would undertake. Hey, how can you speak so? Choga retorted, slightly aggrieved. Even if it's not my style, it's still an idea of mine. Clearly, Tobarama excels at finding a path in dire situations, discovering how to protect his clan when faced with the impossible. I, on the other hand, am more suited to gradual accumulation of strength. No wonder I sensed this plan was a gamble. I thought you were just too eager, Choga. Uchiha Izuna let out a long sigh. No wonder Senju Tobarama has such a firm grasp on the situation. Choga looked at Uchiha Izuna with a hint of annoyance. Not wishing to delve into his previous thoughts, she quickly steered the conversation back. Did Senju Tobarama deduce that this plan was conceived by me? Uchiha Izuna reluctantly nodded. Observing Choga's somewhat pleased demeanor, he couldn't help but reminisce about the events that transpired. Chapter 28. The Bridegroom on that day. Uchiha Izuna was leading his clan in final preparations when he stumbled upon others engaged in the same endeavor. When he hurriedly brought Uchiha Madara along, he immediately spotted the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobarama. Uchiha Izuna fumed inwardly, but his lips curled into a mocking taunt. I never imagined the Senju clan would resort to undermining Uchiha's plans. Truly, they are the illustrious leaders of the Ninja Alliance. Tobarama appeared slightly miffed. Are your actions truly above reproach? This question was almost a gift, and Uchiha Izuna scoffed in response. We are currently allied with the vassals of Lord Kira. What issue is there in expanding our lord's territory? We possess an official background and noble status, unlike your wild clan. Expanding territory? Tobarama's tone turned increasingly derisive. How few of you Uchiha are there? Can you truly outpace the Senju? The Uchiha clan might be family-centric, but the Senju were the recognized leaders of the Ninja Alliance. Be careful I don't ruin your plans. Uchiha Izuna was well aware of this reality. No matter how well prepared the Uchiha were, they could not rival the Ninja Alliance led by the Senju. He maintained his facade of dignity. You needn't worry about that. But regarding your Senju's desire to switch allegiances, is anyone in the Ninja Alliance aware? There may be many within the Ninja Alliance, but there are also many who will seek to take their share. Are you certain the Senju can manage without backlash? As the saying goes, fear your brother's suffering, but more so fear your brother's ambition. The relationships among the ninja clans are similarly complex. While alliances must be strong, they cannot be too overpowering. Tobarama indeed had some reservations, staring at Uchiha Izuna for a moment. Then we Senju must secure that control. Uchiha Izuna bowed his head in contemplation before reluctantly nodding in agreement. While the two brothers exchanged barbs, their elder brothers had already discreetly gathered together. Tobarama had been unusually anxious lately, and Hashirama, observing the verbal sparring between his younger siblings, quietly remarked to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara scrutinized the situation but could not discern what about this seemingly calm puppet made Hashirama perceive urgency. Are you simply overthinking this? Absolutely not. Hashirama shook his head vigorously. It's evident. Tobarama has been much more irritable than before. I bet he hasn't paid me back since I lost that wager. Isn't that because you've lost too much? Uchiha Madara quipped. You shouldn't treat your brother like this. He glanced at Tobarama's graying hair, seriously suspecting it was due to worrying over his unreliable elder brother. After a moment of hesitation, Hashirama seemed to finally resolve himself. Is there anything I can assist you with? He asked quietly, knowing Uchiha Madara was usually proud and disdainful of accepting help from others. However, if Uchiha Madara faced difficulties in family succession, he would be more than willing to lend a hand. Uchiha Madara looked at Hashirama with some surprise. Having never shared this burden with his friend, Hashirama noted that the dispute between the brothers had subsided. Scratching his head, Tobarama mentioned that your family might be facing some issues. Both Uchiha brothers felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes instinctively converging on Tobarama. Tobarama scoffed dismissively. You wouldn't have conceived such a plan were it not for Izuna. He met the brothers' surprised yet hostile gazes with an unchanging expression. This plan must have been proposed by Choga. Only she possesses the insight and courage to think outside her identity. However, she typically shuns high-stakes gambles that jeopardize innocent lives. So, what mischief have you two concocted to frighten her? This line of reasoning was indeed sound, but Uchiha Izuna remained skeptical of Tobarama's attitude. However, this plan should involve the Senju clan, no? Do you not care? Tobarama wore a look of disdain, some words caught in his throat. Only swallowed due to the identity of his interlocutor. In matters concerning the family, Each should rely on their own abilities. What is there to be concerned about? He then sneered. Furthermore, with the Uchiha's lackluster operations, I could easily seize certain advantages. For that, I owe thanks to you, the logistics commander. Incensed by Tobarama's provocation, Uchiha Izuna felt his temper flare, singeing white hair. Witnessing his younger siblings once again embroiled in a quarrel, Hashirama suddenly realized. No wonder, Madara. You previously suggested marrying Choga to Tobarama. Shut up. Uchiha Madara, flustered and irate, struggled to ignore his brother's somewhat feral gaze. That matter is no longer feasible. After speaking, he glanced at Tobarama's reddening ears, only to feel a surge of aggravation. Reflecting on the situation, Uchiha Izuna found that overwhelming sense of distress still lingered. He grimaced, steering the conversation back to its original course. Now, tell me, why the desire to change surnames? Choga hesitated slightly. It is somewhat related to marriage. She spoke haltingly. Brother Madara, my marriage is still subject to clan involvement. Have you not noticed that the elders have been introducing potential suitors to me lately? Introductions are inconsequential. Uchiha Madara remarked nonchalantly. If you dislike them, Izuna and I can handle it for you. Choga shot Uchiha Madara an exasperated look. Understanding her expression, he suddenly jumped up. You mean me? Choga nodded. Yes, precisely you. In truth, Choga did not lack comprehension. After all, with such a grand city at stake, it was only natural for the elders to wish to reclaim it through her marriage. However, concerning the choice of groom, Choga firmly declined. For Choga, Uchiha Madara was nominally a cousin, but in reality, a brother, and their relationship felt more akin to that of a father. Who would ever consider marrying someone who constantly oversees their life? No matter how handsome, that was simply unacceptable. Moreover, what could they achieve in marriage? Introducing each other to lovers? That was absolutely out of the question. It was far safer to retain autonomy over her marital choices. Cough. Uchiha Izuna also recognized the dire implications of this scenario, his mouth twitching as he pondered for a moment. This is indeed a significant issue. I shall handle it. He observed the expressions of Choga and his brother, who looked as though they were contemplating a savior, and then glanced at the stunned Fubu, deeply sensing that this family would be in dire straits without him. Chapter 29. The Triumvirate Trial. Choga stood before the elders of her clan, facing the Triumvirate Trial. Directly before her sat Uchiha Madara, the current acting clan leader, representing the authority of their house, while to her left was Uchiha Izuna, the future clan leader's advisor, who had taken charge of clan affairs. The elders of the Uchiha clan were seated accordingly. Uchiha Choga, why have you resigned from the position of the artisan supervisor? Are you aware that this is detrimental to the overall interests of the Uchiha clan? An angry voice proclaimed. Choga cast a glance upwards. It is Elder 5, in charge of economic affairs. At this moment, he was flushed, clearly having been significantly provoked. Choga remained calm, her expression unperturbed. You claim this is for the benefit of the Uchiha clan? Is this not a position bestowed upon me by my maternal uncle? What relation does it have to the Uchiha clan? Even if I were indeed an Uchiha, it would still be my personal property, as well as that of my future children. I have never heard of a clan demanding that children inherit their maternal uncle's estate. The rationale behind Xiao Yan's situation is undeniably sound. Regardless of the immense effort expended in the construction of the blast furnace and the textile machinery, and the honor it brought her, it is true that her initial position as the official in charge of craftsmanship was a result of her request to swap roles with a court lady. This position was granted by Kira, her uncle by marriage, out of concern that Xiao Yan might struggle to find a suitable husband due to her status. Strictly speaking, this had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. At that moment, the fifth elder found himself at a loss for words. Glancing around in desperation, the elders were nodding off, while Uchiha Madara sat expressionless, counting the seams of the tatama mats, and Izuna was fixated on the tea before him, as if he had never tasted such exquisite leaves. Everyone in that room understood that Xiao Yan was not one to be easily intimidated. As long as she had not made a firm decision, matters could still be negotiated, but once she set her mind to something, even the strongest bull could not sway her. Moreover, considering her past audacity in challenging the clan's authority, why would she care about this particular issue? The fifth elder felt somewhat wronged. After all, he was merely playing his part. Truth be told, he was the most fond of Xiao Yan among the elders. Since her arrival, the clan's economy had flourished exponentially, with no one suffering from hunger, and the weapons and medicines were of the highest quality. Even the clan's educational opportunities for women had expanded to include girls from collateral branches, who would not appreciate a life of abundance, who would not cherish a bright future, who would not admire Chao Yin for bringing all of this. Yet, he never anticipated that Chao Yin, fully aware of the potential repercussions, would resolutely choose the most unfavorable decision. It was clear that a slight compromise could lead to a harmonious resolution, yet she stubbornly refused to yield. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. After a considerable pause, another elder attempted to mediate. Why not resign from your position at a later date? At the very least, you should communicate with the clan. Chao Yin shrugged her shoulders. You must consider my gender. I am dealing with a blast furnace capable of producing over 10,000 pounds of molten steel daily and an endless supply of fabric. I was able to take on this role because initially, no one grasped the specifics. Now that it has become so significant, shouldn't a proper male official be appointed instead? She emphasized the term male, asserting, it is better for me to leave voluntarily than to be ousted. The others exchanged glances, realizing the truth in her words. After all, the notion of male officials was an accepted truth of the time. In theory, women were expected to occupy roles within the inner palace, serving as court ladies, priestesses, or as the ceremonial rulers. However, Chao Yin had leveraged her powerful connections, using her status as a royal court lady to gain access to the previously overlooked position of official in charge of craftsmanship. Yet, to govern what had now transformed into a coveted treasury, desired by all, was perhaps overly ambitious. From this perspective, her choice to request a city as a reward was entirely reasonable, as cities were among the few properties inherited through bloodlines. Even a woman could manage a city before marriage, provided that upon marriage, her husband would take over the responsibilities, an important asset that would naturally be passed to her children. Chao Yin was, after all, destined to marry, and compared to the potentially distant Uchiha clan, the cities represented a far more advantageous choice for her future and that of her children. Everyone in the room understood the intricate web of interests involved. Yet no one wished to be the one to relinquish anything. Uchiha Madara attempted to soften the situation. Chao Yin, it is true that this property is bestowed upon you by your maternal family and is meant for your future children. However, you cannot manage a city single-handedly. Chao Yin nodded in agreement. She could not possibly govern a recently reclaimed city alone. She could already envision the numerous exclusive operating rights, the vast landowners, and the tangled relationships that would complicate matters. Only with sufficient manpower and support could she shape the city according to her vision. Otherwise, she would end up like the charred lord forced to cede land and property. In light of her aspirations, conceding a portion of her interests to the Uchiha clan seemed a remarkably shrewd transaction. That is certainly true, Chao Yin replied earnestly. However, as a descendant of intermarriage with outsiders, according to Uchiha clan regulations, I should be able to remove the Uchiha surname and establish a branch family, correct? Madara's gaze sharpened, realizing that while he expected her to propose becoming a branch family member, he did not anticipate such a claim. This was an ancient regulation of the Uchiha clan. Typically, intermarriage with outsiders would dilute the bloodline, and to prevent such dilution from weakening the clan, each bloodline family had similar rules. Descendants of the clan who intermarry with outsiders, if they lack ninja talent or cannot become ninjas, may choose to become a branch family. After all, the Sharingan and the ninja were the essence of the Uchiha clan. The rarity and maintenance of these abilities were paramount. Thus, the more precious tools had their prerequisites. Generally, males who did not become ninjas would voluntarily transition to branch family status, while females were often coerced into it only after failing to find suitable matches within the clan. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan was a family of ninjas, and thus, it was fair for them to either become ninjas or bear ninja offspring, right? How infuriatingly fair. Chapter 30. Cherry Blossom viewing there was no need to become a branch family just yet. After all, Chao Yin, you do not currently have a fiancé, so there is no rush to settle down, a voice chimed in. Chao Yin was too preoccupied with her silent standoff with Uchiha Madara to discern which elder had spoken. But she knew their favored match for her was none other than the man before her, Uchiha Madara. What a joke. Chao Yin inwardly cursed, her eyes delivering a clear warning to Madara. Should he refuse again, they would be forced into marriage. Madara felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, suddenly alert. This was not due to any aversion to Chao Yin. In fact, he would readily accept if she chose to remain unmarried and live with him as she did now. He had even envisioned a future where she would move in, and the three families would reside together. However, the mere thought of marrying Chao Yin was terrifying. For Madara, although he viewed Chao Yin and Izuna in different lights, both held significant places in his heart. If Izuna was his comrade in battle, Chao Yin was the embodiment of his purest self, the innocent childhood he wished to protect. Regardless, he was not insane. Who would contemplate marrying their childhood sister? Madara was acutely aware of Chao Yin's bodily changes, and given their shared history, the idea of romantic entanglement was utterly impossible. Chao Yin and Uchiha Madara exchanged a glance, both clearly recognizing the impending disaster reflected in each other's eyes. They instinctively turned to their most trusted ally, Uchiha Izuna. "You two better get it together. Don't place all your burdens on me." Izuna silently fumed, wondering if Senju Tobirama faced a similar situation with his unreliable brother Hashirama. Yet, he was certain his plight was worse. For while Tobirama only had to contend with his duplicitous elder brother, he had to navigate the complexities of two naive souls. Uchiha Izuna cleared his throat softly, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. Now that the Uchiha clan possesses a city, it can rightfully be regarded as a noble lineage. The solutions available to nobility far exceed those accessible to mere shinobi. As the lord of this city, Choga, you need not distance yourself so drastically from the Uchiha family. Would you consider becoming the clan elder of the Uchiha? A flicker of excitement sparked in everyone's eyes. The position of clan elder, a role typically reserved for vassals, would signify the bond between the Uchiha family and Choga, ensuring she remained entwined with them. Moreover, the status of clan elder, subordinate only to the clan leader, was well above that of the other clan members, befitting Choga's identity as a city lord. Unlike the elders, who could only be of Uchiha blood, the clan elder role could be held by her even if she chose to adopt a different surname, thus transforming into a branch family member. Most importantly, the role was administrative in nature. While significant, it bore less weight in a clan where status was predominantly determined by martial prowess. Given that the Uchiha had historically lived as warriors, they possessed little experience in governance. Choga, compared to outsiders, would naturally have a closer connection. Amidst the unanimous agreement, Choga officially became the clan elder of the Uchiha, and in accordance with her wishes, her surname was changed to Hoshino, aligning with her city. This signified that from this day forth, she had finally gained the autonomy to dictate her own marriage and future. As the meeting concluded, Choga listened to the elders lamenting and muttering sentiments such as, "You children do not comprehend the importance of benefits. Women must always marry. You regard each other as siblings. But after marriage, it would be just fine." Unable to suppress a hidden eye roll, she sighed internally. "Choga, it's time to go." Uchiha Madara called to the now somewhat despondent Choga. "Let us go enjoy the cherry blossoms. You have certainly been under considerable stress lately." Instead of rising, Choga reclined onto the ground. "Brother Madara," she hesitated, gazing at the pristine ceiling. "What if I were to propose establishing a fairer place where people could live more happily? What do you think?" Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. "Have you found the path you wish to tread? Then what is there to hesitate over? The Uchiha clan does not shrink from their dreams." Uchiha Izuna smiled. "Choga, even fledglings must eventually leave the nest. However, rather than a sparrow that resides in its nest, I hope you become a swallow that traverses continents." He glanced at Choga, who appeared somewhat moved. "But for now, let us celebrate your newfound freedom." With that, he and Uchiha Madara flanked her and led her to the cherry blossom trees. A gust of wind swept through, and amidst the falling petals, Choga spotted Fushu, already prepared with cherry blossom viewing paraphernalia. As she beheld the exuberantly blooming cherry blossoms and the prayer notes hanging from the branches, she momentarily felt as if she were transported back to the festival during the full moon. Everything seemed altered, yet, paradoxically, it felt unchanged. She gently picked up a prayer note, its delicate handwriting wishing for someone's safety. Another note expressed a hope that another individual would no longer be dispatched on missions, bearing faint traces of tears. Choga surveyed the joyous throngs in the distance, children frolicking beneath the cherry trees, shinobi congregating to converse and share drinks, and women with visibly relaxed expressions, free from the sorrow that once enveloped them. They seemed to have shed the Uchiha's sharp and proud exterior, revealing their innermost selves akin to ordinary people. As twilight descended, Uchiha Taijima, the current clan leader, who had often been perceived as somewhat aloof, carefully placed a massive iron ball, taller than himself, on the flat ground outside the clan grounds and ignited it. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of an earthquake, The enormous firework ascended skyward, exploding in a dazzling display that showered countless smaller fireworks across the darkened sky, leaving behind trails of light. Indeed, Uchiha Taijima spoke true. This was undoubtedly the most magnificent fireworks display the Uchiha clan had ever witnessed, akin to the most beautiful season of cherry blossoms and the brightest moonlight. The exhilarated clan members, dissatisfied with the early disappearance of the fireworks, began to launch various fire techniques into the sky, painting it crimson. This scene, which would ordinarily instill fear, was enveloped in warmth overnight, losing its intimidating essence. Choga, feeling somewhat intoxicated, discarded the notion of ladylike decorum and burst into song, a cheerful, albeit unrefined melody that conveyed her joy. May the blossoms bloom with fragrant beauty eternally, dancing with fervor, blooming in delight, with hands waving until dawn breaks. May life henceforth be devoid of unpredictability. Let us sing and revel in joyous laughter. Yes, may the blossoms bloom with fragrant beauty eternally. May life henceforth be devoid of unpredictability. May we all freely command our destinies. Chapter 31. Hoshino Castle. As Choga was no longer an Uchiha. Despite her close ties with the clan's leaders, she had indeed become a vassal and ally of the Uchiha. However, as a branch family member, she could no longer access the clan's highest secrets, thereby precluding her from participating in the construction of the city. This responsibility was delegated to the soon-to-be-appointed Uchiha Madara. Consequently, Choga arrived at Hoshino Castle. Yet, upon gazing at the dilapidated city walls, witnessing the citizens huddled in dark corners resembling mere skeletons, and observing the ragged soldiers devoid of weaponry, an overwhelming urge to despair surged within her. Though she had envisioned potential insurrections by the soldiers and was aware of the dire circumstances following the enemy's devastation, she had prepared for the possibility of such grim realities, even arranging for relief supplies in advance. However, when she finally laid eyes upon the empty storerooms, where even rats would starve, her heart momentarily stopped. She glanced weakly at her only two aides, Fushu and Kitamaki Shuichi, and the latter, still in a transitional phase of employment, could only lament the bleakness of her future. With her hands cradling her head, she squatted down, taking a moment to compose herself. Fushu, I must ask you to assess the situation within the city. We need to distribute relief supplies swiftly, for those people may not endure much longer. Choga finally regained her composure and rose, recalling the skeletal figures she had encountered along the way and the half-dead individuals lying in the houses. Fushu nodded. Having experienced a city massacre once, she had anticipated the conditions within the city, and in truth, the current situation was far better than she had expected. Choga felt a measure of relief. She then turned to Kitamaki Shuichi. Mr. Kitamaki, could you please select some suitable individuals from among the citizens to organize training? To maintain order and eliminate thieves? Is it truly a meritocracy? Kitamaki Shuichi's eyes flickered. Indeed, after all, weren't those officials the first to perish alongside the city and the nation? Choga replied with a hint of irony. While she understood that some might indeed have perished alongside their city and nation, in the current tumultuous times, the vast majority had likely fled incognito to seek refuge elsewhere, waiting for the turmoil to subside before covertly returning, which was hardly blameworthy. However, the leaders of the city were not mere civilians. They could be captured. They could be ransomed. There were myriad ways for them to preserve their lives. Yet, they fled. They abandoned the defenseless citizens who were bereft of weaponry and had never learned to kill. They cast aside their subjects, who could be slaughtered for amusement at any moment. And they forsook the very populace that had sustained them, leaving those people to languish in hell. Kikuki Shuichi nodded calmly. Yet he had some suggestions regarding Asageo's plan. Should we first pay a visit to the prominent families and religious establishments? Under normal circumstances, the city would indeed be inhabited by landlords who dominate most of the land, along with revered temples or shrines. Together, they form the upper echelons of this community, and even the somewhat weaker local lords must heed their influence. She understood Shuichi's intent. She should currently seek out a few surviving heirs on the streets, then control these individuals to govern the city, lest the already escaped heirs return to reap the rewards. However, Asagao waved her hand, her face bearing a rare flicker of coldness. No need for that. These patriots from the East died in loyalty after their suffering. Although we are enemies with the East, it is better to erect a monument for such loyal souls as soon as possible. Her meaning was clear. Since we feign their deaths, let them not return for real. Shuichi nodded, his smile exceedingly gentle. As for the remaining lands, Asagao's eyes gleamed. We have evidence. Let's promptly distribute the rights to these lands to the tenants. With rent set at 1/10. 1/10. Isn't that a bit low? Only the church demands 1/10. I fear such a meager tax won't sustain this city. Normally, it should be at least 70%, especially after the recent disaster, perhaps even 80. Asagao shook her head. I had previously set aside some resources just in case. It should suffice for a while. As for the rest, what do you think about selling luxury goods to the east? Fujo frowned. That is feasible. But the Uchiha clan is no longer a ninja clan, and we need to find alternative sales channels. Should we contact the Senju? Asagao nodded cautiously. The Senju family is currently consolidating their previous gains. With the food crisis looming, they will be even more desperate than us. After all, the Senju, in name, possess no lands, and their food and medicine rely on external supplies. Fujo gestured in agreement. In the days to come, even Asagao wished to forget the chaotic life that ensued. Or rather, Asagao and her companions finally began to understand why those in higher society often disregarded the common folk as less than human. They endured sufferings among these ignorant masses that they had never experienced in their lives. Previously, Asagao had only interacted with well-educated ninja heirs, or branches of the ninja clan. And higher still were the noble-born court ladies, consorts, and palace attendants. Even the most inferior among them were courtesans who had received education, capable of writing poetry and playing a couple of instruments. As for Fujo, setting aside her royal lineage and the high status of her mother and wealthy stepfather, even after her family's downfall and her forced descent to courtesanship, she still held considerable value in her mother's eyes due to her remarkable lineage, stunning beauty, and exceptional talents. Naturally, she could not lower her status to associate with the lowest classes. Even the currently most unfortunate Shuichi was a descendant of a prominent family. Assigned a position from infancy, it is evident that the soldiers he interacted with were, at the very least, well-bred individuals bearing their own horses and weapons. Now, however, they found themselves dealing with a multitude of illiterates who could not even recognize a single character or count beyond their fingers. Thus, it was only natural that they faced considerable hardships among these utterly uneducated individuals. Initially, they would inquire, "Where do you live? How many people are in your family? How much land do you have?" Later, it evolved into questions like, "Your neighbor, the hunchbacked one? Or the one with the scar on his face? How many children does that hunchback have? Is the land he cultivates the hillside from the pine trees to the stones?" To be frank, they finally understood why those noble ladies in tales often found themselves bested by illiterate women in the inner chambers. For even if they meant well and chose not to compete, encountering such situations left them utterly dumbfounded. Yet, even with their painstaking efforts and statistics, despairing questions still emerged. For instance, they finally grasped that when someone claimed their household had 1, 2, or 3 members, it could indeed mean 3, but it might also signify 6. They learned not to ask how many children had been born, for they would respond, 11, 12, 13. But if one were to ask how many children remained, they would reply, 1, 2, 3. They understood not to inquire about infants accidentally crushed by their parents. They learned that a household's children might not necessarily belong to the same parents, as it could include numerous siblings of the same mother but of unknown fathers, along with children born before marriage to the household's male head. They realized not to heed the endless laments of courtesans, but rather to treat their ailments swiftly and send them to work or night school. They acknowledged that infants found on the streets should be sent directly to orphanages for collective upbringing, rather than returned to their parents. They understood that if they encountered someone boasting of their physical strength and attempting to rob workers of their meals, they should promptly detain and punish them in public. They learned to deal with the bandits still lurking outside the city by ignoring their incessant grievances and executing them one by one before the public eye. They recognized the need to avoid hastily promoting new crops, instead opting for large-scale lightning techniques to utilize nitrogen fertilizer generated from the air, enhancing food production without harming anyone. They grasped the importance of refraining from blindly demolishing temples and shrines, instead employing a carefully researched resonant bell capable of driving away evil spirits, adorned with a heavenly appearance, claiming it as the deity that the local lord had long worshipped. They came to understand that possessing some knowledge did not grant them the authority to unilaterally teach night classes, but rather, after recording the curriculum, They would need to apply Fujo's illusionary techniques and Asagayo's chakra cultivation skills to conduct immersive lessons for their audience. It is easy to imagine how. In such a chaotic environment, they became accustomed to desperately trying to cover tin pots with a single lid, calmly watching the uncovered pots overflow with muck, leading to even worse conditions. A plethora of similarly absurd mishaps emerged over these months, and at times, even Asagao could not help but lament, given our incompetence. Why has this city not yet perished? Not only had it not perished, but akin to grass flourishing after spring rains, the city had inexplicably blossomed into a vibrant landscape. Faced with this newly appointed, clumsy, and chaotic group of novice officials, the citizens under their governance had transitioned from mere trust to a fervent belief. They confidently left their children at nurseries, untroubled by the fear of them being used as sacrificial offerings. They secretly summoned the young men hidden in the mountains back to the city. They covertly reported to the Lord's residents about the bandits hiding in the ravines. They earnestly followed the Lord's advice, comfortably borrowing and renting tools from the Lord's estate. Asagao took a moment to reflect, concluding that the previous rulers had been so woefully inadequate that the citizens, accustomed to mistreatment, had grown quite content with the current state of chaos. After all, one does not fear decay, but rather the fear of something worse. As the relatively better of two rotten apples, the novice officials of Hoshino City swiftly garnered the affection of the populace. The men had grown accustomed to rising each day with the toll of the Lord's bell, laboring for the Lord, consuming 3 meals prepared by the women organized by the Lord's estate, receiving education under the Lord's arrangement in the evenings, and finally drifting into slumber in the homes provided by the Lord. The women had adapted to sending their children to the nursery, subsequently engaging in weaving under the Lord's guidance, only to retrieve their children after their labor. The courtesans had become accustomed to choreographing mundane songs and dances, performing under the stars at the once beloved altar of the former Lord, earning the cheers of the simple farmers and workers. The children had also grown used to being sent to the nursery by their parents, where they learned the most basic knowledge in numbers. Eventually, the luxurious goods sold by the Senju family brought wealth and sustenance to Hoshino City. In due course, Fubu rekindled contact with her half-sister, placing a substantial order. Subsequently, enormous chimneys, seemingly reaching for the sky, rose in the once tranquil and beautiful city, exuding black peony blossoms that symbolized a life of affluence. Following this, merchants, escorted by various samurai and ninjas, transported batch after batch of porcelain, glass, textiles, and medicines, leaving behind a mountain of grain and other essential supplies. Later, Kiki pulled in several former comrades, and after training, they would gather at night to drink, occasionally lamenting the absence of beautiful courtesans. When autumn finally arrived, on the day the grain was harvested and stored, Hoshino City joyfully celebrated the bounty. A messenger carrying the statue of the flying pasta deity strode proudly at the forefront. Thanks to this great deity, which bestowed such a splendid life upon the people, children and adults alike continuously offered freshly picked flowers in devotion. The farmers, clad in newly made, absurdly wide-sleeved garments that imitated their imagined upper class, strolled along the streets with their wives and children, proud and buoyant. Unmarried female workers spent half a month's wages merely to acquire a beautiful talisman on the streets. The children, their faces round with baby fat, dashed about under the guidance of older kids. The streets bustled, brimming with chaotic stalls and throngs of people. As Chayu and others ascended the keep of the Lord's estate to admire the lively, yet somewhat crude festivities, the sky remained devoid of stars and moon, while the ground sparkled with a radiant galaxy. Chapter 32. The Flying Pasta Deity Chayu. You haven't conducted enough countryside visits this month. Fubu finally cornered Chayu, brandishing a thick stack of statistical reports, sternly pointing out the work records. This was their newly established system. While it couldn't be said that impoverished mountains breed cunning folk, everyone had barely clawed their way out of the brink of poverty, deeply understanding the terrifying nature of competition and the scarcity of food. This directly led to some promoted officials feeling remorseful about wastefulness, resulting in peculiar items appearing inexplicably in the hands of those who favored them rather than those who needed them. Thus, it became necessary for Chayu and a few others to regularly conduct countryside inspections, using the presence of people to caution those blinded by the allure of resources. Emerging from the laboratory, Chayu was disheveled, having just completed an experiment. Initially dazed and ready to retire for the night, She was startled to see Fubu suddenly appear before her. Admitting her struggle against sleepiness, her mind clouded. She acquiesced to Fubu's request. Then I shall depart tomorrow morning. Where are we headed this time? Fubu hesitated. The destination is rather special. It lies at the border with fan-shaped city, and more importantly, it is adjacent to the Senju family's power center. She felt a hint of unease. Perhaps we should delay and bring more people along. No need. Chayu firmly sought to clear her mind. The fan-shaped city is governed by Izuna, while the Senju family oversees Tobarama. They are currently engaged in mutual scheming. Your presence would complicate matters. Although Chayu was unsure of the rivalry between the two, she had always believed that the rational Tobarama and the emotional Izuna should get along splendidly. After all, the Uchiha and Senju clans were often compared. Much like the understanding shared between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it seemed that Izuna and Tobarama, as future clan leaders, would have much in common, particularly since they were both supported by Uchiha Madara, a skilled fighter, and Senju Hashirama, equally adept in battle. Chayu felt that if they could share a drink and vent about their elder brothers, they would undoubtedly find a kindred spirit in one another. However, strangely enough, every time the two met, new conflicts arose, regardless of Chayu's efforts to mediate. Fubu, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "Honestly, in a situation where two hungry wolves bare their teeth, any sane person would flee as far as possible. But I heard there's a cult performing a ritual over there. Can you handle it alone? Is the flying pasta deity ineffective?" Chayu queried in surprise. "Haven't we already designated the object and method of the ritual?" "Indeed. Do you recall our earlier conversation about the flying pasta deity?" Fubu asserted earnestly. "They have truly succeeded. They solemnly proclaimed to the people that the world was created by the flying pasta deity after a drunken stupor, hence the plethora of problems. However, if one wishes to believe in the flying pasta deity, they shall receive the blessing of the boiled." "And how does one express faith?" Chayu inquired. "By partaking in beer and noodles. Consuming them signifies belief." Surprisingly, many individuals converted to the faith of the flying pasta deity after this meal, with effects so profound that even other sects were compelled to offer feasts. Yet, when the populace discovered that the flying pasta deity could indeed drive away evil gods, thanks to the military suppression led by Kiki, yet another statue was added to the plethora of sacred sites, regardless of the religious affiliation. Chayu had even heard a renowned religious figure proclaiming how their deity had cunningly subdued the flying pasta deity. When people realized that believing in the flying pasta deity could yield unimaginable harvests, largely attributed to Chayu's research into thunder techniques that boosted grain yield with natural nitrogen, this great deity swiftly expanded its dominion over various blessings such as harvests, medicine, and progeny. Chayu, having witnessed a noble couple journeying from afar to beseech the flying pasta deity for children, couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of life. Now, she found herself pondering whether this deity, born from jest, might one day genuinely replace a true god and establish its own temple. How could the flying pasta deity possibly be ineffective? Fubu retorted with conviction. "Those minions of the evil gods deliberately avoid us, yet we are still the most convenient option. With resources aplenty, they must pass by during their rituals." Chayu harbored doubts about whether Fubu was genuinely ensnared by the tenets of the flying pasta deity. Tentatively, she asked, "Do you remember that we fabricated the flying pasta deity?" "Of course I do," Fubu replied effortlessly. Chayu scrutinized Fubu's expression, growing cautious lest she inadvertently strike a nerve. "Then why do you believe in a flying mass of noodles? The deity of flying spaghetti is merely a jest. There exists no element of surrealism within it." Fujo paused for a moment, gazing at the cautiously attentive Chao Yen before bursting into laughter. "Of course, I am aware that this is our little joke. My memory is not so poor as to forget such a triviality. What I venerate is not a noodle with wings, but rather the wisdom and courage that humanity can possess, rivaling that of the divine." Fujo's smile remained as gentle and captivating as ever, reminiscent of the tender yet fragile wives who believe in their husbands. It is utterly unfathomable that it was her prior actions, for reasons unknown, that led to the betrayal of the Uchiha alliance and the Senju-led ninja coalition, resulting in a scarcity of resources for both sides. This compelled Uchiha Madara to abandon the city of Tuanfan, leaving Uchiha Izuna in command, thus creating the current chaotic battlefield. This was also the fundamental reason why Chao Yen insisted that Fujo remain in the city and forbade her from visiting the countryside to offer comfort. After all, should Fujo venture out, she might never return. Chapter 33. The Ritual of the Malevolent Deity. Before dawn, Chao Yan set out early, intending to conduct an impromptu inspection of the village. Yet, upon arrival, she quickly sensed something amiss. The village was fortified to an extent that reminded her of her initial days in Xingye City. Without immediate inquiry, Chao Yan adhered to her original plan and began to comfort the villagers while simultaneously assessing the village's condition. Have you set up the training ground? Are there enough bows? You should have 10 sets of armor. Oh, you placed them here. Is that not inconvenient for access? The idols? They are in the shrine. And where are your ancestors' tablets? Oh, beneath the idol. After meticulously verifying each detail and touring the farmers' homes, Chao Yan finally breathed a reluctant sigh of relief upon confirming the structural integrity of the houses and the presence of ample ingredients aside from salt. With winter approaching, she patiently advised the village chief to pay attention to the heating situation. Additionally, during the new year, we shall distribute pastries to children under 10, and at least a pound of meat to those over 60. I do not wish to witness any more abandoned infants or the elderly cast aside in the mountains. The chief's eyes sparkled with a light that indicated his eagerness to exploit the population disparity. Do not forget to tally the children who will start school next year. And keep an eye on the village's medical situation, Chao Yan reminded him. You may exaggerate a bit, but if the numbers do not match, it could be deemed a grave medical incident, and you would be held accountable. The chief understood the implications behind her words, and the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. Recognizing his comprehension, Chao Yan finally steered the conversation toward her previous concerns. Your current state of vigilance seems excessive. Has there been a recent incident? The relatively well-dressed, middle-aged man hesitated, contemplating for a moment before reluctantly confessing. It is due to some disputes. Chao Yan did not flinch. Is this because you have converted to the worship of the deity of flying spaghetti? Such issues have arisen frequently in recent times. We have even mediated several instances of violent conflict among the populace. The chief's brow furrowed deeper, as if the hardships of life had etched lines of suffering upon his face. Yes, the followers of the malevolent deity have become increasingly audacious, and they plan to conduct a sacrifice. A realization dawned upon Chao Yan. A human sacrifice? Her expression grew grave as she cautiously inquired about the extent of his knowledge regarding the matter. To her surprise, the chief was indeed informed, mentioning a location within the territory previously claimed by the Senju clan. This area has endured turmoil alongside us, yet now it faces even harsher exploitation. Previously, the Senju had seized a significant territory under the auspices of the Uchiha, and now, following the appointment of a new city lord, they were engaged in a struggle against the newly installed leadership of the territories they had commandeered. To put it plainly, the Senju clan now represented the upper echelon of society in the city that Chao Yan had previously mentioned should be dealt with. It was unsurprising that they had not dispatched aid to the common people. After all, city lords are primarily driven by profit. Aside from naive benefactors like Chao Yan, who in their right mind would invest in the fortification of a city that could easily be seized. While Chao Yan understood the motivations of those in power, she still harbored doubts. Have they not organized any petitions? Typically, if the common folk were truly being exploited to the point of desperation, they would rally under their leaders to seek justice in the capital, though, regardless of the outcome, the leaders would be required to commit seppuku. The chief gave a bitter smile, his wrinkles deepening with weariness. The last petitioners met their end in Luojing last year. Those individuals no longer dare to petition. Chao Yan found herself momentarily speechless, her silence heavy with contemplation. It was the chief who broke the quietude. You need not concern yourself with the malevolent deity. We have the deity of flying spaghetti. He will protect us from the corruption of the malevolent one. Chao Yan had not anticipated such a declaration from the chief. She had assumed he would harbor some degree of reverence for the being they had labeled as malevolent. After all, in this war-torn and exploited region, all lives were equally expendable, with no one more fortunate than the rest. In moments of desperation, the human sacrifice, being both the most precious and the most easily obtainable offering, undoubtedly became the simplest tool for moral coercion. And the worship of this malevolent deity emerged as the most convenient, cost-effective, and thorough solution. Chao Yan had witnessed the chief in various circumstances, reporting the bandit hideouts in the mountains, gathering the remains of his family from the corpses of fallen robbers, and inviting the unknown Chao Yan to share a drink at his wedding feast. Now, his eyes brimmed with hope, his attire was clean and tidy. His home sheltered him from the elements, and just last month, His new wife had given birth to a son. The past, after all, was but a memory, kin affairs. And even deities were subject to the passage of time, as Chao Yin deemed all sacrifices, save for those to the deity of flying spaghetti, to be irrevocably linked to the malevolent deity, punishable by severe repercussions, including expulsion from Xingye City. As the deity of flying spaghetti possessed far greater powers than the deities previously venerated, and as the offerings to the deity of flying spaghetti were so modest as to require merely flowers, while the protection it granted was astonishingly abundant, it became evident that deities and faith were but interchangeable concepts. No, they had not truly abandoned their beliefs. Rather, in the face of ample sustenance, warm abodes, secure lives, stable days, rapidly increasing incomes, and the prospect of a better life within reach, they found themselves no longer reliant on their former deities or endless human sacrifices to numb their dreams. They could now attain everything through their own hands. Chao Yin felt no relief at the disappearance of human sacrifices, nor did she mourn the dissolution of a particular faith. She remained indifferent to whether such beliefs would give rise to a grand spirit, profound thoughts, or brilliant cultures. These were concerns for those tasked with documenting the stories of deities and religious beliefs in the future. What Chao Yin needed to do was simply eradicate these abhorrent human sacrifices from her sight. Chapter 34. Izuna's perspective. When Chao Yin beheld Uchiha Izuna standing alongside Senju Tobarama, a chill ran down her spine. Was this an indication that the ninja would face a united extermination across the continent? Chao Yin could not suppress a glance at the weather outside, deeply questioning whether she had fallen under some form of illusion. Reality indeed surpasses imagination. At least she had never envisioned that the illustrious Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobarama, often regarded as rivals, would one day find themselves seated together in harmony. "What are you babbling about?" Uchiha Izuna remarked, pointing at Senju Tobarama beside him. "Even if he is a heartless fiend, I can still extend a gesture of respect." Choga, displaying polite restraint, refrained from commenting on his words. "Choga, are you here to seek Izuna?" Senju Tobarama asked, his gaze fixed intently on her, inadvertently dismissing Uchiha Izuna's desire to stir trouble. His voice, gentle yet commanding, made Izuna involuntarily shiver. With a derisive scoff, Uchiha Izuna appeared even more displeased, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Choga regarded Senju Tobarama, whose eyes sparkled like rubies with earnestness, as his gaze shifted toward the doorway. Choga momentarily felt the radiant sunlight streaming in, as if ensnared by an illusion. She quickly laughed and shook her head. "Are you discussing the malevolent deity? I happen to have some knowledge on the matter." Senju Tobarama's eyes gleamed even brighter. Uchiha Izuna frowned, clearly disapproving. "This has nothing to do with you. Hurry back to your Hoshino castle." Choga felt a surge of anger at Izuna's attempt to dismiss her. She strode boldly to face him. Leaning over the table with her hands planted firmly, and mockingly inquired, "If this is none of my concern, do you currently have anyone you can trust? Can you guarantee a swift resolution? Or can you assure me that the malevolent deity won't wreak havoc on Toko Castle?" Uchiha Izuna fell silent, aware that he could not make any such guarantees. According to the intelligence available, the malevolent deity would enhance the immortality and combat prowess of its offerings through various sacrifices. Faced with such overwhelming temptation, even Uchiha Izuna found it hard to trust his own clan. After all, body modification had become all too commonplace among the shinobi. So much so that it was hardly regarded with any concern. For instance, when an individual encounters the blood of another family suddenly appearing nearby, they often enviously inquire about the source of such spoils, only to be met with boastful tales, harboring dreams of possessing similar power themselves. This is the typical perspective on body modification within this world. The most illustrative example is the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, which can be effortlessly transplanted, thereby providing the Hyuga with justification for distinguishing between the main and branch families, as well as an excuse to confine the branch family members, maintaining strict control over them. Clearly, when people are indifferent to obtaining materials to enhance themselves from their own kind, they are even less concerned about whether these materials are acquired from a malevolent deity. Even Uchiha Izuna himself, had he not heard of the deity's notoriously capricious nature, known that sacrifices might not yield a response, and recognized the minuscule probability of successful modification, not to mention the potential chaos that could ensue, he might not have been inclined to intervene. After all, it was not his own well-being that was at stake. in a world where everyone could potentially be a follower or protector of the malevolent deity. Uchiha Izuna felt uncertain about his ability to thwart the deity's sacrificial rites in a timely manner. Of course, he also did not know whether the deity would indeed pay attention to the sacrificial site once the rites commenced, and should there be any oversight or failure in organization, how long they could sustain themselves amidst the chaos. However, both Tobirama and I are sufficient, Uchiha Izuna insisted. This has nothing to do with you. How can you say this doesn't concern me? Choga retorted, pouting in displeasure. Setting aside my belief that such things should not exist, my brother and my dear friend are embarking on a perilous mission. Am I to stand idly by while they risk their lives alone? She gazed earnestly at the two men. Do you truly believe I am incapable of assisting? Or do you think I, as the one left behind, can find peace of mind? Uchiha Izuna remained silent, fully aware of Choga's sentiments and resolve. Yet for him, the question lingered. Why should he intervene to stop the malevolent deity? He could simply lead the Uchiha clan away from the city, and thereafter, regardless of whether the deity's sacrificial rites succeeded or failed, or whether the city was obliterated, it would no longer concern him. Merely the destruction of a city that nominally belonged to their clan, merely a relentless sacrificial rite of the malevolent deity, merely the loss of a few lowly commoners. Such events were commonplace on this continent, often met with indifference from all. In fact, should he procure sufficient resources for Choga's reconstruction efforts, the city would hardly be deemed destroyed. It would only entail a loss of population and wealth, a temporary disaster. The city would remain the same, with no tangible loss whatsoever. So why should he seek to thwart the malevolent deity? Because he believed that all his sacrifices bore significance, that his family would ultimately achieve happiness and peace. He believed he could serve as a shield for his loved ones, protecting their lives from suffering. He believed he could safeguard his family, ensuring that their hard work would not be rendered futile. Toko Castle was merely a military encampment. Its destruction would not evoke any sense of loss. However, Hoshino Castle was different. It had transformed into a thriving hub, filled with numerous factories and an abundance of resources. Hoshino Castle had been built with remarkable care, and its vibrancy rendered it irreplaceable. He feared that the malevolent deity would obliterate Toko Castle, subsequently targeting the adjacent Hoshino Castle, annihilating his sister, destroying the Uchiha's means of survival, and ultimately decimating all his kin and everything he held dear. Indeed, he feared death, or rather, all living beings possess an instinct for survival. Yet, when faced with the prospect of a future so despairing that it was almost unfathomable, he would rather take the risk himself. He would prefer to wager his own fate than to stake something far more precious. Thus, I disagree. Ahem. Senju Tobirama interjected, cutting off Uchiha Izuna's protest. I believe it is better to include Choga. With unwavering composure, Senju Tobirama met Uchiha Izuna's murderous glare, his expression unyielding. Choga is our comrade. Therefore, like us, she possesses the capability and the right to choose her own path. Uchiha Izuna was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the man before him. Then shifting his gaze to Choga's hopeful yet resolute eyes, finally conceding with a sense of helplessness. Chapter 35. The confusion and investigation. A young girl was being forcibly dragged into a house by her family, her mother pleading desperately beside her. A crowd had gathered outside, whispering and pointing at the scene unfolding within. But before Choga could grasp the situation, a loud bang resounded as the door was slammed shut, followed by sounds of shouting and the crack of a whip striking flesh. Choga discerned the source of the commotion and frowned involuntarily. Are they beating the child? It seems a bit excessive. She could hear the girl's cries even through the door. Senju Tobirama's expression remained impassive. This is not our concern. It is a matter for that family. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna's voice dripped with sarcasm. Truly, the Senju clan is remarkable. No one understands the hierarchy of status better than you. Oh dear, you shouldn't concern yourselves with that family, interjected a plump woman passing by, presumably a neighbor. She offered an explanation. That girl from the household is nothing but trouble, sneaking out at such a young age to consort with unsavory characters. And when she got caught, her family was none the wiser until it was too late. They had no choice but to seek help in disciplining her. Uchiha Izuna, upon hearing this trivial matter, felt no inclination for banter. He turned to Senju Tobirama and inquired, is there indeed a problem with that family? Tobirama shook his head. The family itself isn't the issue. Rather, several of those who have gone missing recently had been in contact with that girl. Are you suggesting they are all courtesans? Izuna was somewhat taken aback. You actually care about such individuals? It was well known that the Uchiha clan typically only concerned themselves with a select few, occasionally neglecting even their own kin. Just refer to the infamous Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, who annihilated their entire clan. They certainly did not concern themselves with unrelated women of such status. Tobirama, perplexed by Izuna's skepticism, replied, "They are our responsibility. They are under our jurisdiction. Naturally, I must seek clarification." Izuna could not help but feel a surge of respect. Although he found Tobirama's ruthlessness and rigidity unappealing, he recognized the essence of humanity. There are things one might not possess but should still respect in others. It must be said his sister's choice did indeed possess merit. Despite Asagayo's belief that one should never regret their choices, she found herself grappling with her own sense of remorse during the investigation. For Asagao, the process of inquiry felt more akin to a disaster film than a collection of detective stories. "Are you serious?" was the first question she heard upon contact. Asagao was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom what she had just heard. Truly, even for a married woman in a walking marriage system, such words should not be uttered casually. Overwhelmed, Asagao summoned all her learned knowledge in a bid to convince her interlocutor that she was merely a girl abandoned by her family, preferring solitude. The Uchiha clan's educational curriculum proved commendable, at least in that it earned her the other person's belief. Or so she hoped, though a twinge of uncertainty remained. After merely an hour, Asagao found herself meeting a man eager to know her, arranged by the very individual she had previously encountered. Upon examining the memories of this middle-aged man, she discovered he was indeed the one introduced to her by that girl after a transaction. Initially, Asagao questioned whether her jinjutsu had faltered, leading to the earlier encounter. Yet, after managing to deal with that shameless client, she was met with the sight of the girl she had imagined had long escaped, waiting outside. "What do you think? This romantic prospect seems rather promising, doesn't he?" she said, counting a few banknotes with a hint of flirtation. "What did you say?" Asagao could hardly believe her ears. No longer doubting her jinjutsu, she began to wonder if she had unwittingly awakened her Sharingan, only to awkwardly disrupt the girl's mind with her crude illusions. "Do you truly think this is normal?" Asagao felt her voice nearing a breaking point. The girl shot her an incredulous glance, almost perceiving Asagao's reaction as a tantrum. "What's the issue?" It is no exaggeration to say that Asagao felt utterly dumbfounded. After a bewildering exchange, she realized that such transactional relationships were, to her astonishment, rather commonplace among her peers. "You were just a little taken aback, weren't you?" the girl remarked, as if implying that Asagao's reaction was overly dramatic. Asagao conceded she had indeed broadened her horizons. "It's merely a brief romance." The girl summarized their chaotic relationship. But could the duration truly be so brief? Asagao questioned, feeling that upon returning, she might require psychological counseling. The girl appeared somewhat taken aback. "Is there a time limit on romance?" Even if romance lacked a time constraint, it surely could not last less than a day. Asagao felt she had endured enough stimulation and needed to gather herself. A month of romance might be acceptable, yet declaring it love upon first meeting, with a duration of less than a day, was undeniably problematic. The girl, however, seemed to find Asagao's viewpoint unreasonable. But if it lasts too long, how can we seamlessly transition to the next? Asagao, utterly flabbergasted, could only mutter the most crucial phrase. "Seamless transition?" The girl responded with remarkable conviction. "Of course. Love is just like dining. Since we must eat every day, why should there be a gap in love? Can love truly be equated with dining?" Asagao found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Does your family not care for you in such a manner?" Asagao boldly inquired, feeling herself to be the more rational one. "Family?" the girl scoffed. "They only care to keep their distance when they see me, as if my mere presence brings them disgrace. Do your parents not worry about your well-being?" "Worry about what? They'd probably prefer it if I were dead," she replied dismissively. Chapter 36. Violence and misunderstanding. Every girl who enjoys running away from home seems to find their way to a tavern, as if it's an unspoken rule. The gathering place for these young women was indeed a tavern, albeit far more modest compared to what Asagao had encountered in the pleasure district. The girls, likely around Asagao's age, wore intact clothing devoid of patches. With her discerning eye, Asagao could still identify that these young women bore large tattoos on their bodies, some perhaps covering a significant portion, evoking images of the wives of gang leaders. Grouped in clusters, they drank copious amounts of subpar liquor. downing bowl after bowl as if it were the finest nectar. Their attire is rather nice. Asagao initiated a conversation. Is it provided by the tavern? Huh. One girl responded with impatience. What kind of poor tavern would provide uniforms? This is all our own clothing. Asagao observed closely. The fabric was indeed of decent quality. Some even well-fitted. While the price of cloth had diminished considerably, it was still remarkable that they could wear such garments as everyday attire, suggesting they were not particularly impoverished. The girl scrutinized Asagao's expression, curious about her thoughts, and couldn't help but scoff. Surely, you don't think we all come from families so destitute that we can't afford clothes? Asagao certainly did not hold such beliefs, knowing that truly impoverished girls had long been sent to work as maids or become courtesans. The girl's demeanor softened slightly as she observed Asagao's reaction. No one here has a particularly dismal background. Look at that one. She pointed to a girl adorned with wisteria flowers on her garment. Asagao recognized her as the girl previously drawn into the household. She has received an education. Educated? Asagao could not help but glance twice. In her world, education was a given. However, in this era, a girl who had received any education was indeed a rare phenomenon. Then why? Asagao faltered, unsure of how to continue. Before she could formulate a response, a drunken patron chimed in. That girl has been rotten to the core from the start. He appeared to possess a profound understanding of the situation. Years ago, she was quite charming, with a sweet tongue, and her parents even went so far as to send her to school. Yet, it is regrettable that all that investment has seemingly gone to waste, resulting in her current predicament. Why did she not continue her studies? Chaoyan's curiosity was piqued. The patrons seemed to be quite familiar with this piece of gossip. After all, they were all long-time residents of the same city, fully aware of each other's scandals. He took a slow sip of his drink and, with a hint of arrogance, remarked that she had given birth to a boy, and since she was not excelling academically, it was only natural for her to return home to care for her younger brother. Chaoyan was taken aback. She had never heard of parents evaluating their children based on their perceived utility. Or perhaps, in a family like the Uchiha, which placed great value on blood relations, such parents simply did not exist. Forcing a smile, Chaoyan remarked, but her family appears to be quite affluent. Surely they can support 2 children? Upon hearing this, the patron's eyes widened in disbelief as if he had just encountered an absurdity. What nonsense are you speaking? Educational opportunities are naturally reserved for boys. How could there be any justification for a girl to occupy the educational resources meant for a boy? Chaoyan found herself momentarily speechless. However, the silence did not linger for long as a loud crash echoed through the room. The door was violently kicked open. A disheveled boy, not yet 20, reeking of alcohol, stormed in, heading straight for the girl adorned with wisteria on her clothing. You bastard, he shouted angrily, seizing her hair with one hand while the other swung violently towards her face. Do you have another lover? He yelled as he struck her. I knew you were no good. The girl struggled desperately but remained firmly restrained. Dazed from the blows, she curled her body to mitigate the pain while fervently protesting. I haven't found anyone else. Her pleas did not elicit any gentler treatment. His fists continued to rain down upon her. The girls nearby watched with amusement, occasionally sampling snacks they had pulled from who knows where, with no intention of intervening. Chaoyan could no longer bear to watch, and was about to step forward to intervene when one of the girls beside her grasped her sleeve. That guy is no good. He always carries himself with arrogance and enjoys seducing other people as boyfriends. It's quite fitting that her boyfriend finally discovered her true nature. Is that her boyfriend? Chaoyan inquired, incredulously. Yes, he treats her well, always bringing her snacks and comforting her even when introducing clients. He introduces clients to his girlfriend. Chaoyan was utterly shocked. The girl beside her, however, regarded her with a look of incredulity. Of course, isn't that just a normal job? Otherwise, how would they both make a living? At that moment, the girl being assaulted let out a piercing scream as Chaoyan noticed blood streaming from her nose. Following this, the assailant aimed a fist toward her temple. Chaoyan, fearing for the girl's safety, rushed forward and seized the drunken brute's raised fist. The assailant struggled momentarily but soon broke free, turning incredulously to see Chaoyan regarding him with disdain. Enraged, his bloodshot eyes bore down on her, resembling a bull enraged by a red cloth, as he spat curses and prepared to strike. Who do you think you are, trying to stop me? I see. You must be her accomplice, he shouted drunkenly, but his aim was off, prompting screams from the surrounding girls. Chao Yan was thoroughly exasperated, gripping his arm. She leaped up and delivered a fierce kick, sending him stumbling aside. As he struggled to rise, she pressed a kunai to his neck. Behave yourself. Chao Yan's voice dripped with icy resolve. You cannot harm me. Our leader is from the Senju clan, he retorted, his bravado faltering. Hearing this, the girl who had just been assaulted scrambled to her feet, her wisteria-patterned clothing now stained with blood and dirt, and without a moment to clean herself. She grasped Chao Yan's arm. You mustn't. The Senju clan will truly cause you trouble. Suddenly, the drunken brute found his confidence and shouted at Chao Yan. You better let me go and bow down to apologize, or else. Chao Yan was nearly doubled over with laughter from anger, delivering another kick. The Senju clan? What of it? Do you truly believe they would trouble me over someone as worthless as you? The foolish man attempted to retort, but Chao Yan had no desire to hear him out, landing a punch to jolt him back to reality. Ignoring his pitiful wails, she turned to the beaten girl and earnestly advised, I've seen my fair share of trash like this. The more vulnerable you appear, the more they will bully you. Next time you encounter such a scoundrel, face them head-on with a knife. They will learn to behave. To Chao Yan's astonishment, the girl, who had just been assaulted, suddenly clung to the drunken fool and began to weep. He hit you so hard, and now you're crying. Chao Yan was utterly bewildered, feeling as if she had become a celestial being separating the weaver and her lover. Truth be told, Chao Yan had never encountered such a situation. The relationships and marriages she had observed were predominantly within the confines of clan alliances or familial arrangements. Not to mention, which cowardly man would unleash his fury upon his wife and children rather than confronting his enemies? Even if such rare aberrations existed, a girl's brothers would not be easily trifled with. Any man who dared to strike would find himself battered by the next day's dawn. However, there she stood, tears streaming down her face, as if she had endured the greatest injustices. He didn't mean to. We truly love each other. The drunken fool, who had just been so vicious, nodded in agreement. In that moment, Chao Yan felt as though she had transformed into a villain forcing someone into a life of degradation. Immediately, her anger surged. To be frank, Chao Yan had never endured such humiliation in her life. She felt a sharp ache in her chest, barely suppressing the urge to curse, controlling her tone to avoid sounding overly mocking. Do you realize you nearly killed her just now? Yet, the other party adopted a defiant stance. I did hit her. What is the problem? A wife is shaped through discipline. Is there a man in this world who does not strike his own woman? What kind of coward would that be? Chao Yan's incredulous gaze flickered between the two, only to find that they genuinely believed this was the truth of the world. Raising her voice an octave, she exclaimed, Didn't you just say you loved her? If you truly love her, how can you bear to hurt her? But they merely regarded her as if she were jesting. But how can hitting her and loving her be contradictory? Chapter 37. The illegitimate child and marriage. Are you a ninja? After the crowd dispersed, the girl who had led Chao Yan into this new world slowly approached her and dropped a thunderous remark. Meeting Chao Yan's incredulous gaze, she leisurely speculated. Given your physical prowess, you must be from the Senju or the Uzumaki clan. No, the Uzumaki should have red hair. Although Chao Yan did not mind revealing her identity, she had not anticipated being recognized so swiftly. You figured out I am a ninja? The girl shook her head. How could that be? Female ninjas are exceedingly rare. It was merely a guess. After all, ordinary women do not possess your courage. That reasoning was both accurate and flawed. The disparity in physical constitution between men and women is undeniably significant. Even if both possess similar muscle mass and combat awareness, their height and weight invariably differ. Height and weight are crucial metrics of combat effectiveness. Regrettably, typical families do not provide their daughters with more nourishment than their sons, nor do they desire for their daughters to grow as robust as boys, much less to cultivate an inclination for strife. Society often advises that girls ought to be graceful and gentle, as this paves the way for their future, allowing them to better safeguard themselves. Thus, girls are seldom encouraged to embrace violence. Rather, it is as if they are discouraged even from possessing the awareness of force, let alone the courage to confront men in combat or to wield intimidation through aggression and strength. It is indeed a stark reality that women's physical capabilities generally fall short of men's, and their progress through training is often less pronounced, a fact that cannot be disputed. However, inferior physicality and limited potential for improvement are merely weaknesses. Yet, this very weakness becomes an insurmountable barrier when young women seek to overcome their shortcomings. often met with relentless opposition from those who claim that possessing such weaknesses is essential for survival, because their innate potential is perceived to be lower than that of men. Are they to relinquish their courage to confront challenges and willingly accept protection from others? How absurd it is. If a nobleman struggles with his studies, his family will go to great lengths to find him superior tutors. Yet, if a woman is physically frail, society deems it acceptable, even dissuading her from attempting to compensate for her deficiencies. More tragically, even within clans that prioritize martial prowess, such notions persist. Asagao, who wished not to dwell on such lamentable topics, was among the fortunate few women of this continent. She resembled a custodian of a flickering candle, cautiously cherishing the flame while resenting that it illuminated only a small area. Asagao endeavored to dismiss these profoundly heretical thoughts and redirected her focus to the previous subject. How could she dare bring that man here? What if I am not a ninja? The other party shrugged nonchalantly, indicating that if she was not, then so be it. If she felt comfortable, he would stay. But if not, she should return home promptly. It was then that Asagao perceived the stark contrast in expression. When the other person smiled, it was amiable. But when their demeanor darkened, it resembled a mask of death, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. Asagao found it difficult to believe such a response, but the cost is far too great. The other party regarded her as overreacting. Puzzled as to why she was concerned. From my observations, your family seems to treat you quite well. Why would they mind raising a child born out of wedlock? Asagao felt as though she had encountered something incomprehensible. What correlation existed between the first half of that statement and the latter? More importantly, neither part seemed to address her initial inquiry. Once the other party elaborated, Asagao slowly began to grasp. Families of lower status do not regard chastity as paramount. Hence, it is entirely reasonable for girls to bear children before marriage. In fact, the customs in rural areas often involve free unions and polyandry. In a context where each child represents an additional laborer, having another child is merely akin to adding another bowl of water to a pot of rice. Moreover, younger sons need not marry, and a daughter having a lover and children before marriage is simply a source of embarrassment. If chastity were truly valued, how could women serve as maids or courtesans to support their households? The other party seemed incredulous at Asagao's lack of understanding. Is your family not very fond of you? Surely, they would not mind raising an additional child? How could I possibly know? It is evident. Have you not noticed how your gaze is utterly incongruous with ours? Her features twisted in disgust, as if describing something repugnant. That expression filled with dreams, believing the world is brimming with love and hope, and that the future is destined to be smooth sailing, is simply nauseating. Asagao began to understand the sentiment being conveyed, but still incredulously inquired. Who told you that because my family treats me well, they would permit me to raise an illegitimate child? Now it was the other party's turn to be baffled. Asagao had to explain in detail. For us, children can only be born after marriage. Being an illegitimate child is considered disgraceful. It echoes the sentiments of a renowned writer named Eileen Chong, who articulated that due to familial constraints, the daughters of the Zheng family could not serve as shop assistants or typists. Becoming a wife was their sole path. Initially, Asagao was similarly constrained. Born into a powerful ninja clan and fortunate enough to have influential relatives, she had the privilege of a respectable maiden's identity. Under normal circumstances, her primary objective would be to secure a prosperous marriage, thus converting her esteemed title into a means of sustenance at the most opportune time. After all, the moon does not wax full every day, and the nights for moon gazing are fleeting. In such circumstances, a maiden of her standing would be unlikely to seek employment. Rather, pursuing work would be antithetical to her identity as a lady. As noted by the same author in another narrative, domestic life had become increasingly arduous. She wished to find a small job to earn a living, but doing so would mean forfeiting her identity as a lady, rendering her much less valuable in the future. The identity of a lady is inherently precious. While independent women such as shop assistants or typists are commendable, they lack the intrinsic worth associated with esteemed ladies, who are more likely to attain advantageous marriages. From this perspective, having an illegitimate child would pose a fatal threat to those who possess only a title. Fortunately, Asagao was steered onto a more arduous path from the outset. She relinquished her identity as a lady, yet simultaneously gained skills in medicine and martial prowess, enabling her to thrive. She may never acquire a husband of noble lineage, but she attained knowledge that empowers her to shape her own future. along with the freedom to explore her capabilities without constraint. While she would not become the respected matriarch of a prominent family, she could aspire to wield a portion of the clan leader's authority. Of course, she had nearly reverted to the more conventional path once. Serving as a lady-in-waiting was indeed another prestigious symbol of a lady's worth, akin to the blue quality inspection stamp on pork, signifying entry into a different social class and the potential for a distinct life. Yet, when Asagao chose to leave the ranks of lady-in-waiting and instead pursued a career in craftsmanship, she entirely forsook everything required to traverse the path of propriety, reputation, status, and the identity of a lady. Nevertheless, Asagao foolishly relinquished it all, completely abandoning the prospect of a future more aligned with societal expectations, opting instead for a perilous path with uncertain rewards. And this was the very source of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna's ire. The original path was smooth and broad, stretching out to reveal a vibrant array of flourishing flowers in the distance. The future seemed destined to be filled with ease and joy, embodying the desires of those in society who yearn for a life that inspires envy and admiration, brimming with all things beautiful. In stark contrast, this path was shadowy, fraught with obstacles, irrevocable, teeming with venomous insects and weeds. The future ahead appeared bleak to the naked eye, misunderstood, derided, and scorned by the mundane world. Yet, one could take solace in the fact that she possessed the power of choice. Even more fortuitously, she had indeed triumphed in her gamble. She no longer needed to be a mere bride. At last, she could choose to exist as an independent being rather than a mere appendage, finally taking responsibility for her own destiny. Chapter 38. The priestess. The girl conversing with Asagao was unaware of the underlying circumstances. She attentively listened to a set of rules that starkly contrasted with what she had known, feeling a pang of regret. "I'm sorry." Asagao, who had already grasped the other's thoughts and feelings, dismissed the apology. "It's nothing. After all, I deceived you as well." Indeed, she had sensed that something was amiss. Asagao pouted, recalling the provocative question posed upon their first meeting. "What made you frighten me with your very first words?" The other party appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Is that so? But it's such a peculiar custom. Are you from a wealthy family?" After careful deliberation, Asagao answered honestly. "I suppose so. Do I not seem like one?" "Certainly not." The other replied emphatically. "Wealthy families have ladies who walk in a dignified manner. They do not have someone who resorts to fighting at the slightest disagreement." Asagao had to concede that there was some truth to that, but she argued that the wealth and power of a family had little to do with one's character. The other contemplated this. "That does hold some merit." Suddenly, Asagao was reminded of certain troubling questions. "You truly have relations with so many men?" "Indeed," the other asserted with confidence. "Are you embarrassed?" "I am a courtesan." Asagao frowned. "But you are a man, aren't you?" "Huh." The other seemed taken aback. "You can tell?" Asagao was puzzled by his surprise. Such matters are easily discernible. "But don't you find that problematic?" He stammered in a flustered manner. "I'm wearing a woman's kimono." Asagao found his rambling tedious and retorted, "What of it? I don't expect everyone in the world to share the same preferences. That is the work of the Creator, not mine." The other, observing Asagao's unperturbed demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, leading to an awkward silence. "A girl like you, who is neither beautiful nor gentle in temperament, would certainly not be sought after." "Mind your own business." Asagao shot him a glare. "Since you consider yourself a man, what should I call you?" "Them." The other was momentarily stunned by Asagao's bluntness, remaining silent for a while. "That title isn't necessary. I suppose I should be considered a priestess." "A priestess?" Asagao inquired with curiosity. "A priestess should possess special abilities. Correct?" He waved his hand dismissively. "That's merely part of a priestess's duties. Haven't you heard the saying, 'I am a wife, and the world knows my name'?" Asagao recognized the phrase, but the priestesses at the shrine are meant to be pure maidens. He waved his hand again. "What you're referring to are the noble-born, divinely ordained priestesses. I am from the Kokiyori lineage." He proceeded to enlighten Asagao on the distinctions between the two types of priestesses. The divinely ordained priestesses are those who pursue absolute purity, relinquishing religious authority to serve as dependents of the shrine, enjoying offerings and court life, with the most typical examples being the noble-born Seo. In contrast, the Kokiyori priestesses abandon tradition and faith, no longer serving the traditional deities, and may even engage in unsavory professions that involve contact with corpses. Some may even learn curses and sacrificial sorcery. yet they insist on retaining their voice in religious matters. Asagao had never encountered such knowledge and felt a surge of curiosity. Wait, Asagao suddenly realized. A priestess should also be female, right? Shouldn't a male be called a priest instead? The other looked at her as if she were a fool. Not all deities are male. Why then must the priestesses, who are wives of the gods, all be female? It's akin to an ancient religion that states, those who serve the gods are called priests if male, and priestesses if female, yet they inevitably refer to them all as priestesses. The term priestess is merely a broad category. The specific title depends on personal preference and ability. What does gender have to do with it? Asagao, unaware that this was the reason, felt a pang of embarrassment for her ignorance. I apologize. It's nothing. Let us consider it even. Asagao suddenly found this priestess intriguing and couldn't help but extend her hand. I am Asagao. What is your name? The priestess smirked slightly. Oh? Is rather than call. His eyes fixed intently on Asagao for a moment before he slowly grasped her outstretched hand. I am Sachi, the fortunate of the heavens. Sachi's palm was unexpectedly dry yet warm, not at all akin to someone notorious for dealing with corpses. Asagao studied the priestess before her for a moment, and the conversation inevitably returned to the initial point of confusion, that girl whose clothing was embroidered with wisteria. Sachi tilted her head. I believe I saw her just now. She was being pulled home by her family. Asagao felt somewhat embarrassed. However, Sachi seemed to find amusement in this. What of it? She just ran away again. We, people like us, cannot afford to lack the skill to escape. But according to what you said earlier, her family does not allow her to seek lovers? If it were a normal marriage, it would not be necessary. But who is to say her family wishes her to be married off? Women can certainly have lovers. In fact, the more suitors, the higher their value, making it easier to marry into a better family. However, she absolutely cannot pursue a lover of such lowly status. Nor can she seek someone who does not love her. Or one day she might be abandoned. What girl could withstand such a fall from grace? It would ruin her completely, and her family simply cannot afford to lose her. Asagao recalled the girl's battered body and her sorrowful weeping. Although she still felt somewhat dissatisfied with the girl's reaction, she couldn't help but say, I saw her mother crying terribly at home. Sachi waved her hand dismissively. Her mother has already sought money from several men. Receiving compensation is always better. I remember one even became a business partner with her family. Asagao was incredulous. Then does her father not care for her? Sachi seemed to fully understand such circumstances. What man in this world would take it upon himself to manage such trivial matters? If a man can dutifully support his wife and children, he is already the best man in the world. Why demand more? And what of her brother? A cold smile crept onto the priestess's lips, as if she were stating an undeniable truth. What brother would concern himself with such a troublesome, disgraceful sister, who brings shame to the family name? Chapter 39. The priestess's misunderstanding. So, Miss Ninja, have you come here merely to discuss such trivial matters with me? Sachi's voice carried a chill that instantly brought Asagao back to her senses. Asagao promptly shook her head. No, I wish to investigate a few cases of disappearances. Sachi appeared momentarily puzzled. Related to courtesans? Asagao nodded. To be precise, they should be considered half-courtesans. This indeed fell within the realm of Sachi's expectations. Oh, do you have names? Let me see if I recognize any. Asagao detailed the names of the young women. Sachi furrowed her brow. I know a few of them. Their differences are quite pronounced. If there is a commonality, it is likely that they have acknowledged the same older brother. Asagao frowned. Older brother? She was aware of the implication that this older brother was a pimp. The shrine maiden nodded and pointed to herself, speaking meaningfully. That individual is indeed quite devout. Chao Yin felt a pang of anxiety. In such a context, devotion was hardly a commendable trait. Are they still alive? The shrine maiden paused momentarily, then revealed a sardonic smile. Who knows? Perhaps the offerings have yet to be completed. The terms sacrifice and offering are among the most foolish and wicked in existence, cloaked in a guise of piety that directly conceals humanity's malice towards its kind. Chao Yin sensed an unsettling chill enveloping her. What you truly wish to investigate is the worship of the malevolent deity, correct? The shrine maiden suddenly interjected. Chao Yin was taken aback by her audacity, momentarily speechless. The shrine maiden frowned. Why are you dazed? Did you not follow me because you were already aware of my identity as a divine child? Chao Yin honestly shook her head. In truth, I did not know. My intuition simply urged me to follow you. Are you an animal? Why would you act solely on instinct? The shrine maiden was incredulous. Yet my instincts have always proven accurate, Xiao Yin replied earnestly. The shrine maiden scrutinized the naive girl, who could not even concoct a plausible excuse for deceit, and could not help but reveal a mocking smile. Pray tell, which family sent you? Surely, there must be a man in your lineage, or is it that they deemed it appropriate to send a soft-hearted novice like you to investigate? You haven't even taken a life, have you? Xiao Yin, momentarily stunned, quickly retorted, Of course I have. Just months ago, I led troops to eliminate bandits. The shrine maiden cast a skeptical glance at Xiao Yin, who struck her as overly innocent and tender-hearted. So which family do you hail from? Which affluent clan, with too much wealth and nowhere to expend it, would go to such lengths to train a worthless ninja like yourself? Xiao Yin discerned the underlying implications and felt a bit embarrassed as she defended herself. Ninjas are not allowed to disclose their surnames. Besides, I am of a research-oriented nature. A thinker, not one dispatched for assassination tasks. The shrine maiden could not contain her laughter at Xiao Yan's rebuttal. Huh. A ninja who does not undertake assassination tasks? What a jest. It is as if you imply ninjas are capable of performing good deeds. Xiao Yan, slightly irked by the mockery, countered, Ninjas are merely a profession and cannot be judged solely by their targets. You should not hastily define them. The shrine maiden felt as though she was witnessing a cat's fur bristle, slightly charmed, and she could not resist smoothing it down. So from which family do you emerge? That you would concern yourself with such trivial matters? No one would exert themselves over the disappearance of a few girls. Do not tell me this is a family mission. Which clan would engage in such a thankless endeavor? The Senju clan would. Xiao Yin could not help but retort, and observing the shrine maiden's mocking expression, she decided to be truthful. I hail from Hoshino Castle. The shrine maiden was certainly familiar with the name Hoshino Castle. In the realm of Shinto, it is regarded as the greatest creation of a deity. It represents the sacred ground for believers, the most splendid conception of divinity, and the finest example of coexistence between gods and mankind. She had encountered many individuals from Hoshino Castle, those who originally belonged to it, those who migrated there, and countless who fled from it due to the ninja. Curiously, those who had previously lost everything due to the deity seemed to harbor no animosity towards the very divinity that governed them. They eagerly shifted their faith. As if changing beliefs were as effortless as consuming noodles, they proclaimed the deity's greatness while witnessing their city transform into a den of demons, offering the cheapest flowers as tributes, yet receiving blessings that bordered on extravagance. One could not help but ponder, do benevolent deities truly exist in this world? Or is there merely the legendary shrine maiden capable of quelling divine wrath? The shrine maiden's earlier warmth vanished, her demeanor growing as sharp as a blade. Why would the people of Hoshino Castle investigate a few offerings? Are there not ample individuals among your ranks who would meet the requirements of your deity? Xiao Yin had never heard such words, leaving her momentarily speechless. Mechanically responding, the flying spaghetti monster does not require human sacrifices. The flying spaghetti monster? The shrine maiden silently scoffed at the absurdity of contemporary deities. Glancing at Xiao Yan's innocent expression, realizing that the ruler of Hoshino Castle had indeed succeeded in nurturing such a well-protected individual, utterly unaware of the intricacies of sacrifices. Recalling Xiao Yan's earlier mention of the Senju clan, the shrine maiden began to piece things together. You mentioned the Senju clan is conducting an investigation. Is this investigator a friend of yours? Xiao Yan hesitated, but, trusting her instincts that the shrine maiden meant her no harm, nodded cheerfully. The shrine maiden immediately surmised that the Senju clan and Hoshino Castle were likely seeking an alliance. Cleverly manipulating this naive girl into believing her future spouse would be something special. Indeed, neither family appeared virtuous. One deceived the innocent under the guise of reliability, while the other complacently offered their sheltered darling as a token of goodwill to duplicitous scoundrels. Ah, the crows of this world are indeed all black. She regarded the blissfully ignorant girl with a tinge of pity, silently critiquing. If such a fool were to marry into the complex Senju ninja family, unless she had a strong and deeply devoted husband, she would surely be left with nothing but bones. Chapter 40. The Excluded Tobarama. So do you have any leads? Xiao Yan eagerly inquired, her eyes shining with anticipation. The shrine maiden was nearly exasperated. Just how inexperienced are you as a ninja? Do you not remember that I am a divine maiden? Xiao Yan remained unfazed. But you have expressed disdain for the divine, have you not? What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Yan sighed, fixing her gaze upon the shrine maiden. When you mentioned offerings, your eyes were not filled with fervor, but rather sorrow. Those were exceptionally clear and bright eyes, resembling the eternal stars in the sky, casting a gentle light upon one so mired in filth, devoid of any condescension. Unlike the gazes of other shrine maidens, which scrutinized pets, soil, trash, and tools, this was a gaze that truly saw a person. How rare. Someone actually regarded their kind as human. Hoshino Castle truly deserves its reputation as a powerful entity, demonstrating a profound understanding of the subtleties of nurturing women. The shrine maiden resolved to retract her earlier assertion that Xiao Yin was unsuitable for marriage into the Senju clan. He acknowledged his youth had led him to underestimate the intricacies of such an alliance. How could he have assumed, based solely on Xiao Yan's appearance and demeanor, that she was unfit for such a union? Now he comprehended. Xiao Yin was, in fact, exceptionally suited for marriage. He dared to assure based on his experiences among the courtesans that if Asagao truly married into the Senju clan, her betrothed would undoubtedly protect her. For there would be no ninja in the world capable of turning away from her gaze. The priestess regarded this extraordinarily fortunate individual before her. Even though he understood that this girl was well guarded by her family, allowing her to maintain her childlike innocence, youthful bravery, and adult responsibility. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards Asagao, jealous of her serendipitous possession of everything he had once longed for but never attained. Jealous of the smooth path laid out for her by those who cherished her, promising a life devoid of obstacles. Jealous that she had fled from the sunlight into such a shadowy corner, only to fortuitously encounter someone like him, filled with malice. Yet, have you ever imagined a pillow? A soft, gentle cushion that embraces all your painful pasts, that can cradle your soul, worn down by the trials of reality, allowing you to drift into a deep, untroubled slumber? She resides in your arms, and she dwells within your heart. She embodies the extravagant imaginings of peace in this era, as well as the entirety of a person like him, living on the edge, regarding the future with hope. The priestess had to acknowledge that none of the ones she loved could ever harbor any ill feelings towards her, inwardly chastising herself for her soft-heartedness. She recognized that she had never encountered such a type of person and thus held no resistance against this adorably naive girl, so meticulously protected. While cursing silently within, she dutifully explained the situation to Asagao. You must pay attention. This deity is no mere pretender. He possesses true, transformative power capable of impacting this world. Asagao beamed brightly. The priestess observed her earnest expression, realizing that it was best not to mention the convoluted backstory. For Asagao was genuinely serious about these courtesans who were fated to become sacrifices. The priestess hesitated, acutely aware that she ought not to be lenient, yet she was. After all, only human. No matter how many times she had gone through it, she could not remain indifferent to the imminent sacrifices so close at hand. Unlike Asagao, who was blissfully innocent, she did not perceive this merely as a rescue of a few sacrificial maidens or as an interruption to a simple ritual. This was merely a trivial game between deities. Forget it, she thought. The deity she served was omnipotent, and the deity Asagao revered was also divine. Matters between deities should be decided by the gods themselves. We, the powerless and inept commoners, are merely here to revere the victors anew. She had nearly succumbed to despair. Fine, I shall take you to see. Wow. Asagao did not expect things to go so smoothly and let out a sigh of relief. However, she was still somewhat concerned. Bringing someone like me, who poses a threat, along, won't that implicate you? At least you have a conscience. The priestess feigned a stern expression. Rest assured, I am a divine child. Bringing along someone of your stature is a trivial matter. In fact, if you could truly bring down that deity, it would be a most gratifying occurrence. With considerable influence, the priestess nonchalantly escorted Asagao into the cult of the malevolent god, encountering no inquiries along the way. However, Asagao seemed to overhear someone nearby curiously remarking, "Why is it a woman this time? The change of object is normal, but can their orientation shift so rapidly?" Another responded, "Why do you care so much? Though, to be honest, isn't she less attractive than that previous man?" Asagao glanced at the priestess, who strode confidently, and could not help but feel a surge of reverence. Just then, she fortuitously encountered the astonished Senju Tobarama. Unable to restrain herself, Asagao tugged at the priestess's sleeve. "Hey, why are you tugging at my sleeve?" The priestess followed Asagao's gaze and exclaimed, "Oh, is that your friend?" Asagao nodded silently. apprehensive of speaking lest she disrupt the priestess's actions. Yet the priestess seemed unfazed, directly approaching Senju Tobarama, scrutinizing him intently before affirming her suspicion that he was indeed a duplicitous character, his bloodlust almost palpable. Realizing the situation, the priestess glanced at Asegao and, feeling exasperated, pulled her back from approaching Tobarama. Senju Tobarama calmly regarded the visibly irritated figure before him. Truth be told, he had grown accustomed to the disdainful gazes from the curious individuals that emerged around Asegao. It seemed that none of her friends or family held him in high regard. After all, it had been years, yet Asegao still naively considered him a close friend, all due to those who sought to drive a wedge between them. For instance, previously, through the mediation of her brother, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara had agreed to give Senju Tobarama a chance to spend time with Asegao. Yet, unbeknownst to him, that individual had resorted to underhanded tactics, replacing Uchiha Madara with the disapproving Uchiha Izuna to guard the fan city. Well, he could understand the Uchiha brothers' attitudes. If he had a sister like Asegao, he would certainly not allow a despicable character like this to approach her. He could also empathize with Kira Yudo's stance. If his girl chose someone of far lesser status than himself, he would undoubtedly attempt to thwart it out of shame. He even understood Fukubo and Hataki Shuichi's positions. If the lord he respected and admired were to lose his luster due to a marriage, failing to personally confront the adversary would be the greatest betrayal of loyalty. However, he truly could not fathom why this individual, whom he had never encountered, and who likely did not even know his identity, would harbor such disdain for him. Another one. Senju Tobarama thought angrily, yet could only stand by as the individual pulled Asegao away, casting him a disdainful glance. Chapter 41. The Researcher Listen. This deity is not akin to the blood-soaked games you ninjas speak of, the priestess solemnly instructed. Thus, you had better bring forth everything you have hidden away. Asegao beamed, unable to resist caressing the precious item she had specifically brought. Fear not. I have brought my secret weapon. Secret weapon? Senju Tobarama queried, puzzled. But how do you know what weaknesses that ninja may possess? The priestess's encouraging smile faltered instantly. That damned Senju has truly mistaken the deity for a ninja employing deceitful tactics. This individual, utterly ignorant of the peril and might of the deities, was foolishly rushing towards a senseless demise, invariably dragging those around him into danger. This was precisely the type of faithless ninja she despised. Asegao noticed the atmosphere taking a sharp turn and quickly pulled Senju Tobarama aside, patiently advising, "You must utilize chakra, try not to resort to physical combat." Asegao had previously conducted experiments on the malevolent gods. Although the entities she had used as subjects were not particularly powerful, merely servants or subordinates of the formidable, they provided a simplistic composition that often pointed directly to the essence of the matter. Through her relentless experimentation, she discovered that the bloodline of ninjas might indeed originate from some otherworldly being. Hence, the chakra of ninjas could pose a certain threat to these so-called malevolent gods. Yet, even among ninjas, the Uchiha bloodline tended to be more formidable than that of other subordinate clans. Within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara's bloodline was undoubtedly at its pinnacle. At that moment, Senju Tobarama's crimson eyes were filled with confusion. Like the previous Asegao, he had never heard tales of malevolent gods. In his understanding, the so-called evil deities were merely peculiar entities akin to spirit beasts or the Grim Reaper. This assertion holds some truth, as none of them were indigenous. Foreigners had a collective designation, and similarly, extraterrestrials were also encompassed under a singular term. Regardless, since the ninja could vanquish their opponents, why dwell on such chaotic attributes? Observing the shrine maiden beside them on the brink of exasperation, Choga hurriedly tugged at Senju Tobarama and produced a substantial research scroll from an unidentifiable sealing scroll. Thrusting it into his hands, "Please, hold your tongue for now, and peruse the information I have compiled on the evil deities." Senju Tobarama nodded. "What shall I exchange for this?" After a moment's contemplation, Choga replied, "Might I have a vial of your blood? I have nearly exhausted the previous sample." Although she yearned for Senju Hashirama's blood, their lack of direct relation made such a request rather awkward. Thus, she could only occasionally glean data from Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama acquiesced, casually stating, "I shall have the ninja hawk deliver it to you upon our return. Also, reserve a few doses of that agent you mentioned for enhancing physical attributes." Choga hesitated, cautioning, "It is best to have someone supervise the injection. It could be perilous for subjects lacking a sufficient foundation." Frankly, ever since she calculated the rate of the agent's usage days prior, she had begun to suspect that Senju Tobarama's moral compass was declining rather rapidly. However, Senju Tobarama appeared unconcerned, casually perusing the scroll while responding, "Worry not. I shall only administer it to my elder brother. Last time, I procured too little, and the effects were subpar. This time, we must acquire more." The Shrine Maiden, observing the familiar exchange between them, was left utterly flabbergasted. How can you two behave in such a manner? Choga felt as though she were witnessing a near collapse of Uchiha Madara and instinctively donned a contrite smile. Did I not mention that I am a research-oriented ninja? Naturally, I must study the deities. It is a common affliction among researchers. As she spoke, her confidence swelled. The Shrine Maiden appeared as though struck by lightning, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. Pointing at Choga, she stammered, "You are from Hashiyama, are you not? Why would you experiment on deities? Is there no oversight in Hashiyama?" Choga, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Generally, I oversee them. I am the lord of Hashiyama." What? The Shrine Maiden felt betrayed. Never having imagined that the legendary figure capable of pacifying deities would manifest in such a form. You are the lord of Hashiyama? How can you engage in such sacrilegious acts? Choga gazed at the Shrine Maiden, who was now teetering on the brink of collapse, and could not bring herself to divulge the truth, opting instead for discretion. "You know, we revere the Flying Noodle God. To us, these are indeed evil deities." Upon hearing the name of the Flying Noodle God, Senju Tobarama's lips twitched. Yet, the Shrine Maiden seemed to accept this explanation, although she had never witnessed divine warfare. She had read of it in texts and could only comprehend Choga's actions in that light. Well, if your deity sees no issue, then. Although the Shrine Maiden harbored doubts about the diversity of deities, she endeavored to reassure herself. Deities are magnificent, omniscient, and omnipotent. They are entities that must not be defied. Choga, intrigued, inquired, "Are your deities not amenable to research? What is the purpose of your rituals, then?" The Shrine Maiden gazed at Choga as if she were a demon, despairingly explaining, "Firstly, one must treat deities with reverence. Divine favor can shift too easily, and one cannot ensure perpetual affection from them. Secondly, deities are supreme and beyond question. Such thoughts as yours warrant punishment. Lastly, deities are capricious. Thus, we must offer substantial tributes to placate their wrath." "Sounds like a blood bag," Choga muttered under her breath, earning a nod of agreement from Senju Tobarama, which elicited a murderous glare from the Shrine Maiden. Choga hastily averted her gaze, attempting to shift the topic. "Tobarama, has Azuna not yet arrived?" Senju Tobarama disregarded the Shrine Maiden's glare. "I recall he was investigating within the divine cult. He should arrive shortly." Just as he spoke, Uchiha Izuna appeared, accompanied by several followers, his face alight with piety. "Lord Shinji, our daughter has run away again. Has she been possessed by an evil spirit?" A woman lamented. The man beside her, presumably her husband, wore an indifferent expression, replying, "Do not worry. She is out causing mischief to other families' children." Upon closer inspection, Choga recognized them as the parents of the Wisteria girl. What a coincidence, she mused, reflecting on how often their paths had crossed. Yet, it seemed hardly surprising, as it was only natural for followers to be acquainted with their sacrifices. Chapter 42. The deity above your daughter indeed bears traces of the spirit. The Shrine Maiden soothed the distraught mother with a few words, or perhaps it was that the mother preferred to embrace such a conclusion. In contrast to the heartbroken mother, the seemingly indifferent father stood out more prominently. Yet, who could demand anything from him? A father who dutifully provided for his family. One who rarely raised his hand against his children and even indulged their desires for beautiful dresses. Could one ask for more? Was he not a sufficiently good father? It was not that he was entirely indifferent to his daughter. Rather, he lacked expectation for her. If only his daughter excelled, proving herself worthy of his pride, would he not treat his flesh and blood with greater warmth? After all, he was a man. He was a father. He was the head of the household. Indeed, he had committed no wrongdoing. Even in the eyes of outsiders, he had done well enough. It was simply that the child was not fortunate enough, nothing more. Choga gazed blankly at the scene before her, unsure of what to say. Was it gratitude, panic, regret, or an inexplicable melancholy that arose from nowhere? Before she could untangle her thoughts, she suddenly felt warmth enveloping her hand. Glancing down, she found Senju Tobarama gently clasping her hand. Life is long and can stretch to a point where all suffering is alleviated. As long as one is alive, hope will persist. Senju Tobarama whispered soothingly in Choga's ear. Life is indeed lengthy. Even the most arduous path can eventually turn back, and no matter how much pain one endures, it will eventually fade into insignificance. She is ultimately filled with infinite possibilities. Choga gazed into Senju Tobarama's radiant eyes, which seemed to harbor boundless hope and strength. Truly, he was ever so confident, resolute, and forthright. He firmly believed that misfortune would be dispelled, that the future would indeed hold promise, and that all efforts would yield rewards. He possessed the capability to manifest his thoughts and aspirations. She and Senju Tobarama were fundamentally different types of people, Choga reaffirmed. I feel as though I am perpetually lost in your presence, she chuckled ruefully, recognizing that she was forever the one filled with confusion and anguish when facing Senju Tobarama. It seemed she could never attain the resilience and strength he possessed. Senju Tobarama, however, disagreed with her assessment, saying, "This merely indicates that you are more attuned to the world's suffering than I." Choga could not resist moving closer to Senju Tobarama. "I thought you would say it was because of the love of the Senju clan. After all, the Senju clan, as the vanguard of the Ninja Alliance, had long been known for their geniality and sociability. Even though Senju Tobarama often wore a serious and earnest demeanor, his essence leaned towards the buoyant. It was merely the unreliability of his elder brother that had compelled him to adopt such a facade." Konoha's Tobarama sighed, discreetly placing his hand on Asageo's shoulder while the onlookers were unaware. "Please do not mock me regarding this matter. You are fully aware that while the Senju clan may be perceived as valuing love over ninjutsu prowess, and the Uchiha clan prioritizes the latter, no family possesses a deeper love than that of the Uchiha." Asagao could not help but lightly punch Tobarama. "What if I never awaken my Sharingan? Remaining an incompetent Uchiha forever? After all, only by awakening those eyes can the emotions that have been confined be released." Tobarama gazed at Asagao with utmost seriousness. "Indeed, I would rather hope that you never need to awaken those eyes. You know that awakening the Sharingan requires an overwhelming emotional upheaval that shatters the soul. But to shatter your current soul would be an immense tragedy." Tobarama had never considered Asageo's sorrow as mere complaints. He had known her for too long and understood all her shifts in thought. He had witnessed her transition from lamenting individual fates to empathizing with collective destinies, from mourning her own fortune to expressing outrage at the misfortunes of the world. Subsequently, he observed Asagao, resolutely challenging the ancient workings of this world. He understood her yearning for freedom and her ideals. He admired how she endeavored to eradicate the miseries of Hashiyama City according to her vision. How could he possibly feel displeased by her compassion towards the world's suffering? He knew full well the freedom of her spirit and her desire for the happiness of all. Asagao felt inexplicably warm in the ears. She looked earnestly at Tobarama. "What if I never gain great power?" Tobarama smiled gently. "Rather, you possess formidable strength already. I know that within the domain of Hashiyama City, there are no abandoned children or courtesans soliciting in taverns. Even a mother can walk safely with her child without fear." He displayed an expression that was almost tender, yet filled with pride. "Asagao, your power far surpasses that of a mere ninja who relies solely on force." However, before Tobarama could finish his sentence, Uchiha Izuna appeared before them with a dark expression, fixating on Tobarama's hand resting on Asageo's shoulder. His menacing demeanor suggested he was contemplating some unspeakable cruelty. Tobarama awkwardly withdrew his hand, aware that another confrontation awaited them after this incident. Izuna, ignoring everything else, pulled Asagao closer, admonishing her, "You should be more aware of your surroundings. With so many people here, do you not realize how conspicuous you both are?" Indeed, although Tobarama and Asagao had just managed to find a relatively concealed spot, their proximity was still quite noticeable in such a public setting. The priestess, appearing somewhat unwell, remarked, "I just reached an agreement with this Uchiha gentleman. Let me clarify, while you may believe you can confront that deity, I will not intervene." Asagao nodded nonchalantly, and after a brief discussion with Tobarama, she confidently commenced her actions. The priestess stared in disbelief at their seamless coordination, indignantly directing her ire at Uchiha Izuna. Has she always been this gullible? Is it not known that the Uchiha and Senju are sworn enemies? Why are you not intervening? Izuna remained unfazed, responding coolly, "Rest assured, Asagao has never misjudged someone's character. If she trusts someone, they are undoubtedly trustworthy." The priestess was momentarily speechless, redirecting her frustration at Izuna. So you just allow your sister to roam freely? Izuna met her disapproving gaze with calmness. Of course I trust her. Her ability to find substitutes is remarkably formidable, and her strategic skills are always top-notch. Chapter 43. The mortal below, where is your god? Shouted the priestess, feeling a surge of despair as she watched the ritual commence, being dragged away by several individuals. Normally, summoning a deity involved pious prayers, offerings, and incantations. To be frank, she had never witnessed such an unusual operation of fleeing before summoning a deity. Asagao, without glancing back, replied, just wait and see. She ran for quite a while before finally halting. The priestess, observing the ominous skies filled with foreboding energy, felt her anger boiling over. She abruptly seized Asagao, pointing at the heavens and exclaiming, where is your deity? Do you not understand the catastrophic consequences of commencing a ritual without sufficient offerings? Asagao halted Izuna and Tobirama, placing a reassuring hand on the priestess's shoulder. Look, is it not coming? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, a massive mushroom cloud ascending, perfectly juxtaposed against the portal in the sky from which the deity was to descend, creating a surreal tableau reminiscent of an apocalyptic myth. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the flickering colors within the portal where the deity was to arrive. What a beautiful sight! Asagao could not help but praise herself. I knew this firepower would surely drive him away. Alas, this rare spectacle could only be appreciated by those few before her. Amidst the turmoil of joy and despair, the priestess stood frozen, and after a long moment, she managed to regain her composure. Staring blankly at the onlookers admiring the view, she asked Asagao, did you do this? Asagao, now munching on a snack, felt compelled to have something in her hands and mouth amidst the cinematic atmosphere. Upon hearing the priestess's exclamation, she hastily swallowed her food, and, in a tone as soothing as one would use for a child, gently probed, yes. Did I not promise that I would not cause too great a loss? However, the priestess was at a loss for words, gasping for air as if suffocating, trembling as she pointed at the portal. Asagao, sensing the priestess's distress, continued to soothe her. See, this is quite effective, is it not? This deity will certainly not arrive anytime soon. One must admit, the priestess, seasoned in the trials of faith, eventually calmed down, adopting a nearly numb tone to inquire, so, where did this come from? Asagao, relieved to see the priestess adapting, exhaled deeply and began to express herself freely. I recall mentioning before that I am a scientific ninja, the kind that thrives on intellect. But you are the lord of Hashiyama City, are you not? The priestess seemed to regain some composure. Asagao nodded nonchalantly, indeed. But what of it? The priestess suddenly slapped the surrounding trees, her booming roar echoing. Doesn't Hashiyama City revere the flying spaghetti monster? Why would its lord wield such explosives that do not belong to his divine power? Is your deity so tolerant that it can endure heresy? Tobirama scoffed lightly, while Izuna chuckled in a tolerant manner. Asagao casually popped another snack into her mouth. Feeling quite hungry after a day without food, how could I know whether he can tolerate so-called heresy? Xiaoyan swallowed the contents of her mouth and earnestly addressed the devout priestess. To speak frankly, it is merely a clump of winged noodles. The doctrine was concocted by my companions and me over the course of an afternoon. The priestess felt as if she had been struck by lightning, yet she managed to hold her ground. What about the original evil deity of Hoshino Castle? The response she received from the demon before her was even more shattering. We have banished them all, using these very bombs. How else could I have accumulated experience from a plethora of cases and so accurately calculated the yield? Xiaoyan couldn't help but gloat. See, there's absolutely no waste. In fact, I can collect some experimental materials right after this. The priestess stared blankly at the two ninjas beside her, feeling as if she were trapped in a nightmare. Then why does Hoshino Castle conduct such solemn rituals for the deities? I have even heard the name of that deity here. Hoshino Castle is not the epitome of coexistence between gods and humans? On this topic, Xiaoyan too felt a tinge of curiosity. Who knows? It seems like mere pretense to me. Ever since I discovered how to enhance thunder production, everyone has been quite devout. The priestess had been numbed by these responses. The storm in her eyes subsided, leaving only a desolate shore in its wake. She repeated her most pressing question. You mean to say the flying pasta deity is something you fabricated? Xiaoyan looked at the priestess and cautiously replied, yes. Is there really a deity by such a name? Which god would choose a name so ludicrous? Ha ha. The priestess suddenly erupted into a fit of hysterical laughter, tears streaming down her face, her eyes gleaming with a near-manic joy, as though a madman had finally welcomed the arrival of his fantasies. Or a prisoner had finally shed his many shackles, akin to a parched, cracked earth finally receiving a torrential rain. Chao Yin felt a twinge of fear at her laughter and instinctively hid behind Uchiha Izuna, peering out at this once composed figure now devoid of all decorum. Wait a moment. What is wrong with you? The deity priestess murmured for a while before suddenly turning to Chao Yin. Is Hoshino Castle still recruiting? What do you think of a priestess who understands the deities so well? Chao Yin was indeed in dire need of a teammate well-versed in the ways of the gods. But given the priestess's identity, she decided to clarify her conditions first. Let me be frank. What I want is to completely eradicate all sacrifices on this continent. But how could that be possible? After all, they are omnipotent and immensely powerful deities. The priestess trembled, her eyes fixed on Chao Yin as if she were a malevolent spirit laying eyes upon its long-desired prey. You are merely a human? How could you dare to dream of dispelling all deities? Chao Yin pouted, feeling somewhat defiant. I am a ninja. Moreover, I have previously experimented and indeed possess some bloodline traits of extra-dimensional beings, or rather, the people of this continent all, to some degree, carry the bloodlines of those so-called gods. According to your reasoning, we are all of divine descent, all children of the gods, even possessing the potential to become deities ourselves. Then why should we stand by and watch as our homeland is occupied by them, as our compatriots become their fodder, as our people tremble and crawl beneath their feet? The gods may claim their own, but the affairs of mortals should be determined by mortals. The priestess gazed at this calm individual articulating such rebellious thoughts and couldn't help but exclaim, You are truly naive. Huh. Chao Yin tilted her head in confusion. Yet the priestess revealed a grand smile. But this dream is still somewhat admirable. I told you, her ability to find substitutes for herself has always been alarmingly strong. Uchiha Izuna commented. After all, the only genuine idealist with compassion for the world, possessing the capability and will to enact such a vision, was this very person before him. Chapter 44, The Proposal. Chao Yin, do you want this piece of debris? If not, I shall take it. Senju Tobarama held aloft a piece of the evil deity's corpse that had yet to be thoroughly blasted apart, while simultaneously inquiring of Chao Yin, who was also gathering experimental materials. Chao Yin raised her head to glance at it. No, I've just seen several of these. Just send me the data later. By the way, could you pass me that piece on the left? Senju Tobarama complied with her request and handed over the material, but unexpectedly, their fingers touched in the process. The moment their skin made contact, Tobarama felt a jolt, akin to an electric shock, and instinctively recoiled, though he secretly felt a pang of regret. Chao Yin looked at Senju Tobarama, and he looked back at her. Both of their faces flushed red. Chao Yin, you know. Senju Tobarama stammered, You are the star I gaze upon in my boundless wilderness, the only rose upon my barren land. The gem I treasured deep within my heart, reluctant to reveal. Chao Yan's eyes sparkled, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips. In Tobarama's eyes, this seemed to shine brighter than all of spring's splendor. He appeared encouraged, unable to contain himself as he poured out his feelings for Chao Yin, his admiration, and countless visions of a future he had dreamt of. Yet he remained oblivious that as he grew more impassioned in his declaration, Chao Yan's complexion turned ashen. Chao Yin forced herself to listen to Tobarama's confession, and as he eagerly awaited her response, she fixed her gaze into his eyes and firmly declined. I'm sorry, Tobarama, but I cannot accept your proposal. Tobarama had never anticipated that Chao Yin would reject his proposal. He understood her as well as he understood himself and knew she harbored some affection for him. To be honest, in that fleeting moment of rejection, his mind went blank. Reflexively, he sought to salvage the situation. If you are dissatisfied with my plan, we can discuss a new arrangement that better suits your wishes. Chao Yin observed the flustered Tobarama and shook her head with a bittersweet smile. Perhaps for others, material wealth is important, familial approval is necessary, and public opinion is crucial. But Tobarama, these factors are not as significant for our relationship. Thus, we have the opportunity to disregard familial hatred, material wealth, and societal status in our union. But since these do not matter, let us overlook them all. I will only ask you one fundamental question. Do you regard me as you would any other person? Tobarama was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp Chao Yan's meaning. Of course I see you as a person. It seemed he suddenly recalled something. a flash of anger crossing his face as he questioned Chao Yin. Do you think I would confine you within four walls, relegating you solely to household chores and child-rearing? Keeping you one step behind me whenever we step outside, forcing you to bear child after child? Chao Yin, I admit I can be somewhat patriarchal, but I am not so base as to stoop that low. Chao Yin regarded the now somewhat enraged Tobirama and felt a sense of calm wash over her. Her tone gradually softened. No, Tobirama. Just as I have never doubted your choices or your plans for the future, I would never undermine your intentions or your character. That would be a double insult to both you and me. I know that if I accepted your proposal, you would be a considerate partner and an excellent husband. In fact, with your character, even if you were to marry an unfamiliar member of the Uchiha clan, you would treat her with the utmost respect, care for her well-being, and shield her from fear, suffering, and displacement. You would fulfill all that a perfect husband ought to do. But this is simply because you are indeed a man of strength, and your pride would never allow you to demean the weak. Therefore, Tobirama, can you honestly reveal to me what it is that you love about me? Senju Tobirama, perplexed by her inquiry, was unable to suppress his panic over losing Asahi and found himself compelled to profess his feelings anew. He had never anticipated that under such pressing circumstances, he would unleash words so nearly sentimental. I adore you as one cherishes the lofty ideals of the stars. I cherish your character as one admires the beauty of blossoms. And I value your soul as one treasures a precious gem. I love that you, born of noble lineage, possess compassion for the misfortunes of the world. I love that despite knowing the sufferings of life, you retain a heart as pure as a child's. I love that you, with the most liberated spirit, aspire for all to break free from their chains. You are unlike any other girl in this world. I cherish your unique essence, for only you understand me truly. Asahi let out a deep sigh, yet her eyes brimmed with sorrow. To be honest, I never imagined I would hold such a place in your heart. However, Tobirama, what you speak of is being loved, not love. Love is not a reward bestowed upon one for possessing certain virtues or meeting specific standards. That is being loved. Love should arise from the natural attraction between two souls, a prerequisite for walking together into the future, a bond willing to share fate and face storms together. Asahi paused, observing the contemplative Tobirama before gently smoothing the furrowed lines of his brow. Tobirama, you claim that I am unlike other girls, that it is my uniqueness that captivates you, that only I can comprehend you. But you are mistaken. I am not so different from other girls. I have witnessed many brides at weddings, some adorned with lavish gifts, others with noble steeds, yet they are invariably the least significant figures of the ceremony, their genuine emotions suppressed. If other girls had the same opportunities for survival as I, they too would possess fierce confidence and a sense of independence. If they could traverse the world as I have, they would also mourn the suffering of this land. If they had the chance to determine their own destinies, they would, like me, choose to strive for their ideals. Their lack of choice does not imply that their souls differ from mine. You know that men and women are different. Perhaps it is because men are inherently endowed with rights and privileges of inheritance, which leads them to act with force, to slay the father and become the new patriarch. But women are different. They occupy a secondary status within the family, an alternative choice. They can only move from one household to another, often expressing a desire to escape and rebuild. Tobirama, I do not differ from other women. I am merely a woman who can only escape and rebuild. You describe my ideals as lofty as the stars, my character as beautiful as flowers, my soul as precious as gems. Yet, I am not a star in the heavens to be admired from afar, nor a fragile flower awaiting protection, nor a gem that must be kept in a box. Such labels hold no significance for me. I am a being of flesh and blood, a soul akin to yours. And I desire nothing more than an ordinary heart belonging to a human. Thus, I wish to know, do you regard me as you would another human being? Senju Tobirama fell silent for a moment. Asahi, observing his reaction, turned away in disappointment. Chapter 45. The reason for refusal. Did Senju Tobirama just propose to you? A voice interjected. Asahi turned to see Uchiha Izuna leaning against the door, his expression grim. Asahi replied calmly, "Yes, I declined." "Oh, what?" Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, stepping forward. His gaze fixed on Asahi's composed face, his tone laced with anger. Did Tobirama make some outrageous demand? Or is he dissatisfied with the Uchiha? Asahi offered a wry smile. No, he didn't even mention the ownership of Hashiyama. That shows he understands his place. Uchiha Izuna's expression softened slightly. Then why did you refuse him? Is there some misunderstanding on his part? Asahi shook her head. No, he is a good man, and given our years of acquaintance, a misunderstanding is unlikely. It's just that I find myself feeling somewhat unwilling. Uchiha Izuna, puzzled by her words, replied, Asahi, while I personally believe it matters little whether you marry or not, whether you take his name or he takes yours, my brother and I only wish for your happiness. Although I hesitate to say it, Tobirama is genuinely sincere toward you and possesses the capability to care for you. He would be a rare partner, and it would indeed be a pity to miss such an opportunity. Asahi understood this well. She knew she was not a suitable candidate for marriage. She was naive and overly compassionate, unable to overlook the commonplace struggles of others. Though she understood what she ought to do, she often acted according to her own inclinations. She was aware of the easier paths in life, yet willingly burdened herself with challenges. She would not make a good wife or mother. She would not be satisfied with merely managing her children and domestic affairs. Instead, she was destined to guide rather than follow, to invest her time in pursuits that were nearly unattainable, and she would hold her partner to the same stringent moral standards she imposed upon herself. Not to mention, she was an Uchiha. If Senju Tobirama were to marry her, the idyllic vision he held as a normal shinobi man, of a gentle and virtuous wife, charming children, an understanding confidant, a tidy home requiring no worry, and well-managed relationships, would all be irrevocably lost. Asahi knew that Tobirama had prepared for these realities long before his confession. He would never cast blame on her unconventional habits. Though he stood to lose much, he willingly accepted the cost. Uchiha Izuna, observing Asahi's attitude, felt even more bewildered. Asahi, my brother and I do not care about Hashiyama. We already have Tanchikijo, and our status has risen to that of nobility. We no longer need to struggle as we once did. Our clan can sustain itself. You may bring Hashiyama to the Senju or leave it for the children. Even if you have children, there is no need for concern. We can negotiate before marriage to ensure that your children with Tobirama have the right to inherit the position of Senju clan leader. If necessary, they can return to the Uchiha. We have already decided that your children will hold the same claim as ours to compete for the Uchiha clan leader. Asahi comprehended his implication. They had long resolved to relinquish their portion of authority in Hashiyama, choosing instead to bestow all benefits upon her, even if it meant transferring everything into the hands of their ancestral enemy, the Senju. She found herself momentarily speechless. Her brothers truly loved her enough to offer such unprecedented terms for her marital life. However, she had not refused for such reasons. Asahi listened as Uchiha Izuna's words grew increasingly absurd, quickly crossing her arms over her chest to halt his incessant chatter. Izuna, my refusal does not stem from a disagreement over terms. I know Tobirama is well suited for me. But Izuna, do you believe Senju Tobirama regards me as he would another person? Uchiha Izuna, just as bewildered as the earlier Tobirama, replied. If he does not see you as he would another person, then what perspective does he hold? Chaoyan fell silent for a moment, contemplating. It must be a blend of admiration and arrogance, she mused. Uchiha Izuna truly could not comprehend it. While admiration was understandable, given Chaoyan's exceptional nature, even he occasionally experienced a sense of reverence. But what of arrogance? Did that white-haired individual truly dare to underestimate Chaoyan? Observing the expression on Uchiha Izuna's face, Chaoyan discerned his confusion and endeavored to elucidate. Izuna, perhaps your male perspective hinders your understanding. Imagine if your younger brother were to fall in love with a ninja from a rival clan, and fortuitously, he had some independent ventures outside the family. What would you do? Without hesitation, Uchiha Izuna replied, Of course, I would let him be. He is independent from the family. What business is it of mine? Chaoyan offered a wry smile. Indeed, if I were male, you would not be so troubled. Your current intense reaction stems from your presumption that I am the weaker party, that women are mere appendages, and that the very essence of femininity is synonymous with fragility and confusion. You, like Tobirama, love and trust my abilities, yet you remain imbued with a certain arrogance regarding my gender. Although, perhaps you could frame it more charitably as a form of affection. Family and lovers are distinct. Familial bonds entail education, guidance, and protection, a more mature individual leading a less mature one into the world. Thus, I believe that within families, one can relinquish a portion of their ownership. Lovers, however, should be equals, choosing to rely on one another, with their ownership belonging solely to themselves, not placed upon another. You are my family, my brother. And I comprehend your arrogance towards your sister, much like how Madara harbors a brotherly arrogance towards us. But Tobirama is different. I genuinely love him as a partner, aspiring to walk alongside him as equals. I know I should not demand this, nor should I act impulsively based on my own desires. However, dear brother, I cannot help but feel a twinge of resentment. I resent that the one I love, whom I believe will face the future with me, and whom I envision as my lifelong companion, respects me for my ideals yet underestimates me solely due to my gender. I may not fully grasp what I desire for the future, but I am certain that I do not want a future that evokes such fear within me. Uchiha Azuna had never paid heed to such matters, or rather, he had never considered those concerns that did not directly affect him. Yet, at this moment, as he finally recognized the impact on his sister, he vaguely grasped the crux of the issue. He remained silent for a moment, then sighed. Well, if you refuse, then so be it. After all, you intend to spend your life with him. If you do not like him, so be it. He felt a pang of regret. Oh, how could there be such a stubborn girl like you? Other girls do not have such demands. Chao Yan's expression soured. That is precisely because other girls lack the autonomy I possess. To be honest, even Chao Yan herself could not be certain. If one day she truly found herself with nothing, reduced to the point of having to marry, would she still be able to maintain her sense of self? Uchiha Izuna scoffed lightly. Even if the family has issues, they should not burden you. What sense is there in a brother creating problems and expecting his sister to resolve them? Your well-being is my and Madara's greatest concern. After all, the dreams you pursue, which border on the fantastical and continue to multiply, are enough to occupy your entire lifetime. Chapter 46. 3 women. The women who had gone missing had not all been disassembled into offerings. Grieving relatives rushed to the scene, but dared not voice any objections regarding the divine rituals, even in the presence of a deity who had fallen in the divine war. They could only surround the completed shrine, weeping over the surviving girls or the remnants left behind. Chao Yan spotted the mother of the girl in the wisteria attire, who knelt, wailing, pleading repeatedly, "Please, tell me, is my daughter inside?" She is about this tall, fond of wearing purple kimonos, and has a wisteria flower tattoo on her arm. The shrine personnel were about to dismiss her impatiently, yet upon noticing Chao Yan approaching, they reluctantly offered a few words of evasion. "We have already informed the families of those individuals. Since you have not received any news, there is no need for you to intrude." The mother instantly realized something and lunged toward Chao Yan. "What are you doing?" "This is Princess Chao Yan of Hoshino Castle, the high priestess of the flying pasta deity." The shrine personnel fervently blocked her way. Indeed, status is conferred by oneself. Even Chao Yan was unaware of the intricacies surrounding the high priestess's role, and she was too weary to concern herself with such titles. As long as she was not labeled as an evil deity. Have the families not been notified? Chao Yan frowned. The obstructing individual felt wronged. Notifications have been sent, but she claims her husband has cast her out and is unaware of whether her daughter is inside. Chao Yan sighed. It is inappropriate to block the way. Please check. I recall that her daughter should not be among those. Observing the mother, Chao Yan noted her disheveled attire, clearly indicating she had rushed in upon hearing the news. A faint flicker of determination burned in her eyes, a stark contrast to her demeanor when she inquired about her daughter a few days prior. "You say you were cast out?" Chao Yan gazed at the mother, who seemed to be little more than embers now, momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain how to rekindle her spirit. The mother, unfazed by Chao Yan's directness, regarded the noble-looking girl before her, seemingly reminded of her own daughter. "Indeed, I previously misplaced my trust, foolishly offering tens of thousands of ryo. My husband declared that our children could not have a mother like me. He could never bear the burden of such debt. Since your husband is not here, it likely means he is not in trouble." Chao Yan recalled that just days ago, her husband had accompanied her to inquire about their daughter's whereabouts, suggesting he cared. But the mother gave a bitter smile. "My husband does not care. He said perhaps she is living well elsewhere. Let her be. Once she has suffered enough, she will know to return home. She may have merely sought to confide in a stranger she would never meet again. Honestly, I truly do not know what to do with her. I even suspect that my daughter has been stolen by someone, leaving behind only this shell. Last night, I dreamt she lay in a graveyard, and when I rushed to embrace her, I found she was not clothed. What will she do now?" Chao Yan was at a loss for words until she spotted a staff member returning with the list. Swiftly, she cross-referenced it. "Rest assured, look, your daughter is not among them." The mother's smile became even more bitter momentarily rendering it difficult to discern whether she sighed in relief or felt disappointed. Chao Yin finally managed to send away the unfortunate mother, unaware that she was about to face her next trial. The most vivacious of the girls, who had been offered as a sacrifice, was clutching her brother, who had become the vessel for an evil deity, refusing to let go. Chao Yin turned to a Miko who seemed to understand the situation. What is this? The Miko sighed. These are two girls sold as sacrifices. If they can be accepted by their family, they should bear the Hyuga name. However, their father is merely a branch of the Hyuga clan and secretly fathered two children, evading the clan's scrutiny by selling them. Chao Yin had indeed heard such stories. Without the protection of the ninja clan, the ninja would become prime material for various purposes. Their bodies would serve as vessels, their skin as parchment, their bones as implements, their entrails as offerings, and their flesh as medicine. Thus, ninjas could never truly sever ties with their clans. She paused for a moment and said, "Let us place it in Hoshino Castle. After all, there are far too many chaotic species there, so adding a few more wouldn't matter." The shrine maiden could not help but sigh. On the day that pair of siblings left the city, amidst the crowd gathered to observe the progress of the divine child, Asagao spotted the wisteria girl, whom her mother believed to be missing. She was no longer accompanied by that violent figure. "What about your boyfriend?" Asagao inquired with curiosity. She waved her hand dismissively. "He was just captured. Can you believe this guy has become a divine maiden? I truly hope the ritual comes soon." Asagao did not wish to explain the fact that the deity of flying noodles would not receive any offerings, nor did she intend to enlighten her about the bright future that awaited this divine maiden. She was merely a bit curious. "Do you really despise that girl? Has she offended you in some way?" The girl displayed a look of disdain. "She is my boyfriend's ex. She deserves to be in this predicament." Asagao found it quite unbelievable. "Is it truly just for that reason? Do you not feel it is a pity for her to become a sacrifice?" "Pity for what? Her situation is clearly of her own making." She then began to recount how the other girl had actively seduced men. Asagao could no longer listen, instinctively retorting, "And what about you? Do you think your current situation is also a result of your own choices?" She fell silent for a moment. "It's all my own choice. I cannot blame others." Asagao was taken aback, recalling the words of her neighbor. This family, her mother, is a good woman. I don't understand why she would give birth to such a daughter. Back in the day, when her husband sought to test her mother before their marriage, she held a knife to her own throat rather than comply. How do I know this? Of course, it was her husband who told me. He boasts about it proudly every time he drinks. After all, shouldn't such a good woman be celebrated? Is it truly the case that people, like animals, can be confined and raised in cages according to their owner's preferences? The obedient among them are treated as pets, while the unruly are cast out. It appears that the paths are numerous and varied, yet in reality, one either treads cautiously or learns to turn a blind eye. But those who claim to be protected within cages, have they truly lived? Or have they merely endured a lifetime?